Good morning. Welcome to day 4 of competition. In the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Oceanside, California, still providing surf out here. So everybody out in the water, we're going to get started here in just a few minutes. So start to make your way in or to the south. And we are going to get started here in less than 10 minutes. Surfers in the first heat should be checked in. Ready to go. That's the boys U18 main round 3. Noah Mizuno, Noah Raposa, Nome Mignon, and Joseph Mendez. On deck will be Shane Sykes, Luis Peloyo, Shun Murakami, and Aaron Strong. That is 2 on deck. So again, everybody in the water, please catch that last wave. Start to make your way into the beach or paddle south. All right, now first heat of the morning, can't enter the water. I know a few guys have already paddled out. We need the rest of the lineup to please clear out. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes. All right, green surfers, please continue to clear the zone. Get that last wave. Nobody wants to wet one wave to themselves, but you might have to make it one big party wave, like this one. Four minutes to the start. We'll test for the horn. Clear the water. Boys and girls of all ages, shapes, sizes, and colors, please exit the water at this time. to come in or go down. Please, we're trying to get started. Their way in. Surfers that are in the first heat, please get into the lineup and hold position. As we should be 1 minute from the start. Maybe another, a little more than that. Maybe you two guys over here by the pier need to come on in. Here we go. 1 minute to the start. 1 minute to the start. First heat. Hold position. All right, 10 seconds to the start. We're going to count you guys in. First heat of the morning starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have begun day 4 of competition of the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Presented by Visit Oceanside.
And good morning, everybody. We're up and running and just starting the horn for this day of competition. It promises to be a really good one, and you'll want to stick around all through the day. We are looking at the main rounds, round 3, and we're going to start off hot and heavy in the under 18. This is the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships from Oceanside, and all the big guns are on the south side. David Stanfield, and in the booth right here is Mike Latronic Tron. We've got some cross-up still. They're still promising Surfline, talking anywhere in the 3 to 4 foot range. The issues have been the low tides and a little bit of wind, but the tide has been tough. Right now it looks like we've got good tides for at least about 6 hours before it gets crazy low this afternoon when we close out. But right now, all the heavies are here, and this is a critical day if you're going after gold.
Well, going after gold is the name of the game. Yes, indeed. Noah Mizuno here in red out of the Hawaii region. He's got himself a little bit of energy here on the inside bowl. We've seen the swell. It's a little more crossed up now. There's a little new west-northwest mixing in here. Surfline has predicted swell energy throughout the course of the event up to pretty much tomorrow. We're going to see a little bit of tapering, but the swell should hold throughout the entire event to some degree. And as you said, the low tide wreaking havoc throughout the day, but guess what? It's low tide was earlier this morning. The tide's on its way up, so we should see improving conditions throughout the morning, and that's going to make for much longer, smoother rides.
In the lineup, Noah Mizuno, the goofy footer you just saw, 16 years of age and surfing in the under 18 class. He's up against Nolan Raposa, Team USA, a 17-year-old goofy footer, and he is obviously representing USA in the under 18 class. We do have a 16-year-old, another one, Joseph Mendez in the lineup from Playa Jaco, Costa Rica, went blue, and No Mignot out of Sayulita, Mexico, born in Panama. but representing France. What a talent he is. He and his brother and his cousin. Quite the sailing surfing duo. Here is No Mignot. Great story he is, and take a look at that. What maybe one surfer could pull off one move, two moves, lightning quick. No Mignot coming in hot and heavy.
Well, yeah, he fit those two maneuvers in really fast, and that second one was a doozy. Just got a lot of board in the lip, and here we go. This is surfer in white, Nolan Raposa, going to town on that second lip. So really energetic, fast surfer out of Southern California. Going to be a great heat here to start the morning.
Nolan's a Long Beach, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach guy. I think he's still living in Long Beach, but a quick paddler to drive down the beach, and he's got plenty of waves. USA team runner up to a lot of the Surfing America primes. He's got some really great titles, and he knows the breaks really well here. There's Team USA headed by Greg Cruz, who's hosting this event. And live, no, it looks like a replay, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, Noah Mizuno's just looking fast and snappy, really doing a good job there to keep his board moving. Really critical move off the top there, right off the first section. He's still milking this wave on the inside, but can't see where the camera went. Hopefully we'll have scores up and running for you guys very, very shortly.
Really, really big day here. Tell your friends if you're tuning in, watching, you want to watch this day, because from here we're going to go to the main round 3 for the men, then on to the ladies. It's just a stacked day of competition. And I'm thinking that's the DeBlanc replay and how quick Nolan Raposa handles that closeout.
Yeah, that second turn was amazing. You saw his rail just drop into the water after he practically came off the lip into the air, landed it, and did a great job to recover and get a score out of that second maneuver.
Well, we appreciate Surfline for helping us out. Shaler, thank you very much, or Schaller, giving us the brief overview on what's happening. The 3 to 4 foot plus wave faces on the larger sets and on the best tides. We're always talking about the tides here. Light and variable winds in the morning, usually becoming a little bit stronger in the afternoon. A mix of west-northwest and northwest swell. And obviously the continued southwest swell has given us some serious surf here. Overcast skies, maybe a chance of light showers. And it looks pretty solid for the next couple of days. Backhand, Nolan Raposa out of Long Beach. Team USA, going to make sure he gets 2 turns in and out. And we did probably have another surfer. Again, if you were used to watching 4-man heats, maybe in the WSL, there's been a priority. It's back to the basics here. Paddle battle, no priority, get in the lineup and make it happen. Mignot, I believe, Minot got a wave down the beach a bit. Not sure if that's a part of his wetsuit or he's got an injured right elbow.
Yeah, well, colorful elbow nonetheless, and really enjoyed the snappy style of Raposa there on that last wave. I mean, it's bright and early in the morning here, and Raposa already showing some flair. So, you know, he's really shown good form in these ISA events, making it to the bronze medal last year in the
flare rotation.
Well, he didn't make it, so the judges will not giving him a sizable score on that wave. Really important to complete the maneuvers, but good to see him going for broke because he knows he's already in a doozy of a heat.
He's paddling like there's no tomorrow. 20-minute heats. Top 2 will transfer through. The other 2 relegated to the repecharge round. We're talking about winners here. Well, Noah Mizuno has won his first 2 heats. Raposa won his first one in round 2. He got second, but still advanced through. Noah Mignot has been dominant, winning his first 2 heats, and this is his third round of competition. So he has been undefeated. And for Mendez in the lineup, a couple of runner-up spots as we watch Mendez late hit. Can he come out of the whitewater? Did he break his board? So Joseph Mendez gets on the board, the surfer out of Costa Rica, Playa-Jaco, the 16-year-old, and he's going to move back into the lineup. Non-stop waves so far this morning. Thank you, Surfline, for being our forecasting partner. And a good run of swell. It continues. The weather has changed. It's a little chilly. We're not putting on our jackets quite yet, but we might be on maybe Friday, possibly Saturday or Sunday, it's going to drop a couple more degrees, but the swell is going to stay with us.
Yeah,
so,
well,
I was going to ask you, on a four-man like this, these guys know each other, especially Raposa and Mizuno. They're always matched up in a lot of the events, whether it's the NSSA or Hawaii or Surfing America events. Joseph, trying to get kick-started, found a little nugget right.
yeah, well, he's sort of bridged that first section with that off-the-lip floater there. He's found himself another bowl, but wave sort of losing energy towards the end here. Looks like it's going to have another reform. No, he kicks out, so... you know, at this stage, you can see some of the flare that is going down in this heat. He's going to want to get something that allows him to put a little more power into his turns, throw a little more spray.
DeBlanc replay, and taking a look at this, we did not see this wave, but the speed of Nolan.
Yeah, well, Raposa's just looking in form. He's just got that really tight center of gravity. Keeps his board right underneath him. Every time he turns, he throws a lot of spray, and he does it with great style. And you know, he's don't have the scores yet, but I'd imagine Raposa's right up there in the top two of this heat so far.
For the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, for the schedule, looks to be a good one today. We're looking at all heat winners. We will have repechage later this afternoon. But for the most part, it is a big day of competition. Here's the schedule today. We have 8 heats of boys under 18. Main event, no losers here. Main round 3, 8 heats. This is our first one in the morning. Then we go into the under 16 main. No losers here from 9:40 to 12:20. At 12:20, the girls under 18. And again, the winners there. And then the girls under 16. We're going to go into the boys repechage. So who does not make it out of here, this heat, we're going to see this afternoon at 3 o'clock in some tougher conditions. So you want to survive this round, and Noah Mizuno putting it on the line as well. Mendez getting kick-started, but Mizuno started off really quick. The most animated surfer out there looks to be Mignot, taking some chances. Mignot, a family growing up on a sailboat around the world. He was actually on a boat when the parents decided to pull ashore in Panama. So he was born in Panama. His brother, I believe, born in New Caledonia. And the little one, the 5-year-old, born in Mexico, but really talented and well-traveled. I mean, for Mignot, spent 3 years in Portugal learning his schooling. Father French, mother Spanish, living in Mexico, representing France, and France knows how to recruit, don't they? This kid is hot.
Yeah, well, France has really shown some strength in the last few years. You know, it's such a very cultured country and very proud of their sports. So last few years we've seen a really strong contingent of young surfers coming out of France. And there is our surfer. That is
Joseph Mendez.
Joseph Mendez. He is trying to keep the dream alive for Team Costa Rica. There's No Mignon on the inside, finishing up what looks to be a wave. And here is Nolan Raposa, just Mr. Vertical this morning. You know, some surfers just have that X factor where they just know where to go, where to place their turns. Always seem to be flowing. Raposa is one of those surfers that you just keep an eye on him. He is uber consistent, and he knows how to place his board, but he also kind of good at, you know, throwing caution to the wind and surfing with abandon and generating those big scores.
No Mizuno in red to the far left of the screen. Nolan Raposa is paddling out to the far right in the middle and getting started. I mean, he's gotten some decent waves now. Joseph Mendez back in action, and the Costa Ricans on the beach are very vocal when he catches a wave. Mignot is not on screen. We're going to try to see him paddle out in the lineup. You can see some, not really morning sickness, just a little bit of wind on it, but forecasting kind of a swirling little south to offshore. And then we're going to have the prevailing winds later this afternoon. Overcast skies, still warm temperatures. They expect the beach at the high point today when it warms up, maybe to reach 80 degrees. And this is our first of 8 heats for our men's main event, around number 3. There we go. Scores are up. Raposa looked like he has set the standard with the 7.83.
Yeah, well, like I said, Raposa's just got that extra edge when it comes to throwing flare. It's just generating a lot of power, a lot of speed. You can see in his turns a little extra spray. Judges really rewarding that.
Here's Noah Mizuno now. 3 goofy footers in the lineup. Here's one of 3. He needs a 6.61 to get back in the hunt, and wheels came off there, but there's still 7 minutes remaining. A 6.61 would get him into second. Better than that score. Well, Nolan Raposa right now is a 2-wave total of a 14.66, and you want to be in the top spot. No Mignot in yellow, charging hard. And he actually is looking for an 8-point ride to move up into the lead. It's a battle for second right now. Nolan with a 7.83 and a 6.83. Some lightning quick moves. Has got the 17-year-old out of Long Beach, Team USA, out in front and trying to hunt him down. The powerful Team Hawaii and France as well. Unbelievable. We're seeing 3 teams that are, well, they came here, and Costa Rica as well. They figured that they have medal chances, and I would say for the most part, it's gold or nothing. They really have focused on making it through. We haven't seen these guys. They've been surfing the north side, and the north side's had some great lefts, but today I think we've picked the right side here and moved them down to this side of the beach. A little more protected from the wind. The tides are the problem on either side, so there's nothing special there. And the way the swell is pumping through, plenty of opportunity. Well, now, what does Noah need to do? Noah Mizuno needs to read the ocean really well and get in position, but he needs a 7.81 on one wave.
Yeah, well, he needs to shake out that cobweb. You saw in that last wave he made a mistake. It was a pretty good-sized wave. He had a nice vertical section to work with, but just got a little bit of a morning shuffle right there and lost his edge. So started off really snappy, though, so I'm sure he's going to make the adjustment. He's a very seasoned competitor. He's actually been in the finals, or, he knows his way around his competitive circles. He's seen a lot of finals.
Really anxious moments here. I mean, the A team is here on the south side because of the under 16 and under 18 boys and girls. They're here. The team captains, there's some teams on the other side trying to cheer on and coach the rapid charge that's going on, which is equally important. But we're looking at surfers that have not been eliminated into the rapid charge round. Beautiful bottom turn off the top and just lost a little bit of power. Not maybe the wave he needed. He's looking for a 9.25 or a combination of 2 scores. Mignot has a 12.17, so a couple of mid-range 6s would help Joseph Mendez, but there's only 4 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Heat number 1.
Well, I think with the cross of this southwest swell and the underlying west-north swell, we're going to see a lot of peaks, especially as the tide starts to move in. I think that little west swell is going to actually help the situation. Sometimes with the strong souths here in Southern California, you see this sort of long line sweeping to the left, all left situation. And with this cross swell, it's going to give the surfers a little more variety, a little more opportunity to go right, find some closeout sections, maybe possibly to do some good aerial maneuvers.
Well, it is a short interval. I'm going to go to the Surfline and check the buoys right now. We'll see what we've got on tap that's offshore. Be sure and check out surfline.com online. You can watch, if you're a premium member, go around the world and watch surfing everywhere. We had surfers in Europe watching the north side by way of the north side cam for Surfline yesterday. We were live on the south side, and we are facing south. It seems like every team has their own photographer and videographer for replay and promotion. Coming up next, another big heat. Shane Sykes, South Africa, they're getting ready. RSA, Republic of South Africa, will take on Luis Piloro out of Portugal, Sean Murakami from Japan, and the UK's Aaron Strong.
Well, tough situation right now for Mendez in blue from Costa Rica and Mizuno in red from Hawaii. They both need pretty high scores, and with the time sinking down, I think it's going to be a matter of these guys looking to get 2 scores. Here goes Mignon, throws it away, so that's not going to help increase his lead in second place right now. He's got a pretty strong 6.67 and a 5.50, but it's boiling down to the clock. Mendez and Mizuno need to quickly get score either in the high mids or low excellent range, and then rush back out to try to get another one. Even though they're not comboed right now, I mean, it's well within Mizuno's capability to get that 7.91, and Mendez could get that 9.25. It's just you want to sort of play the odds. With 2 minutes left, there's still time to get 2 waves if the ocean cooperates.
Well, we saw a paddle around right there. Somebody kind of like to the outside and then backed off and tried to paddle around and take the inside move. Talk about paddling skills and acceleration to try to take that inside away. The days of pre-priority are back because it's about surfing, positioning, and paddling. But I flashed on the Andy Irons Kelly Slater paddle battles of Pipeline. You've really got to take some good positioning out there right now. The ocean has gone a little dormant. Looking at the waves alongside the pier, there is a little bit of rip current in it already and alongside the pier. So they are just basically out in front of the judges wanting a situation Nolan Raposa.
Well, at this stage, the 2-wave theory is out the door with just about 1:10 seconds left. Each of these surfers looking to advance. Mendez in blue, Mizuno in red.
Well, watch us closely to the right. It's really important to keep on No Mignon is keeping a close eye on Mizuno, and he's going to give him this wave. He's going to have to do something spectacular here, and he's going to bust a tail-free move, and Noah needing a 7.91 now has 40 seconds to remain, 40 seconds to find that wave, while No Mignon is keeping close tabs on him. So it was a gift, but it wasn't that much of a wave.
Yeah,
Mendez needs a 9.25.
Mizuno was looking to go for the stars on that one, starting that wave with a blowtail 360. Didn't complete it, but you could see the intent there. He wanted to go straight for that 8 or 9 point ride, and there's Mendez. You can see he's all but given up. Body language says a lot.
Well, this is huge for France and USA to start things off in the morning with 2 surfers staying in the winner's bracket. Nolan Raposa and No Mignon move through. Huge upset. No Mizuno will be relegated to a repechage, and we'll see him a little bit later. Let's take a look at a heat recap. Thank you, Dupont.
All right, well, Raposa just started out gunning. Look at that control and radical surfing, and he kept going through the heat. Mendez put up a fight, but just not enough. Was able to get some vertical work there, but that wave pittered out. It was all about the young Southern California. Look at that, just throwing some great flair into his surfing and taking the win.
Luis Piloro, a surfer out of Lisboa, Portugal, 16-year-olds in white. And we take a look at him, the goofy footer. Now quickly switching to Aaron Strong, the 17-year-old. From Chiclana, Spain, representing the United Kingdom. He lives south of Seville in the Gulf of Cadiz, but representing the UK. Good for him. Born in Spain, but must be having a family member and a passport representing the UK. So that's our surfer in blue. Sean Murakami, an 18-year-old surfer from Yagawa, Japan, is wearing the yellow singlet and a goofy footer. Two goofies, Lewis and Sean, in the lineup. Bo Hodge, exciting day of competition. We're going to see definitely a lot of cheering, and we're going to see some disappointment, but all is not lost. These are surfers that have all won or advanced through. Here is the Japanese competitor.
Yeah, let's watch Shun right now. The goofy footer on his front side punts it right through. Nice transitional move right there, and Team Japan is all psyched on first wave for Shun Murakami. Sykes. Polario, Murakami, and Strong. We're going to have a good heat. Wow. What a way to start heat one, day number 4, excuse me. Today is the middle day. Today, as you hear in golf or tennis in a major, is moving day, and that's what today is. Here we go. Luis from Portugal. Nice maneuver off the crashing lip, and he goes end over end. There's Team Japan. So they're cheering on Shun Murakami, and Shun was competing down in Ecuador last year at the 2014 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, back again representing his native country of Japan.
Big win for him this year in the NSAA, the Japan circuit, the Blue Ecosystem, the All Japan Surfing event. He won that, and here we go. Let's take a look at the goofy footer's backhand attack, and good move off the top, a little more speed, and all of a sudden we do have a leader, and he is representing Japan, and they're going crazy. The goofy footers are looking pretty strong on the lineup. 20-minute heats, it flies by, and you really don't need the wind. In fact, if you get second, the teams feel like you made it. I mean, it's one of those feel-good moments. First or second, it doesn't matter. Just get through this heat. Already, if you just joined us, big upset. Noah Mizuno going down along with Joseph Mendez in our first heat, advancing through USA's Nolan Raposa and France's No Mignot have advanced through.
16 minutes remaining in this heat. Heat number 2, round number 3. Main event for the boys 18 and under. And here we go. Surfer in red. Nice big slash off the top.
Living in Salt Rock, South Africa, 18-year-old Shane Sykes. Good morning, South Africa. Yeah, it's just after 7 o'clock here in Southern California in North San Diego County. Thank you, Oceanside, for letting us use both sides of the pier, the north and south side, first time in the history. We've had contests here before. In fact, you might be interested. The last major pro contest in the men's division, won by Martin Potter. Who,
well, for South Africa, it's 4 in the afternoon, so.
Okay, well, good morning if you're here. Good afternoon if you're there. Time to put stuff on the barbecue, right? The brie?
Yeah, it's happy hour, I believe. All right.
It's South Africa. It's happy hour just about every hour, every time I've been down there.
So Europe and South Africa, we welcome all of them. It's about 4 in the morning in Hawaii, and it's about it's about 1 in the morning in Sydney. So all those in Sydney who are waking up on Friday morning.
Well, get ready. Kalani Ball coming up next. This Australian team, and Gaten Delahaye is coming up for France. Colt Ward, USA. Chicome Carrera out of Portugal in heat number 3. You can take a look at the results. You can download the current PDF and see what's on file. You can do the math. All heats today will be 20 minutes on this side until we go late in the afternoon. The report charges will be 15-minute heats that when you want to know when to panic, you start when the horn blasts because it flies by. They can catch 12 waves. They can paddle out at the 5-minute mark. There's absolutely no priority in the lineup. It's all about positioning. There have been a couple of interference calls. Not a lot, though. Everybody's been pretty good. So a 2-time runner-up to the national championship title in Portugal is Luis, our surfer in white, for Loro. And at 16 years of age, he's got a couple more years in this division. He's a goofy footer wearing white. And I'm thinking he's hoping for a big bomb left to come his way.
Interesting information on Aaron Strong. He also competes down in Portugal, and he placed 5th this year in the Portuguese Junior Nationals. So both Aaron and for Luis, I'm sure they see a lot of each other on the junior circuit in Europe.
Murakami is looking to replace a 4.57. He's your leader wearing yellow out of Japan. Everybody is in chase of him. Shane Sykes has a 5.17. Here's Murakami again trying to ditch that 4.57, and he is lightning quick, and the way he stands on his board and throws his tail, he torques that back foot something fierce.
Yeah, good combination maneuvers there, and Shun's been really on point. 6.67, 4.57. Let's see if he can improve it. And we're going to see a lot of surfers today, even maybe 3 of the 4, maybe 4 of the 4 in each heat reach double digits. We've already seen that in the first heat with 2 of the 4 in the double-digit range. Paddling. This is red in position, Shane Sykes.
Shane Sykes, they teased us, and then we switch over to our surfer in white, Peloro. And his best score so far, 1.30 for the Portuguese surfer. Sykes was looking to replace a 297. Let's take a look at the De Blanc replay.
Here we go as our surfer in red. This is Shane Sykes from South Africa. Snapping second time, working down the line, looking for that open face.
So much pressure. This isn't your average event where you come to the beach and you might have a mom, a dad, or a friend, and nobody else is watching. It's just an amateur event somewhere. No, this is the big deal. This is the ISA. This is going after gold. Our surfer in blue again, keeping busy, and then further down the line, Luis is keeping an option. Aaron Strong. That wave not quite working out. Murakami's looking to replace a 4.57. The Japanese competitors started off very strong. Shane Sykes in the hunt, trying to better a 2.97.
Here goes Luis. One maneuver wave with that closeout section. He needs to get back on the board. He's finding himself now needing a score near an excellent range of a 7.61.
One and done, but that was a good move. He looked like he's now in form. And our surfer in yellow out the back, Shun. Okay, so now, Shun did not get the perfect wave. Reading the ocean right now and picking the right waves and not getting out of position on a wave that won't help you. He sees that closed out really quick, and he wouldn't better his 6.43. Now that's what he did get 2 waves ago. So Murakami now really starting to distance himself from everybody else, and it's a battle for the second spot.
And that second spot being hailed by the 18-year-old from Cape Town, Shane Sykes. His favorite break, obviously, Jeffreys Bay. He is the 2014 WSL junior champion down in South Africa at the SAs. And a very impressive South Africa junior program series that they have all over in South Africa, whether it's on the Western Cape, down over to the Eastern Cape, Port Elizabeth, East London, Durban. They travel all over. Here we go. This is our surfer in red, and he'll bail again.
And just the way he stepped off his board and how he exited that wave, not to do any forward progress. Very experienced surfer. Aaron Strong now, out of Spain, representing the UK, looking for opportunity. Surfer in white, Luis Peloro. Did pick up another wave as well out there. He is still hunting. He does have a 3.13, but just need a pretty hefty score of a 5.78 with 9:48 on the clock.
Okay, a crunch of numbers, David, and this is what I have. 32 surfers remaining in main round number 3. Obviously, we're going to cut this field in half. The top 16 will make the qualifying round, main round number 4, very important. Coming countries into this round, France and the United States have all 4 surfers in this round. Very important. Hawaii, Japan, Peru have 3 of their 4 surfers in this main round of the boys 18 and under. South Africa, Portugal, Brazil, Barbados have 2 surfers still alive in the main round. And the following countries have 1 surfer in this round, round number 3. Australia, Costa Rica, Mexico, United Kingdom, Chile, Italy, and El Salvador.
What you're saying that France and USA are leading the pack in terms of success in each heat?
Not only in this round, but also in the boys 16 and under, the girls 18 and under, and also in the girls 16 and under. France and the United States have all their remaining surfers still alive in the main rounds, which is very important in the ISA format.
Well, of our 2 surfers in the lineup right now, our first and second, Shun and Shane, have been undefeated in heats, meaning they've won their 2 heats prior to this. Getting through is just as important. Lewis has a couple of seconds, and Aaron Strong a couple of seconds as well. So winning every heat, is that setting a standard of confidence? We'll have to wait and see.
There's Team Portugal. And Team Portugal, very strong team this year. They've really stepped up their junior program. They've sent a very healthy team. Here we go. Aaron Strong from the UK. Working down the line here. Sees that closeout section, and Aaron will kick out.
Yeah, Aaron's in a really beautiful area south of Seville. I mentioned the Gulf of Cadiz, near Gibraltar area. Backhand attack for our heat leader, and he is trying to replace his 6-4-3. He is on point now. He's got to just find the right waves. All offense for him right now is 7:35 on the clock. Here's an important wave for Luis out of Portugal, needing a 5.78. Gets 1.5 moves in. So wave selection is going to be really key. Or you're going to be wasting your time and spinning your wheels.
There's Team South Africa, Team SA, as they watch Shane Sykes up and riding. Here he goes. Punts of a reverse, lands it, but spins out of it. Like the aggression there. Shane currently in second, holding down second. Comfortably right now with a 5-1, 7-3, 7-3. He needs to improve on that 3-7-3. If David, he would have landed on that, he would have been solidly looking at second place. And look at Luis. He's now gotten rid of those 1-point rides. He has moved up from fourth to third place, now needing a wave score for 5.78. Surfer in white from Portugal.
Aaron Strong needs a 5.91. Luis needs a 5.70. Shane Sykes is trying to better at 3.73. Your leader out front with a pair of sixes is our Japanese competitor, Yukawara, Japan, the 18-year-old. The goofy footer in yellow has a 6.67 and a 6.43. Really solid heat. And a heat total of a 13.10. Will he play any defense? He might just go on the offense. Will Shane Sykes go offense and try to replace his 3.73, or will try to hold off two guys that need the same score?
Here's the punt attempt on the DeBlanc replay. Nice rotation, just spins out. He just needed a quarter more turn to really hold that maneuver.
And he felt like about 90% through that turn, he knew he gave up, and he kind of relaxed and didn't want to snap his leg, his board, or take it in the back of the head with the board. So you can see he just relaxed real quick. No attempted landing.
Take a look at your screen. We have a tie for third place. Check this out. Luis and Aaron, both two wave totals of a 5.23. How do you break the two wave score of a tie? With a one wave count. And Luis holds that with a 3.13 and a 3.0. But third, fourth is not where you want to be in this round. You want to be first, second. So to the far right-hand column, you see Luis needs a 5.78, and you see Aaron needs a 5.91. They get that score, they'll outpoint Shane Sykes for second place, and we're approaching the 5-minute warning.
Well, that would be critical if you had two surfers tied for a second spot. They would be the countback, and the countback would advance them through into the winner's bracket.
Well, we saw that this year with Mick Fanning and Adriano de Souza down at Bell's. They actually tied in the final. Here we go. Nice carving turn for Shane Sykes, up and down. And Shane really going for it, whether in forehand or his backhand. He's trying to improve his margin. He knows he has a satisfying first score, but anytime you're carrying a backup score below average, which Shane is doing at a 3.73, he wants to improve on that margin to solidify second or even going into first. And look at Shun Murakami. He's improved his situation, scoring a 6.67 on his last wave. So the battle is for second. Up and riding, Aaron Strong.
Aaron Strong, two decent moves right there. Again, anything will help. If he betters his 3.0, he'll chip away at it. So he's looking to better a 3.0, but the score that he actually needs is a 5.23. Shane Sykes is going to be interested in the score. Will it change things up? Some okay moves. Not sure if it's a 5.23, 4 minutes remaining. Most importantly, does he improve his two-wave total? You gotta start somewhere.
Team Japan very excited about Shun in the lead from the get-go. He has led this whole heat from the 20-minute mark down right now to 3:45 and counting. Getting dizzy. And here we go. Shane Sykes, again, yet another wave.
Shane Sykes is going to replace his 3.73 with juicy turns like this on this little backhand left with 3:28 remaining.
Oh, beautiful way to close it out, yes.
And with needing a 7.94, we could have a lead change. A really solid wave for Shane Sykes.
Hear it? Hear it? Vuvuzelas? You hear them? Well, that's Team South Africa. They are excited about Shano's last wave. And, David, I think you're right. The combination, the variety of maneuvers, and he went old school there. He went back to the books, got rid of the air game, and went back to basics. Backhand snaps, variety, carves, turns, and kept to the basics there. And Shane's going to score and improve the margin. Only going to make it harder for Luis and for Aaron.
Well, again, we're still waiting on Aaron. I thought he might have improved on his 3.0 and changed things up, but all of a sudden then Sykes, who everybody's trying to chase down, looks like he might have a chance at really improving his two-wave total, possibly going into first. He's got that 5.17. He'll probably improve his two-wave total and make a whole big difference for Luis and Aaron in these closing 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Coming up next, heat number 3, and it's going to be a heavy one with France, USA, Australia, and Portugal.
Whoa.
Unbelievable.
Powerhouse countries. There you go, a 6.4. And there's Team South Africa. They are stoked right now. And we told you, we're going to see a lot of double-digit two-wave total tallies in this round. Just under 2 minutes to go. Aaron Strong now needing a 6.78. Luis from Portugal now needing an 8.45.
Some big scores. Let's see if Shane Sykes is going to take a look and keep an eye on Aaron Strong. And in the lineup, there goes Luis off to the right. There's your leader, Shun, in yellow, and he is sitting in a good spot with 1:35 remaining.
And Aaron does improve his margin, and he does break the 5.23 tie between him and Luis. He gets a 4.8 on this last wave.
Moves up into the third spot, so he needs a 6.78 in the next 1 minute and 23 seconds remaining. The UK still in the hunt. The Portuguese surfer, Peloiro, is needing an 8.45. Japan out in front from the start. Pair of 6 is a 6.67 and a 6.43. 18-year-old Shun Murakami on point to start things off. Winning both his first round's heats. And Shane Sykes the same. So these undefeated surfers, always winning their early heats, are first and second right now. Here's an important wave for Luis. An 8.45 is what he's hoping for on a final hurrah, looking for a buzzer beater. Well, he's connecting the dots and giving it his best shot on what the wave has on offer, and you can tell he's a little frustrated. Not eliminated, though. He will go to the repechage. We'll see him this afternoon.
17 seconds remaining. Murakami, Sykes in 1-2. Here we go, Shano. Boom, throws the tail, spins it around. And he's feeling that groove. He's feeling that score, that 6-point ride from the moments ago, and that has really jacked him up. And with the sound of the horn, that rounds out this heat. Heat number 2. Main round number 3 for the boys, 18 and under. We'll see if we'll have a heat recap because we had a lot to review right here. If not, let's take a break. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside, California.
Plan your Oceanside adventure today at visitoceanside.org.
A lot of things happening here. A very popular spot in San Diego County, a go-to spot if you're a surfer, a fisherman. You love a nice long walk on the beach. Thank you, Oceanside. Thank you, San Diego County, and all the support we've gotten for this event. The International Surfing Association bringing the world together for this under-18 World Championships. And thank you, Paul Naudet and team, and VISSLA. with just amazing clothing line. Very progressive, very innovative. Love the attitude and the support. Kalani Ball. Kalani Ball is an 18-year-old out of Stanwell Park, I believe, Wollongong. And Kalani Ball in red gets a 1.50 to start things off. Gaitlin Delahaye is out of St. Anne. He's from actually Guadeloupe, representing France, wearing the white singlet. He is a force to be reckoned with. And then we do have Colt Ward. Colt Ward wearing the yellow singlet, USA. Colt Ward, San Clemente. And then Yakame Koheya, and a 16-year-old surfer in blue. So that's your lineup right there. Undefeated so far coming to this event, Kalani Ball and Colt Ward. So keep an eye on those two. They have been smoking through heats. And we go down for an interview. And Shannon, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, guys. Beautiful day here in Oceanside to start it off. Shum taking the heat win. All smiles. How excited are you? Please give a little word to friends back home.
応援ありがとうございました。最初からいい波乗れてよかったです。日本人1番目のヒートだったんで、これでみんな乗りに乗れたらいいなと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations. Moving on to the next round. Let's go Japan. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. Congratulations, Shun Murakami. So here we go. Surfing yellow, Colt Ward. He'll kick out as he'll get his campaign in order. Teammate Nolan Raposa winning heat number 1 on the 2-wave count of a 14.66. He outpoints and takes first place from Nome Manat. Here we go, surfer in white. Gatlin Delahaye from France. France with a very powerful junior team this year. We've already seen France USA out of heat number 1. France USA here in heat number 3. So eliminated in that first heat. Noah Mizuno from Hawaii takes third, and Joseph Menendez from Costa Rica takes fourth place. And there's Team France, one of the powerhouses. Silver medal team result last year led by Leo Paul Etienne from the gold medal performance he had in Ecuador for the boys under 16. And there's Kalani Ball from Australia. And here we go, Colt Ward. Not in groove right now, but still early times in this heat. A little bit of onshore texture, Dave, here at Oceanside. Monday, Tuesday, even Wednesday, we had smooth, clean, glassy conditions. What's happening weather-wise here in Oceanside?
Well, I think this onshore is going to, this morning sickness and this wind might back off mid-morning, and then it'll really switch around. Right now, this onshore is a prevailing wind, which is kind of disturbing. Usually, you would get something out of the south with these overcast skies. So guess what? We're on the right side of the pier to be shadowed from this early morning breeze. Hopefully it'll back off a bit, but you can see the waves still coming in, and it'll northwest kind of crossing things up. There are some ramps. Undefeated in his first 2 heats, Kalani Ball, watch out, our surfer in red. And then Colt Ward has got a pair of wins as well. Kohedia with a couple of runner-up spots. Gate Delahaye in his first heat won that, and in his second he was runner-up. Here he is right now. I'll tell you, if it was the French team has a lot of surfers representing France, but they are raised and living, for the most part, 6 months out of the year in Guadeloupe. 6 months are usually in France, in Europe, and the other 6 months in Guadeloupe.
Don't forget Reunion Island.
Well, yeah, we might have more. I think we have more Guadeloupe surfers.
Yeah. But they can also have competitors represent from there. 15 minutes remaining in this heat. And we can see Delahaye from France open up with a 5.67 and Colt Ward with a 7.33. So the United States and France picking up where they were in heat number 1 of this round, with USA and France finishing in that order. And now in the early moments of heat number 3, USA and France are 1 and 2 again. Making a statement here in the boys under 18 at the ISA World Championships. Thank you. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, made all possible by our presenting sponsors, Visit Oceanside, Surfing America, supported by Fiat. Our media partners include Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, and Via Day Escape.
Colt Ward, beautiful wrap right there. Nice high line little twist and puts it on rail, throws water up. Has been dissecting these waves on the north side, and now it comes to the south side. Coaches giving their input on where to surf, what to catch, how to make the most of 20 minutes, who's in the heat. Well, who do we have? We've got only one goofy footer, and that's Colt Ward in this heat. Is that an advantage? We've seen a lot of goofies marching through because of the quick takeoff and the running lefts here. And it's been a go-to wave for the most part. Colt doing his own thing. Take a look where he's paddling back out. He's closest to the pier. So interesting to see what he's going to get on his second wave. He's going to boot the half-point ride. They've got to give a score every time a surfer stands up. You can catch 12 waves. So at about, if you ever do get up to the 8, 9, or 10, you really got to be selective. 20-minute heats through this, and then 15 this afternoon into the repecharge, and that is a real panic of a situation. Colt is moving in the water like a great white. Always keep an eye on the lineup.
Of course, there's the Surfing America Series. There's the WSA. There's the Prime Series in the WSA. And, of course, there's the NSSA, the National Scholastic Surfing Association, which takes in their schoolwork. They have to maintain an average GPA through their high school and middle school years and keep a good standard. And I think that's a good program that we have in the United States.
Yeah, I have him surfing the NSSA in 2012, Open Men's, I believe. Hiroto now seems to be firing on all cylinders. He gets a 5.03 on that last wave and takes the lead. Gaten Delahaye needs a 6.70 here.
Let's watch Gaten. Nice big floater with a stall. Closeout section, throws the tail. Look at the spray. That tells the judges how powerful that maneuver was. This is a keeper wave, and already USA and France could have comboed the rest of the field here. They are looking for scores to catch up from Kalani Ball and Joachim Correa from Portugal. 11:30 remaining in this heat.
Well, Australia hasn't been working perfect for them right now. Kalani doesn't need a pretty modest score, but here's Colt Ward again, working these lefts. Nice quick flick hit, and then he says, not going to happen. No harm, no foul. Coming up next, one of the great stories of this event, Tondo Seaby. Tondo Seaby, you can see him there getting support. And the story of that young man is quite amazing. And we'd like to thank Tom Hewitt, tomhewitt.org, who has really supported at this point. I believe it's not really a halfway house, but there's 12 surfers, I believe, 8 to 12 young men between the ages of 18 and 23 being supported. He's an orphan, a street child, and he's a great surfer.
Here we go, Correa from Portugal. One maneuver there before the closeout. That's not going to get the job done when you got big hitters like Ward and Delahaye. Here we go, stroking in. Kalani Ball, haven't heard much of him. Here he goes on his backhand. Boom, one good connection. Here he goes one more time with a rooster tail. Throws the water, buckets again. Here he goes again before the closeout. Banks it off the white water, redirects. Good transitional maneuvers there. This is definitely going to be a keeper wave for Kalani Ball.
I like what he did there. Didn't overcook anything. The pressure was well under control. Kalani Ball showing a lot of, just competition savvy there. We've seen a lot of surfers think it's now or never and panic and overcook these little waves that might not have quite the juice. Kalani back in the mix, going to get rid of a 1.50 for sure in his scoreline. If it's better than a 5.37, his help is two-wave total. If it's a 5.44, he'll overtake Gaten Delahaye possibly.
Well, hailing from Wollongong, he is the Australian under-18 national champion down in Australia. And Australia has a brand-new team, all first-timers here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And here we go, heat leader, Colton Wong.
Colton Ward. Colt Ward is father of an industry veteran working for the O'Neill brand. Colt to the inside. And it looks like he's going to keep his O'Neill sponsorship with moves like that. Yeah, just piecing it together. Reading the beach break here and the reforms, really difficult. Looking down from the pier. Colton Ward trying to better a 5.03. Gaten Delahaye trying to better a 5.13. But interesting what Kalani Ball's going to get. Kalani really just workmanlike skills on his last wave. Let's see if he gets back into the hunt with 8:50 remaining.
Well, I think you're right, David. I think Kalani's going to put himself in the situation here, but I think Colt Ward has now improved his position. He's looking to drop his low wave, an average score of a 5.03. When the surfers wave their arms like that, they're communicating to the beach announcer. They want a situation update. Time check, wave scores, situation of position, what surfers need, what surfers have is very important. Surfers always want to know their high wave and their low wave. Why? Well, they want to know, okay, Gatland right there has a high wave of a 5.67. His low wave is a 5.13. If he scores anything higher than a 5.13, he improves his position at the time. And he also needs to know what he needs to go to first place. Right now, he needs a 6.7. But once we get Colt's next score, then we'll find out what he needs for first place.
I really like the way Kalani Ball surfed his last wave. And Kalani Ball gets a 5.37. That is some smart surfing right there. Pressure now on the Frenchman, Delahaye. Delahaye needs a 5.31. Really a lot of fives right here. We're seeing 5.55. The one difference, Colt Ward 7.33. And that has vaulted him up. And Colt's now trying to replace a 5-point ride. Now they're matched off.
Here we go, up and riding. This will be our surfer in white. This will be Gaten Delahaye. Needs to answer back. He has just been delegated from second to third place. David, you know how close second and third is right now? 0.03. 0.03. That is smaller than one of my hairs or one of your hairs on our head. Here we go. Let's watch Colt Ward. Boom, punch, throws the tail, digs the nose, spins it back around. Full control of that maneuver. Great wave for Colt Ward. Time remaining in the heat, 6 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. 20-minute heat, 12-wave max, peak situation, meaning rights and lefts are judged equally here at Oceanside. Surfers are judged on a 0 to 10-point scale. They'll keep their best 2 rides for the final score. Top 2 advance to the main round, number 4, and the bottom 2 delegated into the repechage rounds. Here we go.
Chakame Kaheya, as he takes a look at that. Punta de Gata, I believe, is his secret little break in the hometown in Portugal. Well, we do have another Japanese competitor coming up.
That's Rio and Abe.
Well, one thing about Colt Ward and his reverse, you can manufacture a score. It's not one of those things where it's the wave is begging you to do an air reverse or at least throw it up into the air and do a 180. He just made it happen to max the points out. Backhand attack for Gaten Delahaye. Did that help the 18-year-old? Favorite surfer, Dane Reynolds. You see a lot of these surfers, Dane still doing competition, but very exciting free surfer to watch. And a lot of people say, well, he's my most entertaining person to watch in the lineup with his Marine Layer Productions. And Gaten loves to keep an eye on what Dane Reynolds is up to. Gaten's got a first place in the first round, a second in the second round. And right now let's check in with, I believe, Mike with possibly the boss of Surfing America.
Yeah, that's right. We got the big dog with us, Greg Cruz, Executive Director of Surfing America. Couldn't be more happy to be here on the beach in Oceanside. And I'm sure logistically this was a big dog for you to put together.
It's been a total pleasure. We have not hosted ISA event in the U.S. since 2005 in Huntington. We had the World Juniors, and I'm just stoked to be able to bring it here. Oceanside is the perfect venue for this event, and they've been super accommodating. Basically, the doors have been laid open for us and super welcoming. So it's a big job, but it's been a pleasure.
Yeah. I mean, this is a great venue. You got good waves on either side of the pier, great amenities nearby. You've traveled the world. I've seen you for about the last 5 or 6 years. You know the stoke that comes with these events. Was that part of the hustle of getting in here?
Oh, totally. In surfing there aren't team competitions, and to have the team aspect to the sport and see all the countries here and the nationalism, the support from the online people as all the countries tune in, and just the stoke. And then you have the kids, together making friends and meeting people from all around the world. It's, it's special. It gives you chicken skin, it's awesome.
thinking about chicken skin, I just got it again. That was an awesome touch with the indigenous Indian drum circle at the beginning of the event. Why don't you tell us about how that came to fruition?
Well, all of the events, the hosting nations do such a great job of bringing a cultural aspect to the event. And so I'm thinking like, oh, okay, what do we do? And it's like, what's more American than Native Americans, you know? So there's local tribe up here at the mission in Oceanside, and I contacted them. I noticed that they had a powwow every year, and got in touch with them, and they were super stoked to participate. And I think that was a great vibe to the opening event for sure.
Well, we're about just past the halfway mark here in this event. Got a lot of days of competition left. There's going to be some people cheering. There's going to be some people crying. And thank you, Greg, for all you do.
Thank you. World Masters champion right here. All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks a lot there, Mike. Congratulations. And we have the score of 6-4-3. We were anticipating in the 6 range here at the commentator desk. And let's watch the DeBlanc replay of Delahaye here and the wave that broke him from 3rd to 2nd place. Upside down, sticks it tail high, and pulls it with ease.
Yeah, that's manufacturing a score. What surprised the judges as well. Back to live action here. We take a look at our surfer coming from the south end, Jacome. And this surfer needs a pretty hefty score of a 9.61 or a combination of 2 scores. Writing's on the wall for this surfer. Needs such a big score. However, Kalani Ball, keep an eye on him. A 6.51 is what he needs. We have seen 2 waves in that range, a 7.33 and a 6.43. So just think what Gaten Delahaye did with that reverse. That's what Kalani Ball needs right now as we take a look at a long line of California brown pelicans.
And here we go. Kalani not liking that wave selection, taking the frustration. Already here in the 3rd heat of this round. We talked about it, David. We're going to see 3 of the 4, maybe even 4 of the 4 surfers in the double-digit range. Why? The quality of the surfers. We're down to the top 32 of these men, and we're going to see all outgoing.
Colt Ward, your leader. USA pretty happy about the situation right now, but it's not done until it's over. Gaten Delahaye on his backhand. No chance there. Correa right here, the Portuguese surfer, needs a 9.61. We're down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Ward going to be selected. Kalani Ball, he is still got a shot. He needs a wave. There you can see the anxious moments and the seriousness in his paddle. Looking on the lineup, he needs a 6.51. It has been a flip-flop battle between France and Australia right now. Ward jumped out to an early lead with that 7.33, packed it up with a 5.03. He's not really in that safe a position. I mean, sure enough, with 40 seconds remaining, Ball and Delahaye could get 2 big scores. But right now, they're not sure the situation, the time remaining, and they've got to look. They got to catch some pretty solid waves that they want to take. But
okay,
right now,
guys, 30 seconds. I know you can't hear me. 30 seconds. Colt, in yellow on the left, you're in first. Gaten, over on the right, you're in second. You guys are good. Right now, Kalani in red needs a 6.51, and Correa needs a near-perfect score. There's the judges, 9.61. Final seconds here in heat number 3. What an exciting heat, David. This has been on fire. And here we go. Colt Ward on 5 seconds left, throws one more maneuver. Kalani tries one desperate time, and there's the sound of the horn, and the most exciting heat we've seen yet so far besides our first heat. It's going to be exciting. Here's your DeBlanc heat recap of heat number 3, main round number 3, and it began with our surfer in white. He started getting things going from France, and then boom, there is surfer in red, Kalani Ball. Boom. Beautiful surfing. Love the aggression there. And here's Colt Ward, lighting it on fire with the reverse, tail high, and one more time, punts it and pulls it back around. We're going to take a short commercial break. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside.
How long
Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are at the Oceanside Pier watching the world's best juniors hunt down their search for gold. Welcome, I'm Bo Hodge along with Shannon Marie Quirk, and we are into heat number 4. And the surfers in this heat, Luca Salivar from Peru in red, Rio Inabe from Japan in white. From Brazil, in the yellow jersey, Victor Bernardo, and in the blue jersey, Natando Masibi from South Africa. 4-man heat. Top 2 will advance on into main round number 4. Again, peak situation, as there's Team USA cheering on Colt Ward. A very impressive performance. And for Nolan Raposa and for Colt Ward, they have advanced both Team USA into the next round.
Yeah, Tanando Masibi from South Africa was a scholarship winner, so we're stoked to have him here. ISA awards thousands of dollars of scholarships, over $230,000 over the past few years, and they're just excited to make sure that any surfer that is a great role model for the sport, also enrolled in school, can get out here. So we'll take it down to the beach with an interview. Mike?
All right, Colt Ward ripped apart that heat so hard that the stickers are flying off his board. Gonna have to fix that. Great job in that heat. Looked like a simple plan, just power surfing, solid surfing. That's no air 360s, no giant craziness.
No, we kind of talked about a strategy before the heat, and that was kind of just to stick to my power surfing and stuff. But once I got 2 scored, I was kind of looking for an air or something, but didn't get it this heat, but maybe next one.
All right, well, you got a lot of support here from Team USA. You know, I've traveled around the world with Team USA. I've seen them at all these events, and it seems like here at home they're coming out of their shell a little bit more. There seems to be a lot of team spirit this year.
Yeah, I think just it being in the USA this year, like everyone is way more. I feel like everyone's this year is way more driven than we've ever been, and hopefully this could be our year. That'd be awesome. Still early in the comp, it's not even halfway done, so.
All right, one of the people cheering for you at the end of that heat said, "Great job, Colty." Now, is this a nickname we're gonna have to put in your bio?
I don't know. I think that's my girlfriend. She calls me that nickname, but I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. I wouldn't put that as a nickname, but.
All right. Well, nicknames aside, great job in that heat.
Thank you.
We'll see you in the next round. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Thanks a lot, Colty. As if you ever travel to Australia, they put a Y on everything on your name, so maybe he's part Aussie. Rio Inabe opened up with a 3.17. You saw Natando Masibi with a 1.23 and a 1.17 and finish up his last ride. Small wave score under a point for Luca, and no waves yet for Victor from Brazil. So another international heat, Japan, South Africa, Peru, Brazil being represented here. And there's Natando coming in with a 2.6, a benefactor of the ISA Scholarship Program, which has awarded over $300,000 to international junior surfers from around the world, just part of the mission of the International Surfing Association. And the man in blue, as you see paddling around there, he is a recipient of one of the fine grants, one of the fine scholarships that Natando has received.
Yeah, I can't believe he's already 18 years old. This is his last chance for gold, and you know he wants it. A great family member of the ISA. He won the scholarship in 2014. But his local break is New Pier in Durban. Amazing surfing down there in Durban, South Africa. But up and riding, white. Victor Bernardo from Brazil. Beautiful open face carve. And he's going to kick out of there and look for some more scoring opportunity. Victor Bernardo, one of Brazil's shining stars. But on the beach right now, Japan, rooting on Rio and Nava. Up and riding, Luca Saldivar from Peru in red.
Let's watch Luca right here. He's making the connection, wants one more explosive maneuver, throws the tail, watch the spray one more time in the whitewater section, redirects, carves in, a little bumpy there on that last turn, but for Luca, he needs to start chasing down some bigger scores. Here we go. Team Japan, Ryo Inaba. Up and riding. Boom. On his forehand. Speed. Power. Like the transition right there from Ryo. Coming in on the inside. Making the OC hop here. Boom. Banks it off the whitewater. Redirects. Back on his forehand. Back on his backhand. And kicks out. This is going to be a good keeper wave for Inaba.
Yeah, super stoked on the beach there. Japan taking this very seriously, especially with the potential inclusion of surfing in the Tokyo 2020 Games. How rad would that be? You're looking at the potential first class of Olympic hopefuls, which would just do so much for the sport. We're so close, closer than ever. And the format of ISA is really catering to that Olympic spirit. You know, that's why you'll see all the flags on the beach, the national pride, and it becomes a team sport versus what surfing typically is as an individual sport. Now you have a crew of friends on the beach to support you. Up and riding. Beautiful maneuver, but just not going to follow through with that. Natando Masubi showing you what he's got in his repertoire of air game.
Let's watch Victor here on his paddle. This will be on his backhand, regular footer. Throws it right on the curl of the wave. Banks it one more time on the closeout. Two aggressive maneuvers there for Bernardo out of Brazil. Registered a 193 on his opening ride. This is definitely going to get him back in the game here. 12:50 counting down. Welcome to Oceanside Pier, the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are being brought to you by our presenting sponsors, Visit Oceanside and Surfing America. We are being supported by Fiat, and our media partners include Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, and Via de Escape. Thank you for tuning in. Leave us your comments here at isaworlds.com. Get involved in our social media. You can hashtag us. Our beautiful hashtags are hashtag ISA Worlds or hashtag VISSLA World Juniors. Get involved. There's Team Hawaii. There's Seth Moniz. Here's the DeBlanc replay of the last of our Brazilian. Banks like that. And watch this next one. On the crashing lip. Not an open face. Full control of his maneuver. And that was good aggression from Victor Bernardo from Brazil. Seth Moniz, his brother, Josh Moniz, 2 years ago, won a junior under-18 world title at the ISA World Junior Championships. And, of course, the Moniz family, famous for their surfing. Their dad, a former professional surfer, now a beach boy, and has a surf school and does all kinds of stuff in Hawaii. Of course, his mother, Tammy, raising a fine, great family. Josh, a world champion. Seth, soon to be, possibly in his career. Of course, there's Isaiah and Micah and Kalia Moniz, a two-time ASP World Longboard champion. So a great surfing history family from the Moniz Ohana.
Well, you know, watch out for this guy in yellow, Victor Bernardo, because he is already at the top of the surfing class. He's been traveling a lot with Felipe Toledo. He's been traveling a lot with with Felipe Toledo. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We are back, but up and riding. Taking a look at this one, Victor Bernardo. I was just speaking about the Surfing Magazine film. If you saw that on the beach up the street in San Clemente, this kid has serious aerial game. And you're going to be seeing a lot of this guy on the podium. I have no doubt that Victor Bernardo is going to go very far. Only 18 years old, but really surfing at the top of his class. He is on the north shore of Oahu for a majority of the winter, getting some great waves and just an absolute rock star. Tons of fans back in Brazil. He's from Sao Paulo, from Guarujá in Brazil. He's sponsored by Hang Loose, Shine Surfboards, Energy Sports, Personal Boards, and Personal Lab. You can follow him on Instagram at Victor Bernardo. Check him out. He has some incredible surfing. Waxing up their boards on the beach. Everyone getting fired up. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We have gathered over 300 of the top surfers, 322 to be exact, all 18 and under, boys and girls. This is the future of surfing, and potentially the first class of Olympic hopefuls. You can see all the national pride on the beach, everyone waving their flag and in support. It's really cool, too, because as each country gets eliminated later in the week, a lot of these crews will stick around and become really good friends with other teammates and other competitors. Up and riding, red, Luca Saldivar from Peru.
Let's watch Luca right now. And not quite finishing the wave that he would like. Okay, Victor Bernardo in the lead, and here he goes with a 717 and a 193. He wants to replace that low wave. Could possibly do it there, but he's going to want to do even better after that. So Bernardo in first, and Abba in second. Saldivar from Peru needing a 383, and Masibi from South Africa needing a 418. Very close, tight-knit heat here. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. We are in heat number 4, round number 3. And as we enter this round, 32 surfers in this round of the main round number 3 for the boys 18 and under. France and the United States, all 4 surfers still active and competing. Entering this round as we watch Luca Saldivar. We had 3 surfers for Hawaii, Japan, and Peru. We had 2 surfers representative from the following countries in this round: South Africa, Portugal, Brazil, and Barbados, and 1 surfer from Australia, Costa Rica, Mexico, the UK, Chile, Italy, and El Salvador. Here we go. Natando up and riding. Good carving turn on his forehand, taking this left. Banks a nice turn right through the whitewater section, using a bit of a bigger board compared to the other competitors. Natando on the inside section. Let's see if he can make the transition. Doing the OC hop, yes, and he's out. 7:35 remaining.
Yeah, great wave from Natando. He's going to want to get a 4.18 to move him up. These competitors do not want to surf rubber charge. They want to go straight to the top, and they're hunting for gold. There will be gold medalists in it, not only the individual competitors that make it to the final heat, but also their national teams. So the overall points, putting each nation up against the other to really fight for the country, and every competitor has been just stoked to represent their country's flag. Up and riding, Ryo Inaba from Japan, a beautiful hack on his forehand. He's going to get a little floater section and complete that ride. Gotta love it. Japan is fired up. You can see the power from Ryo, putting everything he has in that last maneuver. Super spray, awesome job from Ryo Inaba from Japan. If you are watching from home, go to isaworlds.com and comment. Let us know who you're cheering for. We'll read out those positive vibrations. So much support from around the globe. We're honored to have Oceanside host us for this spectacular show of the future of surfing. We've had a ton of swell all week long to make this an awesome event. 2015 ISA World Champ. So right now, we've got a replay of white. And you see this last finishing maneuver. That's really what nailed it on the coffin. The judges are going to reward that. And Japan is fired up. You can hear him from the other side of San Diego right now. We want to thank all of our sponsors, especially VISSLA, who is also giving away wetsuits all week long. So if you need one, or if you want to gift one to a friend, go to our win tab at isaworlds.com, and you can click. All you have to do is enter your email, and we've been giving away a 7C wetsuit each and every day. So thanks to VISSLA for their support, and to the Blanc Shades, who are also giving away new Italian shades to any competitor that scores a perfect 10. So rewarding those perfect 10s. And right now in France, our ISA champ, Gabriel Medina, actually just won Quicksilver Pro France just moments ago. He went through all the ISA juniors and was a gold medal finalist, and look at him now, world champion. Just won his latest WCT event. Gabriel Medina is leading the way for a lot of these guys, so many surfers have been through the ISA World Juniors, and you're watching right now the potential Olympic hopefuls for the first class. We're hoping that Tokyo 2020 will accept surfing as one of their new sports, looking to cater to the youth, and a smart strategy, especially with what snowboarding did for the Winter Olympics, and we're hoping that surfing can do the same for the Summer Games.
See all the team countries, all the team flags. There's Peru, there's Japan, there's Hawaii. Hawaii coming up in the next heat. Victor Bernardo in the lead with a 7.17, a 4.63 combination with an 11.8. Ryo Inaba from Japan, a 6.9 and a low score of a 3.6. He has a two-wave count of a 10.5. He needs a 4.91 to move the first. Crunch time for our third and fourth surfers. Lucas Saldivar from Peru, now needing a 7.11, and Natando Masibi now needing a 7.91. 3 minutes, 20 seconds, 3:20 counting down. So again, Lucas Saldivar from Peru now needing a 7.11 to move out of third into second place. Natando Masibi from South Africa now needing a 7.91. And a little bit of weather moving in. We've seen smooth, glassy conditions every morning except for today. A little bit of texture. Here we go. Our Japanese surfer, Inaba, right through the section. There's Whitewater, but he's going to try to surf his way through this. A 3.6 on his last wave, so he improves his margin just a tad, but wants to do even better here, and this is going to be difficult for him to do so. So Saldivar still in it, in red. Masibi also in blue, needing scores just below the excellent range. 7.11 for Luca, and Natando needs a 7.91 with 2.5 minutes remaining. Beautiful shot there. The Oceanside Pier. You can see the lifeguard tower up there and Ruby's sign. Ruby's right at the end. Bait shop onto the right side. And on the other side, you see flags of Argentina. They're cheering on their boys and girls surfing on the north side. North side competition being held today. Over there right now at this time, they're running the boys under 16 repecharge rounds. And they're moving into the boys under 18 repo rounds. Coming up later, we'll see more of the boys and the girls under 18, under 16. A big day. A lot of surfers getting eliminated today. Moving on. A double elimination format here at the ISA. To block replay, let's check this out. Nice full rotation right there from our surfer in the yellow jersey. That is Victor Bernardo, our Brazilian in the lead. 1 minute, 22 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. Natando Masibi. With just about a minute to go. Team Japan back on the beach there with their flags, and here we go. Luca from Peru needing a 7.78. That margin has just been boosted because Rio's last wave improved from a 3.6 to a 4.27. And Luca on the inside trying to squeeze out possibly one more maneuver, and he's not going to get it. So Peru looking for advancement into the top 16 of the main event as we started with 32 surfers in this round. Here we go. 30 seconds remaining. Ryo Inaba up and riding, currently in second place. Not seeing any chance of scoring. He'll just ride this wave in. Throw a maneuver there. So great surfing from Victor. And here he goes again, Bernardo. Taking a victory lap. 15 seconds on the clock. Ten seconds remaining, and there's Team Japan, and there's our surfer from Brazil. As Brazil and Japan will take 1, 2. Peru, South Africa will take 3, 4 in this heat. And the sound of the horn rounds out heat number 4, round number 3. The boys 18 and under. Let's check out the block recap of this great heat. And it started all with Bernardo. Good fluid transitional snaps. Watch this. Boom. Banks it. Closeout section. Throws it on the top of the wave. and Rio coming in second place in this heat. Combination maneuvers, throws the tail. And you're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside, California. Stick around, more exciting action coming up next.
Más lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo. Día a día más lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are at the Oceanside Pier watching the world's best juniors hunt down gold medals. And right now, we are in heat number 5, round number 3 of the boys 18 and under. And let's introduce our heat. And this is an all-star heat. Kei Kobayashi from the United States in red. Seth Moniz from Kuli'o'o, Hawaii, representing Team Hawaii. Lenz Arenciba from France in yellow, and Honey Corzo from Mexico will be in the blue jersey. I'm Bo Hodge along with David Stanfield. Welcome to the webcast and welcome to day number 4 of this exciting action. Moving day. We're halfway through this competition after today's competition round, and there's Victor coming off a very impressive heat win. Rio Inaba taking second place in that heat. So Brazil and Japan advance on into main round. And here we go. Kei Kobayashi from the United States up and riding. First wave of this heat right on the horn. Is that red or blue? I stand corrected. That is blue. I apologize. That is Corzo from Mexico. A little bit of the overcast skies making me a little bit colorblind, so I'm sorry. There's Kei. Boom. Nice snap. Redirects towards the inside section. So Corzo and Kobayashi back-to-back rides. There's Team USA. Craig Cruz and everybody out there. Let's go down to the beach. We got Shannon Marie Quirk. Shannon, take it away.
Thank you. Yes, we're here with Victor Bernardo, who just won his heat. You got to be pumped up and stoked to represent Brazil.
Oh, yeah, I'm so happy for making that heat. It's really hard out there, and yeah, I got a 7 and a 4 or something. So let's move on for the next one.
All right. And what would it mean to you to be a world champion?
That would be so sick. I came here like trying to try to win this. I did this contest like 3 years ago, and I got 8th equal. So I want to win this so bad. It would mean a lot for me.
And for Brazil, I'm sure. What have you been doing in the off season, and where are you off to for this winter?
For sure, it would be a big win for Brazil. And I've been doing pretty much all the QS that I could get in. After this contest, I leave on Sunday, like right after it ends, to do a QS the next 6,000 in Brazil. It's gonna be in Floripa, so yeah, I'm trying to, get on the 10,000 ones and get on the CT.
Oh, e umas palavras em português para tudo na casa?
Yeah, for sure. Valeu, galera, pela torcida. Tô amarrado de ter passado mais uma bateria representando o Brasil. E se Deus quiser, vai dar tudo certo na próxima e é nóis. Valeu.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Shannon, and congratulations, Victor. And Victor, very busy. He's got to be on the plane right after this contest for a QS event, and a lot of these juniors do compete dually in the world's best junior events and on the professional tour.
Little paddle battle right there. Seth Oniz in white, the 18-year-old Hawaii Kai. You know Hawaii Kai very well. Sister, very
No,
talented.
he's not from Hawaii Kai. I've been corrected by Tony.
Well, Tony's.
Coolio. He's from Coolio. Say it. Coolio.
Yeah, I was told long ago, just round it off.
No. Tony wants to be specific. Coolio.
I thought he wanted to keep that secret. Either way, it is Seth Muniz, and he was in a paddling situation with Lens Arancibia, the Brit surfer that is 17 years of age. France is here, and they're playing hardball. Lens is a goofy footer and a real talent. And Johnny Carrozo out of Mexico, watch out. The Mexican team, very vocal, very supportive. And, of course, USA, Kei Kobayashi from right up the beach, San Clemente surfer that has really come into his own the last 2 years. There's been a huge transformation on his surfing. Very impressive stuff. And so far, Kei Kobayashi has got 2 victories so far in the early rounds, so he has had a good run. And the other 3 guys in the lineup, they've won their first rounds and were runner-up the second rounds. So it's Kei Kobayashi. It's been undefeated so far, and he's wearing the red singlet, and he's already posted the best wave we've seen so far, a 4.33. Bo has disappeared, and we brought in Mike. Mike, it's overcast, a little bit of wind, not chilly, but the forecast is going to be a little cooler every day. I'm kind of liking this compared to what we had on Monday, where it was 95 everything, and it was like trying to commentate on the sun.
Yeah, well, definitely very comfortable situation here in the booth. And I'm going to be the optimist and say this little bit of wind is an air wind. Kids love to punt airs. They actually, do the proverbial lick the thumb, put it up in the air, see which direction it is exactly, get ready to launch type of thing. That was our surfer in red, Kei Kobayashi, currently leading this heat. Still pretty early on, but definitely wants to get a second score on that board.
Some waves aren't scored immediately. Some waves are dropped in earlier. Here's Seth Moniz, and Moniz is, what a beautiful turn. And then on his forehand, Moniz looks like he's in form. All the support on the beach from the Hawaiian team. They lost a soldier early on to a repechage, and I believe that was our first heat of the morning. Noah did not have the heat he wanted to start things off for Team Hawaii.
Yeah, well, I had a chance to talk to Mahina Maeda. We just did an interview down the beach for one of the local news stations, and she was a little, like, we lost 2 guys already, and I'm like, but they're in the repechage, so you didn't lose anybody yet. It is a more difficult battle in the repechage, but that's what it's all about, this second chance. And there's still plenty of champions that come through that repechage. I think statistically, more champions come from the repechage than the open rounds.
And really good point. I was worried about that too. I said, hey, is this a race right now between USA and France? He goes, no, far from it. The repechage will make a big difference. Unless you get booted from the repechage, that's when you start licking your wounds. But the repechage, no big deal. Obviously, every heat you can make it through in the winner's bracket's good, but he says this event is far from over with. You can't count on USA or France to be a dominant force right now. They're looking really good.
Oh, yeah.
But the other teams still have a really good shot at them.
Yeah, no, super confident position to have all your surfers still in the main rounds. That's a great place to be. But even Bo, Hodge, and I are sharing a hotel room, and we were looking at the ratings last night, and I says, just stop looking at that. It's way too early in the competition to really round out any kind of judgment on it. There's a lot of surfing left. The next few days, now that the repechage are in full swing, surfers getting eliminated heat after heat after heat. This is where really starts to tilt and balance.
We're going to see some good surfing on some average waves here if the wind continues. But there's some open face. We've seen some real surprises. And now we're into bottom half of the bracket, this men's round number 3 heat. These guys are either first or second or undefeated. And it's only Kei Kobayashi that's been smoking through heats. Kei's your leader. Well, he was your leader. All of a sudden, Seth Moniz's score came through. We saw how good he was surfing. Seth Moniz with a 7.33 has now set the standard. Lenz is there too, the Frenchman, and keep an eye on this Mexican, Johnny Corzo.
Yeah, Johnny Corzo looking great there. Just a series of beautiful maneuvers here. Rips up another inside section. Unable to hold on through that, so not able to get the inside connection, but a lot of work done on that wave previous to that whitewash section. And this could be very telling here, because we do have a surfer from France and the United States here. And now here's Seth Moniz. He's going to back up that 7.37. He wants to throw away that 3.23. No joke surfer from Hawaii. Seth Moniz has won the Junior Pro at Pipeline and is equally well versed in smaller beach break conditions here at Oceanside. So keep an eye on young Seth Moniz.
Sister Kalia, two-time world longboard champion. Brothers Isaiah, Joshua, Micah, father Tony on the beach. Tammy's on the beach. They make up half the team, it seems like, of Team Hawaii over the years. Seth Moniz, 18 years of age, just 7.33 in form. Now, when we're taking a look at our surfers in the lineup here, don't do it all the time, but now you see you're really keeping an eye on France and USA, and then Hawaii, always a contender. And now Johnny Corso in there in the mix as well. But I'm not really – I find myself looking at countries more than I do individual surfers and see what countries are matched up.
Well, yeah, and that's something that's very much evolving in the last few years, the different names of different countries that are coming into play as spoilers. You know, Mexico, great waves. There's some great surfers coming out of Mexico. But you know, only recently have we seen, you know, the junior team from Mexico become a factor here. Their team this year is really, really well versed. I've seen them do a variety of different maneuvers here on these small waves and just really throwing those odds off. You know, you want to sort of put your odds on the big countries like Australia or Hawaii or USA, where there's 500 different opportunities here. There's 322 different surfers. There's going to be a lot of dark horses that you've never heard of.
Argentina, Australia, Austria, Barbados, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Denmark, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Germany, Great Britain, Hawaii, Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, Mexico, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Norway, Panama, Peru, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Russia, South Africa, Tahiti, Uruguay, USA, Venezuela, and Wales. That's there, and there could be 3 or 4 more. We have to appreciate exactly the national organizations and the fundraising efforts. I see that Hawaii has done a phenomenal job. Obviously, USA. Everybody has their own organization that they do charitable events. They have fundraisers to support these great athletes to travel around the world. And it's not free. It's expensive. And everybody's done a great job, from Wales to Costa Rica to getting their teams here.
It is a huge undertaking, and there is a lot of support. I know that not just the teams and the sponsors, but the families that are behind these teams, the moms and the pops, the you know, dads and moms doing double duty to get their kids, you know, the necessary funding, equipment. You know, it's a real big factor. Family plays an important role as well.
Well, congratulations to everybody that has supported their national teams to come here. Now it's time to get nervous. 8:05 on the clock. Kobayashi, USA, is in 4th. Started off with a 4.33. He needs a 7.38 to get into a transfer spot. Our surfer out of representing France, in Sibia, Lenz is looking for a 7.84. Seth Moniz is in 2nd. It's the Mexican. You talk about a spoiler right now. You've got 3 teams that have a huge record in ISA events, and you've got possibly the leading team, USA, find themselves in 4th, possibly losing somebody to a repechage, and France as well. You talk about the 2 top teams that have been on a run. France and USA find themselves now not in a good spot. Here's Lenz.
Yeah, well, this surfer from France is no joke. Already starting there with a nice clean off the lip. This wave's just a little bit choppy. Let's see if he can find some open space here at the end. Not a whole lot of green face, but it's now
lead with a 6.93 and a 4.83. Impressive stuff for the surfer representing Mexico. Seth is in a good spot with that 7.33. He is just trying to replace a 4.37. He doesn't need much. A 4.44 for Seth Moniz to jump up into the lead.
Yeah, well, having the highest score in the heat is a really, really good confidence booster. That's when you really know it's all about your second wave, because if he can improve on that 4.37, jump into first place, it's going to make his situation a whole lot easier to advance.
I've said it a million times. I'll say it again. Mason Ho says, I don't care what the conditions are. I'm going to go out in the lineup and outsurf whoever I'm up against. And I don't care who I'm up against. That's the attitude you have to have. Don't get discouraged by wind, wave, tides, closeout. Think about what you can do to outsurf. And the playing field here is always changing. Surfing is really a spectacular sport. That south side of the pier, you've got to be well-rounded. You've got to be a full-on athlete. And south side of the pier, you've got to be well-rounded. You've got to be a full-on athlete. And you've got to have that mental strength. Coming up next, well, we're going to see another heavy hitter. It's going to be Leo Fioravante. And Leo's basically by himself. Well, mom's here, but representing Italy.
Well, Leo Fioravante was the recipient of the De Blanc high-scoring heat of the day the other day. He won himself a pair of Italian-made sunglasses. And go figure, the man is Italian.
Perfect for him. Kei Kobayashi needs a 7.44, his best wave, a 4.33. So what does that mean? Anything better than a 4.33 will help his two-wave total and chip away at the score that he needs. Backhand attack, Johnny Corso. Things have changed in the lineup. Seth Moniz does get a score, and Johnny Corso now finds himself in second.
Well, Corso temporarily in second place, but after a variety of different backside snaps, it looks like he could be throwing away that 4.83. My guess is he'll move back into first place after that wave.
Well, Johnny with a really solid wave. Lenz trying to make things happen right there. Oh, there's trouble. Here comes a very powerhouse surfer, and what is it? What does he do for fun? MMA. That's Wiggly Dantas, his younger brother, bigger, stronger, just a young human powerhouse. Dantas going to be coming up next. That's Wesley Dantas wearing the red singlet. 4:10 remaining, looking for some big upsets here. Johnny Corso has thrown everything upside down. What was expected to be a battle between France, Hawaii, and USA is Johnny Corso that has taken the lead. We'll see if that's going to change, but right now, a 6.93 and a 5.73 has him in the lead by about a half a point over Seth Moniz. And France and USA, with their dominant performances so far, look like they might send two to the repechage. 3 minutes, 41 seconds remaining. Kobayashi needing a 7.81. Lenz needing an 8.07. Here comes Lenz.
All right, well, this is a very important wave. Nice-looking set wave. Unable to get the flow on that first section, so gets caught behind, gives up, digs a rail. He's going to look for something else. So 3 minutes and 19 seconds left. The time is ticking down, and this is a tense moment for both France and USA, potentially sending some athletes to the repechage.
Well, I'm looking for Kay out there in the lineup, sitting in fourth. He hasn't been struggling, but he just hasn't found the waves. And I believe he's to the far south end by solo. These two guys are right in the middle. Alongside the pier is Johnny Corso, who can't do anything wrong. It is Seth Moniz keeping an eye on Lenz. Lenz Arancibia representing France out of Biarritz in the yellow singlet is hunting down a score of an 8.07. Meanwhile, Seth Moniz in the second spot does not want him to get any decent wave, which has left Kei Kobayashi by himself. Kobayashi to the south end. He still hasn't found the wave he needs, and it's got to have to be a good one. He needs a 7.81 for USA to get out of fourth. Set wave coming through. Long wall, no interest for Kobayashi. And every time you think these guys are out of position, Johnny Corso picks up another good wave. He's in rhythm.
Well, Corso has a knack for finding the power point on each wave. He was really quite accurate in lifting his board and getting a vertical hit on 3 different sections on that little wave. So great positioning, and sometimes it pays off to be the underdog. You know, you fly under the radar, nobody notices you, and bam, you're able to create a pleasant surprise for your own team and less than a good surprise for the other teams.
Yeah, you're out in the lineup and you hear the scores and you see who's leading. You look around and you go, "Oh, Johnny's leading this." Well, got to watch our lineup real close. Well, that time when we even said 3 minutes and it's ticking away, really nothing has happened in the last 2.5 minutes.
And that's
except current.
And that's a tall order right now for Lenz RNC, about to get an 8.07. He's going to need to pick a set wave and really, really do some good maneuvering on it. Kei Kobayashi, he needs a big score as well. So at this moment, as much as Seth is maybe strategically keeping an eye on the lineup and keeping them off waves, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to replace that 4.80.
Here we go, this first wave. Watch Kobayashi down the beach on his on his forehand. He looked at that right. There was a section that might have been left. The right closes out and the left looks pretty funky, but he has now got one more shot here with 38 seconds. Got to turn and go. Nope, not interested in that left. Down to the beach, Johnny Corso. He's back into the lineup. Looks like it's going to stay this with Johnny Corso, the Mexican, upsetting 3 powerhouse surfers out of Hawaii, France, and USA, but Seth Moniz with a solid score. In fact, Seth with the best ridden wave out there, according to the judges, a 7.33. We'll take a transfer spot unless we see a miracle here. And sure enough, it's Johnny Corso. He's bringing it to the beach. Seth Moniz in and out. Smart move by Seth. He might have keep an eye on Lenz. Here comes your Mexican champion for this heat and really opening a whole different vibe on the beach here.
A really, really big confidence booster for Team Mexico. You know, it just goes to show beating Hawaii and Team USA and Team France. It just goes to show them that they can do it, and that's the vibe. I mean, you can come in with the biggest, baddest reputation ever, but the only thing that matters is what happens when that horn blows in the beginning and when it blows in the end.
Really heavy. The Mexican team comes to the beach. Here comes Johnny Corso, their new champion here. It was like winning a final against 3 of the best there is and the most powerful teams. Let's take a look at the DeBlanc heat recap. Here is Johnny Corso doing his thing.
Yeah, well, Corso did an excellent job of finding the power pockets on these waves. Look at that vertical hit there. Another good slash, so showing excellent form. Thank you for the DeBlanc replay.
Here we go. Listen up. Mexico. Viva Mexico, and they are just pumped up and ready to go. So congratulations, Johnny. Great job. And sneaking through with the best wave ridden, Seth Moniz. Relegated to the repechage is Kei Kobayashi and Lenz RNC. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more great action here from Oceanside.
Once the building was set, Skunkworks kind of fell into place. It's like, all right, this is going to be the spot and the only spot that will sell our boards in order to simplify my life.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are at the beautiful Oceanside Pier watching the best junior surfers from around the world chasing their hunt down for gold. And what an exciting heat number 5. Let's move to heat number 6. There we have our first surfer, white jersey. This is Alejandro Fuenzalida from Chile. Wesley Dantes from Brazil in red. Leonardo Fioravante from Italy will be in yellow. And Tomas Tudela from Peru will be in blue. I'm Bo Hodge along with David Stanfield. Welcome to the webcast. Day number 4 action from Oceanside Pier. This is midway, halfway through day. This is moving day for these guys. It's a big day. We're in the round of 32 for the men's under 18. This is the 3rd round, and we've seen some exciting surfing, David.
We have, and in fact, this is going to be a brilliant one. 3 outstanding surfers from South America. One from the Atlantic coast, Wesley Dantes, the goofy footer, the 17-year-old from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil, a real powerhouse. And then surfing on the Pacific side, Pichilemu, Chile, 18-year-old Alejandro Funzalita. And Alejandro is a real talent, been in the water for 6 years and just works himself into the competition zone really well. And part of the famous Tudela family is the 18-year-old Thomas, the young brother to Miguel. And, of course, Leo Fioravante. Let's go to an interview on the beach right now.
Muchas gracias. We are here with Johnny Corso, the winner of the heat from Mexico, with a very proud nation behind him. Everyone's shouting Viva Mexico. How's that feel?
Just so great to have them here supporting me from the beach. I feel so stoked to make my 3rd round heat, and it's just super nice.
Well, it's all good vibes. How does that team energy really help you?
It helps me a lot. Like, I feel their support from out there in the water. I really like it. Like, see them at the beach supporting me with the noises, clapping at me. So it's just awesome.
What would it mean for Mexico to be the gold medal champions?
It was something I always wanted it. Like, not only me, but Mexico, we need like a good result. We've been trying so many years, and I think it's time for a gold medal.
Unas palabras para tus amigos en casa.
Muchos saludos a toda mi familia que me está viendo, todos los amigos de México, donde quiera que estén, y seguimos en la batalla.
Continuing on with the battle. Viva Mexico!
That's like feeling they won the gold medal right there. That was not the underdog nurse said, we know how he surfs well, but to take down 3 other top-tier surfers from 3 massive teams, great job for the Mexican contingent. Tudela has opened up with a quick one, a couple of them. They're going to be throwaways. Alejandro's got a 2.50, best thing we've seen so far. Now with the tide coming in, it's been a little inconsistent, so they got to move to the south end. As we take a look at the DeBlanc replay of the slick foot of Wesley Dantes, didn't work out for him. This is live action, Bo, down the beach, so they're picking up a little south swell.
Yeah, that was Tudela there. We just saw the end of his wave. Here we go, surfer in yellow. This is Leonardo. Leo, one of the most famous surfers in the under 18 around the world, and a little sloppy wave there, and we're going to see Leo paddle back out. Leo, on day number 2, won the pair of DeBlanc sunglasses with a 2-wave total, get this, David, of an 18.97. He had a near-perfect wave of a 9.8 and a 9.17 on the north side of the pier on day number 2. So the potential there for a 20, I mean, he was knocking on the door with a high 9 and a low 9.
He's doing his own thing. He was representing his own country, and you saw him firsthand with the injury to his vertebrae at Pipeline earlier this year. He came back for the Azores, did Guincho, and this would be his third event. But he says he wants to surf a lot of heats and get back into the rhythm, and he's excited. And he gets on the scoreboard with a 2.70. What was that with the injury?
Oh, it was a horrific injury. He went over the falls, and his spine was compressed. So he broke some lower vertebrae. He had a back injury. The Hawaiian Water Patrol was able to extricate him out of the water immediately. The doctors on staff there at Aukai transferred him over to Queens Hospital, and he got immediate care right away. And it was just painful to watch. Very painful to watch Leo go through all that. Tudela opened up the score of a 4.67. 12.55 remaining in the heat. Tudela in first. Fioravante in second place with VISSLA in third, with Dantas in fourth right now. Here we go, surfer in yellow, Leonardo. Let's watch him on the attack here. Sees a closeout section. He'll punch out through the back. We've got a DeBlanc replay. Let's check this out. This is our surfer in blue, Thomas Tudela. Nice carving turn off the top. Banks one more through the whitewater section. A little bit of a floater, and that was the 4.67 from Tudela.
Leo just picked up another little right in there, so we should see a second score coming through for Leonardo Fioravante, and he is from Marina dei Civiteri, west-northwest of Rome in Italy. Leo spent a lot of time in France, Angers, France, where he caught his first wave at the age of 6. Now 17 years of age. He's big, strong, tall, coming after an injury like you heard from Bo say, a pipeline injury. Mom Serena on the beach. And with assistance on the beach as well as Chad Wells. Here we go, a little action, and we're taking a look at now Leo again. Leo's not wasting any time. There's a wave moving. He's going to be on it. Tudela opens up with a pretty solid score. He's got 2 now, but a 4.67 could be a keeper.
Overcast day today, a little bit of more onshore. You see the texture onto the wave. And a lot of these juniors like wind on waves because the air game comes into play.
Yeah, and this kind of quartering onshore from the north side of the pier to the south side. If you're on a left, you could definitely launch yourself into a pretty good aerial. Now, if you're going to go against the grain and take a right, you'll probably have your wind kind of quartering at your back, but still a decent aerialist with a good grab. Wesley Dantas, there you go. Decent aerialist, no grab. Doesn't quite work out, but watch out for him. He's going to really be taking chances. Thomas Tudela.
Yeah, Tudela checks out, a Peruvian, and of course, you know that name Tudela. Very famous big wave surfing, correct?
Oh, his brother's amazing, and so is he. I mean, making, I believe, his semifinals in his home break, Pico Alto. I mean, where these guys live, they just look out. Neighbors to Sofia Milanovic and all the great surfers down there. Just, you know, Punta Hermosa and the waves down there, just a breeding ground for incredible talent.
Here we go, Leonardo on his backhand, snaps, floats, goes down. Not really in the great rhythm that we know Leo in, but a 6.5 solid score, but that 2.7, you know he wants to improve on. So Fioravante in first, Tudela in second, Fuenzalida currently in third place, and Dantas in fourth. And there's the flag from Chile as they have surfers both on the north and the south sides of the pier.
Okay, here comes an aerialist, a powerhouse surfer, an MMA fighter, and it is Wesley Dantas, the 17-year-old, and really reading the wave well. The shore breaks of Guarujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil, have been producing some phenomenal talent. He's one of them, up and coming, the Brazilian. And finally he hooks into a wave without any mistakes. He has been trying to bust his fins free and doing some reverses on the beach, keeping an eye on Thomas Tudela, part of the Peruvian team.
There's Team Peru on the beach, coach, competitor. Watching Tomas out there. 9 minutes remaining, 9 minutes on the count back. Welcome to the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are being brought to you by our great sponsors of Visit Oceanside and Surfing America, supported by Surf Screen, our media partners, Surfers Village, Grandad Zero, and Waves Brazil.
Pretty decent turns out the back and making a reform to the inside. This might be the punchiest part of the wave. It's still a little soft, and you can see one wave overtaking, and then a throaty one to the inside. That's how you cap it off. He really struggled out the back, made that inside connection, and right in front of the judges goes, you know what? It doesn't happen that much. It could help him out. You know it's going to replace his 1.93, Thomas Tudela.
More of the IA staff, more of the, you can see Team Hawaii down there as they're getting ready for their competitor coming up in the next heat. That's Elijah Gates.
You know, we've got two surfers in the lineup that are undefeated, meaning their first previous rounds of competition They took down everybody. Nobody beat them. That would be Wesley Dantas, 2 wins so far, and then Leo Fioravante, 2 wins. For Thomas, well, he hasn't struggled. He's made it through, but 2 runner-up spots, as well as Alejandro Fuenladia, and the surfer out of Pichamalu, Chile, has didn't struggle, but has not won a heat, but he's made it through, which is really key.
Well, there you go. Thomas Tudela goes to first place on that last wave of 4.8. So combination scores just fractions ahead of Leo right now in yellow. So there's our surfer in white, Alejandro from Chile, now in third, needing a 6.11, and Wesley Dantas in fourth place, needing a 6.41. There's Bert Ishimaro, Cahill Hart, and Elijah Gates. Elijah will be coming up in the next heat. And the Hawaii judges always in tune to the conditions, the ever-changing conditions of the surf break. Here we go. Alejandro up and riding.
Wow, takes one on the head and giving it all. You know, there's no holding back right now for these guys. Let's take a look at the tides real quick. High tide at 10:30. It's 5 feet at 10:30. Low tide, will probably be done. It's 0 feet at 5:21. Very similar 5-foot tidal change like yesterday. And when the tide drops out here, it really is lined up. We can only hope for a little more push from the west and get things to cross up. Wesley Dantas.
Yeah, let's watch Wesley here. He's been surfing under par for his standards, not adapting to the conditions. Here he goes. Speed, power, throws it off. Can he land it? He had 1 foot on the board. And Wesley Dantas, trying to be like his brother Wiggly Dantas. Wiggly made the finals of the Vulcan Pipe Pro, and of course going for Rookie of the Year on the WSL WCT with Italio.
What a great guy he is. Just a phenomenal talent. Younger brother right there had it in his mind he was going to do an air reverse. He was going to bust something, whether the wave was going to cooperate or not, and it was set. You could see he forecasted it, but the wave was a little soft, and it just didn't offer enough push for him. But he's not holding back, which we want to see in these heats. And when you've got the likes of Fioravante and Tudela in the lineup, and even Alejandro, you've got 3 real talented surfers. Wesley knows that you can't surf conservatively.
Josh Burke quickly on screen. Here we go, David. It's going to be a split peak. Let's stay with our surfer in blue. This is Tomas Tudela out of Punta Hermosa in Peru. The 18-year-old leading in this heat with a 4.8 and a 4.67.
Well, on the same wave, we do have Leo Fioravante, and he is connected the inside with a couple of nice turns, and now with a couple of finishing moves right there. Just a different look here as we push to high tide, but they're making these inside little reforms. Yesterday was absolutely impossible, and now these guys are riding right up onto the beach. Fioravante does have the best wave so far that we've seen on the scoreboard, a 6.50. He's in a good spot. He just picked off a right, probably going to replace that 2.70. Let's see what Thomas can do. Can he better that 4.67 on that last wave? He's feeling pretty comfortable with the pier. He gets over to the pier. Don't know if he's going to move to the north side, but he's looking for an easy paddle out. There goes the surfer to the north. There goes the coach to the north end. Goes the coach to the south end. Goes the surfer. At the 5-minute mark, he can paddle out. There's 4:03 on the clock. He's running to get in the lineup. It's going to be critical.
Here we go. Surfer in red, Wesley, looking at closeout conditions. There's the open face. Punch the air reverse. Lands it smoothly. And that's what we've been waiting for, but it might be a little bit too late. Let's see. We're still waiting for combination scores of Tudela and Fioravante. So Wesley finally getting into the groove that we've known for him. And the Brazilian making a statement here, but time is running out. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Paddling, Alejandro.
Way to the south end. Our Chilean surfer's got a big throaty closeout, and he bails on that one. Alejandro's looking for a 5.81, finds himself in third. Things could change. Dantas had a solid wave.
Yeah, but we were waiting for Tudela's and Leo's and Wesley's waves, so there's going to be some shakeup. Which 3 of these are going to be in the top 2 spots, which comes down to with 3 minutes remaining?
And the question is, can the judges get these scores in quick enough so the surfers know the situation? They've got a lot of work to do with 2:50 on the clock.
So there you go. Leo gets a 7.6 and a 6.5. He moves to first. Stand by for scores. Last of blue, last of red.
That was the right where we followed. We did not follow Leo. He went on the right and it connected to the inside with a couple of really strong moves.
There's a Wesley Doncha score, a 7.27. Now we're awaiting Thomas Tudella's score. Now he needs a 5.28 to regain top two. Wesley counting a low of a 2.8, very dangerous. So Leo has the firm lead at first. The battle for second is just about a half a point, a 0.6 of a point to be exact, between Wesley and Tomas.
Wesley is paddling in the lineup as fast as he can. He's up against the current. He's up against the pier, getting cheered on by people. In a comfortable spot out the back is Leo Fioravante. His paddling skills, very strong paddler, and he's in a good spot right now where he has found a lot of waves.
Oh, I'm exhausted.
Alejandro out there on screen. Boy, he needs a big one. He needs a 6.68 at this point with a minute and 50 seconds remaining.
How exciting is this? So I guess Tomas Tudella's wave was not above a 4.67. So thus, he needs that 5.28, as you said, Dave. And for a minute 40 remaining, a 6.68 for Alejandro on the outside, waiting for those guys to come back up. Barbados. We're going to see Barbados back in the water. They're going to have two surfers coming up in the next heat, Dane and Joshua. So stick around for that one.
That kind of sounds like a bummer when you have two surfers in the lineup. But what makes it a good bummer is you can do team tactics. You can help one another. And if one surfer gets out in front really well, he can work on the surfer that's in third, or in second, and try to hassle him to get his buddy in there. Team tactics will be used in the next heat. It's going to be exciting. We're winding down this heat. 60 seconds on the clock. The Italian, Leonardo Fioravante, has taken the lead with a 7.6 and a 6.50. Last chance now or never. Tudela needs a 5.28. That's a great start. Rotates through. Can he ride out of it? He does. Now, is there going to be a decent reform? There's a big slow motion rotation. Tudela looking for a mid-range score, a little reform to the inside, right along the pier, kind of hopping, and was that enough?
Wow, this is really going to come down to the wire. We're going to be splitting hairs right on the transitions of this heat, heat number 6 into heat number 7. Just 20 seconds remaining.
Wesley's got that 7.27 and a 2.80. So Wesley right now does not know what Thomas just got. Wesley needs to jump on anything and try to get a couple of points. Wesley showing some anxiety out in the lineup and paddling like a madman. And no, he lets it go, and sure enough, he's going to give it to Leo. Leo the Lion coming at us.
Wow, what an exciting heat. Heat number 7. 0.6 of a point separates from advancing, but we're on standby for a score last of blue, as Leonardo will go to victory in this heat.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Leo came here for one reason. It's gold.
Gold.
Yeah, his ability and where he is in the stature of the surfing lineup and the surfing world, he's looking for gold. He had a great performance in that heat.
I'll tell you what, Dave, let's go to the LeBlanc replay of heat number 7, round number 3 of the main event here, the boys under 18. And it all began with Tomas Tudela.
Tudela was really strong on the opening, and he kept charging hard. And you go, okay, this is going to be an interesting heat. It took a while for Fioravante to get started, though. It was Tudela. It was all him the first couple of heats, but unfortunately, it looks like he has been eliminated.
You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Stick around. More exciting action and the results of heat number 6 coming up next. Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Let's go down to the beach with Mike Latronic. Okay, we're back on the webcast, so we're sorry about that. We thought Mike was ready. Let's introduce our surfers here in heat number 7 because we don't have the results of heat number 6 right now. So, heat number 7, 2 surfers from Barbados in the red jersey. It'll be Dane Mackey in red and Joshua Burke in blue. From Hawaii, Elijah Gates will be in the yellow jersey, and in the white jersey from France, Tim Bissot. I'm Bo Hodge along with David Stanfield. And welcome to the webcast, day number 4 of the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
I'm starting to stress out. This is pretty heavy. They're coming in and they're answering to a team of 5, 10, 15, 20 people, countries around the world watching. You're surfing for your country, and it is heavy. Dane Mackey, here we go, the goofy footer. St. George, Barbados, the 18-year-old. Well, looking for some opportunity. We could have a reform here. You can hear some sound in the background. That is the Brazilian team talking to a cadet member of the Brazilian Air Force. Well, the Brazilian Storm is cool, but they are really definitely an Air Force. And it was a couple of reverses that got through Wesley. Time to relax. He got through. He's happy. We think Leo Fioravanti did win that. Leo comes ashore, and there's one person screaming for him. It's Mom.
Let's go down to the beach with Mike Latronic.
Well, no man is an island, but I tell you what, this man is the solo representative of Team Italy, and he is making quite an impression here on the beach in Oceanside. Another great performance, Leo. How's the conditions out there? You look like you had fun.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun, but it was really tough. For the first about 6 minutes, nobody really had a wave because there's no sets. And then I just got kind of a closeout and went for an air, and luckily I made it, so I kind of started off with a 6.5, which for these conditions, it's a good score. And then cut a couple waves that I probably shouldn't have gone on. And then I just sat next to the pier and waited for a ride because I knew that there was a couple good ones, and then got one, just surfed it all the way to the beach and got my backup score, and that was almost the end of the heat because it went so fast.
Well, you've been coming to these contests for quite a few years. I'm going to say about 8 years now.
9.
When did you start?
My first one was in Portugal when I was really, really young. And I just went with the whole team, you know, but we were actually a couple guys before. We were almost a full team. And I've been loving these contests and just meeting all new athletes since I was young. And now I have friends all over the world, mainly from these events. So it's really cool to see so many countries meet up in Oceanside or anywhere, you know, in the past few years in South America, and just become friends. And
Well, 9 years and about 3.5 feet, because I remember when you started, you're about yay high, and you're looking good. You're all recovered from your injury, and we expect to see another great performance next round. Thanks, Leo.
Hey, Mike. Don't let him go.
Ciao a tutti, ciao papà, ciao Dato, ciao a tutti in Italia, grazie per il supporto. Forza Italia!
Just a second. We got a question from the booth.
No question. I want you and Leonardo to do an Italian chant, a cheer, a victory cheer.
I'm not getting a clear signal, guys. I can't hear what the question is.
You need a victory cheer. Chant with Leo.
Somebody's curious. We'll find out. Hopefully we'll be getting.
Well, I'll tell you, he comes to the beach. He's by himself.
Thanks, man. Sorry.
Where's the support there? I mean, it's us in the booth saying, good job. He's on the beach holding his own flag. He comes ashore, and he's solo. This guy is the lone wolf out of Italy.
Oh, he's a one-man team. What do you expect?
Well, he is really a one-man team, and he's the one-man team that could really wreak havoc through a lot of people by maybe eliminating them and by maybe taking gold.
Yeah, you know, when you looked at the draw, you looked at Leo, you looked at Seth, you looked at Cole, you looked at Kay, you know, you look at Nolan Raposa. I mean, there are some big names in the under 18, and you circle all those names, and there's a good 12, maybe 15 of the top 18 under juniors that can really compete for this gold medal here, and there's a lot of them. You know, there's just not one guy leading the pack. There's a whole field. 322 of the world's best juniors have conveyed right here at Oceanside, representative of 36 nations around the world, vying for gold medals, silvers, bronze, and coppers. 14:20 counting down. Let's get you updated in this heat. Tim Bassot from France opened up with a 4-0, is in the lead. One of our two Barbados surfers in second, Dane Mackey in red in second, Josh Burke from Barbados in blue in third, and Elijah Gates from the west side of Oahu from Kapolei is now in fourth with an opening wave of a 2.5. And this World Championship all being made possible by Visit Oceanside, Surfing America. We're being supported by Fiat. Our media partners include Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, and Via de Escape. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with David Stanfield. Welcome to the broadcast getting underway. And congratulations going out to Tyler Wright for winning the Roxy Pro and Gabriel Mendita for winning the Quicksilver Pro earlier today on the Pro Tour. Congratulations, guys. And those guys, both of those, Tyler and Gabriel, former gold medal world champions at this event, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. There's Team Hawaii, all proud of Elijah just getting going here. We've already seen in the water earlier this morning, Noah Mizuno in heat number 1, unfortunately for Noah, placing third, delegated into the repecharge rounds. But we did see another Hawaiian surfer, Seth Moniz, advance out of heat number 5, and this is the third remaining surfer in the main draw for this round. Elijah Gates for Team Hawaii. Paddling, riding. This is your heat leader, Tim Bassot. We're going to transfer over to Elijah Gates in yellow. Nice carving turn transition and kicks out. Results now official from that exciting heat. Our last heat, heat number 6. It was Leonardo Fioravante in first with a 14.1 score. And Wesley Dantes holding on with that good high wave and a 2.8 low wave. It helped him transition into second place. And for Tomas Tudela, not enough to get into the top 2. He was just 0.6 of a point behind of Wesley, and Alejandro from Chile takes 4th place.
Boy, I got to ask you, looking at the printouts here, we know what heat it was, but up there this it says heat 54. You mean to tell me we've run 54 under 18 man heats?
Correct. That's why you have 2 podiums.
Yeah, we got surfing up and down the coast here. A million different contests going. Look at this out the back. And our surfer to the inside, Mackey.
Yeah, Dane redirecting here in red. One of 2 Barbados surfers in this heat. That's right, Barbados being represented very strong here. And there's a surfer, Elijah Gates from Kapolei, from Hawaii. Paddling around, looking for that next wave. Could it be this one? David, I think it is.
Our surfer in yellow, Elijah Gates. Oh, throws it up nice, and then pencil exit. Pencil drop into a shallow sandbar there. Tide continues to push through. The waves are not inconsistent, but boy, they were nonstop on Monday and Tuesday. And you want to find yourself with the right scores before the 3-minute mark, because you're not sure if you're going to get something to close things out. Right now, Tim Bassot. And remember, we always say France. He's another surfer out of Guadeloupe. He does spend half the year usually in Hossegor. The 18-year-old is your leader at this point with a pair of 4s.
And interesting learning about Tim. Living both in France and Guadeloupe, but his favorite surf spot? On Oahu, Rocky Point, Rocky rights, Rocky lefts.
Thought you were going to say Southside, Oceanside.
No, Rockies.
That's the mom squad right there. That is the line of moms that protect the coaches and the surfers from any incoming attacks from the rear. They've got their strong wall up there. They're the supporters. You couldn't ask for a better group right there of supporting the team.
Here we go. Elijah Gates, a 3.43, a 3.1. So he's dropped that 2.5. He's staircasing. He's now moved from 4th to 3rd place. Now needing a 4.45 to move into the top 2, and we're halfway through this heat. 9:50 counting down.
Joshua Burke checks in at 18. Again, what we mentioned from Barbados. Dane Mackey is from St. George. Josh, I'm not sure exactly where he lives on that island, but wherever they live, it's a quick, 48 minutes to circle the island?
Well, France suffering a defeat. Back in heat number 5, they had all 4 of their boys under 18 along with the United States. And heat number 5 was a crushing blow for both France and the United States as Mexico and Hawaii take first, second, and advance on through. So France and the United States had all 4 of their boys, and the boys 16 and 18 and under, entering in today's main event, and they've seen their first delegation into the repechage rounds for France and the United States. So, thus, meeting, this competition got even more interesting. And there's our supporters from Barbados.
Good view from up on the pier, looking to the south end, and you can see our V there, V standing for VISSLA, and the boss there, big supporter of surfing events around the globe, Paul Naudet, good friends Fernando Aguirre, coming together to put this on over the falls. That's classic, surfer in blue down the beach.
Innovators and creators, right?
Oh, Paul Naudet is that. I mean, from shaper to designer to competitive surfer to pipeline.
To surf auctions.
Oh, surf auctions are amazing. The board collections, they love the history of the sport. They love the artistic value of what goes on, the creativity. And then DeBlanc, part of the family, and DeBlanc putting out some, not just made, assembled, tested, the polycarbonate, just wonderful sunglasses. Thank you, DeBlanc. Tim Bissell still in the lead. We haven't seen anything over a 5-point ride. It's been tough. Here's a corner pocket. It could have a long run on a bow.
Here we go. Kicks in, kicks out, so not liking that wave selection. That was our Barbados surfer.
Well, sometimes the waves aren't that great looking, but you can make the most of it, and that was a set wave.
Here we go. Tim Bissell looking at this one on his backhand. We'll take it right. The surfer's right, the viewer's left. Banks it right off the turn of the crashing lip. 7:20 counting down. A very tightly knitted, low-scoring, but contestable heat. Here we go, out the back. This is
Dane Mackey, big wide stance, and really, torques it out. Busts the fins free a bit. Here's another section, and he's got a reform, comes back towards the judges now. This could be a major score here and a ticket into the next round. A couple of turns out the back. We've seen surfers look at waves, and they go, well, this isn't good enough. You might not get another chance. Now, that last heat, the guy who won the heat was Leo Fioravante, and he goes, I got 12 waves. I'm going to catch 12. Well, no, but he caught everything that had a possible opportunity, and he didn't give up until it was just absolutely no hope. And he did bring a couple to the inside that were mediocre outside, solid to the inside, and he got through. He worked the system really well.
There's Jake Marshall for the United States getting ready, one of the top dogs here.
His dad right there with him, making sure he's focused and concentrated. And if there's any news on the tide and the conditions, you know that Dad's going to say something or Coach Simmons.
All right, crunch time, 6 minutes, very low scoring affair here. You know, just about a point and a half separating first, second, and third. And there we go. Dane Mackey with a 6.5 has exploded into the lead. France has held on to second place. There's Tim Bissell finishing up. He needs a 7.15 to regain first. Elijah Gates now needs a 4.84 to go to second. And Joshua Burke in blue needing a 6.2. So things have just changed up with Dane Mackey's last wave.
Well, he blew the tail out of it. It wasn't that great of a wave, but there's not that great of waves anyway, so they better get moving right now. This one has a lot of open face to it. Joshua Burke, are we going to see two Barbados surfers move into the finals and upset a Hawaiian and a Frenchman? Look at this, these nuggets to the inside. This is what Fioravante was doing, and does he have an inside for one more hit? The judges are taking a look at any opportunity to hit it, and he closes the deal. We might have Barbados really challenging the Frenchman right now, and the Hawaiian might drop to fourth.
Well, I tell you what, very interesting times right now. Joshua Burke finally getting on the board. Definitely his best wave of the heat with 5 minutes remaining. Burke needs a 6.2 to get into second place or better.
Well, remember Dane Mackey, he just posted a 6.5. He did have that tail-free move. It was powerhouse. Smiling right there. He was not smiling. That was a very stressful heat for our surfer, Wesley Dantas. I mean, and he got through with the second. But I'll tell you, there was not a smile until after the team cheer for Brazil. Elijah Gates found himself a little frustrated. trying to better a 3-4-3 in the score line. The score he actually needs is a 4-8-4, but that could change depending on what Joshua Burke gets. Burke was looking for a 6.20.
We are on standby for last of blue, Joshua Burke. And there he goes, a 4.5. So, like you said, Dave, he moves up to third, now needing a 3.77 to overtake Bisso for second place. Delegates Elijah Gates from Kapolei, Hawaii in fourth. And Elijah only needs an average score of a 4.84 to move out of fourth into second place. A very low-scoring affair. Dane Mackey in the lead in red. And here we go, Elijah Gates from Kapolei, not liking that wave selection, sees the closeout, kicks out.
Well, Joshua Burke probably says, okay, it could have been more than a 4.5. It really doesn't matter. He needs a 3.77 now to get up. Your heat leader, Barbados, Dane Mackey, trying to better a 4.87. You definitely need a big move out the back and looking for a reform to the inside. I don't think that will replace his 4.87, but let's see what happens with the reform.
3 minutes, 15 seconds as Dane takes a look at his watch. There on screen, Tim Bisso. He's in second, but something tells me something's going to shake up a wave either between Tim, Joshua, or Elijah.
Tim is definitely frustrated. Elijah's really bummed out. Joshua sees opportunity. Elijah Gates here. Look at this. For the throat. Nice rotation on his upper body, but he gets out of it immediately and doesn't see any more opportunity. He gets a big move out the back. Will that replace his 3.43, his high score? Is it a 4.84, that one move, Bo?
Well, that's why we have an international field of judges here. 5 will be on the panel at each given time. They'll drop the high, drop the low, take the 3 medium averages. Here we go, Tim Bisso from France.
We're taking a look at two incredibly talented surfers struggling in the lineup. Tim Bisso and Elijah Gates are really trying to get some scores, and the Barbados team is coming on strong. There's hope for Joshua Burke out in the lineup, just needing a 3.77 to tip over the apple cart. Last thing you want to do is have two surfers representing your country in the same heat. Burke, now or never. Look at this long wall. Goes for the throat. Huge move. Can he surf out of that? No. Boy, that was big.
He was 75% done with that, but the explosion, the bubbles, the water forced him right off at the end. Crunch time. We're coming up to the 90-second mark. Burke still needs a 3.77. Gates needs a 4.84, and there's Team Barbados. Look at those guys. They are stoked. They are psyched. One of their two surfers in the advancing spot. Can Joshua perform a 3.77 or better? Can Elijah Gates gets a 4.84? Can Tim Bisso improve on his low wave of a 4.03? 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining.
Man, those are a lot of questions. Can they be answered in a minute and 15 seconds?
They'll have to be.
Gates has got some opportunity here. Is he going to launch? Look at this inside left here. It's really taking shape for him. Elijah Gates needs a 4.84. He might have done it.
Manufacturing maneuvers right here at the tail end. Going towards the pier.
Gosh.
Oh, drama. 40 seconds. There's Team Hawaii.
Is that a buzzer beater to get Elijah Gates out of fourth and into at least second to make the transfer? You know, Hawaii is a pretty smart team. They're in front of the judges. They make a lot of noise. Anxious moments right there, being congratulated. They think he's done it. You know what? It's a sales job, not only on the beach but in the water.
That's a claim right there. Here we go. This will be our surfer in blue, Josh Burke. Don't forget him. Nice maneuver, throws the tail, 18 seconds, but not going to be good enough. Okay, Elijah Gates, a 5.33. He does move to second place. Tim Bisso down to third with 10 seconds to go.
And Tim on a wave that's not going to give it to him. Heartbreak right there. Out the back in red. This is your heat leader. Victory lap. Dane Mackey. Barbados wins this. Elijah Gates out of Hawaii comes in second. Upset. Tim Bisso, a Frenchman, going down again. Oh, things are shaking up big time. Joshua Burke gave it a great job.
And there's the victory lap for Dane Mackey from Barbados taking first, and Elijah Gates front and center right there. Manufactures a score on a smaller inside wave with combination of variety of maneuvers, earns a 5.33 and propels him. Look how close it was. A half a point separating, advancing, and into the recharge. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at the block heat recap. I'll tell you what, well, let's take a short commercial break. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside.
So judges are watching the replay, getting the scores. All right.
Heard stories of a man who lived alone on a remote island. Then one day, the man began working on a new creation.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're watching the world's best junior surfers live from the Oceanside Pier. And welcome back to the broadcast. What an exciting heat that we just had. An amazing array of surfing here at Oceanside as the world's best juniors are chasing down gold. I'm Bo Hodge. Welcome to the webcast. Here we go. Heat number 8, Yuki Nakashio from Japan will be in red. Alonso Correa from Peru in white. Jake Marshall from California representing USA in yellow. And Brian Perez from El Salvador will be in the blue. There's the lineup. The heat has not started because they're still crunching those numbers from the last heat. What an exciting heat we just wrapped up. Heat number 7. Let's go down to Mike Latronic on beachside. Mike, who do you have?
Well, I have Dane Mackey, the Mac Daddy of that last heat, taking number 1 position. Must have felt good. Now, you had another team rider out there in that heat. Towards the end, it looked like it possibly could be a double advance. Did you guys work together towards the end, or was it all just a little too fast?
Yeah, well, towards the end, I was stuck on the inside, but once I got back out, I tried to get him a wave as quick as possible, but there was only a minute left, so it was pretty much all up to him to get the wave.
Now, you got the full support here of Team Barbados, coached by former champion Jim Hogan. Need to give you some good insights before you go. What's the strategy? Are you going to share?
Super secret strategy, but get the best waves and surf the best, take the heat out.
Well, there's no secret about doing great maneuvers and getting good scores. And if we see more of that, we'll be seeing you more in the later round. So congratulations on that. Team Barbados, 1 up.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Congratulations to Dane for taking first place. And hats off to Elijah Gates pulling a rabbit out of the hat in the final seconds. Here we go. Jake Marshall from Encinitas, California. The young 16-year-old representing the Team United States. He is the 2013 King of the Groms champion. He's been surfing for 10 years. And he is underway. Wave number 1. And here we go. Alonso Correa from Peru. And Alonso on the inside section. making that connection. Here we go. Brian Perez from El Salvador. The lone El Salvador surfer still alive in the boys 18 and under in the main round. Remember, double elimination format in the ISA surfing format of all their surfing series. Main round qualifiers, that's what you're watching right now. Repecharge loser rounds are being conducted on the North Tower on the other side of the Oceanside Pier. We had some repo rounds yesterday afternoon. We're going to have some repo rounds later on today here on the south side. So welcome to the webcast. The 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in day number 4 competition. This is a very important moving day. This is setting up for the rest of the week. Surfers who advance and stay in the main rounds, we are surfing in the main rounds of round 3, which means 32 and 16 surfers, depending on the categories, will cut those in half into 16 and 8 surfers for the men and the women. So we're going to get to both men and women here on the south side of the pier. Very strategic day. We began with France and the United States with all their surfers still alive in the contest in the main round. Here's a DeBlanc replay. And this is surfer in yellow as we watch Jake Marshall on his opening ride. Throws the tail, spins it around in full control, the young 16-year-old. We're on standby for scores. No scores are available, so we are on pins and needles here to relay everything for you as it happens. Yuki Nakasio from Japan in red opens up with a 5.83. Alonso Correa from Peru with a 4.4 in second place. And now Jake Marshall gets a 4.67 on his opening wave, and the 2-wave score for Brian Perez now lodged in at a 2.57 and a 1.5. 16 and a half minutes remaining, and this is the final heat of the third round of the main event for the boys 18 and under. $16 minutes remaining, 16 minutes counting down.
All right, Bo, good to be back in the booth here. Got plenty of time left in this heat, so hopefully I didn't miss too much action, but it looks like Yuki Nakasio from Japan out in the lead with that 5.83. Jake Marshall from USA, super strong competitor, 4.67 on his opening ride. Alonso Correa in the white jersey here on screen from Peru, busting big air, wafts it but doesn't land it, so that's not going to help his cause. And Brian Perez from El Salvador in the blue.
Now, we've got security guys protecting our competitors, and that's pretty cool because they need their zone. And here we go. The 16-year-old from Encinitas, California, Jake Marshall, open up with a 4.67. Let's see what he can do here, Mike, on his second wave. A couple of combination maneuvers in the whitewater section, trying to milk it in on the inside. And on the other side was Yuki Nakasio from Japan in red.
A lot of different peaks going off here, and there's Jake Marshall finishing up with a flare on the shore break there. I really like the way he got his board just directly vertical on that second big section. And here goes Alonso Correa from Peru trying it one more time. This time he gets the air, does the rotation, doesn't really ride out of it, so a little bit incomplete right there. Probably not going to help his cause, but Jake Marshall, he only needed a 1.17 before that wave. And Yuki Nakasio, not sure if we can show you a replay of that, but both first and second in this heat, tallying up another ride. So we'll see how that factors in when the judges add the scores.
Yeah, Alonso very impressive on the attempt there. 17-year-old Alonso Correa from Lima, Peru. Here's the DeBlanc replay of Jake Marshall's last wave. Let's watch his setup. Well, banks it straight vertically. Shows it really high.
Well, they call it the Huntington Hop, Bo, but right now it's all about Oceanside, Southern California. You see you got another nice banking turn there at the end. So the DeBlanc replay showing off some handiwork by young American in the yellow jersey, Jake Marshall. That's going to jettison him up into first or second place, no doubt. There it is, a 6.83 moves straight into first position. Now Yuki Nakashio, we're waiting to see his second score. All right, well, I just got the official results from the last wave, and lo and behold, our surfer in yellow, Elijah Gates, did not advance. Team Hawaii lost another soldier to the repechage. I heard at the end of that heat, it was announced that he got second, but Tim Bissot, surfer in white from France in that heat, did get a last wave. It hadn't been tallied yet, and with his last wave coming in at a 4.7, it was just enough to move him into second place.
So again, the official results from the last heat number 7, main round number 3, Dane Mackey, Barbados, 11.37 in first. Tim Bissot in white from France gets a 9.13 two-wave total. Elijah Gates in third in yellow and an 8.76, so fractions of a point separating, advancing into the main round and delegated into the repechage. And Joshua Burke, second Barbados surfer in that heat in blue, delegated to the repechage with a fourth place showing with a 6.57.
Well, Alonso Correa definitely showing some aggression here. You saw a surfer from Peru in white just before we see these girls from Hawaii playing a rather interesting slap game on the beach. But there's the proud flags of Team USA. And they might have just got scoldings. Hey, girls, no more goofing around.
You think so?
Anyway, there's the second score. Yuki Nakashio, we saw him get a right-hander at the same time. Jake Marshall got that left, and it came in at a 3.83, so he solidified his position in the top two there. Alonso Correa from Peru in the white jersey needs a 5.27. Brian Perez from El Salvador in the blue jersey needs a 7.10, so not even at the halfway point of this heat. There's plenty of time to work with and a lot of waves on offer here. You know, there's you can see, looking at the conditions, there's a jumbled ocean, but there's still a lot of little peaks and nuggets out there to get scores on. And here is Alonso Correa, starts this wave with a nice top turn, comes out, does a redirect, a couple another little cutbacks, and the wave's going to steep up here. Let's see if we can get him something vertical. He's going to have to do that oceanside hop here onto the inside, and he does so successfully. Another little turn, not super gnarly, but the dismount was pretty gnarly.
There you see paddling back out Jake Marshall, hometown favorite right here. Dad was on the beach when he was doing the stretches and watching the previous heat, and the excitement and the drama that happened in the final few minutes, in the final few seconds to be exact. Elijah Gates goes from third to second. Tim Bissot goes from second to third, back to second in the waning moments, and we're halfway through this heat with Jake Marshall in the lead. He's in the double-digit range. Yuki just under at a 9.66 two-wave total. As we see some of the boys under 16, their third round coming up next. Alonso Correa was fourth place in the South America WSL Junior Pro just recently. The 17-year-old out of Lima in third place, needing a 5.27 to advance into second. And don't count out Brian Perez. He's on the board with a couple of two-point rides, needs to get into the groove here, but he needs a near excellent score of a 7.1 to get into second place. Now, he can do that on a combination of scores, but he needs that on one score right now. And there we go, Finn McGill. Of course, his sister, already a world champion in the ISA about 3-4 years ago at the age of 12, Dax McGill, won the girls under 18.
Yeah, no shortage of talent there in McGillville, as we like to refer to it in Hawaii. We've been inside their home. We know what the village looks like. And Mom and Dad always super supportive. We usually see Mama McGill cruising as one of the team official parents. Now this year they've got Father Mike McGill, excellent photographer, really more of a professional studio photographer, but he knows his way around a surfboard, so I'm sure he's adding to the social media effort for Team Hawaii. Now, I came up with a little bit of an offering here for the city of Oceanside. We keep referring to the hop onto the inside bowl as the Huntington hop, and I really think it's unfair. So I'm going to go with the Oceanside Oscillation. It's a bit of a mouthful, but, you know, oscillate, it's kind of a fancy word for moving back and forth to get somewhere.
Kind of like that. The OC hop has been suggested too. Here we go. Yuki up and riding for Japan. A couple of transitional maneuvers there. We saw earlier in the competition in heat number 2 of this round, Shun Murakami advanced out. He won heat number 2. And Japan with 3 surfers in this round. Shun was in heat number 2, and we saw Ryo Inaba in second place in heat number 4. So Japan looking for a 3-man advancement into the final 16 of the main round, number 4.
Well, Japan's one of those countries that has everybody going still, so they are at this very early stage still in contention for gold medals. But as we discussed earlier, it's so early in the game. But, you know, no one's really talked about the Team Japan being there, and I think that they've come with a powerhouse team. Powerhouse snap by Jake Marshall, just really flexing some Southern California flair, and really love the way this kid flows through his turns, and he's not afraid to get super radical even early in the heat. So he's going to finish that wave. My guess is he's going to throw away that 4.67, doing that really radical turn on the outside. The judges are going to likely reward that. And then he also, you know, had a flurry of other maneuvers to complement that.
Well, Jake Marshall earlier this summer down at Lowers at the Surfing America U.S. National Championships was second behind Griffin Colapinto, and Griffin Colapinto was a finalist in this division last year in Ecuador. So where's Griffin? Well, Griffin incurred a knee injury as a Billabong team rider, being invited into the trials at the WCT event down in Tahiti. And so he had knee surgery just about 2 weeks ago and is not fully recovered. So thus, Griffin Colapinto went from a team member of the ISA USA team to in rehab right now. And we wish Griffin all the best on his rehab. But Jake Marshall was runner-up in that division, so thus Jake got Griffin's spot.
Well, we sure hope Griffin heals up quickly. Great little surfer. I'm sure Jake Marshall's going to try to make him proud. It's like, hey, Griffin, I know you beat me in that other event, but I'm going to try to take out first place here while you're healing up. So we saw Alonso Correa, Team Peru, in the white jersey just kick out another wave. He only needs a 5.27, so Yuki Nakasillo really needs to throw away that 3.83 if he wants to hold on. Jake Marshall's got a pretty solid position on top, but 5 minutes, 20 seconds left. It only takes 1 or 2 waves, and these standings could easily change.
Marshall in first, Nakasillo in second, Correa in third, needing a 5.27, as Mike said, and Perez in fourth from El Salvador in fourth, needing a 7.1. This is the 2-minute warning in surfing. It's 5 minutes on the, is that a cheeseburger sticker on this helmet?
Looked like a salamander burger.
A salamander burger. Got me hungry looking at that.
It reminds me of where hamburgers come from.
Hey, there's Finley McGill, better known as Finn. And, dude, he has grown in the last year, hasn't he, Mike?
Yeah. Well, you know, I've got an 11-year-old myself. He's not quite a teen yet, but it's just amazing how much food those kids can eat. And it just, you wake up the next day and they're like an inch taller. So here goes Jake Marshall looking to increase his lead. Unfortunately, bobbles there that first section.
4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. What a beautiful day. Even though it's overcast, it's comfortable, it's cooler. I think the surfers like these conditions. Bit choppy on the face, a little bit of texture out in the water. And we are in our final heat, heat number 8, round number 3 of the boys 18 and under. Coming up next, we'll have heat number 1, round number 3 of the boys 16 and under. So we're going to switch from boys 18 to boys 16, but these are main qualifying rounds. Another 32 boys will be hitting the water, another 8 heats. As you see all these teams on the beach supporting everybody. 3 minutes, 33 seconds remaining in this heat. Marshall in first, Nakasillo in second, Correa in third, and Perez in fourth. Brian Perez from El Salvador still needs a 7.1. Here we go. And speaking of the devil, there he is. Throws the tail in the whitewater section. And for Brian, he just hasn't been in sync with the conditions out here during this heat.
You know what I've noticed, Bo, is there's a lot of scoring potential on the reform of these waves. Now, obviously, you want to get a wave that has a lot of open face, a lot of opportunity on the outside sections. But what I've seen is that some of the surfers are kicking out early and not taking advantage of that inside section. And here is a bomb for Jake Marshall. He's got a big open face left, cracks the lip, negotiates pretty steep, bobbly section. Getting a little bit close to the pier, decides to opt on the side of caution. Probably a wise decision. He's already in first place. He does not need to risk life and limb at this point.
Brian Perez representing El Salvador, 17-year-old, is the El Salvador Junior Champion. Favorite surf spot, Punta Roca.
I'm going to say it must be kind of tough to come from a place where there's 200-yard-long ruler edge right-handers almost any given day of the year and try to figure things out here on a broken beach break. But nonetheless, these are fun conditions. You can see these kids doing a lot of maneuvers. It's a lot of fun, and that's what it's all about. You have to be diverse. You have to be able to ride everything from 1 foot to 20 foot if you want to get good at this game.
1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. There's Marshall in yellow, and there's Alonso Correa currently in third. So Marshall in the lead on the inside. Correa searching for a 5.27. So a little bit of offense, defense. Marshall sitting on Correa. And Marshall will pull back. Alonso not liking this wave. A little fat coming in. Approaching that high tide at 10 o'clock here, 5 foot. And there's a shot of the pier as we scan back around. 1 minute remaining in this heat. Final heat of the boys 18 and under. Round number 3, heat number 8. Wrapping up.
Interesting lineup because with that underlying northwest swell starting to flow in, it's creating a different peak setup up and down the beach, and it's really hard to predict which area of the bank to stay on. This looks like a predominantly south-southwest set of waves coming in, so those waves all rolled to the south, and there is the team flags for Portugal. Must be a surfer coming up in the next heat. And here's Yuki Naxio cracking the lip, unable to maintain balance there at the bottom, so that is not going to help his cause. Still leaves the door open for Correa and Perez. Correa needs a 5.27. Perez needs a 7.10. Here we go. Here goes Alessandro Correa right on the buzzer. Let's see if it's a buzzer beater. Pretty good maneuver to start things off. And let's see if he gets a reform. He's still got plenty of area left to surf in here. This wave providing a lot of whitewash. And there it is, Bo. Look, it's starting to double up. Let's see if he can get a vertical section. Not really much there in the way of vertical opportunity.
Well, that's going to be right on the borderline for Alonso Correa in third place, searching for a 5.27. And look at that. On the inside, that happened after that little tube ride on the inside. Let's take a look at the DeBlanc replay here of heat number 8, round number 3, as all the team members go back to support their competitors as they rush back to the beach. I'll tell you what, we'll take a short commercial break, and when we return, more here's our DeBlanc replay. And it was this man, Jake Marshall, leading the charge.
Yeah, well, Marshall just came out of the gates and kept going hard. Really didn't have any room for love for his other competitors. Just kept marching down, getting good waves, and really able to steal that one with no problem.
We're going to take a short commercial break. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside. When we return, the boys under 16, round number 3, heat number 1, up next.
All right, well, welcome back to the beach here in Oceanside, California. We are on the south side of the pier. You can see by looking at the ocean, we have a little bit of choppy seas today, a little bit different from the smooth conditions that opened the day 1 and day 2. Boys and girls getting to enjoy some beautiful glassy conditions those first few days, but now it's about diversity, and Oceanside still providing a lot of fun-sized surf here, a lot of different peaks up and down the beach. You can see there are 36 different countries represented here at the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. If you're just tuning in, my name is Mike Latronic. I'm joined with the ever information master, Dave Stanfield, sitting next to me, currently getting his notes in order. And there it is. That is our home for the week. You saw Team Hawaii there in front of the scaffold. And we are now looking at heat number 1 of the under 16.
You want me to do the introduction for these guys?
Sure, I love that.
Finnegan Thunders McGill, one of the best names in surfing, Sunset Beach, Oahu. Mom and dad on the beach, 15 years of age, representing Team Hawaii. He has won both his earlier heats. Salvador Couto, Matinos, Brazil, 15 years of age. What a powerhouse surfer he is. Yeah, he's got 1 win and a runner-up spot, so he moves in looking pretty good. Luke Rice, Coaldale, Australia. The Australian surfer checks in at 16 years of age. He's wearing yellow. And then Alex Cleland, I believe it is. Cleland representing Mexico. And I believe he is from Pascuales, the under-14 champion, national Mexican champion. And he's wearing the blue singlet. Let's start off with is this Thunders out there? Right now we do opening up. That was Alan Cleland. But let's go down to Shannon on the beach.
Thank you so much. Yes, we were here with Jake Marshall, winner of the last heat, representing Team USA. You've tasted the bronze medal. How badly do you want that gold?
Real bad. I think I'm really stoked just to be here, and I think everyone's surfing really good, and I'm here to win. So, yeah, I'm really excited for the next few days coming up. Stoked to make it through today, and we'll see what the future holds.
Well, it has to be a confidence booster as well to be on your home turf, as a San Diego local. How's that feel, and your family supporting you?
Yeah, it's actually it's kind of weird because every other ISA we've been like in Central America, and like it's a full travel mission, and then here I'm like drive about 15 minutes and I'm at this wave. I surf all the time, so it makes me more comfortable, and it's really cool to be the home country for ISA. Like I didn't know like if that would ever happen when I was doing it, so I'm really stoked to be here representing, and yeah, super fun.
Cool. How's it feel to have that U.S. flag flying behind you? Surfing being such an individual sport, now as a team support, how does ISA differ from the other?
Yeah, I mean, flying the U.S. flag has to be one of the best feelings in the world. I mean, you're representing your country, and that's about as cool as it gets.
All right, well, congratulations. Moving on, Jake Marshall, back to you guys.
Thank you very much. And the coach in the background, just talking to him, he says, you better get a lot of waves out there. You don't know which one's going to be good, as we watch Finn McGill. Totally off. I was totally off on Salvador Couto. What was I thinking? I kept thinking Brazil. No, from Portugal. The Portuguese team. What a powerhouse he is. Amazing surfer. And one thing I can tell you, though, with the screen, with the overcast skies, now and then blue and red do look similar.
Yeah, it's been a reoccurring theme, either with the low light or the intense glare. We've had a bit of a challenging time reading colors, so bear with us. But that was definitely Finn McGill on that last wave, busting a series of nice off the lips. And before that, Luke Rice from Australia putting together a string of good turns as well.
Yeah, it would be nice to have, especially if they're wearing a wetsuit underneath, they're wearing wetsuit tops, just to make the red really bright and that blue really a light blue, kind of mix things up. White's pretty easy. Yellow's pretty easy, but the other two, with any kind of black light or backlight, it's just really a challenge it's been a challenge for the judges.
Well, judges deliberating on that last exchange. Luke Rice, Finn McGill had a bit of a similar rides, and there it is. Luke Rice comes in with a 4.5. He's up again riding here, so let's look at live action. finds himself a little transition turn right there. Does a little foam climb, gets caught up, doesn't ride out of that. So Finn McGill, on the other hand, got a little bit better score on his last one, 4.77. Nonetheless, Team Australia in the yellow, Luke Rice in first place, Finn McGill from Hawaii in the red jersey in second, got a total heat score of 5.67. Alan Cleland from Mexico, working on just one wave, looks like a throwaway, 1.93. And Salvador Couto from Portugal in the white jersey, yet to open up his account.
Well, talking to a couple of Hawaiians and talking to the U.S. coach, they say it is so far from over right now. What really matters now is their surfers that are in the repechage. When they lose, then we're going to get a better chance. Right now, winning is good, keeping moving is good, but come Friday afternoon, maybe after a couple of rounds of repechage, he says you'll probably see 6 teams in contention. And a lot of people are going, it looks like France and USA. No, far from over, what he says. Good paddle battle out the back, and our surfer in white, Salvador Couto, Portuguese surfer. Just piecing that together, not trying to do anything but complete the ride. Don't fall, don't overcook it. And his team cheers him on.
Well, it took him over 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes here to get that first wave. And he made pretty good work out of it. You saw briefly Finn McGill was on screen splitting the peak with him. He didn't go very far, so we didn't miss much on that. I got to peek over the leaderboard here. But Salvador Couto is now in the game. He'll move into at least third position for sure, possibly higher on the value of those nice backhand snaps. And there's Alan Cleland from Mexico trying to hold on through that tail end of Luke Rice's last wave. And you can see Finn McGill looked like he was paddling for something. Team Hawaii anticipating McGill. Looks at that, decides it's a closeout.
Main event, round 3. These are the surfers that have yet to be eliminated. So first and second in the first 2 rounds, and they find themselves in this. This is the boys under 16, round 3. This is heat number 1. Watching 20-minute heats. They can catch 12 waves. Top 2 will count. Stay in the winner's bracket if you can. Not all is lost if you go to the repechage. All will be lost if you lose in the repechage, though. No more points for the team.
Yeah, in case you're new to watching these International Surfing Association events, there's a really great feature. The organizers have offered a repechage round, meaning if you lose in the open rounds, you end up in the repechage round. You're not done with the competition. The repechage round, you do have to work twice as hard, but you get that second chance. A lot of these teams come from literally the 4 corners of the globe, traveling that far, spending that much time, effort, energy, money, training, the whole 9 yards. It's really nice to have that second opportunity. And Dave, as you mentioned, if you lose in the repechage, it is then over. There's a nice overview. You can see the flags of Portugal in the background, and there's the flags of Team Australia. Finn McGill working on a second good score here. A little bit of a awkward bobble right there. He manages to ride through it, and he's keeping that town and country board moving. Oh, just a little bit overcooked there. Tried to fit one more foam climb in, and that cost him the rest of the inside connection.
Pretty much the same as every major surfing contest. They've all come together looking for speed, power, and flow, and progressive moves. And you need to outsurf, in this heat, you need to outsurf 2 other competitors, not all 3. The second place will get you through. Finn McGill. Well, Sister Dak's not here. She is recovering. Decided not to come back and jump into the action here. So we got Finn here representing the McGill family. Luke Rice, Finn McGill, Salvador Couto, Alan Cleland. Well, one thing, if you ever visit Hawaii and you want to get up to date on what's going on, and I believe in Hawaii it is free, and it's called Free Surf. Do you know anything about that?
I've kind of heard of this thing.
It's a great mag.
I got to see one of our distributors just show up with a big pack of magazines for the kids. So,
what's in the mag?
Well, actually, there's a great little piece on the Hawaii team. We cover the Hawaii team every year before this event. So if you wanted to get up to date on more about their characters, you can check into that. And there's Finn McGill, one of the proud surfers from Team Hawaii. He's in the red jersey, currently in second place. It's got a bit of a foamy wave, but it's actually turned into a bit of a runner, getting multiple maneuvers. And this time he's going to try to stay on for the inside connection. That one fizzles out. And lo and behold, Greg Cruz even has a stack of Free Surf magazines. Boy, this is making my day.
Very nice. And that's just not your regular size of the magazine. Let me ask you, who's on the cover of it?
Well, actually, we've got East Coast surfer Brian Toth putting his freak on. It's a beautiful photo. Zach Noyle shot from inside the barrel looking out. But it's called the Bambucha issue. We sort of copied Surfer Magazine. They do a big issue every year. And in Hawaii, when I was in high school, I used to play marbles in high school. Well, the big marble, the biggest marble of the bunch when you're playing marbles in Hawaii was the Bambucha. So I decided to make the biggest magazine we do each year, size-wise, the Bambucha issue. Anyway, enough of the blatant plugs for our magazine. There's Team Portugal on the beach, and I think the judges deliberating over that last ride of Finn McGill, but he only needed a 4.77. And here goes Luke Rice. He wants to hold on to that first position, throwing caution to the wind and basically just coming unstuck on that last section. So that's not going to help his cause. He's got a 5.03 and a 4.5 for a total score of 9.53 right now. Finn McGill, his combination of scores, 8.20. And that last wave only earning him a 3.87. So not quite enough to change things around. But Salvador Couto picked up a 5.93 on his opening left-hander. So that's the highest score of the heat thus far.
So if you're in Hawaii, be sure and pick up Free Surf, Hawaii Surf Magazine. If you're not in Hawaii, I believe you can subscribe. And for surf shops around the globe.
We're in about 60 different surf shops in Southern California, actually.
I mean, you want to keep a pulse. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And what Mike and the family has done, amazing stuff. I love the Triple Crown issue you have. Great insight on what's going on. Here we go, a set wave coming through, two for different sections, but it's our surfing yellow, Luke Rice, Coaldale surfer, 16 years of age, goes for the roof, makes it.
Well, you can really see the rifts in those waves really, creating a bit of a mogul situation. He was able to climb over the lip and get a nice crash on that section, but then the sort of competing different swells are creating a bit of a, more than a bump, sort of a hump from one section to the next.
Under 16 surfers, Luke Rice, this will be his last year. I believe he's 16 years of age in this division. He'll be a bump to the under 18. Salvador Couto is 15, as well as Finn McGill. But Alan Cleland, just 13 years of age from Colima, I believe, Pascuales. Alan George Cleland, our Mexican surfer wearing the blue singlet, which is not on screen right now, has got a couple more years in this class. And you can surf up a class. We have seen some younger surfers so talented there, not only surfing the under 16, but the under 18 as well. The only person that's ever surfed down a class has been Pat O'Connell.
Well, isn't he like got the forever Peter Pan syndrome? I mean,
we just laugh at Pat. You know, when you ask somebody what's your first surfing experience, and putting on a jersey and going out in the heat and asked to perform in a certain amount of time is kind of unnatural if you haven't done it before, right? So your first time, really nervous. And he looked at the lineup, and his birthday was coming up, or he just had his birthday, but he felt like, you know what, I think I have a better chance if I surf this class here. So they weren't checking IDs or birthdays, but very proud of the teams that are here, always flying their flags. Alan Cleland does get on the board with a 1.93 and a 1.37, but now he's asked to post a 6.72 on one wave.
Well, here goes Luke Rice from Australia in the yellow jersey. He's been very busy this heat. He's really got his wave count up, and this looks like a nice steep section there. Really able to capitalize on that as well. So this is going to probably be his strongest ride right now, and he's not done. Still cracking up some points here on the inside bowl. Really finishes clean. So excellent ride there from Luke Rice from Australia. Going to solidify his first place.
16-year-old that's been surfing for 8 years. This is the under 16 class. And official results coming through our last heat for our boys under 18. Jake Marshall does, in fact, win that with Yuki Nakashio from Japan advancing through.
Well, crucial last few minutes here, Dave. Finn McGill is in second place. Luke Rice firmly holding on to first place, especially with that last ride. We'll see what that is in a moment. But Salvador Couto, he only needs a 2.72. Finn McGill is going to want to throw away that 3.7. And look at Alan Cleland. He just needs a high mid-range score as well. And here's a little bit of a paddle battle. There's Finn McGill, gets the nod. He's going to go left. He's got his board up above the lip line. Pretty strong little re-entry right there. He opts to get out of that. I'm not sure if that's going to better his 3.87. So,
well, the first priority for Finn McGill was to keep Couto off the wave. And here's Cleland. Cleland opportunity, and he gets a one, starts putting it on real nice. A couple of double-up sections. And Couto, well, right now he probably wishes there was a lot more time on the clock. He's got about a minute and 15 seconds to paddle back out. That's what it'll take, possibly. There's only 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Did Finn McGill replace his 3.87? We know he kept Salvador Couto off the wave, but he's got to go chase him down. There goes Couto down heading to the south. Where's Finn McGill? Finn's in chase. And keep an eye on the lineup for an opportunity. So we're waiting to see if Finn McGill up the ante, meaning bettered his 3.87, but he is going to try to track down that surfer in white who's trying to get away from Finn McGill. Don't look over your shoulder. Now it's about paddling, getting back into the lineup. Cleland with a good wave, waiting for his score, needing a 6.72.
well, there it is. Luke Rice got himself a 7-point ride on that last beautiful left-hander, really strengthening his position in first place. Now Finn McGill is going to need a big score to get in that all-comfortable first place situation. Salvador Couto still looking for just a very small score. And with just about a minute left, here comes some waves. Dave Stanfield.
Oh, boy. You take a look at this. Watch the hassling going on. Now, if it's a right, Finn McGill is going to take it and sell the right. But if it's a left, Salvador Couto, needing the modest score, could upset the Hawaiian here. He needs a 2.72.
All right, well, here he goes. He's got that first maneuver out of the way, a little bit of a transitional maneuver. Let's see if he can find some lip time. Not a whole lot on offer here for the second section. Kind of running out of speed. If that is a 2.77 or 2.72, I don't think it's going to be much more.
Salvador Couto with a 5.93, the second highest score, finds himself in third, looking for a modest 2.72. 19 seconds, 18. There's another wave out there. Let's see what's going to happen with Finn McGill. Luke Rice doesn't get it, but Finn McGill doesn't know if Salvador Couto got the wave. Finn McGill needs to jump on this wave and go to town.
Yeah, well, big set wave. Here we go. We got some rides up out the back. We've got Surfer in Blue over here. Finn McGill is surfing a wave down the beach. We'll see what happens there. He's able to stick a few good maneuvers. Finn McGill definitely going to throw away that 2.72 and make things difficult for Salvador Couto, whatever score he got. There it is.
A slam dunk right there. He might take the lead, but what has happened is I'm thinking Couto possibly had the score to overtake the lead. Wow, heat recap. We're not sure exactly what has happened. We believe McGill's going to end up advancing either way, but it was a challenge from the start. Here's Luke Rice, who ended up winning, we think.
Yeah, well, Luke Rice showed great poise. He was really confident. He surfed a lot of waves. This was our rider in white. There's Finn McGill in the red jersey. He got that last good wave, and there is one of the nicer vertical hits of the heat, that last backside crashed by the Australians. So good work by Team Australia and Team Hawaii.
Breathing a sigh of relief right there. Mom gives him a kiss, and Thunder McGill looks like he advances through. We'll be right back with more action in the under 16 of the VISSLA World Junior Championships from Oceanside.
Welcome back to the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're live at the Oceanside Pier watching the world's best junior surfers surf for gold. Currently right now we are in heat number 2, round number 3, the boys 16 and under. Let's introduce all of our surfers out in the water. Stevie Pittman will be in red from the United States. In the white jersey, Brian Perez from El Salvador in white. Johnny Azushi from Japan in yellow, and Matthias Crozon in the blue jersey from France in the blue jersey. I'm Bo Hodge along with David Stanfield. Welcome to the webcast. Another 20-minute heat, 12-wave max, best 2 waves for the final score. Top 2 surfers will advance into the top 16 of the main round 4. Bottom 2 will be delegated into the repechage round. And boy, it seems like, David, all these heats have their individual drama and their explosion, and especially happens in the final minutes.
And I think the stressful part is once you get a good wave, if you get it early on in the first 5 to 8 minutes, then you might be playing a little more waiting game. And you listen to the coaches on the beach, and they say just keep really busy. Play the defense at the end, but really keep busy because you just don't know about these waves. They're really hard to read.
We are on standby for the results of the last heat, so we do not know who to go interview right now because we want to get you all the exciting drama. So they are still reviewing the last heat up in the tower on the judges. So we just got word from our producer. That is what's going on right now. So we've got Shannon down there who's going, we are on standby. We are on standby.
Brian Perez, 17 years of age, out of La Libertad, El Salvador, with a 2.43.
This World Championship made possible by our presenting sponsor, Visit Oceanside, Surfing America, supported by SurfScreen. Our media partners include Surfers Village, Grandad Zero, and Waves Brazil. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Here we go. Matthias Crozon from France, up and riding.
Yeah, the surfer out of Reunion Island. There's a lot of them out of Reunion Island, like you said, Bo, or Guadeloupe. Beautiful backhand attack here, our surfer in blue. Talented goofy footer. He won his first round heat, actually first, and then the second round heat, a runner-up, finds himself into this third round. First or second, what you need. If you're into the repechage, well, it's sudden death, but you're still running for points. Azuchi is a 14-year-old out of Japan, very interested surfer, and he's had some good results here, winning both his heats, so he is on fire. As for Stevie Pittman, he is undefeated so far, 2 wins. So the Japanese competitor and the surfer out of North Carolina, Stevie Pittman, have had 2 really good opening heats.
Here we go, surfer in red, Steve Pittman on the description there from North Carolina, from Newport, North Carolina, resides there. His favorite surf break is OBX. What is OBX, David?
The Outer Banks.
Outer Banks. It's got to be the Outer Banks, the Cape Hatteras area. Nice carving turn. Here we go, Brian Perez. We saw him earlier this morning right here on the south side of the pier, competing in both divisions of the main round of boys under 18, now doing dual work here in boys under 16. So still waiting for scores. Drop in on these surfers. No waves yet for Azushi. There's Pittman, a 6.33, Dave, and he's getting into the groove. A 1.13 backup, so he only needs a 1.68 to move into first.
Well, Pittman, part of the U.S. team for quite a while, really a go-getter of a surfer, and a wave-rich area he's from Emerald Island to Atlantic Beach. He's got the whole coast to work with. Out of Newport, North Carolina, East Coast surfer on the U.S. team, which does obviously a lot of training in the San Diego and Orange County area. So he's got to travel quite a bit. The 15-year-old in the lineup with a 6.33 is a good spot. Now he's trying to get rid of a 1.13. Well, Crozon with some consistent surfing has the lead right now, but we expect things to change. Now we're at the 15-minute mark. I believe these coaches have told them keep busy at the beginning and then find out where you are in the last 5 minutes and play defense.
Here we go, Stevie Pittman from NC. There he goes, big throw tail right on the top of the curling wave. Good maneuver there, holds it with style. Like the aggression, like the attack there from Stevie Pittman. Here we go, paddling. Our Japanese surfer taking a look there.
Well, this is kind of looking down at the surf right here. That was a thumping set. That was easily a head-high set. Our camera right on the base of the pier right there.
Look at Team USA. Totally stoked on that last wave from Stevie Pittman. So you know the 1.13 score is gone. That backup wave could improve. He could be putting that 6.33 as a backup, but we'll just wait and see. Let the judges give him a score. 14 minutes remaining. Matthias Crozon from France, a 4.5, a 3.5. And you're looking at those team numbers. Those are the possibilities that you're looking at.
Well, you know what? And I went over that with Coach Simmons, and we're talking about all these teams with basically all the same points. Costa Rica, South Africa, Japan, Peru, USA, France, and Hawaii. Because nobody's been eliminated. Yes, they might be surfers in the repechage. He says, don't get excited until Friday afternoon. Let's take a look at the DeBlanc replay. And Bo, Stevie Pittman, big move.
Oh, I like that. I like that stall, even though this was a little bit in slow motion. But I like the power, the flow, the transitions. Here we go. John up and riding. Azushi from Japan on his opening wave. A little bit out of sync there, so he'll regroup, go back for more. And there's our surfer in blue from Portugal. Getting ready for the next heat. That's Francisco Alameda.
Alameda is gearing up. This is what has finally happened. We do get the results. And I'm interested more, did Salvador overtake him before McGill got the last wave? And Salvador's last wave at 2.50, which I believe was real close. But Stevie Pittman does advance. Finn McGill does advance along with Luke Rice in that last heat. It took a while for the judge to get it out. Finn McGill's last wave of 6.03, so cha-ching.
It was a nail-biter, I tell you. It was a nail-biter for everybody because the judges, the officials, the webcasters, the producers, the beach marshal, I mean, everybody's involved in the situation here on advancing and not advancing.
You see that? Azuchi felt Matthias coming up on him. And I don't know if he's just kicking seaweed or whatever, but Stevie Pittman goes for a rotation. He says, what the heck, that doesn't look like much. I might as well try and air. Now, Pittman's one move where it was pretty solid was at the 5.83 closeout. Old school, you had called a closeout reentry, but that was something special. Brian Perez right now is in the position to move up into a transfer spot. He needs a 5.81. 11:40 remaining. Heats are just rolling through. Goofy footer, Matthias Crozon, Reunion Island surfer representing France. Let's go, Shannon, down on the beach. And look at the paddle battle hassle right there. Oh, my. Shannon, take it away.
Down here in Oceanside, Finn McGill making it through. That was a really tight finish. What was going on out there?
It was pretty tough. I was just trying to whoopsies, little set coming through. Sorry. I was just trying to keep my composure and try to get a backup score, and not too much going on out there right now. So just tried keeping my cool and catching some fun ones.
Hawaii has a lot on the line with the gold medal position. How much does it mean to the team?
It means a lot. We train all year for this. We start training literally right after this contest and start the process of picking the team and then doing a bunch of training sessions. And what's cool is that we're always with our team. It's not like a giant place where you're only with your team for like a little contest or something. We're always with each other and always surfing together. So it's like a family pretty much.
Where's your home break?
My home break is probably Sunset Beach. I live right there, so I always just jump out there.
What would it mean to you to win a gold medal as a world champion?
Oh, it'd mean everything. I mean, it's cool to win stuff in your nation, but I mean, around the world, it's crazy because then that means you're actually like #1 in the world for your age. So that'd be great.
Any last words for friends at home and family supporting?
Thanks everyone for watching, and hope all of Jeff Mana's family is doing okay. Rest in peace, buddy.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. Yeah, Finn's talking about the photographer Mana recently passed away. Team Hawaii went out and did a paddle out, did a circle out in the water to honor Mana, and yeah, all of our thoughts there, and a great summary there from Finn McGill. Here we go. Brian Perez from El Salvador, currently in third place, has a couple of low average scores of a 3 and a 2.83, and here we go. Surfer in blue, Matthias Crozon from Reunion Island representing France. France coming into this round with 4 of their surfers still alive, along with Hawaii, Portugal, and the United States. Of the boys under 16, of the 32, South Africa with 3 of their surfers in this round. Australia, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica, and Peru with 2 of their surfers in this round. In the United Kingdom, El Salvador, and Tahiti, each with 1. But we saw in the first heat, David, one of the Portuguese surfers being eliminated. So we're seeing a lot of shakeups in the team standings. That's why when you were looking at all those numbers, those are just possibilities of how the teams are going to form. We're going to see a real big mix-up today and tomorrow on how the teams are shaping up.
Well, all of a sudden, when we do go into the repechage round, we're looking at really what might decide the gold medal, and you're seeing the top seeds or some of the top seeds that had a rough heat, and they're battling back, and they're taking the long road. France, yes, Matthias Crozon, the 15-year-old Reunion Island surfer.
Matthias Crozon from France in second. But just by, just a little bit. He's got under average scores. Brian Perez from El Salvador needing that 5.81, as you said. And Zushi, a couple of waves under a point, needs to get back in the ball game, needs an 8.14. Probably need to do that on a combination of rides. And we're past the halfway point. 7 minutes, 31 seconds on the scramble. Here we go, surfer in blue. Matthias up and running.
Well, really interested. They were looking at the lefts, and all of a sudden he decides to take a right and keeps the Sushi off it, and he's getting some nice turns in. Not bad at all for what he's pulling off, and Crozon knows he's in a spot where he's got to keep an eye on Brian and John. Here comes Perez.
Yeah, Brian
Perez, a big guy.
Yeah, one maneuver there, closeout section. He's got to do a little bit more. A bobble there and goes down.
La Libertad, El Salvador, Punta Roca surfer. Going to get back into the lineup. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Boy, they keep paddling and trying to outposition themselves to the south end to have that inside track for a left. And sure enough, John thought he had the good spot, but he didn't.
There's Team Japan cheering on their 14-year-old John Azushi in the yellow jersey, living and residing in Tokushima. Here he goes, paddling, stroking in. Can he get over this hump? Yes, he does. Closeout section open, face opportunity. Yeah. Banks it off the crashing lip. So one maneuver there. And this little tyke can work his way on the inside, and he can't produce anything more. So one wave maneuver. He is the Volcom World Champ for under. He competed in the Volcom World Championship for under 16s in Japan and finished in 7th place. And has he has traveled to Hawaii.
Well, Bo, I got to ask you about the age. I possibly have Brian Perez wrong. Can you be 17 still in the under 16 class within the year? When does that birthday cut off?
Yeah, we got to ask the contest director about stories like that. I saw that when he was surfing in the under 18s that his age was listed as 17. Could have been a typo because he's surfing in both the 18s and 16s, so he must be 16 years of age. Otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed in this round.
Well, he might have had a birthday in September, and we'll find that out because it's interesting to say under 16 or 16 and under and see that he is says and listed at 17 years of age.
Hey, you know we're giving away free DeBlanc sunglasses, right?
No way.
We are.
When did you start that?
We started that on Monday.
How many we've given away?
Well, we've given away 2 right now, and I'm announcing the 3rd winner. You ready to hear this one?
I hope it's me.
No, it is not used for the competitors. The highest total heat score of the day. Now, day 1 went to Logan from Team Hawaii with a 17.87.
Bettable?
That's right.
Yeah.
And Leonardo Fierravante from Italy won it on day number 2 with a high 9 and a low 9 with an 18.97.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
No, not that Leo. The other Leo.
Oh, Leonardo Fierravante. Oh, the real good actor.
Yeah.
The guy that can sell us on how great he's surfing. Well, he does surf that great.
All right. Are you ready for day number 3, yesterday's winner?
I'm thinking it's some macho guy.
No. A Wahine, a female. A girls won the sunglasses. Congratulations going out to Macy Callahan from Australia, a 15.84 two-wave total.
Impressive.
Now, her competition, we had a tie for second between Guilherme from Portugal and Kehu Butler from New Zealand, both having 15.67 two-wave totals. So it was splitting fractions there.
Guilherme Fonseca, yeah, that guy knows how to surf. Kehu Butler, unbelievable. Oh, you know what? I did get to meet, you had your friend, the famous rugby player with the what would you call it, skin illustrations on his face. He's supporting the team. Ex-pro rugby player.
That's Kehu's granddad.
Unbelievable, man. What a story. And he walks around here, and those are the most beautiful skin illustrations over his face. I asked him when he did play pro rugby, did he have that on? How intimidating would that be? He says no, but what he has on his face has been passed on for 4 generations. I mean, it tells a story about the lineage and the family of the Maoris, and what a beautiful man he is. Just spectacular to talk to. The New Zealanders and the Kiwis here, we're going to try to get a shot of him. He is a very special individual.
Okay, we can see John Asushi from Japan registering a 3.0. Here he goes again. Late takeoff, whitewater takeoff, bails off the board. Well, now Asushi helps his campaign here with 2.5 minutes remaining, and he needs a 5.81. Also needing a 5.81 is Brian Perez in 3rd place. So very tightly contested race here. Here we go, paddling, stroking in, Matthias Crozon from France.
Crozon, make a heat, get through a heat, don't get eliminated, pick up some points for the team. France is right in the hunt. Perez now trying to make something happen here, needs a 5.81 as well. So our surfers in 3rd and 4th are asking for a bit average mid-wave scores. We've only seen 2 scores in that 5-point range, and Stevie Pittman has posted them for both of them, a 5.83 and a 6.33. So Crozon is in the hot seat right now. He's got 2 surfers trying to overtake him, and 1 solid set wave with the opportunity. Perez and Asushi could overtake Crozon's. Crozon needs to get rid of his 4.30.
And how about Stevie Pittman from North Carolina, from Newport, from the Outer Banks on the east coast of the United States, leading in this heat, competing in his very first International Surfing Association World Junior Surfing Championships presented by VISSLA here at Oceanside. He's got to feel proud now in the position to advance into the top 16 of the boys under 16.
Well, no, he has been surfing open mini groms and coming up through the ranks for so many years. Knows exactly what is needed, and we got a paddle battle. Crozon is going to play tough with anybody in the lineup that might overtake him, and it looks like he's picked on Asushi to hassle. He's left Brian Perez alone, and Matthias Crozon out of France in blue to the left there is getting right in the face and keeping really close tabs on our Japanese competitor. Hey, where'd you go? Oh, you're over there. sneaking around trying to get away from him with now 45 seconds remaining. That leaves Brian Perez all by himself open to get the score of a 5.81. Stevie Pittman, your leader, representing USA. Matthias Crozon from France is in the second spot, but can rest easily as he looks out in the lineup. Is there one more set wave to come through? We just might wrap this thing up here.
Yeah, Stevie Pittman finished third at Surfing America over at Loras earlier this year behind Luke Gordon and John Mell. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. And Pittman will assume first here with Crozon in second and Perez in third. Azushi in third.
Oh, well, he might have got an interference. I'm not sure, but I like what Brian Perez did. He just caught the wave and went underneath or around Stevie Pittman, who got the wave. Crozon got this wave just for, didn't play any defense, all offense right here. Pretty good surfing, and the French are going crazy on the beach.
Everyone going crazy on the beach.
So I don't know if it'll hold up, if it's academic, where we might have seen an interference. Stevie Pittman just decided to jump on a wave. If it comes to you, go get it.
There's Team France welcoming Matthias. There's Team USA welcoming back Stevie. And the high tide mark. And that guy doesn't want to get his foot wet. He's already got it wrapped up. Doesn't want any infections. And there's the high tide peaking right now, isn't it? We're going to take a look at the heat recap, courtesy of DeBlanc. Check this out. Nice, smooth, big, bold maneuvers by Stevie Pittman. Banking off the top, there's Brian Perez from El Salvador. Matthias Crozon from France. I'm sorry about that. Like the spin around there.
Yeah, Crozon is spot on. Played defense, played offense, and I believe the closing wave, the team goes crazy, runs down the beach. The DeBlanc replay, we're going to take a look and just kind of go out there and say Pittman and Crozon advance through.
You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. More exciting action coming to you live from Oceanside. '15 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Welcome to beautiful Oceanside Pier as we're watching the world's best junior surfers. We are now in the main round 3 of the boys 16 and under. Let's introduce our surfers out in the water. Marco Minot from France will be in the red jersey. In the yellow jersey, it'll be Johnny Guerrero from Peru. That was white jersey. In the yellow jersey would be Luke Gordon from the United States, and Francisco Alameda will be in the blue jersey. I'm Bo Hodge along with David Stanfield. Welcome to the webcast and the broadcast of this, an exciting another heat for the boys under 16.
Marco Mignot, 14 years of age, born in New Caledonia, brother to Nome Mignot. They are now living in Sayulita, Mexico. He is surfing for France like his older brother. Incredible talents. For the Lisboa surfer, Lisboa, Portugal. Francisco, what a talent he is. Almeida, Francisco Almeida wearing the blue singlet. Keep an eye on him. He's got a couple of runner-up spots, but he's been making it through the heats, which is key. And Johnny Guerrero out of Lima, Peru in white. And the 15-year-old surfer excels in all conditions. And, of course, Luke Gordon, nicknamed Flash Gordon, Pawleys Island, South Carolina. We just saw a surfer from North Carolina, and now the 15-year-old from South Carolina, Flash Gordon. Here comes a massive set coming through. Almeida, the Portuguese surfer, jumping in on it. You know, when you're thinking about Peru and the consistent surf, I think of Peru and something similar, the coastline of Portugal. Very consistent. You can always find a corner, always find some waves there. Flash Gordon to the inside.
And a closeout situation there for Luke. Luke competed at the Surfing America U.S. National Championships, finished second place behind Johnny Mel. Let's go down to the beach side with Mike Latronic.
All right, so I'm here with the winner of that last heat, Stevie Pittman, all the way from North Carolina. I'd say, hey, must be cool to have it at your home break here, blah, 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 but you traveled a long way as well.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm pretty familiar with California, so, I mean, it feels close to home at least.
Well, how does it feel to represent the red, white, and blues here today?
It's awesome. You know, like, this contest is really cool to get to support your country, and I'm super excited for the rest of the event.
Cool. Now, the conditions here, you said it's similar. You're used to these kind of conditions. What do we got out there today, and how are you making the most of it?
It's pretty fun. I mean, it's kind of high tide and weird and tricky right now, but, I mean, there's a few corners if you find them, and, yeah, pretty rippable, so.
Okay. I've been asking this question a little bit. Surfers talk about corners. What are we talking about? Let's explain that. If I didn't know anything about surfing, how would you explain the corner?
It's just like an open wall, kind of something you can get a couple turns off of, so not just straight closeouts.
All right, well, turning the corner of that heat, definitely not getting some closeouts, getting some great waves, good surfing. Congratulations. Holding the American flag. We'll see more of this guy in the upcoming rounds. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mike, and congratulations, Stevie Pittman. From my neck of the woods when I was born, never really grew up there, but I was born in North Carolina. I don't know if you knew that. Of course, my name, BEAU, a very southern, popular southern name, so thus I was given a southern name, born in the South, but very proud of Stevie Pittman.
Yeah, well, little Stevie Pittman is big Stevie Pittman now, and it's amazing to watch their career the last couple of years as we watch Johnny Guerrero, Lima, Peru, and rail work, precision rail work, brings it to the inside. Bo, well, do you like fried chicken?
Yeah, but I love Carolina Country Barbecue. Let's watch a replay, and we're going to possibly show you that air reverse of Mr. Munoz there from France. Let's watch the setup here. Bunts it, slides it, and spins it back. Not a full 360, but a full 180.
Just a nice fins first landing, and good shock absorbers he has. We go back live, and we take a look at Almeida giving it a shot. Luke Gordon out in front with a 5.17, and it shows no second score. But watch out. Marco Mignot is looking for a second score. If it's a 2:01, he will take the lead. Judges are busy. Every time a surfer's riding a wave, they can't put scores in. And with 4 surfers in the lineup and all being under 16, they're all over the place. And it's not chaos up there, but there is a spotter that's saying, red paddling, red up and right. And always saying a color so they know exactly what color they're watching, especially in the afternoon. And they're always being interrupted of doing their chores, of giving their scores. The scores go down immediately, though, on a magic marker, but they can't put them into the terminal, meaning we can't tell you the scores, or the beach announcer until they're into the terminal.
And you also hear shout-outs of location, because here at Oceanside, they could be pier side, bowl side, left side of the competition area.
Yep. Alongside the pier, red up and right. I mean, the spotters do such a remarkable job, and they're constantly scanning the ocean.
And then in the afternoon, we have a spotter on the pier on walkie-talkie, communicating to the announcers, to the judges, and to us, the web announcers.
Francisco bringing it to the inside, and the surfer looks to get out of that 4 spot. A 4.14 would definitely help his cause. Watch this. This guy has an aerial attack that's fairly interesting, and he mixes it up, blows tail. Nice hack, a layback. He and his brother, 6 years of sailing around the world with their French father, a full-on sailor and fisherman, and their Spanish mother. And when they were sailing around the world, they stopped in Panama to have Nome, and then they stopped in the Reunion Island where this young man was born. Now he lives in Sayulita, Mexico. They've got a great website. It doesn't take hard. You can find out about the Mignot family, M-I-G-N-O-T. You can go search them on the web, and a very interesting website. 3 very talented individuals. Surfer in yellow, up and running, Flash Gordon. Very smooth, knows when to pull out of it. One thing that these coaches do as well is saying, catch a wave, score the points on the wave, when to pull the plug on the wave. Don't waste your time on a wave that's not going to help you, or there's nothing left of the wave.
Yeah, let's check out the DeBlanc replay here of our previous ride. Like the transition. Blow tail, lay back, a little bit of style, a little bit of power, and like the flow and the transition, and more importantly, the in control of the radical maneuver, and that's what the judges want to see.
You're really getting a good variety on waves that you go, well, what can you do on this wave? Well, they're showing a lot of speed. They can generate speed, these guys, and where an average turn would be pretty good, these guys are doing twice as much. A lot of pier bowl rides coming through, and they're coming through unridden. I'm thinking maybe the next heat, a coach is going to say, hey, maybe consider it high tide, moving closer to the pier. And, well, moving closer to the pier, our surfing yellow Luke Gordon, he is opportunistic and now shifting. Sometimes you go towards the pier, catch a right, then you go back up and catch a left. If you've ever done that at a beach break, you're in rhythm, and it kind of makes sense.
Well, you're seeing Luke Gordon now getting that second score, the 2.8, so he goes from 4th to 2nd on one wave. Primarily on the score of his high wave of a 5.17. He only needs a 4.01 to take the lead. That puts Johnny Guerrero from Peru in 3rd, now needing a 3.88 to regain 2nd, and Francisco Alameda from Portugal in 4th, needing a 4.31. Results from the last heat are now official. Stevie Pittman from the United States in 1st with a 12.16. Matthias Corzon from France in 2nd. Brian Perez from El Salvador in 3rd. And Johnny Azushi from Japan, unfortunately, takes 4th place. So we'll see Brian and Johnny go on into round number, well, we don't know what round of the repo, but it will be delegated into the Reprecharge round. Here we go. Marco up and riding.
Oh, actually, a split of the peak. We keep an eye on our surfer in red, our heat leader, trying to replace a 3.67. He did hear that score and waiting for this wave to kind of stand up. Will he milk it to the inside and go for a reform? And no. Goes over the handlebars, which there are no handlebars, but it's a great description of going over the handlebars if you've ever ridden a motorcycle or a bicycle.
Okay, you ready for the 7 days of 7 seas?
Not yet. Hold on. Now I'm ready.
Well, actually, it's the 4 days of 7 seas because we've already given away 3 wetsuits. So actually 4 days of 7 seas remaining of the 7 days of the 7 seas. Am I complicating you?
Yeah.
I've lost you. You're looking at me like a deer in the headlights.
First of all, you said wetsuit. What kind of wetsuit?
Wetsuit. We don't have wetsuits in Hawaii, so this is new to me, too. You can enter at the VISSLA website, go to the Facebook page, look for the Win tab, click it, mouse it, tab it, pound it, get registered. Fill out the application. It's free to win. It's free to enter. No credit card. I know you're worried about your credit card. No credit card involved.
Can you win if you're outside of California? Because it seems kind of like, okay, everybody from Oceanside or Southern California wins. Can you win if you're from around the world?
Yes, even if you live in Timbuktu or if you live in Peru like Johnny Guerrero, as we were seeing on screen. Because our first winner was all the way across the pond, as they like to say in the Atlantic, over in the UK. Craig McLuhan was our first winner. Our second winner, Kathleen Hanley from the United States. And yesterday, Stefan Schatzer from the United States won our third wetsuit. So here you go, 7 days of 7 seas. Today is day number 4. Go to the Facebook page of VISSLA or right here at isaworlds.com. Look for the Win tab, click it, register, enter, and around 4 o'clock this afternoon, Pacific Standard Time, we will draw a name.
I want somebody from the Aleutians or somebody from the Bering Sea or somebody from Norway or Sweden or Iceland to win.
Well, we can't give it to a penguin. There are some restrictions.
I love those birds in flight.
Here we go. 8 minutes, 55 seconds. Vive la France. Francais, surf.
You keep
the equipment of France.
Yes,
yeah.
That is the team right there.
And they are one of the power horse teams here in the World Juniors. You know, they entered today with all 4 of their boys in the 18 and all 4 of their boys in the 16s alive, but we've seen some elimination through this round in the main round 3. There's Luke Gordon trying to do better than his low of a 2.8.
Take a look at this. You must see something really good.
So I see that your phone is blowing up from Peter Mell. He wants to know when John Mell surfs in this round. Can you answer him on the webcast?
Yeah, I can. He already knows. Trust me.
It's heat number 7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, heat number 7. Okay, Pete. Still a few more heats. This is heat number 3. We got 4, 5, 6, and then your boy, Johnny Mell, the under 16 U.S. national champion from Santa Cruz, will be hitting the water in this round. Mignol in first, Gordon in second, Guerrero in third, Alameda in fourth. Alameda from Portugal now needs a 4.31. Guerrero from Peru now needs a 3.88. And Luke Gordon sitting on a low backup wave, Dave, of a 2.8. You know he wants to improve, and here he goes.
Well, this is the time to do it right now. And this is outside. This is one of those pier bowl rights, and it is shaping up to the inside to be a killer wave. One nice move right there. A lot of bump and funk. There's the closeout section. Now on the backhand. And you can see 2 different waves running in and really mixing it up, reading it well. Just that little extra push of the tail at the end. Nice job for Luke Gordon. Let's see if he can get rid of that 2.80. That's kind of academic. So things are going to change in the lineup. When second place improves his 2-wave total, third and fourth need a new requirement to overtake him. And if first place drops to second, third and fourth need a new requirement. It's just better to be out in front and just take the lead. Johnny Guerrero looking for at least a 3.88.
Let's go. One good maneuver out the top. Here he goes. Throws the tail. Can he land it? No. Giving him every little chance on the takeoff. Here we go. Our surfer in blue, Francisco Alameda from Lisbon, Portugal, the 16-year-old. The national champion down in Portugal for under 16. Here's the guys for the next heat. You're looking at Cody Young. Cody getting ready for Team Hawaii. Coming up in heat number 4.
He didn't get traded. He's still with Team Hawaii.
Yeah. You know, there were some, negotiations with the NFL, with the MMA, and with Major League Baseball. NHL didn't want him.
Yeah. You know, one thing I know about Team Hawaii is they're real consistent with when their surfers, prior to going out in the water, there's a little bit of a chant going on, pumping them up, everybody gets together. And when they get out of the water, serious team effort, headed by Reno Saez, Kehea Hart, and Bert's in there too as well, right?
Bert Ishimaru, right? And Bert is one of the directors at the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing for the WSL Hawaii chapter. And I know Bert will be very busy because after this contest, we only have 1 week laydown before the HIC Pro starts up at Sunset Beach, the precursor and the qualifier for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing.
And we'll probably see some of these surfers in that, especially the Hawaiians, correct?
Yeah, and there he goes, running down the beach. Strange to see Cody Young in the wetsuit.
Well, hopefully he is signed up. We can get him a full suit here. So all you have to do is just hit the tab win and send in your email?
It's that easy.
No credit card required.
I entered you yesterday and you didn't win, so I know you're a little bummed today, but there are other chances for you to win one, okay? Got to keep the faith.
My water heater's gone off in my house, and I have to take cold showers. I need a wetsuit.
You guys have been bragging how warm your water is around here. Now you're whining about your shower?
Yeah, when you don't pay the electricity bill. Actually, I'm thinking of moving underneath. I like the waves there. I'm thinking of moving underneath this pier.
Well, you were in Portugal for 2 weeks.
Well, I had first-class accommodations over there. Francisco put me up. That was really nice. Thank you very much, all the hospitality in Portugal for the women's CT event and the men's QS 10,000. And, for the first time ever, they had dual banks. They had to do dual banks. They were really pressed to run a lot of heats. You got to see it. Now we were seeing it here, north side, south side. Who do we have?
This is Johnny Be Good, Johnny Guerrero. Nice carving turn on the open face. Here he goes, cuts back in. Like the variety here. This is going to be one of his better rides. Throws it off the white water. This is a waist-high wave, and he's manufacturing scores. I like it. 3 different maneuvers on that wave.
Flash Gordon picks up this one, and again, staying fairly close to the beard, not right underneath it, but he has been working the rights. I love the way he has been picking off a lot of waves. He has taken the lead, now trying to better a 5.17. And if I was another team member, another visiting country, I'd keep an eye on the locals. That might have hurt right there over the falls on his back into 3 inches of water. Ho, ho, ho. Marco, he claims it. He was looking for a 4.91. He has just got a vicious snap out there. There's Diego, there's Nome, and there's Marco. This is Marco, the 14-year-old. Got a birthday coming up December 23rd, I believe.
Here we go. Francisco, with 3 minutes remaining, needs to get on the move right here, and he's not going to get it done there, needing a 6.41. He's got a two-wave total of a 6.17 with a couple of rides at the 3.67 and 2.5, so needs to improve on that margin. 2.50 counting down.
A Portuguese national championship caliber surfer and has won the titles. The 16-year-old out of Lisboa. And, a lot of people go, I'm going to Lisbon. It is Lisboa. You might as well say it right. Lisbon is the lazy way, the English way, but Lisboa,
I know.
beautiful city.
You caught me. I'm the Howley. I said Lisbon. I'm sorry. All right, he's waving to you. Is he trying to get his order at Ruby's, or does he wants to know the situation?
I think Ruby's does serve breakfast. Another pier bowl right coming through. Another decent couple of waves going unridden. They are looking for the lefts down the beach for the most part. Luke Gordon, your leader. Marco, I believe we're still waiting on a score. Well, we're going to end this thing pretty quickly. A minute and 45 seconds from Marco gets a score, takes the lead.
Yeah, anticipating that. You were right, David. Marco Manol now in the first place position with a 6.67 and a 5.5. Flash Gordon now needs a 6.95 to regain first. But again, we're seeing the level of surfing, our top two, pretty much in double digits.
Watch out, Johnny Guerrero. Here he comes. Guerrero looking for a 6.31, and we have seen one wave in that caliber. Marco got a 6.67. This is a pretty nice wave. Also on this wave coming right at him, I believe, is Luke Gordon. And Gordon had to pull up because Johnny got up first because of the left. Here's Luke. Well, no, actually, Luke just redirected to the inside. Interesting. 58 seconds remaining. It's not a done deal for Luke Gordon to make it through. Out the back, looking for opportunity. Francisco Almeida. Not sure if anything's going to happen. The next 43 minutes, we're coming to a close in this heat, and another good one coming up next. It looks like we've got Mexico, Costa Rica, Hawaii, and the South African surfers all doing battle for their home country. That's it.
Yeah, Luke's pretty satisfied with his performance there, and look at that small board. Checking in with Ryan Simmons, the head coach there. Ryan's got some complimentary words for him. A good heat, good aggressive heat. I like the attack. I like the variety, both from Marco and from Luke.
He couldn't get out to do any defense right now. Here's Marco. Watch out. Is this a victory lap? This guy has got some talent, looking to launch. High line for speed. No, he decides to redirect on his backhand. Here's launch point, and let's see what he's going to do. Up and around and down. No harm, no foul. Looks like our Frenchman, by way of New Caledonia, by way of Mexico, Marco Mignot is going to win this, and Luke Gordon gets the cheer on the beach. They think it's a done deal. Bo, let's take a look at the heat recap.
Yeah, here's the DeBlanc heat recap for heat number 3, round number 3, and it was this Frenchman. Amazingly showing us a great variety. Watch this. Boom, throws it, spins it back 180, and Marco showing the pace here, both backside, front side, and this was Francisco Alameda from Portugal. Unfortunately, comes in fourth in this heat. And look at that layback stall blowtail. Boom. Marco showing the variety. And what about Flash Gordon right here? Luke Gordon from South Carolina going some great maneuvers here. There's your heat recap for Heat 3, round number 3. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. When we return, the exciting Heat number 4 this round. Stay tuned.
lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo. Día a día más lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're on the south side of the Oceanside Pier here in California as we watch the best junior surfers from around the world chasing for gold. We're in heat number 4, round number 3, boys 16 and under. We have Luis Ray Hernandez from Mexico in the red jersey. In the white jersey, Joseph Menendez from Costa Rica. In the yellow jersey, from Maui, representing Hawaii, Cody Young, and in the blue jersey, Sebastian Williams from South Africa. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic. Welcome. We are 2 minutes into this heat. A little bit slow. We saw Sebastian Williams open up with a 3.67 during the break, and here we go, paddling in white. This is Joseph Mendez.
All right, well, Joseph Mendez coming from Costa Rica finds a little bit of vertical room there on the top of that lip, throwing a big fan on that second section. So winding up, gets his board above the whitewash line there. Let's see if he can link it in here. The Oceanside Oscillation fully in view there. And this is Cody Young up and down. Not a good wave selection at all.
Here's Team France. Got a parrot. That's pretty cool.
Well, obviously entertaining the team at France here, saying, hey, surfing's for the birds.
You think so? No, I think surfing's for the surfers.
Well, you know, surfers with their arms out, they sort of get a little bird-like in flight.
Let's go down to the beach with Shannon Marie. Who do you got this time, Shannon?
Thanks, Bo. We are with Marco Mignoc from France. He is really excited to make it through. All smiles. Good vibes down here, huh?
Yeah, super good vibes. The French team is really alive, and I'm happy almost everyone passes their heat, and the French are ripping right now.
Cool.
And nothing to say more.
Well, it seems like having fun is the right recipe to make it through.
Yeah.
Difficult conditions, but what was your strategy to get the points you needed?
Go out there, get a quick start, and have to be really confident and surf, have fun out there.
And what would it mean to be a world champion in front of everyone watching at home?
It would be incredible, cool. I don't know. It'd be cool for, I don't know, I'm really happy if I win it.
And some words to the family back home in French?
Sorry?
Some words in French for the fans?
Salut à ma mamie, à mon papa que je l'aime beaucoup, à ma maman, à Manoa, et à toute la famille Mignon, je t'aime. Et Garcia, ciao.
Oh, so cute. Big kisses to mom and dad and everyone back home. Back to you guys.
All right, Shannon, and I think Team France has recruited Shannon. She may not be coming back here. She's carrying that French flag.
Well, it's sort of an honor when you get to do the interviews and grab the flag, or you're asked to hold the flag. It's a pretty big deal. You know, these folks are coming from far and away. Thousands and thousands of miles are traveling with their coaches, their families, their friends, and bringing their flags, bringing their color, bringing their culture. And if you're just tuning in, this is the International Surfing Association. This is the 2015 ISA VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and it's the United Nations of Surfing. Surfing may well be on its way to an Olympic path. We're on the road to potentially seeing surfing enter in the 2020 Games in Tokyo. We'll find out in July. There's a vote on it, but super stoked. This may well be the freshman class of Olympic year one in college coming up in 2020. But that's yet to be decided, and a lot of decisions going on right now. You can see our surfer in white, looks like Joseph Mendez, all the way to the left of the screen there, was paddling, sort of hustling down the south side of the beach. There he goes. He's got this left-hander. His first wave came in at a 6.67, a la a couple of nice, strong backside maneuvers, and he's got himself a little wave. This is going to be more of a filler wave. It's not going to be a big score, but he will have at least a second score on the board. And here's Cody Young from Hawaii in the yellow jersey making his way into the shore break. Let's see what he's got.
So a combination of riders there. Our cameraman split between Sebastian Williams from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, and Cody Young from Makawao, Maui, representing Hawaii. So we'll get you those scores. Last of white, last of blue, last of yellow. There's the Mexican-Hawaiian contingency. See also the Costa Rican flag. All cheering on there.
I see a couple of VIPs there in the foreground. Looked like the Surfing America director, Greg Cruz, was having a chat with the man himself, Presidente of the ISA, that is Fernando Higuer. As we discussed the path for surfing to be in the Olympics, no one man has been more instrumental on that path than Mr. Fernando Higuer. All right, well, we just saw an up and down. That was surfer in red, Luis Rey Hernandez from Mexico. Not able to really cut in rhythm quite yet. Still 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, so plenty of time on the clock to regroup, recharge, get back out there. Paddling a little bit slow, taking his time.
There's the British flag up there. Team Britain coming up. They've got a competitor in the next heat, heat number 5. That's Liam Strout. Here we go.
Well, here's Hernandez. He's got himself another opportunity. Sort of took this wave halfway out, high tide, so there's a lot of different reform sections. This wave's not really offering anything of scoring potential. Here it goes. It steeps up a little bit, gets a nice crack off the top. So all the way at the end of that wave, Hernandez able to finally get a scoring maneuver that he'll definitely throw away one of those scores he's got right now, because he's got a 1.27 to throw away.
All right, Mike, I've been crunching the numbers over here. 32 surfers in this round, 4-man heats, 8 heats, 32. Top 2 advance into main round number 4, so that means the top 16 surfers will be around in that round. As we watch surfer in white, Joseph Mendez from Costa Rica up and riding, and he's off our screen. So Hawaii, Portugal, USA, and France, all 4 of their surfers into this round are still alive. Portugal just lost one of them, so they're down to 3. Also with 3 surfers, South Africa. We have our South African in this heat, Sebastian Williams. Australia, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica, and Peru. 2 surfers of the boys 16 still alive, but we just lost one of the Mexican and Japanese surfers, so they'll have 1 remaining. And also with 1 remaining, United Kingdom coming up in the next heat, El Salvador and Tahiti. So kind of variety there, but the big houses, Hawaii, Portugal, USA, France, entering in this heat, looking for as many surfers to stay alive in the main event. And how important is that?
Well, it's of tremendous importance. I mean, just the repecharge rounds, it's a second chance. It's doable. But when you end up in the repecharge, basically you're getting fed competitors from the open rounds. And for every heat of open rounds, there's 2 heats of repecharge. So a lot of work for the repecharge surfers, especially if you go down early. If you go to the repecharge early, you might end up having to surf 10, 12 heats to get to the final.
And that's why you call this a marathon, correct?
Yeah, this event, obviously there's 20-minute heats, 15 minutes in the repecharge. You got to focus on that itself on any given day. But when you approach these events, you got to realize it's a stretch. It's a marathon of a week-long tournament.
And the results official from the last heat. Heat number 3 as we watch surfer in white. This is Joseph Mendez, our official. Marco Mignol from France in first. Luke Gordon for the United States in second. Johnny Guerrero from Peru in third. And Francisco Alameda from Portugal is in fifth. So Johnny and Francisco delegated to the repecharge round. And for Marco and Luke, they advance on into main round, boys under 16, round number 4.
Well, we saw a partial ride of Cody Young there. Not sure if we're going to be able to show you that whole ride on replay, but that was a 6.83. So the highest score of the heat thus far has moved Cody Young from Hawaii in the yellow jersey up into second place. Joseph Mendez from Costa Rica in the white jersey, still holding on to that first spot position. Here goes Cody Young. This is an important wave. Does a little slash off the top, finds a little whitewater bank right there, and he's going to try to line up this inside wall here. It looks like he's got a little speed, opts to cut back. A little bit deceiving when you look at waves from a high angle like that from the pier, but here he goes. Finds himself a little crack, nothing vertical, but sort of stitching through the inside and completing that ride. That's going to definitely replace that 1.27.
Cody Young last year competing in his first inaugural ISA event in Ecuador at the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Helped Hawaii achieve a gold medal. So now, Cody's a veteran now. This is his second year in the ISA format. He knows how it works. He knows how it grooves. And he's coming back with some experience.
Yeah, well, one thing I'd say watching Cody Young in the events in Hawaii and at these ISA events, he is no slouch. The kid has a great work ethic. He's really strong on his feet. Consistent too. He didn't go crazy on that wave, but he did what was necessary right there. Got himself a 4.33. He's now moved into first position.
Yeah, Cody finished equal 13th along with Samuel Pupo from Brazil, Quinn Bryce from Australia, and Che Allen from Barbados, who is a VISSLA-sponsored surfer. So very good company, and all those 4 surfers who finished equal 13th last year are back this year at Oceanside.
Well, we saw a couple ups and downs there. Sebastian Williams in the blue jersey from South Africa sort of found himself struggling through a funky little section there, so he's going to look for something else. Now he's found it. Here is Sebastian Williams in the blue jersey from South Africa. A little snap off the top. Kind of an interesting little turn there. I guess we're going to take a look now at this other surfer in red, Luis Ray Hernandez from Mexico. You can see he's just not happy with that. He wasn't able to ride out of the whitewash, and has gone out to look for something better.
There's Team Mexico. Very proud of Luis. But Luis needs to get his motor running here. He needs a 7.75. He's in the 4th place, non-advancing position for the main round. He could be delegated into the repechage. There we see surfer in red. That is Rylan Rubens for the United States, getting some coaching there from his dad and the rest of the field.
Well, ocean conditions obviously a little bit bouncy. High tide has been wreaking havoc here. My feet have been getting wet high up on this beach, but the good news is that there's a decent little swell pushing these waters up on the beach. And a little lull in the action right now, but our official surf forecaster, Surfline, has predicted that we will see contestable waves over the next few days. And it's a mix. There's a south-southwest swell as well as a small west-northwest swell. So that west-northwest swell should be showing a little more by the afternoon.
Well, it's always good news to hear that waves are here. And, these events are planned sometime 12 months in advance, just like the announcement for the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships going to the Azores over in Portugal. So the date has been set. Now we just need waves. And we need competitors. So every region, every nation will be gathering up their team starting on Monday. It'll be a 365-day job to work for 2016.
Well, we got the aerial view of our rider in red there. We're cutting to the beach angle now. It looks like he's sort of waiting a little bit for that inside reform. And now we're cut to Sebastian Williams from South Africa. He's got himself a nice long right-hander. He's been able to do a couple of vertical turns there on the outside already. Didn't get to see his first turn, but nice execution there on that second turn.
This World Championship, sorry there, Mike. This World Championship made possible by Visit Oceanside. and Surfing America. We are supported by Fiat. Our media partners include Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, and Via Dea Escape. And don't forget, VISSLA creators and innovators are having the 7 days of 7 Seas giveaway. We've given away 3 wetsuits to Craig McLuhan in the UK, to Kathy Hanley in the United States, and yesterday, Stefan Schatz from the United States will be a winner. And just about, about 5 hours from right now, we'll be drawing another name. And you can enter, go to VISSLA's Facebook page, click on the Win tab, or go to isaworlds.com and click on the Win tab, register to win, and we could be giving away yet another wetsuit to you in the 7 days of 7 Seas. Thank you to VISSLA, creators and innovators.
Yeah, really stoked VISSLA's got involved in this junior event. It's really a good fit. I mean, if there's creativity and innovation, it's you don't have to look far when you're looking at the youth of the world. So great marketing decision and support by the leaders there at VISSLA. Stoked they're involved, and got a little bit of a paddle on the outside. Looked like White was going to have a look, but that wave backed off. Show of frustration there. Sebastian Williams, he got a 4.9 on his last wave, creeping a little closer to second position, but he still needs a 6.27, Bo.
Yeah, he's 2 points behind Cody Young. There's Cody in yellow out the back, but this is our leader, Joseph Mendez from Costa Rica, just blowing apart on that last maneuver. That was a yard sale right there. Everything must go. Here we go. This will be our surfer in red, Luis Ray Hernandez.
All right, well, he opened up with that nice turn, unable to get the inside connection. And you can see he's pretty close to the pier. I'm going to venture to say with this underlying west-northwest swell, the sweep has decreased, and surfing next to the pier presents a little less danger than it did yesterday. But we'll see what happens at the lower tide, because this break really changes with the tide.
Well, there's our second Hawaiian competitor we've seen in this round. We're going to see Baron Mamiya from the North Shore coming up in heat number 6. And don't forget about Logan from Maui. Betamall, he'll be coming up in the last heat of this round. So Team Hawaii defending the gold medal this year in 2015. They won it in Ecuador last year. And Cody and Sebastian's got to be careful, because judges can call paddling interferences as regular as drop-in interferences just as equally, right?
Oh, yeah, and there is some definite situations. They call it snaking. If you keep a competitor off a wave, you might be warned if you do it twice, and then if you do it the third time, you can be penalized. But with only 1 minute and 25 seconds left, I'm not even sure we'll see enough wave action for those guys to get into that much trouble.
See the pack of 3 right there. Cody Young to the left. We can see Sebastian Williams from Jeffreys Bay now to the right, as Cody is right on his tail. Why? Because Cody's in second, Sebastian just off screens in third, so he's the closest man in contention to overtake him. And what Sebastian needs is a 6.27. And off to the left is your heat leader, Joseph Mendez from Costa Rica, up and riding.
Well, Mendez has pretty much stayed out of trouble. He started the heat with a really strong wave. He got that 5.93. 6.67. Backed it up with a 5.93. And this is sort of just a remedial ride to the beach. He doesn't want to have to paddle in. It's not going to be one of his top 2, or if it is going to be in his top 2, it won't be much better than the 5.93. But I doubt it.
Just seconds remaining in this heat, and there, Cody just on his tail, relentless. Sebastian needing that higher wave score. There's surfer in red, that's Luis Ray Hernandez from Mexico. He also needs a near excellent score of a 7.9. 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, well, bad luck there for Williams, not able to get another wave at the end of that heat. Good strategy to Cody Young from Hawaii, maintaining second place. Great skill and show of form there by Joseph Mendez from Costa Rica in the white jersey, to pretty much took the lead and stuck with it most of the heat.
Yeah, we're going to show you the block replay here of heat number 4. Round number 3 of the boys 16 and under. And all began with this man, and he ended up on top. This is Joseph Mendez from Costa Rica.
Yeah, real strong surfer out of Costa Rica. Luis Hernandez right there in the red never really got to fly, but I guess that was it for the replay.
You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside. When we return, the second half of the draw of the boys under 16 of round number 3. Stay tuned.
You know, once the building was set, Skunkworks kind of fell into place. It's like, all right, this is going to be the spot and the only spot that will sell our boards in order to simplify my life.
All right, welcome back to, this is the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. If you don't know what ISA stands for, it is the International Surfing Association. Over some 97 countries represent here in the ISA, 36 of them representing here at the junior contest right now. And we've got an interview at the beach with Shannon from the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, I'm here with Joseph Mendez from Costa Rica. Very excited with this whole team. Está emocionado para ganar el primer lugar, ¿no?
Sí, claro. Por dicha, gracias a Dios, me salieron las olas buenas para pasar de primero y no, súper contento para la segunda ronda.
He's happy for the second round, and the waves came through for him, the ones he needed. And to have all of Costa Rica here cheering you on, everyone back home, how does that, support you? Para ti, todo Costa Rica apoyándote, todo el equipo aquí, ¿cómo se siente?
Súper contento y orgulloso de estar acá con todos ellos y feliz.
Said he's happy and really proud to represent their flag. Give some words to everyone back home in Costa Rica. Unas palabras para los ticos en casa.
Dino, muchas gracias por todo el apoyo a todos y pura vida. ¡Oe! ¡Ticos! ¡Ticos! ¡Oe! ¡Ticos! ¡Ticos!
Vamos, Costa Rica. Back to you guys.
Well, you see a happy bunch of people on the beach there with Team Costa Rica. Muy contento. I know what that means.
That means very upset.
Very stoked. Very content.
Stoked. Very contented. Very happy with everything. So official results of that last heat?
Well, our man from Costa Rica on screen right there, he got first. And in second place, that was our surfer in yellow from Hawaii, Cody Young.
Yeah, okay. Good job for them. High tide still pushing. A couple of set waves coming through. A lot of people getting wet on the beach. If you set your towel down or your backpack or whatever, it is getting wet. Pretty big push right now. Luke Malherbe, East London, South Africa, the 16-year-old in the white singlet, jumped out to a lead with a 4.17. Liam Murray Strout out of Port Isaac, representing the UK, the 16-year-old in blue. Ryland Rubens, a goofy footer, out of Pacific Beach, California, 15 years of age. And then our surfer in yellow, Reef Hazelwood from Moffat Beach. Reef, the Australian surfer, 15 years of age.
I have yet to figure out what game these girls are playing from Team Hawaii. Obviously, it's a bit of balance, a little slap happy.
Well, when you get somebody that's not very good at it, they're called the pushover. Oh, that's a pushover. Just trying to knock the balance. And I'll tell you, what do? You do look for eye contact or you watch the hands. You got to keep your hands up.
Well, that's a big thing in Hawaii. If you're a hula dancer, definitely got to watch the hands.
I was talking to the guys this morning. You guys are hitting so hard that you don't want to break a wrist. You're going to have a bad paddle. It's going to be tough to get to your feet.
All right, well, we did see a pretty good exchange of waves. Rylan Rubens from the USA in the red jersey opened up with a 6.33, just did a series of nice-looking maneuvers and got to the shore break and just pretty much beached it. Luke Malherbe in the white jersey from South Africa has a 4.17. There's Team South Africa, and that's Nintinde. He's the recipient of one of many of ISA's scholarships. ISA has given away over $200 or close to $250,000 over the past few years. And the criteria, of course, they have to be good surfers, but more importantly, they have to, do good in school and be good citizens. So rewards are many.
Yeah, really great program. Thank you, ISA. It really have given out a lot, support a lot. Nice throw tail right there. Reef Hazelwood, Moffett Beach. Well, Australia keeps battling, and there, look at that.
Yeah, I was walking by somebody earlier, and they had a little plot of sand that was all nice and dry, and it was all wet sand all around them. And I'm all, you folks might want to think of moving. And it says, well, no, it's past high tide. You can't exactly tell the ocean that. It's still got some pretty good sized waves. And as you can see, the water was approaching the scaffold over on the left-hand side.
Alien life form looking down at our camera operator. And if you've seen any of the highlights, it's not going live, but it is making some great highlight packages. The other day, watching the drone camera operator get just a beautiful shot over the pier as the sun went down. As we take a look at a DeBlanc replay of a surfer, Reef Hazelwood. The goofy footer really unleashing on that one.
All right, well, here is Rylan Rubens from Team USA in the red jersey trying to make quick work of this second opportunity. Looks like he's going to get a little reform here on the inside, and we've seen some really good opportunities on this inside reform. Nice little check turn right there, but kind of misturn that time, that last turn. Probably a good idea, though, because didn't want to lose his fins, as you saw that wave just spill off onto dry sand.
WSA Under-12 champion. He won that title at Church in between, obviously, San Onofre and Lower Trestles. Church, a great little location. WSA holding their championships there, and he won it back in 2011. It's Rylan Rubens. Now, he lives in Pacific Beach, which I believe was the location for that very first ISA championship years and years ago down in San Diego. It's between Mission Beach and Point Loma, so if you go Point Loma north, you got it. If you've gone to Mission Beach, you've gone too far. Pacific Beach, some nice surfing there. He, when he wants to get some big waves, he ends up going to Blacks, which is kind of a local go-to spot for a thumpy wave, depending on the swell. It has packs a nice big punch. He's got a big trench offshore. And I think he might be in high school. Last time I talked to him, it was Pacific Beach Middle School. But Rylan Rubens, our surfing red, has opened up with a 6.33 and a 3.77. You're looking at the flags of RSA, the Republic of South Africa, and Luke Malherbe, the East London surfer, is looking for a score of a 3.21. Talking to the South Africans, yes, they speak English, then they speak Afrikaans, and then you want to take a look at a country with a million different languages, it's South Africa. I mean, there are dialects and languages, I don't know, I would guess 25 at least. You being a linguist.
Well, I am somewhat able to survive and eat food in France. I can speak a little French. I took a 6-week course in Japanese a bazillion years ago, and I remember that it was very muzukashi, very difficult language. People take for granted all the different structures and ways people communicate, but that's one thing I really think is cool about the ISA. I mean, although you have all these different languages, different cultures, different ways of life from around the world, we're all here under the same umbrella of Surf Stoke, and one guy looking pretty surf stoked right now is Reef Hazelwood from Australia in the yellow, just making quick work of that wave, and unfortunately sort of blowing the end of that, but did some great work there on the outside. I think that's going to be his best score.
Well, he had a very unusual way of maintaining speed. It was definitely a flat wave, and you'd see somebody just go straight with a Huntington hop. He was hopping and turning at the same time, really generating his own speed across certain flat sections. Love the way he was going to town. Also in the lineup, we have a 16-year-old, Port Isaac surfer Liam Murray Strout, and looking for the UK surfer to post a score right now of 5.98 on one wave, or a combination of about 4 points. That's all he needs to overtake Reef Hazelwood. When you think you know the score you need, right, it's the other surfers are continually getting waves and improving their two-wave scores. You're never safe in surfing.
It's never over, baby, till the horn blows. So, unless you're comboed, one wave can make a big difference. And that was Luke Malherbe from Team South Africa in the white who fell off at the end of that wave. And here's Ryland Rubens trying to make an impact on this wave and drop that 3.77 from his score line. Definitely going to want to lose that score if he's going to stave off these surfers from the UK, South Africa, and Australia. There's Kahano.
Kahana Delovio. What a cutie. I look at her and I go, well, that's a gymnast out of Dallas, Texas, right? She's originally born in Texas, but boy, what an athlete. All sports. As we take a look, surfer in blue, Liam Murray Stout.
Yeah, well, Liam Murray Stout's found himself a nice little opportunity here. He's gotten some room to breathe on the outside. Let's see if he's not able to make that inside connection. But you know what? That's definitely his best ride so far. So he's finally got in the game with 8 minutes remaining.
Team GB, Great Britain here in force. We do have Wales as well. WALES. They've got easily the most unique flag out there with the dragon, a flag that dates back centuries with the military and certain wars. I guess I'm not sure it was the military, but so much color, pomp, and pageantry. It started on Sunday with the Parade of Nations, then the Sands honoring surfers and their beaches around the globe. That ceremony was very special.
Sands of the world.
Each team needs to bring, obviously if you're on a coral reef, but find some sand at your local break, maybe where the team trains, and bring it here and into a plexiglass case. All the sands of the world were poured. 36 countries?
36 different countries. You know, one year, I think it was Iceland showed up, and they brought a rock.
The beautiful rocks of Iceland.
Put it in the case, mix it up. It's really cool. The Sands of the World ceremonies, if you never got to see it, just this really, mixed color map of the world through the different beaches. Everybody drops their sand in there and represents sort of a kind of a world unity moment. So I really like what they do there. Well, definitely things have died down a little bit out in the ocean. Tide's pretty high, should be heading back out soon, and we've noticed that sometimes it lulls out a little bit before it starts to come back up.
Thank you very much. Here's the Sands, and take a look at this. They brought it up, and each country comes up with the flag, and it's an honor for each team member. Some speak, some hold the flag, and some pour the sand.
You see all the different colored sands. Some sands white, some sands dark. That was Team New Zealand doing the haka. Sort of a tradition now to watch that at the beginning of these.
And then our local Native Indians, San Luis Rey Indians, that are part of California's largest mission up here. Appreciate the effort. The Mission Indians coming and performing, and the final display of all the flags and honoring the nations. And Fernando saying, we're underway. Green light. Well, this has been a real softy out the back, kind of a roly-poly wave at high tide. He keeps everybody off at Reef Hazelwood. He's his job right now with 4 minutes and 58 seconds is to maintain or improve his position to maintain it. He wants to keep Luke Malherbe out of South Africa off a wave. Malherbe's wearing white. He needs just a 3.21. And Liam got back into the hunt. His wave a 3.93, so all he needs is a 3.45.
Well, good wave out the back here for our surfer in blue. Liam Murray Strout got a 3.93 on that one right-hander, and he is now in the running. He only needs that small score. Same with Luke Malherbe. Right now, it's a pretty tight race. I think even first place is not safe. Rylan Rubens has that 3.77 he's going to want to get rid of if he's going to find any comfort staying in first place.
Well, here he goes. This is how you do it. And two sections, two peaks. It's first and second. First does a nice rotation and rides out of it. And this guy's got to get out of the way now because here comes Rubens. And nope, still separation, no problem. So first and second doing what they want to do is improve their two-wave total. Our surfer in yellow, Hazelwood, pulls out and to the inside. Going to nail this thing right onto the beach. U.S. crowd goes ballistic, steps off onto the sand. 3:44 remaining. Let's clock how fast this guy can paddle. So he gets into the water at 3:40 on the clock. Let's see if he can make it out there in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, I don't see any waves coming on the horizon, so I'm going to say he's going to get out there in 55 seconds. But a very polished act for surfer in red. Just went really low to his board, showed a variety of maneuvers. And surf's really tight. Haven't heard of him before, and just really stoked to see new talent here when I come to these ISA events.
Reef is looking at better at 3.50. Let's take a look at the DeBlanc replay.
Well, he started out with that nice wafting 360, ended up in the shore break here. Just milked this thing to the very end. Nice and polished. He knew he had to get off his board. Didn't want to lose any fins. So mahalo to DeBlanc for bringing us that action once again.
And you notice how he stepped off on the sand. He knew, just so used to leashing and pulling on his leash and getting it in there. Really quick reactions. Important wave here for Liam. And wave choice is difficult if you're not used to these beach break conditions and this south swell that's running.
Well, he's definitely trying to get the larger waves out here, but sometimes those close out. So really important to find those open corners to, hopefully get a nice crack on the outside and then link it.
Well, I think our boys just made it to, we're looking at two other surfers close to the pier, and it looks like Rubens has made it to the outside. Might have taken a little more than 55 seconds.
Well, that is the lovely Summer Macedo, surfer from Maui in Hawaii. And here goes Liam Murray Scott's going to try to get a little better opportunity here than that last wave. It looks like he's found some open space, and he's going to do a little check turn, throw some spray. So this wave's sort of speeding up on the inside, definitely doing what he needs to do. He only needs a 3.45 to move positions. And there's Luke Malherbe just coming unstuck.
.118 on the clock. Rubens, your leader. 6.43, 6.33. And I believe we might have Hazelwood with one more score. Hazelwood with a 5.10 and a 3.87. Now Luke needs a 4.81, and Liam Murray Strout needs a 5.05 with 55 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, well, Liam's first wave, it didn't amount to too much out here on the outside. Got a nice little redirect right there and had to cut back before he found any real energy. But look at this. He kind of hops through it. He stays with it, does a check turn, comes to the inside, and this wave starts to actually heat up for him. Got two nice maneuvers on the inside. It's debatable whether he's going to get a big enough score to get into advancing position, but definitely filling in the blanks and sure to go into his top two. Probably surpass his 3.93.
Well, big kelp patty kind of coming into the lineup. Keep an eye on that. That might cause an issue in a couple of later heats. We have wrapped things up. This heat is done. Not sure if all scores are in, but we think the surfers in first and second are going to stay that way. Let's take a look at the heat recap. Brought to you by DeBlanc. It starts off with a very powerful Ryland Rubens.
Yeah, well, Rubens definitely maintained control throughout most of this heat. Maybe rivaled by the Aussie. Yellow surfing very strong, very radical. Didn't have as long a waves as Rubens. And this man tried a little bit of a late charge, but not enough to get the nod. And there are moves like that for Rubens kept him in first place.
The 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships continue with under 16. This is the winners bracket round 3. It continues right after this short break. Welcome back to Oceanside, California. We are in North San Diego County, San Diego to the south, Los Angeles to the north. We are surfing the North Pacific Ocean in El Nino water conditions. We did have some extremely warm temperatures. We've chilled down just a bit. Got a quartering onshore wind, but the water is still very comfortable. If you're going to be out there for any long time at all, you might want a little bit of wetsuit rubber on you. But we are hot and heavy into a very important boys under 16 main event, round 3. And the first two basically stay alive in the undefeated division. And it's all about getting through these things. Don't go into the repechage. Then you're into sudden death. David Stanfield with Bo Hodge. And Bo, we're seeing some really good surfing. Some are struggling. Others are so used to just maybe the shifty conditions out there.
Well, Fernando Aguirre and Liam Ferguson and all the fine staff here, from Harry to Megan to Carlos, they've got a format here that works perfect. The cream of the crop is going to rise to the top. It's a double elimination. You know, sometimes in other surfing contests, you just have bad luck, bad conditioning, wave selection just not there. Well, you've got a backup chance in the repechage rounds and the losers rounds to get back into this event. So if you can't make it out of 2 rounds of surfing, then thus, boom, you know, you're not going to make it through. So thus, when we get to our Final Four, whether you came from the main rounds or the repechage rounds, hey, that is your entry to winning a medal. And it is rising to the day. And today, at least for the boys 18 and under and 16 and under, we're going to cut this field of winners rounds from the top 32 to the top 16, and then they're going to be surfing again tomorrow. So it's going to be an exciting day of competition all throughout this event, and that's what the International Surfing Association is all about.
I love what you just said there.
What did I say?
The cream of the crop rises to the top.
Yeah, it does. The cream of the crop rises to the top.
Didn't I just say that?
You
and
said
then you
that.
said that before. No, you said
No,
it.
you said that.
Shut up.
So in this heat, Baron Mamiya from Hawaii will be in the red jersey. We got Vasco Monaco from Portugal in white. In the yellow jersey, Aldo Chineros from Costa Rica in yellow. And in the blue jersey from France, Thomas Debier. And here we go. Good re-entry maneuver there. I believe that was our surfer in blue.
Come on up. Show us your jersey.
There he is. Blue jersey. Tomas.
I'm going to just call him DeBear.
Yeah.
He
looks like a DeBear.
Well, I mean, D-E-B-I-R-R-E. If I tried to say something that's going to be wrong either way, I might as well be wrong with something I can say is DeBear.
Okay.
DeBerry? No, I don't think so. Well, guess what? He's representing France, but guess where he lives, where he was born?
Reunion Island. Nope. Guadalupe. Okay. I had 3 chances to be right there. 1 out of 3 ain't bad. And here we go. He's up and riding again. He's found the connection. Like the spray, like the floater maneuver there. Can't continue it. So thus he'll regroup, refine.
Aldo Chirino is the 15-year-old out of Playa Negra, Costa Rica, wearing the yellow singlet, looking to get on the board. And then Vasco Monica, Lisboa. Here's Aldo. Aldo going for the throw of that one and keeps his eye on the lip, and all of a sudden he stuffs it.
Well, Costa Rica's coming off a great high this past June, winning the World Surfing Games down in Nicaragua. And their momentum and their young surfing talent is proving to be very large. Of course, we know about the McGonigal family. Nomar is now in the top 100 of the Prime Series and the QS for the WSL. But Leilani McGonigal, a two-time finalist last year in both the girls under 16 and under 18. And she's still continuing her campaign here in Oceanside. Stroking. Vasco taking a look here, not able to go. Dave, what happened there? He was surfing.
He was.
Here we go. Tomas taking it on his backhand. Open up with a 2.83. This is his fourth wave so far in this heat. He's keeping really busy. There's Yellow. There's Aldo just finishing up his ride. Let's go down to the beach and check out where Shannon's at. Shannon, where are you at?
Thanks, guys. We're here on the sand with Ryland Rubens, the winner of the last heat. Feeling strong, feeling good. What was going through your head during that heat?
I was just trying to stay busy, just do what I normally do, stay relaxed, and luckily it worked out for that heat. Yeah.
And, we have some gold medals on the line. What would it mean to you to win?
Oh, it'd be a dream. This is my first year doing this contest, but it's been so much fun, and to get a gold medal would be amazing.
Do you feel that home field advantage?
Yeah, definitely. It feels good. Just I can just sleep in my own bed and just kind of relax, and it's just really good vibe. Yeah.
Any words to your fans watching?
I just want to say thanks everyone for watching, and make sure you tune in, support Team USA. Yeah.
Hey, Shannon, I got a question for you.
Yeah, we have a question.
Would you ask Ryland, with the coach standing right next to him, does the coach have them train in afternoon conditions and windy conditions? Do they train in this type of surf?
So Dave wants to know if Coach is making sure you guys are training in windy conditions and difficult conditions as well.
Yeah, Coach Simo is an amazing coach. We're lucky to have him down here, and we've been grinding with him a lot this whole week. Yeah.
All right, there you have it.
Thank you
on to the next round.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't want Simo as my employer. He'd make me work 24/7. That's how it is, I guess, if you're a coach.
You would be in the best shape of your life if you hooked up with Ryan Simmons. I guarantee you that. Maybe you could be in training for the ISA World Masters team. You can qualify for Team USA.
Do you know that commercial, the VISSLA commercial, where the guy is sitting on the couch and he's sharing his sub sandwich with his dog? Now, that's me. Basically, they got that script from me.
Okay.
The couch surfer.
Okay. You know who I just saw? Gary Linden.
Gary Linden. And Gary Linden is one of the senior amazing big wave riders of all time, isn't he?
Oh, I told him thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and I squeezed in one more thank you for his passion, his dedication, and all the hard work and all the big wave events that he's put on. Now the WSL has taken the big wave tour where Peter Mell is now the commissioner, and that thing is flourishing, and it is so exciting. You're part of it. It's amazing.
Let's flash back to what Fernando and Gary did. I believe it was the Reef Big Wave World Championship, Todos Santos. And it was an amateur event, and in the semifinal, Taylor Knox sets the record for the biggest paddling wave ever. Just there's so much history in the sport. Good to see Lyndon, local boy. If he's not traveling the world down South America, he's shaping boards here as we take a look at Vasco Monica. Yeah, we just got delivered a result sheet, and we looked at one side, it was blank. We went to the other side, it was blank, and read between the lines. But we do have results of that last heat, and it was a good one.
Yeah, Ruben took first place. Rylan, congratulations there. Rylan Rubens in first place for Team USA. Reef Hazelwood from Australia takes second. Liam Murray Strout from the UK. Very close battle between him and Reef. Unfortunately, will be delegated into the repercharge. He takes third. And Luke Malherbe from South Africa, unfortunately, in fourth place. So, again, Liam and Luke have one more second chance round. And for Rylan and Reef, they're moving on into the top 16 of the boys under 16.
I guess for those commuters in Southern California, you can either take the fast track, like the carpool, or you can take the slow way. And if you've ever been on the crowded Southern California for years, you might as well go on the fast track. And that's what you're doing if you get first or second in these heats. If not, you got a long way to go.
Here's a gold medalist from last year and the team, Baron Mamiya in red, competing, riding on his fourth wave. There's blue up and riding. Thomas Debert from France. And there's Team Hawaii.
They haven't had much to cheer about so far. Barron with a 3.20 and then a 1.43 guaranteed. Going to get kick-started real quick here. Doesn't need much of a score to move up.
There's your heat leader right now, Aldo from Costa Rica. And there's Team Costa Rica. Concerned faces looking at him. And Costa Rica with a fantastic junior program.
What, they're down to 2? Where is everybody? Are they on the north side with a little reform? And it gets a little throaty to the inside, and it breaks right on the beach because, nope, that's it. Well, as we pull back, we can see the view. The strand down there is where the parade was. Right behind us, there's a strand, and there's a little paved road, and you can go north or south on it, and that's where the parade was held. It's blocked off for this event, though.
At the Junior CAL Amphitheater, correct?
Oh, yeah. A great amphitheater here.
Dedicated to the professional football player who used to reside in Oceanside, former San Diego Charger.
And San Diego has a lot of professional athletes, football and baseball athletes that live in this area. Well, he was looking for a high line for speed, and he's got it and looking to launch. You could see him telegraph that, and fortunately, he didn't even try a grab. He goes for a rotation, goes down.
Well, Barron's got some high standards to uphold. Finn McGill earlier won heat number 1, fellow Hawaiian surfer. Cody Young plays second in heat number 4, advancing into that top 16 round, the main round. We've got Logan Bidiomal coming up in heat number 8. So Team Hawaii looking really strong, really healthy in their under 16s.
It's Thursday, October 15th. We had a sunrise at about 6:53, but we had surfers in the water at 6 o'clock using the little light of the pier. And how do you surf in that kind of darkness? You surf towards the lights, towards the pier to see the reflection. High tide 10:29, and it's a 5.43. So we've passed the that high tide, but still, it's going to be on us for probably another 45 minutes. Low tide is at 5:21 this afternoon. It's a 0.44. We'll be surfing at 5:21, Bo, or we'll be wrapping things up.
Yeah, we'll probably be getting close to 5:20, 5:30 finish. You know, there's always those times in between the heats that, you know, the judges take to score and transition from heat to heat to heat.
Well, Barron's fighting back, as you just saw, and he did post a 5.03. Let's see what's going to happen here. So our 2 surfers that have gone undefeated in their first 2 heats, meaning they dominated their initial heats, now find themselves at the top bracket. First and second. Thomas Debert from France now needs a 5.04, and I think we still have one more score to come through. Vasco Monica needs a 4.94. Oscar Monica from Villanova Santo Andre, Lisbon.
Let's watch the DeBlanc replay. Full rotation from Baron Mamiya. He tried it earlier and failed it. This time pulls it off with control and style. So the judges are going to like that. And Baron moves up. There he is, second place at 5.03 on that last maneuver. Aloha, Bob. Nice shirt. I like that shirt. Creators and innovators. You fit that shirt.
Bobby, you're looking good.
I think he got a haircut. That's why he looks so good.
Barron got a 5:03 on that last one, and then a 5:07 prior to that. And sure enough, we were worried about his performance. And cha-ching, a couple of good waves come through. Solid set wave coming through right now. A closeout from the pier all the way down to Mexico. One big closeout. Barron is taking the lead. The crowd on the beach, well, if you're Hawaiian, you're cheering. Although it looks like he is holding on to that second spot, trying to replace a 4.20. And now DeBear needs a 5.94. Monica needs a 5.84. We're down to 4 minutes on the clock. There we go. Beach Marshal, 4 minutes remaining. Beach Marshal is from Florida over here?
No, she's from Oceanside.
No, excuse me, our beach commentator. Our beach.
The beach commentator. See, there's a huge difference between the beach marshal and the beach commentator.
Thank you for explaining that. I was a mistake, Bo.
Yeah.
I think it's Travis AJ.
It's Travis, and there's also Rick and Simon.
Oh, yeah,
so
Rick.
They're rotating.
So they're rotating through because
they need breaks just like we need breaks.
10-hour days.
10-hour days, maybe a little bit longer.
Well, Bo then stretches into what they call a pub crawl, which I don't know what that is.
Well, maybe I'll drag you. I brought Mike Latronic on the pub crawl. Maybe we'll get to recruit you.
You know, instead of crawling, why don't you get on a skateboard?
No. They call it a pub crawl for a reason. I'm finding out that San Diego is the capital in the United States for microbreweries.
And obviously a lot of crawlers.
Saw the team moms over there, Tammy Moniz cheering on Barron Mamiya. Barron in that double-digit range right now with a 10.1 with 2:49 remaining. And I was taking a look at last year's results. Barron Mamiya finished equal 11th at this contest down in Ecuador. Vasco Monaco from Portugal was in the low end. He got eliminated in the early rounds of the repechage. He finished 73rd, so he's much improved here, making round number 3 of the main event. And Aldo from Costa Rica was equal 49. So Aldo and also Vasco have improved their margins from Ecuador, as long as Barron, he's also doing there. And for Tomas DeBear, this is his first time at the International Surfing Association ISA World Juniors.
A lot of game playing down there and some pretty heavy paddling to get into the lineup to keep him off this wave. But Aldo has kept Thomas off this wave. Now, Thomas, does he have opportunity? Thomas is trying to get the inside position.
Now, who's that guy? That's Chris Latronic from Board Stories. Working hard. He's going to be making a full-length show of the experience of everybody here at the VISSLA.
Thomas DeBear needs a 5.94, a minute 39 seconds remaining. Watch this. He better get going, step on the pedal. Big move out the back, blows tail, and goes over. What could have been maybe 2 big moves. Unfortunately, that wave did not totally cooperate. And our surfer in blue looking to get out of that third spot. Might be have one more chance. A minute and 20 remaining, Bo.
This is crunch time. A couple of high 5-point rides required for Tomas and Vasco right now. For DeBear, he now needs a 5.94. For Monica, he now needs a 5.84. So 1 minute remaining.
Barron looks to remain undefeated, and boy, it did look bleak for the first 10 minutes, and then sure enough, he gets a couple of waves and unleashes a score of a 5.07 and a 5.03, and you go, aren't those mid-range scores? Isn't a perfect wave 10? Well, really, no matter what, they're going to set the scale, but those are really solid waves. Nobody else has got a 5-point ride. He's got 2 of them.
Well, that's the standard here in this heat. Heat number 6, round number 3. 30 seconds on the clock.
Aldo's paddle back in the line, and watch a paddle battle to the south end. It's going to get heavy here. Here it is. They are on top of each other, and Thomas DeBear does get it, and Aldo kind of gives it to him. He says, that writes nothing. Well, look at this. To the inside, it takes some reform, reshape. Our surfer here in blue, representing France, needs a 5.94, gets a couple of turns in. It's a nice runner. You can see the French team watching closely. The horn, and I don't think they feel it's going to happen. Well, DeBear gave it a shot. Aldo made him basically go on the right instead of the left. It looked like he pushed him deep.
Aldo improves his position just 4/100ths of a point behind Barron Mamiya, and there's Team Hawaii proud of Barron's success. Here's the heat recap, courtesy of DeBlanc for heat number 6, round number 3, the boys 16 and under.
Well, there were only 3 5-point rides ridden, and it took a while for Baron Mamiya to get up and running. And when he did, it looked pretty good.
There's Baron there on his backhand, and of course, this is the maneuver of the heat right there, full rotation for Baron Mamiya from the North Shore, from Wailua. And I tell you what, let's take a short break. When we return, more exciting action from Oceanside. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
I heard stories of a man who lived alone on a remote island. Then one day, a man began working on a new creation.
Plan your Oceanside adventure today at visitoceanside.com.
15 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're live at the Oceanside Pier watching the world's best junior surfers compete.
We just saw a little commercial on the Oceanside, little shots of what you can do. Two things. There is a great little runway airport down there. Mike Parsons flies in and out, has fun. They've got a great little skydiving center as well, so you can go skydiving. There's so much to do here, and you saw a great shot of the mission. California's largest mission of all the missions that were built. It is absolutely beautiful.
In this heat, we've got some exciting surfers, and the man in red, the defending gold medal champion from Ecuador. Last year, he represents France. Leopold Etienne will be in the red jersey. Gabriel Vargas from Peru will be in the white jersey. Aiden Massenkamp from South Africa will be in the yellow jersey. And from Santa Cruz, California, John Mel, younger son of Pete Mel, will be in the blue jersey. Another 20-minute heat. Best 2 waves for the final score. Top 2 surfers advance on into main round number 4.
John Mel gets a good backside move and looking for a reform to the inside. See multiple options. He gets another little clean face section here. Now this reform, can he make it? The Huntington Hop and the tide is now changing just a bit. Hard to make that inside connection, but he did start with a 1.33. First on the board really quick for John Mel. Now up against Leopold Etienne, who opened up now with a 3.33. Got to ask this Frenchman, where is he from? Where was he born?
Well, why don't you tell me?
Guadeloupe. I'm moving to Guadeloupe. Seems like a lot of great surfers come out of there. Here's our surfer in yellow, Massenkamp.
Must be the coconuts. It produces the good surfers down in Guadeloupe.
Well, coconut water's good. Good hydration.
Here we go. Aiden Massenkamp from South Africa.
Aiden's from the Strand, and he's 16 years of age.
Let's go down to the beach and check out where Mike Latronic is.
All right, I'm standing next to one happy Hawaiian, Barry Mamiya. Great job. Kind of have an all-or-nothing approach out there. I mean, it's either make it or break it, and you made it.
Yeah, at the beginning of the heat, it was pretty slow, and I just was kind of like, oh, okay, I got to keep calm. So I just kind of breathing and waiting for a wave, and then a left came, and I did 2 all right turns. Like I kind of felt like I was like bogging, and then that right came, and I tried the air on the first try and didn't make it, and then tried the second try and stuck it. So that was pretty much it, but yeah, I was stoked.
Yeah, a lot of surfers may have tap that second wave instead of trying to get another maneuver and maybe just try to get a small average score. You opted to keep going for it. Now, I talked to one of your coaches, Bertie Shimura. I says, is that the game plan? Are you guys coaching him to be reserved? He says, well, Barry Mamiya is always going to get radical.
Yeah, I just thought, like, if I just tap it, then they're not going to give me a score. I'd probably get like a 2 or 3. So I was just like, okay, well, this might be my only chance. And I didn't land it last time, but if I keep trying it, I can land it. So I just went for it, and yeah, it came out and I landed, and I was stoked.
Now, you got 11th overall last year. This year, you're stepping closer to that all-important final round. I know we're not there yet, but how good would it be to bring another medal to Team Hawaii?
yeah, it'd be great. I mean, everything feels good. I'm feeling a lot better. Boards are feeling good. I'm going to get a couple more tonight and see how those work and try and get everything dialed in, and then hopefully I can bring it back for my country or whatever region or whatever. But yeah, I'm stoked to represent Hawaii and everything, and I'm stoked.
All right, well, keep up the good work. See you in the next round. We'll go back up to you guys.
Gabriel Vargas giving it his best shot, making it to the inside, and John Mel on the same way, made it to the inside closer to the pier, so E for effort. Let's see what's going to happen here. Those Hawaiians, when a Hawaiian wins, there's Hawaiians kind of mingling in the background. Some show their colors, and others kind of give the little funny face, the muscle, who was that?
That was Chris Latronic. No relation. Well, he is related to Mike Latronic. Nephew, uncle, not his son, nephew, uncle. So everyone's asking, is Chris Latronic's Mike's son? No. That's his nephew.
Well, we're waiting for scores to pop up on the screen right now. The judges have been busy. To the south end, 2 surfers are looking at it. I can tell you that Leopold Etienne, the 16-year-old representing France, the winner of the gold medal out of Ecuador, has got some weight on his shoulders. He is expected to really kick it into high gear, and so far he's been looking really strong. He has won both his early heats. And then for Aiden Chad Mason Camp out of South Africa, he's got a 2-1 coming into here, a second and a first. For Gabriel Vargas out of Peru, a 2-2, but he's made it through. But 2-2 can put a little stress on you. John Mel blitzed his first heat. Spectacular opening round heat for John. And a second place in the second round of competition for John Mel.
Well, I got scores and updates with 13 minutes remaining. Leopold Etienne in the lead with a combination scores of 8.66. The breakdown is a 3.33 and a 5.33. Second place, Gabriel Vargas from Peru. Surfer in white has a 4.67 and a 3.70. John Mel from Santa Cruz, California, representing Team USA, now in third place. Combination scores of a 6.5, breakdown of a 3.83 and a 2.67. Johnny now needs a 4.55. So we saw Samantha Cornish there helping Team Australia. And in fourth place in this heat, we've got Aiden Massenkamp from South Africa with a one-wave score of a 3.03, now needing a 5.35 with 12 and a half minutes remaining.
Well, let me ask you this, Bo. If you are, as you move through these brackets, and say you're first or second, and you've met up with somebody, go, boy, that I don't want to surf against that guy again. If you keep marching through, you'll meet that person in 2 more rounds, right? You're kind of flip-flopping back and forth as we advance through these rounds.
Well, first and second will get divided up into
for the next round. But then you might meet that person again. So
you may surf against a person 4 or 5 times, even in the winners bracket.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to surf against you 4 or 5 times.
Aiden Messenkamp from South Africa on the inside connection, making the transition here.
It's really tricky. You've got to see the multiple waves coming through. You definitely know how to purpose your board just to try to maintain speed.
Shh, be quiet. Thank you, David.
We have a sleeper on the beach. Everybody keep it down.
Hey, I hear the Hawaii moms are cooking about 800 pounds of food a day at the Hawaii cabin.
Plate lunch for breakfast, plate lunch for lunch, plate lunch for dinner, plate lunch for snacks.
She's allowed to be tired.
I hear there's some good food at the Hawaii house.
Yeah, some healthy food, too. So Leopold in red, our leader. We got a split peak situation. We're going to stay with blue right here. This is Johnny Mel. Nice carving turn on his forehand. Bottom turn right through the whitewater section. Slides the tail. Not done yet. Heading towards the pier. Doing that OC hop. Here he goes again. He'll kick out. So good scoring maneuver for John Mel for Team USA. Okay, right now he's holding down a 3.83 high and a 2.67 low. Needing a 4.55 to get at least into second place.
Peru is cheering on Gabriel Vargas.
Gabriel in second place right now. Surfer in white, he's only had 2 waves. And they're keepers right now, 4.67 and a 3.7. He needs a 4.0 to overtake Leo Paul. And the last wave for Aiden Messenkamp coming in at a 3.2. Time remaining 10 minutes. We're at the halfway point. Man, these heats fly fast. Here we go. Surfer in white, Gabriel Vargas. Big off the top on his forehand. Not done yet. He'll make the connection. Bottom turn, slashes it one more time, redirects. And this could be a keeper wave for little Gabriel. Boom, one more time.
Oh, what a tiger.
Up and down, Aiden. Here we go. Your heat leader, the gold medal winner from last year, Leo Paul Etienne. And there's a shot of Surfer in white getting ready for his next heat. That is our Tahitian surfer, Sasha.
Well, when Leo Paul won his gold medal, he did it over Joe Van Dyke, Nolan Raposa, and Griffin Colapinto. The U.S. team has lost Griffin Colapinto. He will not be surfing, an injury. So last year, a finalist, a fourth place result.
But Nolan Raposa is back, looking good.
Raposa with the 3rd last year, hopes to do 2 better this year.
Yeah, Team USA, very stacked team, even though they're missing probably two of their best surfers in the United States, Griffin Colapinto and Caroline Marks.
Exactly. Well, it's either ACL, MCL, or what? Broken leg? Yeah, that's what you get when you really try hard. Caroline Marks, big smile. She was here for the opening ceremonies in a wheelchair. That's a full cast. It will be taken off and go to a soft cast, but a full cast, which is incredibly difficult to walk in a parade. So she was wheelchair.
Okay, we got an update. 3.97 last for little Gabriel Vargas. He ups the margin for John Mell in 3rd place. John now needs a 4.82. Surfer in blue now needs a 4.82, and for Aiden Messenkamp in 4th. Surfer in yellow now needs a 5.45. Time ticking down 7 minutes, 50 seconds.
Really great talent in the water, but they have to find a wave. And you've heard it time and time again, get the 2 best waves. Here's our surfer in yellow, Aiden Chad Messenkamp from the Strand of South Africa. That didn't quite work out.
And now another update. Here we go. A 4.83 for John Mell, the one he took all the way to the pier. He moves into second. New situation. Leo Paul in red in the lead. Our defending gold medal champion in this division of boys under 16. John Mell now in second. John now needs a 5.01 to move to first. More important, he needs to protect his low wave of a 3.83. Gabriel Vargas goes from second to third, needing a 4-point ride to go back to second. And Aiden Messenkamp now needs a 5.47 to get out of 4th and 2nd place. And time ticking down, 7 minutes remaining.
Big question is, what does Leo Paul need to replace and improve his 2-wave total?
Okay, for Leo Paul, his wave scores are a 5.33 and a 4.5.
Okay, so setting the benchmark close to a 10.2 wave total. And he's tried a couple of waves that haven't quite worked out.
You know how close second and third is?
No.
0.02. You know how close second and fourth is? 0.43. Fraction separates second, third, and fourth at this stage. So every wave is going to be a critical wave in this heat.
Messenkamp to the south side. All 4 surfers were looking at this wave, 4 different areas, and this only one surfer here out of South Africa gets it, and he gets a good reform to the inside, blows tail, and it looks like he's got the juice. The reform to the inside up the beach is really pretty good, and he's going to tag another couple of tenths of a point on that, the way he finished off. Closer to the pier, it's really hard to do the reform. It seems to be backing off in pretty deep water. What's going to happen there?
6-minute mark is getting even closer right now. So close in this heat. And I stand corrected. Aiden Messenkamp not fractional out. He's a 2.26, and there a 0.57 last for John Mell. So here we go. Surfer in red, our defending gold medal champion, Leo Paul Etienne from France. Nice carving turn back into the whitewater section. Here he goes on the open face. Banks it right through. And not done yet. Another slash, backhand, good variety, good mixture. Judge is going to like that wave.
Really smart move to go on his backhand. He had the choice of hitting that inside little dumpy section and close it out on his front side. Backhand, much safer, much cleaner. Impressive stuff. Great wave read for Leo Paul.
So there's Team USA, Team South Africa, Team France, Team Hawaii down the line. We've got a Hawaii surfer coming up in the next heat. That's Logan out of Maui. So a lot of competitors. You can see the surfer in yellow running up the beach. That is our Portuguese surfer, Joao. So a lot of action happening here on Oceanside. And critical right now, .02, 2/100ths of a point separating advancing into the main round number 4 or delegated into the repechage round. We're talking between John Mel in blue and Gabriel Vargas in white.
Well, John Mel not even interested in Gabriel Vargas. John Mel now has gone from where he was closer to the pier. Looks like he's moving to the far south end. The 15-year-old out of Santa Cruz, father of Big Wave World Champion and pro surfer, and now the commissioner for the Big Wave Tour. John is, little John Mel is not little John anymore. He looks like he's a solid 5'10" to 6 feet. I believe the grandparents are on the beach. The parents, though, are watching live over from Europe. Pete doing some work over there in France.
Yeah, we say congratulations going out to Gabriel Mendina, winning the Quicksilver Pro, and Tyler Wright winning the Roxy Pro, both former world champions at this event, the ISA Junior World Titles. Both have won gold medals in this event and then progressed to their professional careers. So good training ground, great avenue here for these young surfers. And here we go, John Mel up and riding. Beautiful left-hander on the forehand. Nice carving turn, back in the pocket, redirects, slaps the back of the wave. And this could be a keeper for John. Let's see. His wave score, the breakdown, 4.83 and a 3.83. Leo Paul up and down on that last ride.
But a little bit of luck to be in the right place at the right time. Graphics back up. Leo Paul, you can see there, the Frenchman wearing the red singlet. He needs nothing. He's got a two-wave total of an 8.83. John Mel to take over the lead needs a 5.01. John Mel is doing two things. He wants to improve on his 3.83, or he wants to at least play hardball and keep in the face of Gabriel Vargas.
And Leo Paul has improved his margin his last wave, a 5.37, his high wave right now. So for John Mel to go into first, he needs a 5.88, and for Gabriel Vargas now needing a 4.44. And for Aiden Messenkamp, he needs a 5.38, but time is ticking down, 2.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, now and then you hear the horn from the north side, especially with this wind. I go, what? Is our heat over with? Yeah, luckily, we're up and running with the time remaining. Bo's got his mobile device with the countdown timer as a backup. We can see the French team pretty happy about the conditions, or pretty happy about what has happened so far with a pair of fives. Nobody else has got a 5-point ride except Leo Paul. He's got two of them. John Mel's got a pair of fours. And for Gabriel Vargas, he's got a 4 in there, a 4-point ride, 4.67, and a 3.97. Very close. Don't count out Messenkamp. A 5.38. If nobody catches one, he finds a buzzer beater. He could jump from fourth into second.
Well, Johnny just improved his margin with his last wave of a 4.27, not 2/100ths of a point separate. But there you go. Aiden Messenkamp flies it out of that one and not able to connect. And here's Gabriel Vargas from Peru, looking for the inside connection. Doing the OC hop on the inside here.
Little Gabriel, I could never figure out his age. Didn't get a chance to find out. Bo, do you know?
No.
Really small. Looks like a junior competitor. Looks like he's going to be in these ranks for a long time. And he quick on his feet. Did Vargas get a 4.44 on that wave?
Well, that will be the question for the judges. 1 minute remaining. Here we go. Aiden Messenkamp from South Africa up and riding and kicks out.
So with 50 seconds on the clock, John Mel sees the left, and I guarantee, well, unless he likes the backhanded wave down the beach, and look at this. Well, he wasn't going to chance it. Leo Paul, I believe, kept him off that wave. And that it was not because of any kind of priority. It's just because of the positioning. John Mel does not know what Gabriel Vargas got on his last wave. There's 25 seconds remaining. You got to be well aware of the battlefield out there and what other surfers are doing, whether scores are coming in or not.
Here we go, crunch time. 10 seconds, still waiting for that nail biter, that last wave for young Gabriel Vargas of the Peru in the white jersey. Paddling, Aiden Messenkamp.
Messenkamp looking for a 5.38. And these rights sometimes really reform to the inside, give some opportunity. Not a massive move out the back.
Leo Paul catching that wave after the horn. Here's the block replay. Heat recap for heat number 7, round number 3.
Well, let's just say that Leo Paul was the only person to get a couple of 5s. John Mel was close, very close, had some nice turns. Does John Mel, though, is the question, is did John Mel hold on to that second spot?
And a 3-0-3 from Gabriel Vargas, so thus it'll be Etienne and Mel advancing on into the next round. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside. Coming up next, our final heat of the boys 16 and under, round number 3.
Más lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo. Día a día más lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are at Oceanside Pier with the world's best junior surfers competing for gold. Our final heat of the main round 3 for the boys 16 and under. And here we go, heat number 8. Momoto Suzuki from Japan will be in red. In the white jersey, Sasha Levy Agami from Tahiti will be in the white jersey. Yellow jersey, Joao Moreira from Portugal. And from Hawaii, from the island, it'll be Logan Bedamal in the blue jersey. Top 2 surfers advance on into the round, main round number 4. That's the top 16 out of this heat, out of this round. And then the bottom 2 will advance on into the repechage. I'm Bo Hodge. Welcome to the broadcast here. An exciting day, day number 4, the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are being brought to you by and presented by Visit Oceanside, along with Surfing America. We are being supported by Surf Screen. Our media partners include Surfers Village, Grandad Zero, and Waves Brazil. There's the teams on the beach, the flags being represented. You can see Japan, you see Peru flags, you see the Hawaii flags in the middle, you see the Portugal flags, and here we go. This will be surfer in blue, Logan. Logan working down the line, couple of taps there. Gets the open section. Will explode right here, not much there, comes back around. Betty Amal up and riding. Let's go down to the beach with Mike Latronic.
All right, I am standing here not only with the winner of that last heat, but last year's defending under 16 gold medal champion, Mr. Etienne. Speaks a little bit of English, I speak a little bit of French, but fortunately we have a translator here. I noticed that the waves often start out right, then they go back left. He did a good job of reading that.
Alors, les vagues étaient super dures, il n'y avait pas trop de vagues qui passaient, je suis super content d'avoir gagné cette série. Il fallait bien avoir une bonne lecture de vagues, partir en droite, mettre 2 moves, revenir en gauche s'il y avait une reforme, aller jusqu'en bas et taper un roller en bas dans le short break.
You're defending champion. Oh, what did he say?
The champion.
No. About going back and forth on the wave.
I don't know what to say.
He did a really good job of reading the wave, sort of. The wave would start out going right, but he'd find the sections going back. It's a very difficult wave. I know he said it was difficult out there. Being defending champion, are you nervous this year about being champion, or it's the same anyway? It's the même chose.
Est-ce que tu es stressé d'être le champion du monde ou...
Oui, je suis super stressé d'être le champion du monde. À chaque série, c'est un peu plus stressant parce que on augmente de tour en tour. C'est stressant.
He say, yeah, he is nervous to defend his title of the world, and he say hit by hit, he advanced hit by hit, and that's it.
All right. Well, one last thing. All the way from France, I noticed you got one Hawaiian shaper. How's your equipment working?
Les planches sont super bien, sont bien réactives. Quand c'est creux, elles vont super vite. Même quand c'est mou, il faut un peu pomper, mais les planches sont super bien, elles correspondent super bien aux vagues ici, donc je suis super content de les avoir.
He said his stick is working great and fast, loose, all that good stuff. Anyway, sorry about the translations. Last year's champ, Mr. Etienne, we'll see you in the next round. Keep going, Team France. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mike Latronic. And there you go. Leo Paul Etienne, defending gold medal champion. The boys 16 and under has made the final 16. Main round number 4. Congratulations. Let's get you updated here in this heat. The final heat of the boys, round number 3, 16 and under. I'm Bo Hodge along with Sean-Marie Quirk. And here we go. Joao Moreira from Portugal with a 3.83 and a 2.33. Sasha Levy Agami from Tahiti in second with a 4.1 and a 1.73. Momoto Suzuki from Japan with a 2.87 and a 0.67. Now needs a 2.97. And Logan Bedamal from Maui, from Hawaii, now needing a 2.91 to move up. He has a one-wave score of a 2.93.
Yeah, João Moreira in yellow from Portugal leading the heat right now with 13 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. João is from Lisbon, born in Lisbon, but currently living in Carcavelos. He's 16 years old, and Carcavelos is where he trains, and he's the runner-up at the European VQS 2015. Sponsored by Volcom, Reef, Mata Shapes, Electric, and Fonte Viva, and FCS. He's also a skater. So Portugal is really stoked to host the next year ISA World Junior Surfing Championships of 2016 will be in the Azores Islands. So up and riding, Logan Bedimol from Hawaii.
Yeah, let's watch Logan from Haiku, originally from Newport, California. Parents retransplanted over on the outer island, the Valley Isle. And Logan trying to find the groove there. Logan's already come to Oceanside. Hasn't won a medal yet, but he's already a winner. He had the highest heat score on day 1 of our competition. So thus, DeBlanc gave Logan Bedamal a pair of brand new sunglasses. And they're doing that each and every day. Thank you, DeBlanc, for the highest heat total of the day. Day number 2 went to Leonardo Velavante. He had an 18.97 on the second day. And yesterday, guess who won the sunglasses?
Leonardo?
No, he didn't go back-to-back. In fact, he didn't have to surf yesterday because he was in the winners round. We had all those Rippercharge heats. It was Macy Callahan from Australia, so the Wahinis get to keep some sunglasses. Macy had a 15.84 in her heat out here on the south side. As we see in yellow, Joao just finishing up his wave. Congratulations to Logan, Leonardo, and Macy. Who will be today? Well, we'll find out by day's end who's going to win the DeBlanc sunglasses, and yet to give away the 10-point ride from DeBlanc. And Leonardo almost had it. He had a 9.8 on day number 2.
Wow, do you see that attack? As Sasha Levy Agami from Tahiti, the very powerful first maneuver. He had the perfect setup approach and still taking this wave all the way to the inside. See if he can get anything out of that inside section, and he does. Tahiti goes wild on the beach, jumps right onto the sand on the shore. Tahiti has to be really stoked with that ride. Really
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Shannon, Sasha only needed the 2:07. I think he got that and more, so we'll be on standby for call. 11 minutes, 11 seconds remaining. Logan Benyamal goes to first with a 4.83, so changes are happening right before our eyes right now. All these surfers charging. Here we go. Logan up again. Lives up in Haiku. That's on the north side. On Maui. You're familiar with that side, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, we got some pretty awesome waves over there. I mean, not to mention just up the road, Piahi, one of the biggest waves in the world, and some would say one of the most challenging. It's a big phenomena out there. Haiku has a ton of waves year-round. It's also you really benefit from being a windsurfer because it definitely has some of the strongest winds on the islands.
Yeah, the West Maui Mountains and Haleakala really funnel the winds from the north, from the northeast, right down the slot right there. So you got places like Hokipa and right off the airport at Kanaha, and just a array of fun little zones. I love to get out to Maui to go some windsurfing areas. There's kite surfing areas also out there and crisscross together. And there's Team Tahiti as some of their competitors getting ready. But right now it's Logan Benyamal from Maui representing Hawaii in the lead, and now Sasha has gone from third to first place on that last wave of a 4.73 and a 4.1. So new situation. Sasha from Tahiti in first, Logan Benyamal from Hawaii in second. Joao from Portugal now needs a 3.94, and Momoto from Japan now requiring a 4.9. Time check, just past halfway, 9.5 minutes remaining.
And up and riding, yellow, João Moreira from Portugal. The beautiful beautiful vertical carve and keeping his speed. Just checking into the inside. João Moreira from Portugal in yellow. Looking to take that top spot. He's looking for a 3.94 to move him up.
I'll tell you what, Logan came under the radar, qualified for Team Hawaii this past April. He went to the Hawaii State Surfing Championships and placed second behind Finn McGill in the boys under 16 and qualified via the regionals and went out to Surfing America and did quite well out there at the Lower Trussels during the summer. So a brand new member of Team Hawaii, currently in second place. A very tight heat here, 8.83 for Sasha. Logan has a 7.76 two-wave total. Joao's moving up. He's got a 6.16. And Momoto needs to catch up now. He's got a two-wave count of a 4.34 with 8.5 minutes remaining.
In first place right now, Sasa Levi-Agami from Tahiti. He actually has a lot of experience down here in Southern California. He was a third-place finalist at the 18 and under WSA at San Onofre, just up the street. We're about 30 minutes south of Sano. See the Japanese team on the beach cheering for their competitor, from Momoto Suzuki. Momoto had some incredible waves earlier in the week. One of our most popular photos on Instagram at ISA Surfing was Momoto getting a sick ride south side of the pier. You can check out all the previous days of action at ISA Surfing on Instagram. Hashtag ISA Worlds. Let us know who you're cheering for. Yeah, Sasha in the lead. His favorite surf break is Trestles, for a good reason. We have some incredible surfing down here in Southern Cali, and a lot of support for competitors, and it's been really awesome to have, as you can see, the U.S. team is also really stoked to be on their home turf. All smiles.
Guys, you're on camera. He's all like, I think we're on camera. Shh, don't look at him.
Yeah,
but he had to look, right? He had to look.
As long as you don't pick your nose, you'll be fine. It's out the back. Still have a bunch of swell on tap.
There's Chris Latronic, the host for Board Stories back in the islands, and you can find that. Other outlets. Mike, what other outlets can you find free surf and board stories besides Oceanic? At the website. And chronicling the ISA for many years. Chris does a great job when he goes out with the Hawaii team, whether with his GoPro or his $1 million camera that Mike has bought for him, that he treasures, he puts in his backpack. He's been corrected. It's $1 trillion. 3 guys go for this wave. Joao up and right, and let's watch him here. Banks it off the whitewater, redirects. Nice transitional move. The Portuguese team loves his move here. Only needs a 3.94, excuse me, to get out of third into second. So Team Hawaii cheering on Logan down pier side when that was happening.
Yeah, Momoto Suzuki in red right now can definitely put some points on the board to take the first or second spot. He has 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. He's looking for a 4.9. Momoto is 16 years old. He's the 2015 Japan Tour champ and WSL Japan. Looks like he's super busy with competition. He's also first in a pro junior. And Momoto holding this spot right now for Japan as the entire beach is just exploded with flags. A lot of national pride down here, which makes ISA so special. Give all that team support, push these competitors as far as they can go. Is up and riding Momoto, looking for that 4.9. Will this be the wave he needs? Japan likes it. Banking a few beautiful maneuvers.
Well, I tell you what, he is manufacturing a score here. He is blowing up this wave. Can he get one more? Yeah, he's going to get a couple of more maneuvers on the inside section. He has lots of speed, lots of power, lots of flow, and all the way to the shore break. This could vault him up. Now he needs a 5.97 because the last wave of Logan has propelled him from second place into the lead with a 4.83. So very contested heat here between Logan and Sasha for first and second. Joao now needing a 5.01 to go to second, and Momoto now needing a 5.97 to go to second. 4 minutes on the countdown.
Yeah, you can see just compared to yesterday, the energy has really kicked up a notch, as it means everything to these competitors to represent their country proud. So, they're not only competing for gold, but the entire nation is looking to get onto that podium. As you can see, Japan stoked, making sure that they can get Momoto up there in first or second, giving him some pointers from the beach.
3 minutes, 20 seconds, nervous fans right there on screen, hoping Momoto blows up that score. Definitely his best ride. He was keeping below average scores of a 2.87 and a 1.47. Welcome to the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Our last heat of the boys 16 and under. Round number 3 coming up next. Girls 18 and under. Main round number 3. There's the nervous Hawaii clan, the Ohana, as they are cheering on Maui boy Logan Bedimal. A 7.67 has just been registered, and Momoto goes from 4th to 1st. A 7.67, so nearly an excellent score, has vaulted the young Japanese surfer from 4th to 1st place, and here he is again. Rebounds. Only one maneuver so far, so this is not going to be a keeper. So that puts Logan from 1st to 2nd, and a very critical section between 2nd and 3rd place. Sasha from Tahiti now needs a 4.78. Joao Moreira from Portugal now needs a 5.68. Paddling. No rider. 2 minutes remaining. Wow. Momoto goes from 4th to 1st on that last wave.
You can see the defensive tactics as Logan wants to make sure he secures that second spot, not giving Sasha even an inch. As up and riding, Joao Moreira from Portugal. Just not able to complete that ride. He's looking for a 5.68. He really needs to get one of these set waves and find a corner. As Sasha able to get into this one, just not what he's looking for.
Yeah, that was a closeout set. He was trying to force the issue there. Under 90 seconds to go. Here we go. On the outside, Logan. Can he improve his low wave of a 4.67? He's up, and he's riding on his backhand, but he's going to defend his position in second and kick out. And down the line, there we go. Joao taking a look there, spins through the short break. 1 minute remaining. So another nail biter here in heat number 8, round number 3 of the boys 16 and under. Logan and Sasha battling for second place. Right now the Hawaiian has the edge by 0.6, separating second and third.
Wow, I mean, Momoto Suzuki's 7.67 turned everything around for him.
Now these guys hassling each other. Now the judges are going to make a call. Was that a right? Was that a left? Because blue, Logan, wanted to go left, and white, Sasha, wanted to go right. So could be a double interference, could be a single interference. It could be a no call. Maybe the wave didn't offer any opportunity. The judges have those different decisions to figure out. And it could be a miscalculation by the Hawaiian if it was an interference on his side, but didn't see the whole wide screen and final seconds here. Wow. Going down to the end.
It looks like Sasha was on this ride before the horn, so this should count as he looks to take it to the sand in the body language. Not sure if that was what he needed. We'll see what the judges decide, but let's show a heat recap of that nail-biting action.
Here's the DeBlanc heat recap, and this young man started making it all. And then, boom, here comes Sasha. Tahiti, Hawaii battling for second and third, and they were hassling at the end, so we don't quite know the result of that. But it was this man, Momoto Suzuki, going from fourth to first place with a 7.67. Banks his final maneuver there, and what an exciting heat. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship Girls Under 18, round number 3. When we return, stay tuned.
Welcome back as we get ready to go for another round of competition. We're going to shift gears, and the ladies are going to take center stage here on the south side of Oceanside for the 2015 VISSLA World Junior Championships here at Oceanside, California. It's part of the International Surfing Association, the ISA. As we take a look at the teams on the beach, some are consoling surfers, others are cheering on and doing the chants. Well, we take a look at Japan. They're pretty happy. Maybe we can get them together and get a cheer. David Stanfield with Mike Latronic here. Tron, your magazine looks excellent. It's called Free Surf. It's free in Hawaii, and it's all over Southern California as well. And I assume every place that they love their surfing and they want to keep tabs on what's going on in the islands. Congratulations, another beautiful publication. Massive issue, beautiful.
Awesome, thank you. Well, some tense moments on the beach right now. I think judges deliberating still on what that call is going to be. Team Tahiti and Team Hawaii anxiously awaiting that call because it could affect the outcome. But kudos to our surfer in red from Japan, just absolutely going a zillion miles an hour and doing a million maneuvers to score that excellent ride there towards the end of the heat to take first. There you see the mix of flags on the beach. We've got obviously in the forefront, that's the good old US of A. That was Hawaii in the background, Portugal further down. Now you're looking at the lineup. The tide is still pretty high, but it is starting to drain. We're going to see More waves breaking in shallower water now. And it gets pretty dumpy, but I suspect that with the little underlying west-northwest swell, we'll see some peaks out there. And there's the horn for the next heat. I think the judges took a little break to figure out what was going on the replays, and now we are in ladies action. This is under 18, round 3 of the women. And they made the call, so Team Hawaii in second place, Team Japan in first place. We'll catch you up with the complete results. Just a moment, we're going to go to Shannon on the beach with Team Japan.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, we are with Team Japan, and they're so happy to see that competitor go through. Momoto, you had one of the best heats of the day so far. You really turned it around. If you can, tell us what was going through your mind.
まあ落ち着いて次のヒットも頑張ります。
Okay. Yeah, let's give some more words to Japan, how happy you guys are. Everyone give the shaka. You. Right. Well, the shaka is international, so he's obviously super stoked. Moving on. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Back to you guys.
Yep, and the high five is, of course, international language. But I will say, gambate. That means pretty much go get him. I don't know the exact translation, but whenever you want to wish somebody well in a competition or an endeavor, you say gambate. So, good deal. Team Japan taking top honors there. Right now we've got, in the red jersey, strong surfer out of Tahiti, Karel Papke. She is working on a small score there. I think she did a turn, and pretty much that was it. Taylor Hannock from the Australia in the white jersey. Tia Blanco from the USA, and Valentina Resano from Nicaragua in the blue jersey. And here goes Tia Blanco in the yellow. Finds a nice little section there to get a nice lip crack there on the outside. Sort of check turns here. It's a real subtle negotiations to get from that whitewater section through to the inside. There's a lot of chops and bumps, and here goes our little surfer Valentina from Nicaragua.
I asked little Valentina before she went out in the lineup, just getting her jersey on and getting the same instructions every time, basically a 20-minute heat. Catch 12 waves. Best two will count. Perfect score on a wave is 10 points, and you throw out the high and low. But I said, your English is very, very good. Now, weren't you born in Spain? Yes. Don't you live in Nicaragua? Yes. So what's with the English? She is going to an English school down in Nicaragua. And she's surfing upper class or two. Yeah, 11 years old, surfing in under 16 and under 18. Quite impressive for that young surfer in blue. Valentina Resano. And she has another sister, Candelaria. Val and Candy, what a team. Absolutely beautiful young women that have a passion for surfing. Well, coming up next, everybody getting ready as they wax their boards. Tia Blanco does have a first wave score of a 4.57 on the beach. Is her boyfriend waving the flag? He's in competition. Colt Ward. And he was first on the beach representing the Team USA to cheer on his gal. Tia Blanco, local girl. We know her being from Honolulu for many years. Now lives here. Father working for the Coast Guard. Carol Popke opened up with a 4.77. And here's the little one.
Well, having to negotiate with some bump out there obviously presents itself a little bit of a challenge. Valentina Resano coming unstuck. I've been to her home break. It's Popoyo in Nicaragua. Now, Nicaragua is super famous for consistently offshore conditions. So this is one area I can say the Resano sisters may have a little more challenging experience because they're not used to surfing onshore bumpy conditions.
You know what? And I was thinking when I saw her on that wave and the other three surfers waiting out the back, I said, you know what? She is good at catching waves where she knows she can perform. You're right, no offshore conditions right here, but she is really good at not trying to match another older, bigger, stronger surfer. Remember, we've seen surfers, some of the aerialists, the early aerialists like the Chris Ward jump onto the championship tour. He was just an aerial guy, and everybody tried to match what he's doing. Well, you got to surf to your own strengths, right? And that's what these two young ladies do. They catch a wave that where they know they can handle it and they can perform the best. And I don't know, I like the way their smarts are. But yeah, if it was offshore and it was Nicaragua, they'd be firing right now. A little more challenging here.
Yeah, well, challenging here with the level of competition in the water, too, because Carol Popke from Tahiti throws some serious power into her turns, and she's connecting the dots right here. Got herself another score. She's already got that 4.77. Tia Blanco, currently the women's champion in the at the ISA World Games in the Rizano's home break at Popoyo in Nicaragua.
Now, Tia Blanco had to work for this. In the lineup, Tia Blanco really had to battle just for this wave right there, and I think she was kind of in a match with Taylor Hannock out of Tweed Heads, New South Wales, Australia. No, the Gold Coast, make that.
Yeah, well, looking at the lineup right now, you got a nice wide view. 3 of the surfers in the water there. 4th surfer is way to the south, I believe. Not on screen right now. I'm sorry. There we go. We've got a little bit of wave blocking. But here goes Taylor Hannock from Australia. She finds a little bit of a section there to bank off of. Not quite cracking it clean, but getting the board up above the whitewash line there is all important. She's going to try to rally an inside bowl here, and this wave's just not cooperating. Meanwhile, on the outside, here's our little sprite in blue, Valentina Rizano from Nicaragua, and throws a nice little cut back there in that section. The wave's starting to hollow out. Let's see if she can find something. She kind of had a missed opportunity there. The wave got hollow, but she was unable to get her board on top of the lip.
Well, you know, one thing, and she missed an opportunity by not bringing it back, doing a cut back into the little power pocket there. She could have inside runner, but what she has done is she's really finding waves that are giving her some opportunity, and again, for her size and stature, the judge's perspective saying she is ripping, and yeah, maybe she's not 5'8" and a powerful surfer, but what she's doing is really good. Just one small missed opportunity there to get a couple extra points, but doing her own thing, not intimidated at all. I've never seen anybody so casual and calm as they get their jersey and listen to the situational lineup. They've got a massive future ahead of them.
Well, as cute as those 2 little sisters are, you can bet that the judges are not taking that into consideration. They have to judge on what they see, whether you're 3 feet tall or 8 feet tall.
What if you're super, super cute?
Yeah, well, you know, on land you might get some extra points, but once the horn blows, it's all fair game. And all fair game in that last heat. Just a sort of side note, I've come to understand that there was not an interference call on that last exchange where we saw the Hawaiian and Tahitian stand up. Gonna have to maybe check in with the head judge on that, and just a simple no call. So if you were watching and you wanted to know, probably doesn't give you much better insight, but that's what I'm here for.
The call was no call. I understand totally. Tia Blanco, your leader, with a 6.5 and a 4.57. Did I blink my eyes? What did I miss? I saw her on one wave. And then Carell, I've seen her surf a 4.77 and a 4.40. Team Hawaii. The Team Hawaii not totally interested in this heat. Valentina from Nicaragua, Taylor from Australia, Carell from Tahiti, and Tia from USA.
All right, well, the conditions are a little slower than we saw them this morning, but still some waves approaching. Here's our Aussie surfer in white. That's Taylor Hannock. She is searching a 5.51. Definitely not going to get it on that little exchange, but She'll get right back out there, and it looks like, there's still a bit of energy here in the surf. With the tide receding, we should see conditions get a little dumpier, a little hollower. This wind is definitely creating a challenge, and kind of a good tide right now. This medium tide, you kind of get the best of both worlds. There's one of our competitors from Team Brazil, Danielle Albuquerque. She ripped it up in her last heat to take the win. We'll be seeing her coming up soon. 9 minutes, 42 seconds left on the clock. And you can't see it on your screen, but the Seagulls are pretty darn excited.
Because somebody's giving them some food, and then they're chasing them, giving them food and chasing. It's funny. I was down listening to a couple of Groms talk, and they were Southern California Groms. And guess what they were talking about? Where the good surf is today, where it's offshore or quartering offshore. And they named a couple of spots they know where it would be good. The micromanagement or the micro-weather meteorology of surfers going, it'd be good right now? That's what exactly they said. South swell, this wind direction, this place would practically be offshore. I won't say the spot because I like the spot.
One thing's for sure, you don't see a whole lot of seaweed at this location. What you do see is Valentina Rossano getting some lip time there. She looks like she's going to kind of make the inside reform this time, so she's working on a little bit of a better score. She's got that 3.17, and let's see if she can find something to put her board up on. No, not on the end. But I was saying it's the seaweed. I used to live in Laguna Beach, California, and while Huntington Beach would blow out or San Clemente, T Street would blow out, Laguna would stay glassy because of those big kelp beds.
I thought they had their own microclimate because of the hills that start basically at Corona del Mar, then taper off a little bit at the Strands, and then they kind of pick up, at San Clemente. But I thought it was the hills behind that made the microclimate and kept everything glossy. Yes, you're right, though. The heavy kelp beds, Laguna would be always glossier, sometimes more difficult to pick up all the swells. I can tell you that last week, Salt Creek was all time.
Well, living in Laguna for all those years, I can tell you, not only did we not have much wind, but we didn't have much surf either.
That's the problem.
There's a few good reef breaks. Hey, I'm a big fan of
Name
Laguna.
a famous surfer that came out of Laguna.
Well, the first famous surfer that came out of Laguna was Mike Armstrong. Probably not a lot of people heard of him, but he was runner-up in the Pipe Masters one year, I believe.
Army, yes.
Yeah, Mike Armstrong. But he used to just kill it at Second Reef, Brook Street. But probably one of the most famous surfers coming out of Laguna, equal on par with Jeff Booth and Mike Parsons.
Yep, not a bad group of people. Some beautiful places to surf there, and when there's swell, nobody talks about it. They just are out surfing. Valentina Rossi, the MotoGP. Well, she is like a little MotoGP. The Rossano out there getting a couple of threes, still battling against a lot of girls, older, stronger, larger. But what she's doing is really impressive.
Yeah, well, she's gaining a ton of experience right now, and the heat is far from over. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left. Certainly not a bunch of giant scores, but look at this. A cheering crew, got popcorn and everything. They are watching the show and getting involved.
Go, Valentina. And you know what? She's very, very popular.
All right, now she may not get extra points for her age or her size, but I would give it at least 2 extra points just for the cheering crowd on the beach.
The cheering crowd.
It was way too cute.
Tia Blanco is your leader, trying to better a 4.57. It's been a slow one. They're so lucky they got those early waves to start things off. Tia's got that 6.5 best wave ridden. Karel Popke out of Tahiti has a 4.77. That's her best score. Taylor Hannock out of Australia at 3.67. And we're looking at the best scores because they're always going to try to remove their low score, but the best score will have a big factor as we close down this heat with 5 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. This has been the slowest, most difficult heat for our surfers.
All right, well, pretty quiet action right now. Tia Blanco from the USA in the yellow jersey leading the charge here in this
Yeah, Shannon's with some mini hoonies right now. Shannon, take it away.
Well, we are with the fan club for Valentina from Nicaragua. Who do you want to win this heat?
I want Valentina.
Valentina, how about you?
Valentina.
All right, and you must be the sister.
Yeah.
Yeah? And how stoked are you to be here and cheer on both your sisters?
Feels good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you wish you were in the contest?
Yeah.
Well, one day you could be a world champion. How would you feel to do that and follow in the steps of
her board at home.
Oh. Where's your board?
My board is at my house.
Oh, cool.
We're having sleepovers at our house.
They're having a sleepover to cheer on Valentina. What's your name?
Tai Tai.
Tai Tai, what's your name?
Maddie.
Currently in fourth place.
Maxie.
The young Nicaraguan, all of 11 years old.
Oh, so they want to know if you guys made these yourselves.
Yeah, we did. We did. We did. We made two.
Made two?
He's a 5.51.
What did you use, marker?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, well, let's see. Go, Valentina.
Mine got wet, but it's pretty.
Hers is very pretty. No matter what, if it got wet. You guys are such a great fan club. Do you want to say, let's go, Valentina, on three? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Valentina!
Thanks, guys. You are the next generation of world champions. Back to you guys.
All right, that's it. We need to call security because I can't focus. That's way too cute. I'm not going to be able to operate under these conditions.
Good artwork, and unfortunately that one got wet, but it looked like watercolors. Really nice stuff. Valentina's got a good cheering crew on the beach. Obviously, she's got all of Nicaragua, but she's got her 3 posse right there. Here we go. Some waves coming through. 2:39 remaining. What's going to happen? Valentina needs a 6:01. That surfer right there. Tia Blanco is your leader. Important wave for Carell. No, maybe she was trying to play a little defense. Valentina, can she get a 6:01 on this wave?
Well, there she goes, doing a necessary turn on that outside section. Unfortunately, not able to connect the dots.
Pressure here for Australia. Well, when you're Australian and you're a powerhouse team, you've got probably more medals than any other country. You're looking to advance out of every heat. Tyler Hannock out of Tweed Heads is needing a score of a 5.51 now, has 1 minute and 55 seconds to find that score. VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're at a very important day, crossroads here. Sending some big names to the repecharge. Tia Blanco, goofy footer. In and out she goes. Not much of a wave. Things won't change.
Well, as you can see, we are pierside here in Oceanside, California. There it is, the view from the pier. Nice high angle view of Karel Popke falling from high angle on that wave. Managed to make the drop, but nothing else. And there's Tia Blanco showing why she is in first place. Surfer in yellow from the USA. Taking it apart with just under a minute left.
Well, the one thing that Karel Popke kept Taylor out of that wave, and here is Rosano again, but there is a paddle battle, positioning paddle, and Karel Popke is not going to let Taylor Hannock get a wave as we watch the little go-getter right here. Learning English in school, special school down in Nicaragua. And the people on the beach are really appreciating this young surfer.
Yeah, well, this wave could make a difference. I mean, she needs a 6.01 to move up into third position. Not sure what she needs to get into second, but, that was definitely her best wave, so we'll see what the judges say.
Interesting move by Carol Popke. She could not get over there. She probably figured she couldn't play any defense. She's going to get the showboat in, trying to replace a 4.40. Hannick was looking for a 5.5 run, and it looks like she did not find it. Tia Blanco running away. She's probably going to improve on a 4.57. So at this juncture, USA heads over to the pier to cheer on and congratulate Tia Blanco. Looks like she has won this heat. Carol Popke out of Tahiti might advance, and Australia looks like they've lost into the repechage. We believe Taylor Hannick will go to the repechage along with the most entertaining surfer in the lineup, Valentina Rossano.
Yeah, well, I'm still curious to see what that last ride scored of Rossano. But let's check the heat recap in the meantime while the judges check it out. The DeBlanc heat recap, Tia Blanco cracking the lip right early on and following up with another good snap right there. Blanco just controlled this heat. And little Valentina Rossano from Nicaragua finding a little room to move there on that last wave. We'll see if it's enough. And this is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back.
Welcome
back
to
the
2015
VISSLA
ISA
World
Surfing.
You forgot Junior. Okay.
Junior
Surfing
Championships. Boy, are we working in unison well. Where are we?
Oceanside.
Yeah. Bo Hodge back into
California.
Are you sure we're still in California? Yeah.
I think so.
Well, it looks like Tia Blanco does win that last heat. We're going to wait for the official printout, but we believe she has advanced through. USA was confident that she did. They greeted her onto the beach. Now we're into the next one. Kim Viteau, and she has had quite a run representing France. Watch out for her. Leilani Aguirre, Hannah Delovio, Teresa Bonvolat. This is a good heat.
All these heats. We're down to the final 16 of the women 18 and under, and we're going to cut this field in half into the top 8 into their main round number 4. So the official results from the last heat, 4.97 for Valentina Rossano, so she moves out of 4th into 3rd, a respectable showing, and she did really well. So Tia Blanco takes 1st, and Carol Popke takes 2nd with Valentina Rossano in 3rd, and Talia Hannick takes 4th. Let's go down to the beach with Shannon Marie. Take it away, Shannon.
Thank you. Yes, we are here with Tia Blanco from Team USA. You've been on a roll this year. It seems like after Popoyo with the gold medal around your neck, you just are on fire.
Oh, thank you. I have a good support crew, and I guess I'm just believing in myself.
I mean, you're also the local, so that local knowledge definitely coming into play.
Yeah, it was actually a bit tricky out there. I never really surfed it like that, so I was a bit nervous, but I'm really happy to get a couple waves.
Awesome. And, 11-year-old Valentina Rossano in the lineup with you. How does that feel to have a girl so young charging?
Yeah, she is just like the cutest little girl ever, and she has such a bright future, so I'm really excited to see what the future holds for her.
Awesome. Well, way to be a role model. How would it feel to represent Team USA on the podium once again?
Yeah, it always feels great. This is a huge honor, and we're just really happy to be here.
Awesome. Anyone you want to say hello to at home?
Asia, if you're watching in New York, I love you. Hi.
Congratulations.
Hey, I got a question for her.
We got one more question from Dave.
Yeah, I got a question. Do you ever surf and surf with a guy named Colt Ward?
Do you ever surf with a guy named Colt Ward?
No, never. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, all the time. He's my surf buddy.
Well, also on Team USA. So, yeah, big crew down here and moving on to the next round. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Okay, so that's how we're going to say it, Shannon. We're going to call them surf buddies.
Yeah, you can call them surf buddies. You can call them something else, but I think surf buddies are good. It's always good to have a surf buddy.
This sounds like a surf buddy. Sounds like something that helps you carry your longboard down to the beach.
Yeah, a surf buddy can do that too. Surf buddy can do a lot of things.
We have a special guest in here. You might not be able to see him unless they bring the camera over, but who do we have?
We got Dexter Ramirez. He's the team manager of Team Nicaragua, and you got to feel proud about Valentina and her showing, even with that 4.97, getting out of fourth into third place, but making the final 16. That is huge for an 11-year-old.
Of course, yeah, that's a huge thing for Nicaragua. That's a huge thing for her. She's doing pretty good. She get used to surfing big wave in Popoyo, super good conditions. Right now the conditions are not that good like our country, but they are for them it's a big thing to be in the third round of main event, and on her category. But we are very happy. All Nicaragua is very happy for what she's been doing for the country. And her sister too, Candelaria, and soon Maxi. She's already surfing a lot, charging big wave there in Popoyo with just 6 years old. They are amazing. They train every day with their father. Her father work a lot, but he always have time for her, for his daughters. He's an amazing coach. He's doing a lot of things for Nicaragua too. He's helping me in the federation of Nicaragua for with all his experience. He's supporting us to develop the surf in Nicaragua a lot.
Dexter, you got to feel proud about Nicaragua. You guys have been hosting the World Surfing Games this year. Last year was the World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Year before was the ISA World Juniors. I mean, you guys have been on a roll. You want to be the host. You want to show the world about your country. True?
Of course, we have amazing wave. We have any kind of wave. If you like beach break, if you like pipe, if you like XXL wave, like on all or other reef we have, and if you like reef wave, we have every kind of wave. A big large menu. We have offshore wind all year because we have a beautiful big lake, in the east part. So all year we have super good condition with the wind offshore, and yeah, everybody. I'm inviting everybody that want to visit Nicaragua. We have amazing wave, very nice people, with good hospitality, very good food. Very good for everybody. Like our food, and yeah, you should visit us.
I was there last year and for the ISA World Sup, and I gotta commend your food. Love the culture, love the environment, love the restaurants in the area, and it was amazing. Let's get everybody updated in the current heat right now, as we'll be chatting through this heat with Dexter Ramirez. Right now we have the defending silver medalist from France, Kim Vittel. She'll be in the red jersey. From Peru, Leilani Aguirre. Kahano Davalo from Hawaii will be in the yellow jersey, and in the blue jersey from Portugal, Teresa Bonavat. And their results are official from the last heat. Tia Blanco wins. She takes first place. Carol Popke from Tahiti, second place. A very well-respected. Only by less than 1.03 was Valentina Rosario from Nicaragua, and in the white jersey from Australia, Taya Hannock. So we're going to see Valentina and Taya in the repechage rounds, and in the main round number 4, Tia and Carol will advance on. Well, welcome to California. Welcome to Oceanside, Dexter. Has your guys' experience been fun, positive, and enjoyable?
You have no idea. All these kids can't sleep the night before. Some of them they don't even see our country. They don't even have a birth certificate. But we did a lot of lawyers and everything, because their parents, some of them, they lost their parents. All other parents never get time to go to the main city. They live very far in the jungle, but they surfing. Give them some board, they start surfing, they surf every day, and then they get very good in surfing. So now they have to be like a professional. So we get them their passport, and so another different world for them. Huge they never been in an airplane either, so they are so excited, very happy for them. It's a new world for them.
So exciting to hear. Let's watch this heat right now. Here's Teresa from Portugal, in and out. You saw Kim Fateau from France on that last wave. She opened up with a couple of one-point rides. And Dexter, you got to feel proud of what Fernando Aguirre and the ISA is all doing, bringing nations together, bringing cultures together. I bet you've met friends in past ISA events that are friends for life.
Of course, yeah. I have a lot of around the world, you know, the same passion, you know, it's the surfing. And they almost all of them too, they go to Nicaragua after we did the first World Championship there in the Master. They saw the quality of our wave, so they went back to Nicaragua, and they like our waves, and you know they start talking about or the quality of our wave. Now we are, you know, together by a good sport, the surfing. Everybody share good things in Nicaragua. I'm very proud that the ISA have been taking in the last 4 years World Championship to our country. That's been very useful for the tourism in Nicaragua. That's been very useful for the surf. Now we have before we didn't have even a federation. Like a few years ago, we have official federation, and that's been very good for us because the government is helping a lot now. That now we are serious. It's a sport that is causing the most bigger incoming on the economy of the country in tourism. Now everybody that travel to Nicaragua, everybody that is traveling to Nicaragua, their higher percentage, the concept why they are going to Nicaragua is the surfing. Less people now is going because we want to visit Colonial City or lake or volcanoes. Now it's more surfing. That's so now the tourism is causing a big incoming because the surfing, and that's good for us too. So we have very good wave, very good quality of wave. That's how we want to do with this athlete too. We want to have soon our world champion soon, using the best wave we have, you know. So I hope soon we'll be having the new world champion. It doesn't matter what category, but I think we will.
I want to know, you said volcanoes, we got active volcanoes down there. You've got your own climate, and you mentioned that the lake is part of the microclimate that keeps everything offshore, which is obviously a dream for surfers and barrel riders. So it's the lake, but you do have active volcanoes as well in national parks?
Oh, yeah. We have like 6 active volcanoes over there.
Oh, I'd love to hike up there and...
Yeah, you should go. If you like to hike, you should go to Isla de Ometepe. There is 2 of the biggest volcanoes in the country, and to hike there, you should start like 5 a.m. and you will end the tour like around 6 p.m. It's a super long trip, but
I would take a helicopter.
All right, helicopter.
I like hiking, but not that much.
I know, but. Well, in the end, then when you finish the tour, you will end in a huge super blue and warm water lagoon, super nice. So, you know, it's like a big reward.
A tropical paradise that's got some amazing surfing. And yes, if you've ever heard about anybody going down there, they say, yeah, it's offshore and it's really good. And you got to be proud of your team. And you're looking at the future of, possible gold medals and world championship titles. Not that important, though. It's just enjoying the lifestyle that you have and the culture of Central America. What has happened? It is a hotbed of surfers now, and watch out. We've always talked about in the pro ranks about the Brazilian storm, the Brazilians, the Portuguese, and the French, and everybody. But Central America, we will see more and more surfers come in out of there pursuing not only gold medal championships in the ISA, but in the pro ranks as well.
Of course. Sure. You saw the example, the last Open on Nicaragua, Costa Rica. Costa Rica did super good in the world. And for sure, soon you will have a Central American storm. You'll see.
You know what? I think Tom Curran likes your country.
Oh, yeah. Tom Curran. For sure. I saw Tom Curran over there. He liked to go over there to surf a lot. So.
Yeah, I think his last win was in Nicaragua.
Tom Curran? No, the last win of Nicaragua. No, I think he won in El Salvador.
Oh, yeah, El Salvador.
Yeah, in
Either
Nicaragua
way.
was Magnum Martinez, and the sub-champion was Sonny Garcia, I think.
Sonny Garcia?
Yes, sir.
You allowed him into the country. Wow.
Of course. Kaipo Hakias was there, too.
Yeah, and Kaipo, too. Great. The two great Hawaiians. Well, thank you very much. We're going to wrap things up here. We appreciate Nicaragua being part of the team here. How many total surfers do you have remaining in competition?
Oh, we still have like 3. No, 4. Sorry, 4.
Excellent. Still make the points, still move up the ladder.
I hope so. Thank you for receiving me here.
Thank you, Dexter. Well, okay, we're going to go back and take a look and see what's been happening here. This is a major heat. Dexter, Nicaragua, what a beautiful country, and a lot of hospitality. I'm not sure what it's called in Spanish, but it's aloha everywhere on the planet. Teresa Bonvalo, 4th place. Kahanu Delovio in 3rd. Kim Vito in 3rd. You say, who is leading this? The Peruvian, Leilani Aguirre. Absolutely. What is happening here? Now, nothing against Leilani, but we knew she was going to be in the fight, but everybody's out there struggling, and there's only been one 4-point ride, Kim Vito, with a 4.83. Who can outsmart the conditions and have a little luck on their side? This has been a tough one.
Yeah, and I think the conditions are winning the battle out here. So the surfers have been surfing different conditions, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today, Thursday. More onshore. Tide is switch. It's pulling out. The break is changing. And the surfers are having to adapt.
But if they've gone through any of their national ranks, any of their organizations, they know how to surf this type of conditions. And when it's time to run and gun, you got to do it. Teresa.
Let's watch her. A couple of carving turns on her backhand for the goofy footer. She's currently in 4th. And as you said, David, needing a 4.14. Kahanu Delavio was in 4th. She's moved up with that 2.77. She has a couple of 2.7 rides. She now needs a 4.14.
And did you see the flag signals right there? That was to enter the water. If you're Japanese, you don't speak English, and they got to go 5 minutes remaining, you can go out in the water looking for the cue even to enter the water. So communications is key to anything you do around the world, whether you're surfing a competition or you're trying to talk your 11-year-old to get a 10-point ride.
Well, there you see our Japanese and Costa Rican paddlers. That's Leilani Maganago and Jimena Suzuki. They're paddling out for heat number 3, and they've got some big guns to go up against Mahina Maeda and Frankie Hara. This is going to be that could be a final. Mahina Maeda, Frankie Hara, Leilani Maganago, and Jimena Suzuki, and it's only main round number 3 competition.
And you look at the lineup, you can see a couple of swells coming through. This first one looks like there's 3 in the lineup. You really have to find a corner. Yeah, you got to be in inside position, and you got to make it happen. It's getting a little dumpy, and unfortunately, that's not going to help a 2-wave total.
Well, Kahanu currently finding herself in 3rd place. There's the 2-time defending girls under 16. Now moved up to the under 18. That's Mahina Maeda from Hawaii. She'll be defending and going in for a 3rd gold medal, which has never been done in ISA history. She has tied Stephanie Gilmore and Tyler Wright for winning 2 golds in the age group. And now we're going to see if history can be made here in Oceanside. Scratching. Can she get into it? Yes. And Teresa has moved up into 2nd place on her last wave, and Kim Vito has now taken over the lead. So combination of scores here. Kim Vito with a 6.5, Teresa with a 4.5 has delegated Leilani to 3rd place, and Kahanu down to 4th place. Kahanu now needs a 5.47, and Leilani needs a 4.34.
Critical wave for Leilani right there. Doesn't get up quick enough, and really if she got up quick, there probably was still no opportunity. Quick closeout.
Hey, Shakaba. There's Chris Latronic.
He's getting more airtime than anybody in the water.
And he's cheering for Team Hawaiian Kahanu right out in the water from Kailua Kona from the Big Island, the west side, the Kona side. Speaking of volcanoes over in Nicaragua, Kahanu knows very much about Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea.
Are they spouting off?
One is. One has an active flow. It was going down to the water, a couple of years back. It's still flowing some active volcano. There's been quite a few earthquake rumblings, and the geologists over there are monitoring everything. Could be even a bigger eruption in the near future.
Now, to set that straight, when we think of a volcano, we think it's the top of the mountain, but Kilauea is not really the top. There's still snow on the top of the mountain, right?
Well, not just yet, but snow is coming as we enter our winter season. But, yeah, you'll see snow in Mauna Kea. You can even ski and snowboard the volcano. You need a four-wheel drive, and you don't want to fall down because you may hit some sharp lava rocks.
Gosh. Well,
am I scaring you?
Yeah, you are.
Didn't mean to scare you. But that's reality.
Well, when the lava goes into the ocean,
yeah,
pretty spectacular
creates
sight.
new property. You want to buy some?
Yeah.
I know some guys will sell you some land on the Big Island.
When the lava overtakes the town and over goes the highways.
Once upon a Kalapana, right? Here we go. Surfer in red. This is your leader, Kim Vito, with 1 minute remaining.
Kim Vito has been making things happen in every heat she enters. She really has some wave savvy, and in these conditions, she's actually making it pretty good, especially with that 6.50. And we're closing things down to 50 seconds remaining.
Kim's made the connection on the inside. She's traversing back into the shore break area, and she says, that's enough. I've had it.
But you got to realize in surfing, especially this type, again, it's the marathon. Don't worry about these conditions. Get through it, because the next time you surf, it'll probably be totally different. Different tide, different wind conditions, and the swell might be a bit different. There's actually an aggressive move right there to make sure you keep the surfer off the wave. Teresa Bomolo back up into the second spot. So Kahana Delovio, Team Hawaii, kind of taking one on the chin. So, and we did see Leilani Agari for Peru leading for so long. It's her last chance to get a 4.34 and down to the final. Is this a buzzer beater?
Could be. Let's wait and see. She needs a 4.34. Kahana needs a 4.57, and there's the horn. It rounds out our second heat of the girls under 18, round number 3. Here's the heat recap, courtesy of DeBlanc. And let's review all this. Very slow heat, and it got underway with Leilani Aguirre, and all of our girls attacking the onshore, very bumpy, choppy conditions here at Oceanside. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Stick around. More exciting action coming up next. Heat number 3, round number 3 of the girls 18 and under. Stay tuned.
With
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are at the Oceanside Pier, more specific, the South Side, watching the world's best juniors compete for gold. And we've got gold medal winners out in the water right now. Mahina Maeda will be in red. In yellow, you are watching Leilani McGonigal. She was 4th place in this division last year, a 2nd place in the girls under 16 in Ecuador. She represents Costa Rica. Frankie Harrer, the local. She is representing the United States. She'll be in the white jersey. And don't count out the surfer in blue, Jimena Suzuki. She'll be in the blue jersey. I'm Bo Hodge along with David Stanfield. Welcome to the webcast and the broadcast here live at ISAWorlds.com, the new home of all the ISA World Championships and all the different disciplines that they hold year-round. Earlier in May, we were in Sayulita, Mexico, watching the world's best SUP and pro and paddlers in the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and which was won by the United States. And just 2 weeks after that, the ISA headed down to Popoyo, Nicaragua, for the World Surfing Games, where Costa Rica, a Central America company, won the World Surfing Games. And then just 2 weeks ago, the very first inaugural World Adaptive Surfing Championships by the ISA was held down in La Jolla, and a fantastic event that wrapped up to be. And now, We're at Oceanside for the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And don't forget, coming up on December 6th, we'll get underway down in Enrique, Chile for the ISA World Bodyboarding Championships. So a whole calendar of events and still yet more events on the docket for 2016.
On a docket. Himeno Suzuki, 17 years of age, and it's good to see her in the Japanese team. They are fired up and ready to go. They've had some good results, some great waves. Now they're faced with conditions that might be similar to what we see sometimes in Japan, where it's just not ideal, but they're asked to go out and find a wave and surf. It's this afternoon wind and fairly small surf. Frankie Hara comes down from Malibu by way of some experience in Hawaii and around the world. Mahina Maeda, well, she wants some big, powerful surf. She is the bomb. She's the #1 seed. And by that, she usually has great results in any and all conditions. Very smart surfer, 17 years of age. And then Leilani. Leilani is waiting for her first win. Could it be this time? She has been so close in so many finals.
Well, I'll tell you what, you have a couple of gold medal champions in the water right now. Leilani McGonigal, a gold medal from the World Surfing Games back in June, and Mahina Maeda from Hawaii, a multi-gold winner in the girls under 16 from Nicaragua and from Ecuador from the last 2 years. And let's go down to the beach and check out Shannon. Who do you have this time, Shannon?
Thanks, Bo. I'm with Kim Vato from France. You just won your heat, and boy, that was a close one.
I'm happy, and the wave was so hard today, and for the contest it's very important to win the quarters and the semi, because you don't need to go in the repechage and have so much heat. And now I'm happy to pass this heat because the wave is so hard.
And how does it feel to represent the women of France?
It's cool. I'm so happy to represent my country, and it's my flag and it's my boy, and I'm so happy.
Very cool. All right. Well, any words back home in French?
Merci à tout le monde et merci de me soutenir tout au long de la compétition. J'espère qu'on vous fait plaisir et restez en ligne parce qu'il reste encore 3 nanas et on est tous on fire, et à bientôt.
All right. Moving on to the next round. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. Congratulations, Kim. And that was gold medal winner Leo Paul, flag bearer for Kimmy.
After his morning heat, he has the strength to hang on to that flag in this win. Good job, Leo Paul.
So Leilani McGonigal in the lead early in this heat with a 3.83. Mahina with a quick up and down with a 1.5. Frankie with a throwaway wave of a 0.67. No waves yet for Suzuki on the board right now. So backup wave for Leilani at a 0.53. And now we're getting readjusted here on scores.
Well, for our benefit, they have done everything in English, you know, the Japanese team, because if it was in their own writing, their language in their writing, we probably wouldn't know exactly what it would be. Pretty difficult language to master. We've had several surfers try to master it, and they go,
You'd be surprised. For 4 years, I had a show in Tokyo, a radio show.
And how was your, were you living in Tokyo?
No.
Well, do you know how to say good morning?
Ohayo gozaimasu.
Okay, I can test you really hard here, though. Do you know how to say goodbye?
Arigato.
Sayonara.
Sayonara, that's right.
How about good afternoon?
No, what's good afternoon?
Matane.
Matane, that's right.
Matane.
Matane.
And then the only one I really know, because they've called it to me several times, Baka Inu, which means stupid dog.
But didn't they give you the bonsai toast that one time?
Yeah, they threw me overboard.
That's right, I remember that.
Not a good thing. So we got Frankie Hara out front, and we heard that by the U.S. squad with a 4.27. If you get in the fours, you know, Bo, it looks like they're keeping those fours, looking for fives right now. Not going to see too many massive scores. Official results coming in from the last heat.
Yeah, you're right there. A 13.83 from Kim Vato. She really connected on a combination of scores there with her high wave, her last 2 waves coming in at a 6.5 and a 7.33. So There's your silver medalist last year winning that heat. Teresa from Portugal takes second place. Leilani from Peru takes third. And Kahanu from Hawaii takes fourth. So Leilani and Kahanu will go on into the repechage rounds. And we'll see Teresa and Kim in the main round with the final 8 ladies in round number 4.
Here comes Frankie. Frankie Hara. Father, I believe, German. Mother has got some Japanese in her. Beautiful young lady. Phenomenal family that supports the entire troops. And coming in is the powerhouse, the #1 surfer, Mahina Maeda. And you know what? She's been called not only to go out and surf and win heats, but do a lot of conferences, a lot of communication, a lot of interviews.
Oh, I tell you what, Mahina's been a doll. She's been representing not only Hawaii, but the International Surfing Association of Fernando Aguirre, because she has a chance to make history. No individual in the juniors, in the high SA history of juniors, has ever won 3 gold medals. And Mahina is going to strive for that. She's going to go for that. She is the 2-time defending and the only girl ever to win the under-16s, because they've only had that category for the last 2 years.
Well, Leilani here at 15, she could run and gun real quick, but again, in the juniors, she has been stifled. She's made 2 finals, and now she's looking for gold. In Ecuador, 4th, in the under-18 and under-16, a 2nd. So that was a tough one for her. Now she's looking to make it happen here.
So you've got your first place and second place from the Ecuador World Juniors last year in this heat in round number 3. That's how high the talent is and so good the talent is in this division.
Frankie's sitting in a pretty good spot with a 4.27. She does back it up with a 4.07. Probably pretty used to surfing afternoon conditions, whether they're surfing or training in Huntington Beach, which they do a lot of training camps there, or Oceanside. But like we heard, when the coach says we're going to go out to train, we're going to run heats, you're going to run heats.
Okay, crunch the numbers here, David. We got 4 heats, 4 lady heats. 4 times 4 is?
16.
16. Of the 16 competitors, you're allowed 2 from each country to enter in this division, the girls under 18, correct?
I thought 52 advanced, but I was wrong then.
Well, 2 from each team can enter in this division. 2 are still alive from Hawaii, USA, France, Peru, Portugal, entering in this round. 1 each from Tahiti, Australia, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Japan, and Brazil. And that's to break down from the countries of our final 16.
Starting to crunch the numbers, it's going to get real serious tomorrow afternoon. We're going to see who has survived a couple of the repechage rounds. And when you lose a soldier, no more points are coming in. And that is going to be a tail of the tape. This is big right here if you can advance through and keep in the winning bracket. And, Bo, your stats on moving through repechage heats for every time you see somebody going to the repechage, they're going to be surfing at least 2, maybe more heats for every time. If you're a winner, fine. If you're in the repechage, you're going to be running the gauntlet.
Well, you're familiar with all that and the past windsurfing events on the Pro Tour back last century, right? Remember repechage rounds and pro windsurfing?
It's funny. The Norwegian team, they're huge windsurfing fans. They know Robbie.
They found me.
Oh, they found you too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they the big windsurf, kite surf. They know Bjorn Dunkerbeck and Robbie Nash and all the team really well. They're big ocean fanatics there. Just they love anything that you can do in the ocean. And they do have the 5 and 6 mil wetsuits for the Arctic surfing.
Well, our gold medal champion from last year in the girls under 16 has found first place. Mahina Maeda from the North Shore, 5.53 and the 3.8. Frankie Hara, the local girl from Malibu, with a 4.27 and a 4.07. Leilani McGonigal now in the position of needing a score. She now needs a 4.52 to get out of third into second place. And Himena Suzuki from Japan, a couple of 2-point rides. She now needs a 6.08 to get into second place with 9 minutes remaining.
And let me ask you one question. A lot of people are hearing about the repechage. We can understand that 2 keep in the winner's bracket. They keep advancing. But if you are 3rd and 4th, you go to the repechage. Now, repechage is its own bracket, or can you jump back, or you have to go all the way to the final of the repechage to get back into the main event?
Yes.
That is really tough. But why do they do that?
because they wanted to make your head spin.
They wanted to have the contest at least end in 8 days. If not, we'd be going forever.
Well, we have a 10-day contest. We're doing in 7.
And how many surfers are in this contest?
322.
How many heats have we already run? Over 112?
603.
Yeah, I know you're faking that one. Suzuki, it's now or never for the girls at 227 and 223. And the Japanese team has had such great success. They're out there front and center. And I just love the way they're giving her direction. Not a word of English, and helping her out on when to go in the water, where to go up and down the beach, find a wave. There's some still set waves coming through, but they're kind of dumpy. Our surfer in yellow, huge wave for her. Leilani McGonigal needs a 4.52. Gets a little move on the outside. Well, she's not going to stay to the inside. She did find a little bit of open face. Here comes Mahina Maeda.
Yeah, Mahina with a nice fluid maneuver. Mahina's already competed in the WCT earlier this year as an injury replacement for one of the regular CT surfers. So she has been not only doing junior events, she's been doing junior pro events, she's been doing WQS events, and now she's at the ISA event and WCT events. She is booked up solid. Her calendar is amazing.
The only thing she hasn't won is the Pro Bowlers Tour.
I did not know she was involved in that. So she must bowl at Aiea Bowl. That's the biggest famous bowling alley in Hawaii.
There you go, a lot of fun.
Or Polly Lanes. You've been to Polly Lanes, right?
Yes, I have. I got my finger stuck in the ball, and it's really hard to surf with a bowling ball on your right arm. The only game where you can eat your dinner and play the game at the same time. And you know what? If you get sweaty, you just put your hands over that dryer. And if you're sweating and playing bowling, obviously you've got a problem.
Hey, good grinds at Aiea Bowl. Good grinds.
Who's this guy right now? You know him.
Yeah, he's my friend.
And there's my friend.
6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Mahina Maeda, an 8.33.
Yeah, what a move. One move wonder right there. Suzuki looking back at getting the hunt. Now remember, she doesn't have to overtake Mahina Maeda. She just has to get into a transfer spot, so she's looking for a 6.08 to overtake Frankie Hara. Leilani McGonigal needs a 4.52. Frankie Hara is trying to replace a 4.07. So just try to imagine what a 4-point ride is out here. And it's hard to imagine getting an 8.33 on one move, but that was a sizable set wave. Critical bottom turn, power off the top. Just went for the throat that we just don't see all the time. And a surfer that has done it all, looking for a third gold medal, the number 1 seed, Mahina Maeda, 17 years of age at Sunset Beach. Wonder what her favorite spot is. Is she a V-Land surfer? Does she hang out with Coco Ho, or does she surf Sunset? Or
you know what? She's getting spoiled by traveling around the world.
She's never at home.
Well, she has her local breaks, but she's starting to see how many good breaks there are around the world. So there's the girls getting ready for heat number 4. We can see in yellow there's Melani. We can see in blue there's Tessa Thesson. And we can see also in the white jersey that's Danielle Albuquerque. So they are getting ready for their next heat number 4, round number 3.
Well, we've seen a couple of waves that are showing signs of low tide that are dumping pretty quick, but it's still not bad. It's very doable. When you say doable, what do you mean? Well, if you can surf like Mahina Maeda with a 8.33 and a 5.33, again, those scores right there, and you take a look at those scores and you say, well, people are getting scores like that on Monday when it was ideal conditions. Everything's relative per heat, right? They have to set a scale to see who's going to win, who's going to lose. It's really points just kind of keep tabs on who you want to advance. But the judges want the top 2 surfers with their best 2 waves to advance. Points are kind of just the check mark. But if you get good points, you can win.
That's right. And all surfers have to surf in the same conditions. Correct?
Yep.
4 minutes remaining. Maeda in the lead, Hara in second. McGonigal now needing a 4.52. Suzuki requiring a 6.05. Watch this paddle. You see to your left, there's Frankie. And there's Leilani on the right. Then
a sneaker set coming through. Suzuki. Suzuki needs her hair in a ponytail. She's got nice long hair, but it's getting in her face. And take a look. Frankie Hara in white is keeping an eye on Leilani really close. 3:35 remaining. And what Frankie can hope to do is that there can be a one-wave set to come through. She blocks her on getting that wave. She gets on the wave, and she improves her two-wave total and gets back into the lineup. Now, if it is a wave where it doesn't count, she's out of the lineup. And sure enough, there could be a second wave to come through for Leilani. Watch this action here. Going to sell the right? No, going to sell the left.
Yeah, in position was Frankie. She mainly held her off on that wave. Now Leilani can get away from her and find another wave from the other side. And that wave closes out, so unfortunately for Leilani, she could not take advantage of that second wave of the set.
The way Frankie Hara is surfing is the way you surf against me with just free surfing.
Well, you're dangerous. I try to get away from you.
You always work to the inside. Then you work me I'm just on the reef, bloody.
Well, you know, I got you back on the tennis court last year, didn't I?
Very good tennis player, Bo, I must say.
But
great
next
DJ.
time, we got to get better bouncy balls.
Well, next time
we had the Bernie Baker flat balls, and they just didn't work.
Well, the next time I'll play with my right hand. I was playing left-handed behind the back.
Thank you.
Oh. Having a lot of fun here, and these girls out there, they're working really hard. Very important wave for Leilani, and it's an okay turn.
But remember, she needs a good average wave score of a 4.52, 155 counting down.
She's not going to get back out in the lineup, I don't think, in time to get another wave unless she gets a jet ski assist. Look at her kicking and scratching. Leilani looking for a 4.52. This is not the end of the world. It just makes it a little harder on such a talented surfer out of Costa Rica, the 15-year-old, surfing both under 16 and under 18.
That's an REM song. It's the end of the world, as you know it.
Let's play it next set.
Okay, here we go. 1 minute, 22 seconds remaining. Mahina Maeda in red in first. Frankie Hara in white in second. Frankie needs to improve on the 4.07 to hold down second. Leilani McGonigal still searching for a 4.52. She did not get in on her last wave. Suzuki in blue now needing a 6.05 as Mahina is up and riding.
Well, look at that, some serious paddling to get back in the lineup. Leilani McGonigal, so our one-on-one competition continues in the lineup. Mahina Maeda trying to better a 5.53. Suzuki kind of doing her own thing. There are some waves coming through, but there's only 45 seconds remaining. It looks like there might be something. And back into the face of Leilani is Francesca Hara. Now, here's an interesting point. It's a right or a left. Take your pick here. It's really hard to differentiate exactly what is a predominant way to go. You can really get tagged with an interference call if you think you're in the right spot.
Counting down 20 seconds.
Well, Frankie's going to sell it to left. And it looks like a right, and she's, doesn't get it, and it's closing out. Well, real good move by Leilani just to get in that position for an opportunity. Leilani is a paddling machine, isn't she?
Both of them are.
Well, that's how you don't want to win. You want to win it by surfing, but when it's limited surf out in the lineup, you really got to play hardball, and that was positioning and keeping your opponent off it. That is a heartbreak for our surfer in yellow. She goes to the repecharge.
Yeah, she is shattered. Let's take a look at the heat recap. And we feel for Leilani and you Frankie fans. Well, she was holding her off to the last very second. Leilani McGonigal giving it all she had. Mahina Maeda dominating. Look at that one-wave maneuver score. Leilani gave it a good fight, but unsuccessful, but she's not out of it. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Coming up next, our fourth and final heat of round number 3 of the girls 18 and under. Stay tuned.
You know, once the building was set, Skunkworks kind of fell into place. It's like, all right, this is going to be the spot and the only spot that will sell our boards in order to simplify my life.
Welcome to the beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are on the south side of Oceanside Pier watching the world's best junior surfers, and we are in our final heat, heat number 4, round number 3 of the girls 18 and under. Let's introduce our surfers. Mariana Asas from Portugal will be in red. In the white jersey, it'll be Danielle Albuquerque from Brazil. From Peru, Milani Guianta from Peru. She'll be in the yellow jersey. And in the blue jersey, Tessa Thesson from France. Another 20-minute heat. Best two waves, final score, peak situation. Top 2 surfers will advance on into round number 4 of the main event. Bottom 2 will be delegated into the repecharge round.
I'm taking lunch, Bo, but I got to tell you, that was the most awkward moment on the beach. Did you just see what happened?
No.
The U.S. team and the Costa Rican team came to the beach to cheer their surfer right next to each other, and they both chanted at the same time right next to each other. That was a really tough loss, and right now there are some tears.
But you know what? With the double elimination format, Leilani is still very much in it. She came up through the repecharge rounds in both rounds last year to make 2 finals of the under 16 and under 18, so she is not out of it. Don't forget, you have a chance to register to win the 7 Days of 7 Seas entry, courtesy of the creators and innovators of VISSLA. Go on to the Facebook page of VISSLA, click on the Win tab, or go over to isaworlds.com, click on the Win tab. We are going to give away our 4th wetsuit of the competition sometime in about 2 hours from right now. All right, there goes Tessa on her second wave. She opened up with a 1.5. Let's go down beachside with Mike Latronic.
All right, well, standing here once again with 2-time gold medal champion Mahina Maeda. Tough conditions out there, but you scored an 8.5, I think it was, 8.53 or 8.6 for a 1-maneuver wave. Does that sort of change your idea of what you need to do at low tide out here?
Yeah, it gives me a lot more confidence out there, and I've been kind of struggling to find the right waves and trying to find my feet in the wax. So I'm stoked to get that 1 maneuver, and there's not much waves to offer out there, and it's really tricky conditions compared to yesterday. So definitely, I'm really stoked.
Well, proof's in the pudding. The judges are rewarding critical maneuvers on the largest waves in the steepest part of the wave, and you really don't have to spend all your time trying to find the perfect wave. It's just a matter of getting in early and slamming it.
Yeah, Bert, Cajer, and Reynos are super helpful, and so they just told me to find my position and don't get too rattled and stuff. So just if the time comes, then just slam it. And they know they have faith in me, and I have faith in them. So I'm gonna give it all out for the team and bring it home for Hawaii.
Well, with 2 gold medals under your belt, you have faith in yourself.
I guess, but it's just I'm just surfing heat by heat. I don't want to be too overwhelmed about my wins from the past years, and this year is a new year, and I want to start fresh again. So this is hopefully I can bring home another gold medal.
Well, that is a real mature way to look at things, heat by heat, wave by wave. Forget about the past. We're right here, right now, on the beach in Oceanside. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot. Congratulations to Mahina, searching for her 3rd gold medal in 3 years in a row. And she's been in the finals in the past 3 years at this ISA World Junior Surfing Championship Series, and she's looking to make 4 for 4 and make it back. Shannon Marie Quirk. Welcome back, Shannon. This is our final heat, main round number 3, girls 18 and under, heat number 4.
Wonderful.
Back Shannon Marie Quirk. Welcome back, Shannon. This is our final heat, main round number 3, girls 18 and under, heat number 4.
Wonderful. And yeah, while Mike was on the beach with that interview, we had missed a wave from Danielle from Brazil, but up and riding Milani Guianta from Peru in yellow, taking this all the way to the shore. Peru loves it on the beach. cheering and applause for Melanie. And Danielle Albuquerque from Brazil. She's from Bahia. Putting in a few points on the board. Challenging conditions right now with it looks like a storm coming in.
Well, it's kind of had that look since before sunrise. Of course, we get down here way early for our meetings and prep for this contest before each and every day, and it's been exciting. And today just had that different look. We had clean, glassy conditions Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but Thursday this morning, it kind of got that stormy feel. Now we have those onshore winds. You see the texture of the water, a little bit different, a little bit bumpy. Now the tide's straining out, so all types of conditions are changing here as we're seeing Tessa in blue, Ilani in yellow, Danielle. All these ladies have not lost a round, but 2 of them will be delegated in the next 13 minutes to the repechage round, and the top 2 will advance. All these ladies have not lost a round, but 2 of them will be delegated in the next 13 minutes to the repechage round, and the top 2 will advance into the final 8 into main round number 4.
And Tessa right now leading this heat in blue from France. Tessa is 18 years old. She was born in Blaricum. Up and riding, Mariana Assis taking a hard fall there, going for broke. Mariana from Portugal.
From the famous Cascais, is that how you say it?
Cascais.
Cascais area in Portugal. Of course, the home of Prime and WCT events. You know, we had the women's WSL event just recently over there, and Courtney Catalog did quite well. She's fighting Carissa Moore. Is going to be the 2 Americans, the California girl and the Hawaiian girl, battling it out at Honolulu Bay coming up in December. It's going to be exciting. We know we're going to have an American world champion, but who is it going to be, the Hawaiian or the American? It's going to be exciting to see. And those young ladies used to compete in events like this, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Oh, tons of women, you know, Dimity Stoyle as well, Sally Fitzgibbons, Stephanie Gilmore, the most winning of them all for the ladies. And really, you know, a lot of these girls are looking up to those women and making sure that they're here for the ISA World Juniors. And that is a big step in gaining experience in competition, especially when it comes down to this international eclectic bunch.
Well, check this out. The winner of this event in Ecuador last year in this division that you're seeing in the water was Tatiana Weston-Webb from Hawaii. And guess what happened today? She was in the final at the Roxy Pro. So this time last year, she was an ISA World Junior Champion. 1 year later, she finds herself in the final of a World Championship Tour event on the Pro Tour of the WSL. This is the training grounds of making the world's best juniors to achieve their goals. And Fernando Aguirre knows that. He knows he can reach 97 surfing federation nations around the world. He has gathered 36 of those nations here in Oceanside. And we're going to be crowning medalists and world champions. And I would not be surprised if one of our medalists is on the CT, whether on the women's side and the male side, in the next few years from now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even Tia Blanco winning the ISA World Championship in Popoyo, Nicaragua. You know, she's on fire. She just won her heat, and I would not be surprised if she also finds herself on the tour and she's just been on fire. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I watched Tia not win a heat.
Everything she touches turns to gold, huh?
Yeah, absolutely amazing surfing. And you're looking at the Portuguese team rooting for Mariana Assis, and they have to be so stoked to represent Portugal. Up and riding Melanie Guita from Peru in yellow, taking this right-hander, trying to milk anything she can from the inside section here, and she's able to do it. The backside attack, little redirect, gets a little funky on that inside section, but she was able to find just enough speed to get one last maneuver in.
Well, Shannon, I'm seeing what these girls have to do today to survive. Even the boys earlier, they are manufacturing scores. The waves are not ideal, The waves are kind of crumbly with the onshore winds, but all surfers have to compete in the same conditions. And the surfers who are advancing are going above and beyond the call and creating their own scores. And that's how they're showcasing their talents out here on Oceanside.
Well, Danielle Albuquerque definitely needs to put some points on the board from Brazil. She's from Cosario. And if you've ever surfed in Salvador, you know, Cosario is a big, long stretch of beach and a lot of, you know, similar conditions, really. Peaky, a lot of aerial surfing, which, you know, it's no surprise that the Brazilian contingent has such radical aerial game because this is you know, pretty typical storm weather for that area. But coming from Salvador, Salvador is the capital of Bahia, which is the northern east part of Brazil. Really rich surf culture. And Danielle taking another look. She needs to find a score. She needs a 4.10. Does not want to go into those repechage rounds.
See some of the ladies getting ready for the under 16 round number 3, heat number 1. They're getting ready for their heats. Now they'll be coming up next. So this is the final heat. Girls under 18, round 3, heat number 4. Melani in yellow in first. Here we go. We have a paddle in red. Mariana. She'll take this wave. The Portuguese girl sees a closeout. Tries to pull off that maneuver off the crashing lip. Unsuccessful. And she'll regroup and go back out for more. 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
You know, these ladies are making it look easier than it really is. It is so hard to find a corner like that one. But Tessa Tyson from France, able to bank it off the top and keep the speed up for the inside section, pumping down the line. See if she can get one last turn in. And she does. So Tessa Tyson from France blowing the beach up right now in applause as she is holding that second spot with Melanie Guinta from Peru in yellow in first place. Mariana Assis from Portugal in red, and Danielle Albuquerque from Brazil looking to take those first and second spots.
Well, Tessa Tyson was second in the WSL World Juniors last year. So she competes internationally, represents France. She competes in ISA events, WSL World Junior events. She is one of the best in the world, and of course with the teammate as Kim Vauteau, the runner-up silver medalist last year in the girls under 18. France has a very powerful junior team. Would not be surprised and would not be shocked if France won the team gold by Sunday. They are that strong.
You know, Mariana right now is dealing with a very serious injury. She, I believe, is her eardrum. She either burst it or, you know, injured her ear during a free surf. And she, you know, like Sally Fitz, she's working with some tape around her head right now.
Well, we saw her in that last wave when she went for that re-entry and the lip took her down. And when she came back up, she had her head to the side and she was checking on herself.
Oh, it's so painful to deal with an injury like that, especially when you have to be on your A game. And right now she's fighting to stay in the contest. You know, she's passed through all of her heats in first. So Mariana needing a 6.04 right now, dealing with a very severe injury. And, you know, when right after I saw her on the beach and asked her if she was all right, and you know, Mariana is such a strong surfer. It takes a lot of courage and guts to push yourself through the pain. Boy, it just throws your whole equilibrium off. And, you know, I told her, thank goodness that it didn't happen at a different spot, you know, where maybe you would be alone or just further out. And, you know, that's really what can cause just bigger problems. So thankfully it was here in Oceanside. She was really close to her team and, not a huge deal, but she's pushing through this right now. Also, Danielle needing a score, needing a 6.51. Tessa Tyson from France has put herself way in the lead, the 6.3 and a 3.43. But with 4 minutes on the clock, these girls still have opportunity. So they're really going to have to wait out the weather conditions. So we just wanted to give a big shout out and thanks to VISSLA.
You know, we have 2 hours away before we draw the next winner of the wetsuit, so perfect time right now. You're logged onto your computer, your tablet, your mobile phone. Go to the 7 Days of 7 Seas giveaway. There's 2 ways, either right here at the ISAWorlds.com website. Look for the Win tab, hit that, fill out the form, or go to VISSLA's Facebook page, click on the Win tab, and fill out the form there. We have 4 more wetsuits to give away. Today is day number 4, so we want to give it away to you. And we're talking to someone who has maybe already won or who is not yet entered, who is going to win. We don't know who's going to win until 2 hours from now when our officials will be drawing the name. Congratulations to Craig McLeod from the UK, day 1, Kathleen Hanley from the United States, day 2, and Stefan Schatzer yesterday. Who will it be today? Well, you got to enter to play, and you got to enter to win. So be a creator and an innovator and log on to win.
Yeah, you saw 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Danielle Albuquerque from Brazil is checking out anything she can find right now. She took that inside wave to give her enough room for one turn. Everyone on Instagram, what do you think they're checking out right now? ISA Surfing on Instagram, hopefully?
Maybe they're Snapchatting. Maybe they're hashtagging ISA Worlds or hashtagging VISSLA World Juniors. Maybe they're checking out other pages. Maybe they're checking out Jordy Smith's picture yesterday when he was down here.
Oh, that was so cool. Yeah, Jordy Smith was down to support the South African team. He was also an ISA surfer and made it all the way to the podium as a world champion as a junior. So you can, as we were saying, this is the breeding grounds for greatness. And up and riding white, Danielle Albuquerque from Salvador. Danielle is really needing a high score of a 7.8, so doesn't look like that's what she's going to need. Unfortunately, just a minute and 40 seconds on the clock as Red takes a look at this one. Just a quick in and out. Not a lot of open face to work with. These girls are going to be, battling it out for just a fraction of a point.
So just 90 seconds remaining. France, Peru, 1 and 2. Portugal, Brazil are now in 3 and 4 and needing scores.
Yeah, so that was a difficult situation right there. You saw some hands up as yellow Melanie Guinta took a right on the same wave and threw her hands up and just wondering. I guess she probably thought she was up first. It looked like she was, so we'll see what. Didn't look like she was really dealing with any interference, but when there's not a lot of face on offer, these girls are really going to get competitive and scratch for anything they can find with just 40 seconds on the clock. Tessa Thyssen from France might take this heat unless another set approaches, but Danielle might have a chance right here. And Red also up and riding on this right-hander. Blue. That is Blue. Tessa Thyssen with a victory lap.
So 20 seconds remaining. Tessa from France in first. Melanie from Peru in yellow in second. Danielle in white from Brazil needing a 6.64. And Mariana from Portugal now needing a 7.41, but time is running away.
These girls are going to have to prove themselves through to the repechage rounds because it is France and Peru that will be moving on to the competition.
Here's the DeBlanc recap. Heat number 4, round number 3. And look at that laid-back style maneuver from our French surfer. Banking it one more time. These girls were challenging conditions, but still put everything out on the line in the water. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside. When we return, it's the girls under 16, round number 3, heat 1. Stay tuned for more exciting action. Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are on the south side of the Oceanside Pier watching the world's best surfers compete for gold. Now we enter another division, the girls under 16, round 3, heat number 1. Let's meet our ladies in the water right now. India Robinson from Australia in red. Mathia Olin from Canada in white. In the yellow jersey, Alyssa Spencer from the United States, and Daniela Rosas from Peru will be in the blue jersey. Another 20-minute heat, 12-wave max. Top 2 surfers will advance on into main round number 4. Bottom 2 will be delegated into the repechage rounds. And, of course, more exciting surfing action still yet to be unfold as we hear the sound of the horn, and we start with this heat. My name is Bo Hodge. David Stanfield will be on board here for the call of this heat as we get underway. And in this round, the United States, Hawaii, France, Costa Rica, and Australia are still with 2 members in this heat. We have Peru, Canada, Portugal, Tahiti, the United Kingdom, and Japan with each 1 member in this round. Let's go down to the beach with Mike Latronic with an interview.
All right, thanks, guys. Standing here with the winner of that last heat, Tessa Tyson from France. Obviously challenging conditions out there, but you managed to find some. Did you go out with any kind of certain strategy in mind?
Well, it's really hard today. So I've been watching all this morning the French guys, where they were sitting, where they're taking waves, the scores and stuff. So it was like really getting into it, and I really wanted to get some scores because last heat I didn't really do good. So I really wanted to show my power, my surf, and all that. So I actually had a few good ones, so I'm pretty stoked.
You know, it seemed like I saw in one of the earlier heats they awarded Mahina Maeda a pretty large score for one solid maneuver. Exactly. Did you take that out there with you? Because you got that pretty good score towards the end of the heat.
Yeah. We've been seeing all this morning that even like the past few days that even with one good maneuver you can get some big scores. It's the quality that counts, so I've been taking that in my mind.
All right, well, congratulations. Viva la France. And we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, sure.
Back to you guys.
Mike, come on into the booth with me. And we're going to continue with this action. 20-minute heat. Top 2 keep in the winner's bracket. The other 2, 3rd and 4th, go into that repechage. We got repechage coming up shortly. And you talk about tension, stress, and for the love of the country, it is going to be coming up shortly. It's day number 4, Thursday, October 15th, and we have completed main round 3 for the under 18 guys and sent 2 into repechage. We've got the under 16 third round completed, under 18 for the girls completed. Now this is the under 16, and we have just 4 heats, and then we go into boys under 18 repechage round 3, and that's going to go from 3 to 5 o'clock. You don't want to miss it. This is where heads are going to go on the chopping block, and gold medals might be decided. Who is going to be eliminated? So you think this is stressful right now. Wait till we get into the repechage, especially with the big guns, the featured boys under 18 in that 3rd round. Mike, great interview. Thank you very much. And now you're back into the booth here. You're everywhere.
You just got to be everywhere these days. You know, I didn't have the heart to ask her about the whole French toast thing that we've been on, but got to let that championship spirit ride, and I didn't want to tell her that French toast was more than likely created in South America.
By some guy named French.
Ferdinand
Frenchy. Our surfer in blue, Daniela Ross. Our surfer in yellow, Alyssa Spencer. Demphy Olin out of Canada in white, and India Robinson in red. And that's exactly what the judges look for. I mean, you know, if you do a lot of judging, you end up knowing some of these surfers, but in the official stand up there, the judges stand, they call colors, they write down colors. It's not a name. They try to keep it impersonal as possible, just whatever the surfer does on the wave. And the only question I've had over the years, does a goofy-footed judge, because they all surf, they all have a passion for the sport, whatever their background is, does a goofy-footer judge maybe judge a goofy-footer higher or lower because he kind of more... natural footer really cut loose. That was impressive. I could never do that. But the goofy footer, they might judge a little harder since they might be goofy. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'd almost lean the other way. You know, you might be more intrigued on how a person's stance is that's not like your stance. Like, you can relate to it more. Let's say I'm a regular foot judge. I'm going to say, oh, that regular foot did that. Oh, I can relate to that because that's the way I stand. But then you watch a goofy foot do it, and you're like, well, that looked harder or it looked different. So, it could work either way.
Over the years, watching the Hobgood brothers surf, I go, oh, no, that was really, really cool. Definitely different styles, but you throw in the goofy foot. And I'm regular.
I was going for parallel.
The parallel stance.
After this week, I think unnatural is going to be just fine. Yeah, no.
But it's an interesting thought, and I've asked some judges about it. In fact, I've asked judges, are you goofy or regular? And not really got into it with them, but just curious. And then I went up and just see how it maybe changed a couple of tenths of a degree if there was any kind of partisan over a certain stance. Probably not, though. Well, we do have a solid wave out there for Alyssa Spencer out of Carlsbad, Team USA, with a 5.0 and a 0.83 that she's going to try to get rid of. Our Peruvian surfer, Miraflores, Lima, Peru. What a beautiful area. She is in second, Danilo Ross, and that is just about how you do it. Alyssa Spencer, I asked her when I did an interview with him, can we see your house from here? Well, no, she doesn't have the house with big smokestacks down there, the generating plant, but she is from Carlsbad, just right down the coast, and she's well aware of these conditions. When she goes out for a surf, a lot of days, it's there's a little bit of wind on it, and it's a medium tide to kind of a funky little south swell. But, we've seen conditions here that have been epic. Do you agree?
Definitely. Yeah, the first few mornings with the wind was offshore. The waves were 3 to 5 feet, glassy. I actually saw some spitting barrels. So, these kids have been treated to some really good waves here in Southern California. Oceanside has quality surf.
There's no place on the planet that is perfect usually for over 5 days. You've had those epic runs. They go, it was breaking perfect for 14 days. But for the most part, swells come and go, winds switch around, and that's why in certain contests you have this waiting period. Well, no waiting period here. We got to run and gun.
Well, there is one reef break I know of that is pretty much always 6 foot and square. Mattress Reef, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, we saw that commercial. Yeah.
All right, well, here goes Daniela Rosas. She's getting into another wave right now. As you said, Alyssa Spencer from the USA taking the lead. There's Leilani McGonigal walking down the beach, getting ready for another heat.
I was looking at the couple walking that way, and I guess she has maybe a sinus issue or she was crying. We have seen a couple of tears today.
Well, there's a lot on the line. People have traveled far and wide. They spent all year competing in their local regions.
No.
And
you made me cry earlier.
Oh, you mean on the commentary?
No.
I get you.
I'm only kidding. We've seen some very upset. I mentioned to Bo right before I went off a very awkward moment where both the Costa Rican team and the U.S. team greeting their surfers coming out of the water, Frankie and Leilani, right next to each other. And they're all kind of surrounding. They're not really in each other's face, but they're 3 feet apart, and they give simultaneous cheers. And one, unfortunately, was for a girl that didn't advance through. It really strange, and we saw some tears. Well, we got India Robinson going to town right there. The Australians have had a couple of hard knocks. Let's see if she can get out of this. Our Canadian, I love the Canadians, eh?
Well, this little Canadian, Mathia Dempsey Olin, we've seen her do some really strong maneuvers on some small waves. So I'm expecting that with 11 minutes remaining, we'll see a little more fire from her, as well as India Robinson. I think one of the strongest female surfers in this competition in the red jersey from Australia. So don't let the results fool you. Anything can happen, and anything does happen. as we saw with Mahina Maeda a few heats ago, 8.6, I believe it was, on a one big solid maneuver.
Well, and what we're seeing here is, well, not necessarily on camera, nice feet, but very comfortable lounge position, serious face. But we have a 14-year-old out in the lineup, a 12-year-old, another 12-year-old, and a 13. We're seeing the 16 and under class. They're getting plenty of experience, and they'll be in this class for a couple more years. And as we watch Alyssa Spencer, Spencer's coordinated with her wetsuit. Tomorrow I'm going to be yellow. I'm going to wear my yellow wetsuit. Have you ever done that in your competition days?
Given the opportunity, yeah, I think I have.
It makes all the sense in the world. Show the judges, make it easy on the judges to spot you and the spotter to spot you. Whatever works to gain the points. This is a subjective sport. You're trying to perform basically for 5 people. They're not all guys. We do have a couple of ladies on the panel. But you're trying to do something that will shake it up, something unexpected, and something where you're going to show the speed, power, and flow. You're trying to impress, just like the Olympics, trying to impress the judging panel. All the experts on the beach means nothing. It's about the 5 people.
That's right. And doesn't matter where you're from, doesn't matter who you're surfing against. They can have the best record in the world. It all boils down to what happens from that first blast of the horn to the last, because really that's all the judges are looking at. So we're looking at some pretty subdued conditions out there right now. It's tide is draining, so we're seeing that swell energy is getting sort of pulled back into the ocean. Seems to be typical. Every day we've sort of seen the same. There will be some sets, but with that water draining off the sandbar, it tends to look a little smaller during the medium to low tide and getting lower. 8 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock. American Alyssa Spencer in the yellow jersey still in the lead. She's got that 5.0. We're waiting to see what that last wave brought in. She's definitely going to drop that 1.63. Meanwhile, Daniela Rosas from Peru in the blue jersey, she's hanging in there in second place by virtue of a 3.33 and a 2.73. And India Robinson out of Australia, super strong surfer here. She needs just a 3.17 to get into advancing position. And Mathia Olin from Canada, she doesn't need much either, just a 4.24.
In celebration of the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, giving away a VISSLA 7 Seas wetsuit every day of the event. Today, another day. Today, we're going to give it away. Be sure and tune in to the broadcast, which you are right now. So you've completed part of the task. Now, all you have to do to sign up is go to the Facebook page, VISSLA's Facebook page, and click on the Win tab, and you might win yourself a full suit. Also, for the surfers, a 10-point ride. Any surfer who gets a 10-point ride will receive a pair of DeBlanc shades. Now, if that doesn't happen, which it hasn't, highest heat total of the day, you'll get a pair of the Italian-made DeBlanc shades. Thank you, DeBlanc.
All right, well, here is a little wave on the inside. Let's see if it reforms for Peru's Daniela Rosa in the blue jersey. She's really searching this inside sandbar for a reform. And looks like it is going to have something on the inside, and all that work kind of paid off. She was able to get just a few more turns in there. And right now, sometimes even just 0.5 makes a difference.
Well, we saw Mahina Maeda, and it wasn't length of ride. It was just the power and the heavy closeout section. She handled that so well and got a solid score as she closed things out. But length of ride can sometimes give you a couple more turns. It used to be counted. Did you ever surf where there were a 3- and 4-man, 3 waves being totaled up and even 4 waves being totaled up into your tally to win a heat?
Oh, yeah. And length of ride was actually a factor back then. You know, it was...
even if it was just doing nothing but length of ride.
Yeah, you could just hop, skip, hop, skip, hop, skip, hop, skip all the way to the beach. And for some reason that was scoring points. But, you know, nowadays everything's evolved. Really the finer points of surfing the wave and use of body contortion, power, speed, flow is all coming into play. And so it is possible. We've seen 10-point rides for single maneuvers, both in the pro ranks and here in the amateur ranks.
The best 10-point ride ever, the barrel. The single maneuver ride is the barrel. Drop in, cover up. Now, then you talk to the recent, and it was, I believe, Corey Lopez. Corey goes, well, that's good, but the best is drop in, get barreled, and then exit with a massive aerial. Oh, you can't beat that. His way of thinking, and a lot of other surfers think that way. We've seen it at Pike now and then. It's not the aerial exit, though, but it does.
I'm gonna compare it to ringing the bell at the circus. You know when you slam the big hammer and it hits the bell and you win the prize? Well, at a certain point, it's so perfect. You slam the hammer with that barrel, you already got the 10. You do an aerial at the end, you're still gonna get a 10. You know what I mean?
Slam dunk, and doesn't happen every day, but we did see some barrels out here earlier. Now we're seeing some conditions where they've got to figure out where to go. The contest this area is really wide, and to the far south end we have a surfer looking for a corner pocket, some kind of left that's not going to close down too fast. Alongside the pier, pretty sketchy looking. I mean, it is breaking into the pier, and it's not a clean, easy, safe option. And that wave is just stomping through the pier, and to the north side, I don't see anybody on that wave as it just big, long, powerful left. They are surfing a little bit further down the beach. They were kind of just off the pier, and it looks like their opportunity is getting lefts, and they're definitely furthest to the north area in the competition zone. Here, the safest is to the south area, and all three surfers are definitely getting away from the pier. Have you ever had contact with the pier?
Fortunately, no. I have shot the pier, not at this pier. I shot the pier at Huntington Beach before, but I definitely think it is it's one of those thrill things. You know, it's not super functional. It doesn't really get you that much points. It's more of a thrill for yourself because you realize that you're pretty close to death next to those pilings.
Yeah, the pilings don't move. There has been one or two fatal injuries over the years that the lifeguards have told me about the pier, of people being hit. And this one right here, not any safer, so definitely avoid the pier. Sometimes it's an easy way to paddle out on one side or the other, but for the most part, this is not an option. Stay away from the pier and down the beach looking for this. In between the set waves, there's now and then some opportunity. We're going to see a whole different makeup here. Now, these surfers, they are still in the winner's bracket. After we finish these 4 heats, we're going to go to it's now or never. For your team, for your country, and for you, we are going to be eliminating 2 surfers every heat. And I believe we've got at least 8 heats to go in the under 18 elite junior class. Do not miss this. It is going to be heavy. They're going to have to really unleash everything they have to make it happen. And we're going to see who can pull it off, because this could decide some of the medals. And they're going to flash back on. He was eliminated on Thursday. Right? You can be eliminated with the 3rd and 4th, and that's it. No more points for the team. You're sitting on the beach with the flag, waving and licking your wounds.
Yeah. I mean, either you make the finals of the open division and you're in the grand finals, or the real contest starts when you're in the repecharge and it's do or die. You kind of know you have that padding in the open division. I mean, nobody's going out in the open division expecting to lose, but you sort of have that second chance. You're gonna give it what you're gonna give it, knowing that you have this chance. Okay, so here is Alyssa Spencer. She does not want to go to the repecharge, and she is putting her effort and gumption into that wave. She's trying to get rid of a 3.93.
Well, she keeps chipping away at it, and she did have that 5 early on. What's interesting about Alyssa is she reads these waves really well. She knows about this little reform. And with the tide changing, it's going to be more difficult. We will basically, where you have that kind of trench where the wave breaks, it backs off and then slams down on the inside, a little shore break, it will turn into a lake, that trench right there with the side shore current. It's going to be really difficult to make it to the inside, meaning it's going to be dumpy, fast, and everything you're going to do out the back is going to be what you're going to be scored on.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange dichotomy because you have that outside section that is really fast, really dumpy, sort of strong, and then you have waves like this on the inside where it's very slight. I mean, there's still a breaking wave, but you have to be light on your feet. So real important with these surfers to know when to weight and unweight. And I don't mean W-A-I-T, I mean W-E-I-G-H-T. Did I spell that right?
I love your spelling. Either way, I understood. Your communication's good.
So that's it for this heat. Alyssa Spencer out in the lead from Team USA, followed by India Robinson. She managed to pull it off on her last two waves from Australia. Daniela Rosas going to the repechage in the blue from Peru, as well as Mathea Dempsey-Olin from Canada.
Congratulations, Alyssa and India. And they have survived yet another round. Round number 3, heat number 1 in the record books. Let's do a quick heat recap. And, well, the best wave, obviously, the 5.0 for Alyssa Spencer. But let's take a look at our surfer here in blue, Daniela Rosa out of Lima, Peru.
All right, the blank heat recap, always good for us to check out the action. Obviously not the best wave we've seen all day, but here's India Robinson making the most of that. One of her better rides in the heat.
Well, there we go. We've wrapped things up for that first heat. 3 more to go for the ladies. We'll be right back. And when we come up, we've got a really good heat. Stay with us. ISA World Junior Surfing Championships brought to you by VISSLA.
All right, this is going to be the spot and the only spot that will sell our boards in order to simplify my life.
VISSLA continues from Oceanside.
You know, once the building was set, Skunkworks kind of fell into place. It's like, all right, this is going to be the spot and the only spot that will sell our boards in order to simplify my life.
Día a día más lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo. Día a día más lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo.
Thank you very much. We are back, and we appreciate your patronage in watching this action here. 3 more heats to go for our young ladies here, under 16. They are all champions, and they've all been making it through the first 2 rounds of competition. And this 3rd round is, well, it's very important to keep the winning bracket. You want to be in the top 2. Juliette Bryce representing France. The French team is on the shoreline right now. They need her to advance through. Leilani McGonigal had a setback in the under 18. Now she's in under 16. Summer Macedo out of Hawaii, and Teresa Bombolo representing Portugal. She's surfing 2 classes as well. Bo, it's really busy and it's really hectic. If you're in 2 different classes, I don't see how that can happen perfectly. It's if you just get booted in one and you got to surf repechage, you're running back and forth either side.
Yeah, and the team captains, that's what they're there for, and the team coaches and the managers, they take care of all that. They know what's going on. It's not their first rodeo. They've been down here with the 2 podiums. Sometimes, like down in Ecuador, the 2 podiums were a good 1/3 of a mile apart, maybe a half mile apart, so they had to jog down the beach. At least here at Oceanside, it's just on the other side of the pier. So Leilani McGonigal, Juliette Bryce, Summer Macedo, and Teresa Bonalat, all in this heat. Bonalat representing Portugal in blue, Summer Macedo representing Hawaii in yellow, Juliette Bryce from France in red, and Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica in white. Let's go down to the beach with Shannon. She has somebody else. Who do you got, Shannon?
Team USA, Alyssa Spencer making it through at only 12 years old. Did you ever think he would make this far through the World Championship
I didn't know I would be able to make it this far, but I set a goal to make it here, so yeah, it feels really good.
How badly do you want to be on that podium in the final finish?
I want to be there really bad. It's been my dream to win the gold ever since I was a little girl.
Who are some of your favorite surfers? I'm sure a lot of them have been through ISA.
Yeah, my favorite surfer is Courtney Conalog. Yeah.
You want to give a shout out to anyone at home that might be watching?
Yeah, to my grandparents. Yeah.
Very cool. All right. Well, congratulations. Team USA holding it down. Crowd father behind. Let's go. Team USA. All right. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. Congratulations, Alyssa. Advancing on through to the next round. It'll be the final 8. That'll be the main round 4 for the girls under 16. There we go. Flags being represented. You see the red, white, blue of Costa Rica. And they are cheering on Leilani McGonigal. Opened up with a 0.9. Leilani had a shattering heat, losing out in her girls under 18. Just about, no more than a half an hour ago, but she's regrouped here. She's a fighter. She's strong. She's made 2 finals last year at Ecuador, and she's part of that Costa Rican gold medal team at the World Surfing Games back in June. And here we go. Surfer in white is Leilani McGonigal. Nice carving forehand turn. Hits it one more time. 2 good maneuvers. Not done yet. She's going to stay with this wave. Works it on the inside section and kicks out.
Well, let me ask you, if you go into the repechage and you see you've got kind of a repechage final, but it's called repechage round number 8. Top 2 surfers then move to the final?
Yeah, top 2 surfers from the main event will move into the final, and then the final repechage heat, they'll have top 2 surfers making back into the main event.
Well, I'm looking at all the heats you got to go through, and it sure looks like the easy way to go is just keep winning heats.
You're only looking at the girls' page. We haven't even got to the guys' full page. It is multiplied almost by 4 for the guys because there's so many young boys, juniors, under 18 and under 16 over here because each team can supply 4, only half that with the girls' sheet.
Wow. A lot of surfing, a lot of stress, but there's lots of fun. Where we'd rather be in the ocean having a good time surfing for your country with your friends that, you know what, for the most part, they started as youngsters, maybe in their pre-teens, they started in competition, and now, since they're all in the age group, there's a really good chance they know each other very well, and they're part of their family. I mean, they just like extended brothers and sisters because they've surfed in competition and have traveled the world together.
Well, you know, the ISA, the International Surfing Association, their mission is to promote surfing globally. They are the governing body of ocean sports and water sports, and recognized by the IOC. And what does the IOC do? Well, they put on world championships like this, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships presented by VISSLA. What they also do is hold clinics for surfers, for judges, for adaptive, for international schools. But the most important thing that they do is hold and award scholarships to this young lady in yellow. She was a recipient of an ISA scholarship many years ago. We're talking about Summer Macedo from Maui. She's from Lahaina. She's a 2013 scholarship winner. And it helps Summer with her endeavors to one day be here, and here she is representing her home state of Hawaii, her home surfing nation of Hawaii, and competing at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And right now, Summer's having a spectacular heat, a 6.5 and a 3.03. You see surfer in red, Juliette Bryce, just kick out from France. Teresa Bonolat from Portugal with a 7.07 and a 2.23, so very close battle for first place between Summer and Teresa. Leilani McGonigal now finding herself behind the 8 ball, needing a score of a 5.48, and Juliette Bryce from France now needing a score of a 7.54.
Well, Bo, in your course of growing up and surfing, and not necessarily windsurfing, because I know you do that, windsurfing and kite surf, but have you ever surfed conditions like this?
Oh, yeah, it's no fun. It's challenging. But these young athletes are making it amazing. Look at that.
Boy, 2 big bottom turns, 2 big moves off the top. I'm thinking that was Leilani and Teresa.
Here we go on the paddle. No rider. 12 minutes remaining of this 20-minute heat.
Well, spent a lot of time in the Huntington area, and in conditions like this, it's very intimidating to paddle over the ledge and drop into a wall, figure out what you're going to try to do. And it's just pretty thumpy.
See our 4 surfers, 3 paddling down to the south, 1 paddling up to the north, to the right side. And she's in position and she's up and riding. Who is it?
Well, I think it's Summer Macedo.
Yeah, it looks like Summer. Good bold maneuver out there. Not done yet. She's doing the OC hop here, getting the inside section. And was it worth all that? Probably not. But there's Team Hawaii.
Another possible right, but it's going to wall up really quick. So on the forehand, and I'm guessing that's Teresa Bombalot.
11 minutes remaining, 11 minutes counting down. Summer in first, representing Hawaii. Teresa in second, representing Portugal. Leilani in third in the white jerseys. We see blue up and riding Juliette Bryce. Big off the top for Team France. She already count a couple of 1-point rides.
Well, luckily, we have a fairly generous surfing arena here from the south side to where they're calling it the competition zone. Earlier today, the judges was watching one wave down the beach where surfer went south, kept going south, all the way into the shore back. The judges would actually get out of the chairs and peer around and look and keep an eye on the score. Plenty of open ocean, but I'm thinking that south end is a bit better right now, at least for trying to find some lefts. We see 3 surfers over there real close to each other, looking for opportunity on the left. Somebody's alongside the pier. There is a couple of these pier bowl rides, but they run really fast and really powerful.
Just past halfway. And we have a new heat leader with a 7.07 and a backup of a 5.73. Teresa Bonalot from Portugal with a 12.8 and just 0.6 of a point behind is Summer Macedo from Hawaii. She needs a 6.3 run to regain first place. Leilani McGonigal out of Costa Rica now needing an 8.38 to get to second. Juliette Bryce is comboed out of second place. She needs a 12.21 to get into second place.
The warming and stretching up right there, and I think the physical trainer would be Kahea Hart to make sure they're in top physical condition. Just a sweetheart, always smiling, and excited to see her surfing coming up in the next heat. Brisa Hennessy representing Hawaii. She'll take on Vianney Fierro, the Tahitian from the Garden of Eden, basically. And Lisa Gerard, Emily Gussoni out of Costa Rica. Hawaii, Tahiti, France, and Costa Rica coming up next.
Well, that was Brisa Hennessy you were seeing warming up with KL. Going through the motions, going through the stretches. All the surfers have their own routine and their format. There's Bert Ishimaru with the flag sideways.
That was a spear.
No, that was PVC. Could be used as a spear.
Well, it looks like Juliette Bryce on this wave.
She was paddling.
Paddling, or trying to get into the wave.
Seven minutes, 44 seconds. See Portugal, Hawaii. All eyes to the water. There's our 4 ladies.
Well, not only is there these heats that are going on, there is a team competition called the Aloha Cup. What is that all about in a capsule statement?
It is a surfing competition in a team time format.
Timed.
Yeah. You're allowed, I believe, 4 members. 1 has to be female, 3 have to be male, and the 3 male are in different divisions. And you can have more than 1 female if you want. And there's a time limit, a wave count, and that's it. Tag team. Like, I go out and catch 2 waves. I come in, I tag you. You go out and catch 2 waves. And then you tag Mike Latronic. He goes out and catches 5 waves because he's a wave hog. Then he comes in and tags Shannon, and she wins it for us.
Do you have to claim the wave that you want scored?
I think you can claim a wave that you think, yes.
So if you come in and you think that's a good wave, you'll probably look to the coach and say, raise your hand. So you claim it. Once you get 2 waves that are claimed, maybe. I don't know. I haven't done one in a while. Last time I did one was Costa Rica.
You beat out Rebecca Kai down in Costa Rica, didn't you?
Yeah, last time I commentated on one. You're a funny guy there, Bo. I know where you're parked and where you live, and how to let tires out of the car really well.
But it's a rental.
And I've been learning how to take my skateboard and put it through a window, too.
Yeah, you've been watching too much TV.
No, it's a really fun format. It is as hectic as ever. And I'm thinking that we're going to see a lot of flags flying from the pier when that happens. Team competition, and it's just another gold medal you could possibly win.
There we go, surfer in white, Leilani McGonigal now finding herself in 4th position. Costa Rica in unmanned territory. She's usually dominating in her heats, but today having trouble with the conditions out here. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Our Portuguese surfer in the lead by 0.6 of a point over Summer Macedo from Hawaii. Juliette Bryce from France in red in 3rd, needing a 6.61. Leilani McGonigal, finalist in this division last year, runner-up to Mahina Maeda. She's finding herself in 4th place in the non-advancing spot, needing an 8.38.
Well, that was either Julia Price or Summer Macedo. Very, very backlit.
There's Brisa Hennessy running down the beach. Getting ready for heat number 3, round number 3. See Team Hawaii, Kahea Hart on the walkie-talkie, communicating to his spotters out on the pier. Strategic locations Team Hawaii operates. This is a full-time job.
Well, the way they operate as well on the beach and how they cheer and where they make sure that the judges can hear the cheering, it does affect possibly a score or two. They're there. I believe they came over to win gold medal, correct?
Yeah, they are defending gold medal champion from Ecuador last year. In fact, Team Hawaii has won 3 team golds in their history. Australia has won 7 team golds in their history. And Australia has a very young, I would call it inexperienced team. All the members of Team Australia, first-time ISA competitors in this format.
There's one very serious coach there. I got to give her a little good morning hug. I haven't seen her forever. Samantha Cornish, what a great pro surfer. What a wonderful gal. She's part of the coaching team, helping things out there. As we try to, this surfer is still on this wave. We kind of went disappearing, and the silhouette shadow she tucked in, and that I'm just about positive was Leilani McGonigal. So Leilani is possibly going to get out of that 3rd spot.
There we go, red up and right, and Juliette Bryce from France up and down. Juliette has a 5.6, but she has a low wave of a 1.77.
Well, maybe she can't get an 8.38, but Leilani got a wave. She'll probably replace her 3. Lisa 3.73, but hopefully it replaces her high score and she chips away at it. But she got a pretty long left.
Crunch time right now, approaching the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Teresa from Portugal in first. Summer from Hawaii in yellow in second. Leilani from Costa Rica in white now in third, needing an 8.38. Juliet from France in red in fourth. And here we go. Juliet Bryce up and riding. Closeout set. Tags the lip once.
Well, Bryce has got an amazing score. She's got a 5.60. She just can't find a decent backup. She finds herself in fourth. Juliet from Lacanau-L'Océan, France, needs a 6.61. We have seen surfers with a perfect ride over the course of various events. They can get a perfect 10, but that backup score is so critical. And you go, what? You lost with a 10-point ride?
One minute, 25 seconds on the clock.
Well, over my shoulder is Mike, and I think he's entering the, what is that, 7 Cs?
Yeah, he just hit the wind tab.
That's it.
That's it.
Hitting
now
the
he's
wind tab.
he's typing his own name. Here we go. Juliet Bryce has moved from fourth to third with her last wave score. She now needs a 6.61 with 1 minute to go.
Ooh, well, keep an eye on Leilani. I don't know if she got that 8.38, but let's see if she really did improve. And is this her again? She might have a couple of scores to come through. She doesn't need 2 hard hits. She already had one. The under 18. She had a tough one. And right now, she's not in a good spot right here. Leilani, who would you just say easily one of the top contenders for a gold medal, has now been regulated to our repechage round in the under 18. And here she might go into the under 16 repechage. There she goes. Nope, still waiting. I thought the score was going to change.
Here we go. Juliet Bryce from France. And also Teresa Bonalat with 5 seconds to go.
Well, there's a lot of scores to come through right now.
Well, with the sound of the horn, that rounds out heat number 2, round number 3. The girls 16 and under. We're going to check out the block heat recap. And here we go. And some glaring conditions here. There's Leilani McGonigal. That was Summer Macedo, heat winner in yellow. Stick around. We have more exciting action. Continuation of the girls under 16 main round number 3. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Stay tuned. Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are on the south side of the Oceanside Pier for the world's best juniors competing for gold, silver, bronze, and copper. Let's move on into heat number 3, round number 3. The girls 16 and under. Let's introduce our surfers. In red from Hawaii, Brisa Hennessy. In white from Tahiti, Vaina Ferrero. In the yellow jersey from France, Lisa G. Garden. And in the blue jersey, Emily Gassani from Costa Rica. Top 2 surfers will advance on into the next round. And that next round is a very important round. It'll be the final 8 ladies who have not lost any of their heats. And they get closer to their chase of gold. Welcome to Oceanside. I'm Bo Hodge, along with David Stanfield. We're going to bring in a guest. Let's go down to the beach with Mike Latronic.
Okay, well, testy conditions, but not too testy for this lady right here in the blue jersey, Teresa Bonvalat. Another great performance. You started out with a bang, got that big score, 7.0. That must be a great situation when you get a score like that right from the first foray.
Yeah, of course. The waves are kind of hard to get a good one. And I knew that I needed to do a good turn in a bigger wave. And yeah, I did it, and I'm happy to advance to the next round. Yeah, let's go Portugal.
There's no more easy heats now, huh?
No, it's hard, and we just need to do our best and give everything in that 20 minutes, and I did, and I'm happy.
Let me hear some of that beautiful Portuguese language. Say hi to the folks back home. Tell them whatever you like about what's going on here in Southern California.
Olá a todos, estou a ver em Portugal. Passei mais um hit e agora estou mesmo contente para ir para o próximo round. Vamos lá a Portugal e toca a torcer por nós. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mike. And gentlemen, we're going to bring into the booth João Arene. He is in charge of the Portuguese surfing junior team. And João, welcome to the webcast broadcast. And you got to feel very proud about your young 16 and under girl, Teresa.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's been doing an amazing event. She's running both categories, under 16 and under 18. And she's still in the main event, running really well. So we are really proud of her. She's national champion.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm very impressed with your whole Portuguese junior team. I mean, coming into today, a majority of your surfers were still active in the main rounds.
Yeah, they were
It's on, it's on. It's on.
But anyway, the fighters and
Well, you know, as you know, this contest is a marathon. I mean, today's Thursday. Today's day number 4, and now we're starting to see some of the surfers being eliminated through the contest. And with this double elimination format, it keeps surfers still alive, even though they may have one bad heat.
Yeah, it did give them the second life, which is amazing for them. Because imagine a young kid coming here and losing first round, it'll be really, really bad for the morale. So this is an event, I think it was designed by ISA, this kind of competition. And it's amazing for the youngsters because they can compete loads of times during the championship, give them the second life, which is really good.
Now, Portugal, in your home country, you've hosted an ISA World Juniors, correct, in the past?
Yeah, I did. We did the juniors and the open. I think it was 2 times, if I'm correct. I was a competitor by then, so I don't know. I don't remember really well. Now we're going to hold it again in Azores, so it's another opportunity.
Why the Azores this time for next year?
Well, mainly because it's an amazing place. It's an amazing island. You should all be invited to go because you'd love the place. It has volcanoes, it has lagoons, it has amazing waves, warm water. And me personally, I've been hosting the WSL event there for the last 9 years. So we have enough experience to build on and do an ISA event. And I think the Azores is a place that needs an event like this.
Well, let's update some of the viewers here in this heat. Brisa Hennessy from Hawaii, from Kailua, on the east side of Oahu in the lead with a 7.5 and a 6.17, dominating out here. And one other ride has been caught by Baena Ferrero from Tahiti with a 3.0, and also Lisa from France with a 1.4. No waves yet for our surfer out of Costa Rica, Emily Gosani. As you can see, Samantha Cornish giving her last-minute instructions to her surfer coming out in the next heat. That'll be Macy Callahan. Isn't this great? Fernando Aguirre and the ISA unites all the best junior surfers this year, the most ever, meeting in one place, 322 athletes, 36 nations. I mean, each and every year, the ISA is growing this event bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it shows that the young surfers are really keen on coming to this event. Mine are always. We have a national selection of youngsters that came here. And we saw this year that loads of countries invested in coming. You have loads of new countries coming. Some are repeaters, but this is the best event ever, and it's been held in amazing waves, amazing place.
Well, knowing Fernando and knowing all the hard work you're going to be as the host, we could have over 40 countries next year in Portugal.
We hope so. One of the bets that we do on the Azores that we'll get some African countries and a lot of European countries, because we did the Eurosurf and Euro Juniors there, and we had 14 European countries. So those 14 at least will go from Europe, then some African countries like Morocco, like Cabo Verde, and then, of course, America will be going in full scale with North and South America.
Well, I'll tell you what, as a host country of Portugal, you're going to be hosting the VISSLA ISA World Juniors. You're going to have a prime event on the WQS World Tour. You're going to have 2 CT events for the men and women at the same time of the year, September and October, correct?
Exactly. Well, this year I'm not quite sure on the WT dates at least, but usually what we do is that we have the QS 10,000, we stop for a week, then we do the ISA, and meantime there is the QS of Cascais and WT of women, and in October, end of October, we got the WCT in Peniche as usual.
Wow, you're going to be a busy guy, aren't you?
I hope so.
It's exciting times that we live in, isn't it? With Fernando in his pursuit with the ISA, looking at the Olympics in the future, the possibility of inclusion of surfing in the Tokyo Olympics. How proud would it be for Portugal and all the rest of the nations, including mainly from your area in Europe, to represent your countries in Tokyo in 2020 if surfing is acknowledged as an Olympic sport?
Well, aside from the obvious factor, which means more funding for the federations, which is highly important for the survival of federation, I think the Olympic spirit is something that surfing should be there, and it will enhance the way we surf today. And surely, the ones who will gain more will be the Olympic organizers, because they will gain the young public that don't have until now. I think that the range will be like 35 to 45 years, mainly the range of viewers on Olympics. And imagine if you put surfing there, it will come down to 15 and above. So they will gain the most with the viewers on the Olympics for sure.
Yeah, of course, we're all surfers. You know, to us, it's a no-brainer to add it in there. But, you know, of course, the sports climbers, the rock climbers are bidding. The karate sport is bidding. Skateboarding and baseball and softball is making their bid. And it's going to be a difficult decision for the IOC. But I think whatever decision they make, they're going to make a very educated, a very wise, and a very smart decision.
Yeah, we hope so. Of course, we are betting on having skateboard and surfing, because both of them belong to my federation. But in the end, I think they will deciding.
I'm from Hawaii. I'm very familiar with our local regional surfing association called the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association, which combines with Surfing America here in the United States. Tell us about the Portuguese junior circuit. Is it year-round? Do you have series all over Portugal? Do you compete with other nations in Europe? Educate us about the Portuguese junior program.
The junior program in Portugal starts in what we call Circuito de Esperanças, which mainly is under 14 and under 16 kids that compete, of course. Under 14 means that they can go from 10 above, and the rest will go on under 18. We did something quite different from our former federation president, because when I became president, I changed a bit the format, and now we have regions in Portugal, in which the kids will run their regional events. It's like a circuit, regional circuit of 5 or 6 events, and then the winners will go to the national event that will crown the national champions of under 16 and under 18 boys and girls. So to say that it's not like a regional procurement that goes to the national. And well, that changed a bit because the parents were traveling all over the country, and now they choose a region to compete, and they will go through that region until they go national. Of course, then they have the Pro Juniors, they can compete in Eurosurf, Euro Juniors only once a year. And then there is the Open. Well, we have loads of events in Portugal, surfing events, and national circuits is like a lot of them, because I have 8 sports in the federation. So all the young kids have a lot of choices to make in terms of career and in terms of how they will compete.
Sounds like you're busy.
Yeah, a lot. For you to know, last year we got, this year we'll be ending up, counting of course the WSL events, 148 events on my federation only, with skateboarding, kneeboarding, skimboarding, longboarding, SUP, surf. So it's a busy year always.
It sounds like a busy year, and is, exciting time, especially with SUP expanding. The ISA has brought SUP into their series of events since 2012. That sport is growing, especially in Europe. The professional series in your summertime really explodes about that. Talk about the SUP series and the SUP racing and the SUP surfing in Europe.
Well, I know exactly. I know better the Portuguese situation, of course. For you to have an idea, this year we had to stop the events because we created a national tour for wave riding and race, and there was 25 bidders for the championship, and as you can imagine, that's quite impossible to manage in a small country. So we had to reduce to 7 events each, which nobody liked it that much, but it was enough, and it was the way to handle the national tour that will end next week, I think, crowning the race and wave champions. And then you have the islands trophies, which is like next week we are having a crossover between islands in the Azores. So SUP is growing a lot in Portugal.
Yeah, it's amazing how ocean sports is really attracting a whole new audience, not only viewing audience but participating audience. People coming out, whether they're competing or doing it as a lifestyle and a culture. True?
Yeah, exactly. Even surfing, but SUP really turns a bit different because loads of older people will be kept picking up a SUP and go paddling in the ocean. And we have an amazing coastline in Portugal, and it's so easy to pick up a paddle and go row. So it's kind of the most growing sport, I think, after surfing, of course.
Amazing. Let's update everybody on the screen. You can hear the interview that we're doing here with Joao from Portugal, the president of the federation over there, and they're proud to announce the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships going to Portugal the last week of September. Brisa Hennessy still dominating and even manufacturing another 7-point ride. She has a 7.67 and a 7.5. She is vying for the best two-wave heat total of the day with a 15.17. Vahina Ferrero from Tahiti in second. Emily Casani from Costa Rica has now moved from fourth to third. She needs a 4.21 to regain second place. And for Lisa from France, she needs a 4.81. So 5.5 minutes remaining. Any other things you want to interject about Portugal and hosting the ISA World Championships for the juniors next year?
Well, mainly I would like to invite all of the nations that are in ISA to compete in Portugal to go there. We would love the place. There is lots of ways to get there. We are going to put between us and VISSLA. I hope in January there will be a website with all the details, how to get there, where to stay. There are also packages included in order for the teams to choose. So we would love the place, and I would invite everybody to go because I've been there since '81 surfing, and it's amazing and an amazing place to surf.
An amazing venture that the ISA is going back to Portugal. Congratulations on your achievement there, and I know after this event you'll be working almost a full year preparing your country to host the world.
Yeah, of course. Luckily we have lots of experience on that, so it's going to be easier, and VISSLA gives us the support that we need, so it's going to be a success event for sure.
Yeah, and VISSLA has been a great sponsor, especially for the ISA World Juniors. They're innovators, they're creators, they're looking for the young surfer. They're looking for the surfer who goes above and around the boundaries of surfing and looking for exotic places to surf, like your country.
Yeah, exactly. VISSLA has been a very, a fresh breath in market, and even today I met with some of the guys in charge of VISSLA, and they are amazing. And they are really keen and really motivated to go to Azores, so I think it's going to be a very amazing event there also.
Well, I tell you what, I've been very impressed commentating in Hawaii by Tiago Pierce, who has won the Rookie of the Triple Crown, and we had Frederico a couple of years ago. What's his last name?
Moraes.
Yes. He offended Kelly Slater up at Sunset Beach, and his performance, he made the final of the World Cup. Yeah. And, a lot of great talent out of Portugal. And we're seeing it here at Oceanside. This is the future of surfing. These surfers here we see today could be elevated and in the Olympics in 2020 as Fernando Aguirre told us, this could be the young freshman class of new surfers that are the hopefuls in 2020.
Yeah, let's hope so. At least talent doesn't lack here. You see the teams that you have here, amazing surfers in France, USA, all of them. And if they all go to Olympics, we're going to change the sport for sure.
And I know the Americas, the Pan American Games has introduced surfing. Has the continent of Europe, have they also put surfing on the docket for 2019?
Well, that's kind of under the blanket, but I think I've been speaking to Fernando, and it seems that what was held this year was Baku Games, European Games, will be held again in 2019, and maybe on that year they will introduce surfing also as a pre-season for Olympic Games in 2020. So
yeah, that's what it seems to be setting up for the Pan American Games in Lima, Peru. So possibility for the European Games in 2019 for all the European countries. That's so exciting. And I know just 2 weeks ago, the ISA hosted the World Adaptive Games to get surfing and water sports the priority to have the Paralympics in ocean sports. And how is your adaptive program in Europe and especially in Portugal?
Well, it's growing every day. We have like 7 or 8 national associations of handicap, so the adapted surf, as are they called there. And we are going to host this year, starting the first national championship of adapted surfing, which is the cornerstone of changing the way we look at surfing also, and helping them in getting higher and higher and better. And luckily, maybe we can have a national team to compete in the next adaptive games in San Diego. But for now, it's kind of too soon to say because there are loads of kinds of deficiencies, and we have to cope. We have to see what we'll choose for a national team. Because then you have the budget, you have loads of things to choose. Imagine that if it is completely assisted, you need 5 people for one guy. So it's something that we have to decide all along.
Well, I'm from Hawaii, and we're very familiar with adaptive surfing with Access Surf Hawaii. And I told Fernando, if you have an ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship, they will come. And they sure did this past year. And I think the word got out to the other adaptive surfers who did not come that next year, possibly in San Diego or somewhere else, they will come for the world titles for 2016. Joao, thank you very much. It's
been
an honor. It's
been
a pleasure learning about Portugal, and I can't wait to see you next year. And congratulations on your team. We have 30 seconds remaining in this heat. I believe your team has a chance to podium by week's end as a team group and possibly individually medal too. And a fantastic team to watch your Portuguese junior team.
Thank you, and it was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. Joao, the president of the Portuguese Federation, as we have 15 seconds remaining. And look at this. Brisa Hennessy has even topped her 7.5 with an 8.73, a two-wave total of 16.4. Vahina Ferrero in second, Emily Gassani in third, and Lisa Gerard from France in fourth. There's the sound of the horn, which rounds out this beautiful heat. An amazing heat and an amazing interview of our host nation that'll be coming up, hosting next year's ISA World Junior. Let's take a look at the heat recap. Brought to you by DeBlanc. And in one word, it was Brisa Hennessy from Kailua, Hawaii. An amazing performance out there. And the glaring conditions of the afternoon, we're going to be dealing and fighting with this glare, so please be patient. But a lot more surfing still yet to come. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside. When we return, heat number 4, round number 3 of the girls 16 and under. Stay tuned.
I heard stories of a man who lived alone on a remote island. Then one day, the man began working on a new creation.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are on the south side of the Oceanside Pier watching the best World Junior surfers compete for gold. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and let's introduce our final heat of the main round, number 3 of the girls 16 and under. Tiare Thompson from the United States will be in red. Ellie Turner from the UK will be in white. Macy Callahan from Australia in yellow. And Minoru Kawai from Japan will be in the blue jersey. Another 20-minute heat. Welcome back, Mike. I know you've been interacting with a lot of the athletes that have been coming out of the water. I know you always check in with the host country, Team USA, and also from where you're from, Hawaii. I mean, Team USA, Team Hawaii, Team France, Team Portugal, Team Brazil. I mean, a lot of these teams are still have a lot of active surfers in the main event rounds.
Yeah, well, it's pretty up for grabs. You know, there's at least a half dozen countries that have most, if not all, of their team riders in, and even that's not a clear indication of who could win the coveted team prize. Even if you just have a few surfers left in, if they end up getting high rankings in the finals, and that goes a long way.
Of course, individual gold medals, silver, bronze, coppers will be vied for, and of course, the prestigious team medals because of the Olympic theme, of the Olympic atmosphere that the ISA has incorporated into their ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It gives this sport something that it really lacks on the professional level, is the team aspect. It brings everybody closer together. It brings countries closer together. And of course, it brings teams closer together.
Well, there is the tail end of a ride for white. That was Ellie Turner from the UK. Actually had a really strong lip crack right before we saw her lose that wave. So she's only got a 2.0 right now. That's going to be a throwaway by the time this heat's over. 17 minutes and 4 seconds. And here is Yellow, the strong surfer from Australia, Macy Callahan. Oh, just a big wafting off the lip on her backside, but I think the wave got the better of her on that occasion. Hope she's okay.
Yeah, there's Team UK, Great Britain right there, Team Japan right behind them. Of course, representing the United Kingdom in this heat in the white jersey, Ellie Turner. And representing Japan in the blue jersey, Minoru Kawai. Let's go down to the beach with Shannon. Shannon, who do you got this time?
Well, I'm with the champ, Brissa Hennessy. She just made it through that last heat with flying colors. Some really high scores in the high 7s. How did you pull that off?
I think just getting in that rhythm and finding the open ones is very key out here. It was like really tricky, but I had actually a lot of fun. So
that's what it's all about, having fun. And you know, I saw you really intently listening to your coach right when you came out of the water. Can you give us a little bit of insight on what he had to say?
He was just telling me to sit wide and maybe deeper and just try to find those open ones, and if those don't work out, just do a huge hit on the closeout because they've been scoring really high on that, and I'm just so lucky to have like the best coaches and to be representing Team Hawaii.
Sure. Tell us a little bit about some of your home spots and your favorite surf breaks back home.
I live on the east side of Oahu, and so I get to surf some like pretty bad beach breaks like this sometimes. But I surf like the South Shore and the North Shore, Kewalos, Bowls, Sunset.
Any words to your fans back home watching on the webcast?
Just thank you guys so much for the support, and I'll try my best to make you guys proud, and aloha.
Aloha vibes all around. Moving on, Brissa Hennessy, congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. And Mike and I know who Brissa Hennessy is. She's been competing in the local regional circuit in Hawaii for many years, before she was even 10 years old. This past April, she was the Hawaii State Surfing Champion at Ala Moana Bowls. She competed in Surfing America in the under 18 and the under 16. She is the under 16 national champion in Surfing America, and she placed second to Tia Blanco in the under 18 division at Surfing America. That's the U.S. National Championships. An amazing surfer, and in her heat, she had a high 8, a high 7. She was throwing away a 7.5 and a 7.0 and another high 6.
And she always brings a smile.
Oh, my God. Her family always supporting her. The Ohana, the Aloha she was talking about is there with her, and I know they are so excited for her. We apologize not giving you so much play-by-play, but it was very important for us to have Joao coming up at the webcast table to talk about what's going to happen next year, 2016, as he will be hosting the World coming to Portugal, and he expects more than 40 countries to be coming to the Azores.
Wow. Well, it is a very unique, exotic destination, so we can we can expect that a lot of teams. I wonder what the actual capacity is, though. You know, there's only so many days they can run competition. With 97 nations in tow here at the ISA level, it'd be insane if all nations entered a full team. All right, well, we've got yellow up and riding. This is Macy Callaghan, currently sitting in second place. She's got a 1.3 as her low score on her top two and looking to dump that score. She only needs a 1.57 to move into first, so I guess that she is going to take that top spot. And here is Minori Kawai, who just got a 3.37 to match her 2.5, and she's moved into the lead temporarily. Scores waiting to drop. You know, I was thinking about it the other day. The judges have a really tough job in conditions like this. We're able to sit here, comment on it. We have our opinions about it. But the judges really need to take a scientific approach. They have to differentiate the different subtleties of strength, power, flair, control, speed, and make it a mathematical decision as opposed to a lyrical one here on the microphone.
Yeah, surfing is, a lot of people ask me about surfing since I commentated around the world, and they're saying, usually when you stick Roger Federer and Djokovic in a court, one person beats the other person. It's man on man. Or if there's two football teams battling in a stadium, it's the San Francisco 49ers and the San Diego Chargers. There's an outcome. One team will beat the other team on offense and defense. Surfing, even though there's a four-man heat, man-on-man heat, three-man heats, whatever the format, it is a judgment call by judges and the criteria that the judges set, as you just stated. It is a judgment call from the judges. It is an opinion that determines one is a winner and the other is a loser.
The thing is, they have it down to a science now. They really try to pick it apart scientifically, look at the replays, decide on the power. They even have like these graphs and charts of where a score where is vertical, where is beyond vertical, and it's really interesting. I got to talk to Glenn, the head judge, and there's like even a computer program associating with picking apart those scores.
Yeah, they can divide scores to the 1.01 of a point. They can also get into a situation where there's instant replay. So you have technology, you have computers, you have experienced judges. These aren't guys just, off the boardwalk here at Oceanside. We have a fair, valued, ISA trained judging staff from around the world. They're not all California judges up there. There's one California judge up there. There's one judge from Hawaii up there. There's judges from Brazil, from Central America, from Europe, from Australia, from New Zealand, all around the world. Why? Because they want to be fair and biased and not lean towards one side. You're not going to see three Brazilian judges on one side. I think there's only one Brazilian judge that's here. So Fernando Aguirre has set a standard, and that standard is being met.
Well, certainly a thankless job sometimes. It's a tough job, and right now it is definitely hard. Here goes yellow. This is our heat leader, Macy Callaghan, and that is why. Just a very aggressive style. She was able to drop down to the bottom, fully committed to that top turn, and she is going to be rewarded. I reckon that's going to be a bit better than her 3.87 perhaps, but definitely one of her 2 top scoring rides. And here's black, Minori Kawai, also getting a nice off the lip yet. So you can just about bet that when the surfer gets a bottom turn in, meaning does a deep bottom turn at the lip, hits the lip vertically, they're going to be rewarded by the judges.
Well, I tell you what, one of these surfers in this heat, Mike, has already been rewarded with a pair of DeBlanc sunglasses, and that is the lady in the lead, Macy Callaghan from Australia. She had the best 2-wave total, the highest 2-wave total of day number 3 of the contest. Macy Callaghan scored a 15.84. She beat out all the guys, and she's received day number 3 DeBlanc sunglasses and shades.
Well, we got some shakas on the beach, and looking at the sunshine out there, those DeBlanc shades are going to come in mighty handy. So happy birthday and congratulations to Macy. And, you know, if the trend continues, we'll be congratulating her for winning this heat, because she just got a 5.4 on that last wave. And now her position is solidified in first place.
Well, there's Team Wales, who we saw on screen, enjoying the ice cream. And the marine layer has kind of moved out, and we've got some sunny skies right here. Seems like the weather has changed in the last half hour.
Well, Minori Kawai from Japan in the blue jersey landed a 3.6 on her last one maneuver wave, so she's increased her margin just by a little bit. Ellie Turner from the UK in the white jersey now needs a 3.98. Jody Thompson from the United States, she's got a 1.43 as her second highest score. She's definitely going to throw that away before this heat's over, hopefully. She needs a 2.98 to move up position, so still a relatively open affair for second, third, and fourth. 6 minutes and 50 seconds left, so a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, but this time will go by fast. 6 minutes for a surfer out in the water when you're needing a score even runs faster. Very tight heat between second, third, and fourth. Just about 1.54 separates second, third, and fourth. That's how close this heat is. There's the glare that we're looking at. There's the glare the judges are looking at, and Plan B's in place. Here's the walkie-talkie. So we put some of the conversation between the judges and our spotter, where the judge praised the spotter and said, hey, you're doing a great job. You can come back and annoy me down in the tower, and we'll send a second spotter up on the pier. And they're doing a great communication, relay information via walkie-talkie. Here we go, red up and riding. This is the American, Tiare Thompson from La Jolla, the 14-year-old surfing in the under-16s. Needing only a marginal score here, Mike. Very capable of getting a 2.98 within the next 5 minutes.
All right, well, down the beach, here goes Ellie Turner from the UK in the white jersey. Manages one little turn right there. Let's see if she can ride through this re-entry. She does not, so that'll just be a one-turn score. She's got a 2.67 she wants to get rid of, and she needs a 3.98 in order to move into second place. Jared Thomas is definitely going to lose that 1.43, but based on what we've been told, if you look at these scores, a 2.98, I believe, is to move into third place, not second. So we'll see what she needs there. And here is the uber aggressive maneuver right there. She did not make that one. Macy Callaghan goes down. That's not going to affect her score.
No, if you add 2.98 to a 4, that will give her a 6.98, and that'll give her just a 1/100th of a point better than our surfer out of Japan. So all the scores that you see that needs second place, she needs a 6.48 to go to first. Both third and fourth place need those scores to go to second, because top two advance into the next advancing round. Only in the final you'll see it going all the way to first place. Here we go, Macy Callaghan from Australia up and riding. Macy doing a couple of carving turns before she makes the inside section.
Yeah, well, definitely trying to milk every single point out of these waves. Just even these whitewash turns are becoming part of the plan. Naturally, the judges want to see, you know, strong, powerful surfing on the open face of the green sections. But when you break it down, a ride's a ride. If you can get maneuvers out of these waves and in between, you know, sections, there's a lot of little whitewash potential cracks. You're going to get a better score. A little more difficult when the tide is low. Obviously, at higher tide, we saw a much more playful lineup. Right now, it's pretty much dumpy.
See the surfers waving. They're wanting information as they know time is running out. One thing they want to know is how much time remaining in the heat. There's 3:10. They also want to know situation of the surfer, what they need to advance. And some of those surfers are advancing surfers. Some of those surfers are non-advancing surfers. So it all depends on their situation, and the beach announcer will give the following information to the surfers on their request.
Just about 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in this heat, so it's winding down. Beau Hodge, we got the Aussie in the yellow jersey, Macy Callaghan, currently holding the lead with Minori Kawai from Japan in the blue jersey in second place. Tiari Thompson from the USA seeking a 2.98, a really low score, so that position could change very easily. And Ellie Turner from the UK also needing a small score of 3.98. And here we go. I can't see the color.
Look like Macy, our heat leader, now advancing with a 6 and a 5.4 with 2 minutes remaining. Crunch time for the American. Tiari Thompson from La Jolla now needing a marginal score of a 2.98 to get out of third into second place. And for our second place surfer, Minori Kawai from Japan, needing to improve on her low wave, the 3.37. She does so, then thus she'll improve her margin.
All right, well, that's just what she needed to do. Now, that's only a one maneuver wave, but we've seen the judges reward those critical maneuvers in the steep parts of the wave. We'll see if that's better than a 3.37. And we've got red, Tiari Thompson looking for just a 2.98. Unable to secure that wave. She's got a minute to get another wave.
Under a minute to go, 50 seconds on the clock. Callahan in first, Kawai in second, Thompson in third, needing a 3.31 because our Japanese surfer has just improved her position. Turner from the UK now needing a 4.31. 30 seconds remaining.
I don't see a whole lot on the horizon, Bo. Not too many lines coming in. So let's see if one of these little low tide sandbar waves can develop for Tiari Thompson in the red jersey in USA. But time is winding away. Any moment now we'll hear the sound of the horn.
There's the beach commentator. Final seconds. There's the horn. You'll hear two horns to end the heat. One horn will start a heat. There'll be a gap in between the heats. And at that time, gives us a good time to go over the DeBlanc replay here of heat number 4, round number 3 of the girls 16 and under. And in this heat, it was dominated by the lady in yellow, Macy Callaghan from Australia. The DeBlanc Shades winner from yesterday with the best two-wave score, and there she is again. Good backhand snap. And there's Team USA and Team Australia welcoming back their competitors. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the south side of the Oceanside Pier. Coming up next, boys Reprecharge heats. Stick around.
Aloha and welcome and buenos dias, buenos noches. So we are back and we're back in a big way. We are into some really serious heats for this, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and it's being brought to you by the proud folks and the amazing brand VISSLA. And joining me in the booth right now, Bo's stepped out. He's going to get somebody else in here, but the president of the Mexican Surf Federation, Luis Skeen. Hola, amigo.
Hi, how you doing?
How you doing? How am I doing? Where do you live?
Mazatlan, Mexico.
Not a bad place to live. Good
Not at all.
life. Okay, so you're the president of the Mexican Surf Federation. Before we get underway with our chat, we will still call the competition. We do have Maiki, I believe, Rioja out of Tahiti, Luis Hernandez, Harrison Redmond Whiteside, and Luis Felipe Rodriguez. We'll have to see exactly who's going to be entering the water, but we're just wrapping things up here. And to be a president of a federation, how long have you been doing this?
Well, I was elected 6 years ago for my first term. It's a 4-year term, Olympic cycle, and I was reelected 2 years ago for a second term as the president of the federation.
They must like you.
I hope so.
You've got a very vocal team. I know exactly what the chant is. As we take a look, we're watching for scores. Felipe Rodriguez. We do have Luis Rey Hernandez. Where is he from? Tell us a little about our surfer out of Mexico.
Luis Rey Hernandez is from Acapulco. He's a local of Bonfield Beach, which is just out of Acapulco. He just got a 6th place 3 weeks ago. That was a good maneuver in Mazatlan at the Nationals, and he's right now in Oceanside competing both in sub-18 and sub-16.
Right now we're going to take a break and check in with Shannon on the beach, and you know she's got either first or second, right, Shannon?
First place for sure. Macy Callahan with flying colors. You know, you've been on fire. What's motivating you?
I guess just having a team on the beach supporting you, and yeah, everyone back at home. That's it.
Well, you know, we have a few surprises for you. We just found out it's your birthday today. You know that. But I think your team wanted to celebrate. We got a little song. You ready?
Happy birthday, dear Macy. Happy birthday to you. Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
So how embarrassed are you right now?
Yeah.
Well, one last surprise. You actually had the highest heat total yesterday of both boys and girls. So congratulations. DeBlanc Shades is going to reward you with a new pair of Italian shades from DeBlanc. There you are. Congratulations. Happy birthday. Huge day. Macy Callahan, any words for your fans at home?
Just hello to everyone watching me, and thanks heaps for your support. Yeah, thanks.
Congratulations and happy birthday. Back to you guys.
She's all grown up, and she's got a new pair of shades, and things are good in her life as she continues to advance through. Once again, David Stanfield here. Joining me is the president of the Mexican Surf Federation. So good that they've hired him twice. And Luis Skeen, as we take a look at surfers in the lineup, and this would be our surfer in white, Felipe Rodriguez, representing Ecuador. How much fun is it to bring the team and to interact with all these different countries?
It's amazing. You know, we had the privilege to host the ISA Stand-Up Paddle Championship this year in Sayulita, and it's always great to get all the tribes together and to, you know, hang out as friends, as brothers that we are, and really enjoy this celebration of surfing and the love of the ocean.
Got to ask you, there's a couple of French surfers representing France, and they live in Sayulita.
Yeah.
Do you know those boys?
I know those boys. They used to compete on Mexico. We were very sad to lose them because they're great surfers. But, you know, according to the rules and regulations of ISA, they were not eligible to compete for Mexico. We also have Sebastian Williams, who's a local of Chacagua, north of Port Escondido, who's surfing for South Africa right here at the ISA World Junior Championship. So we have, you know, an international group of surfers living in Mexico and enjoying the waves that Mexico has to offer all year long.
Our surfer, born in Papeete, living in Papeeno, the 17-year-old Tahitian in the lineup, and Muiki Rioja is in the second spot. He has posted a solid score of a 5.17. The Ecuadorian surfer, Felipe Rodriguez, a 6.23 and a 4.67. That's a great start. Let's get our fingers crossed that Harrison Whiteside of New Zealand gets another wave. And for you, you're cheering on Luis Rey Hernandez, who actually won his first 2 heats, made it this morning, then came up third in some tough conditions. So it's always winning, and then all of a sudden it was a tough heat this morning for Luis.
Yeah, there he is right now, trying to improve his scores, but difficult conditions, I mean, and the level of competition with every single nation is being, shortened. It used to be that there were 2, 3, 4, 5 nations dominating, but now it's like we get surfers from Ecuador, which is an American surfing nation, just surfing a devastating heat right now. So anything is possible, but we still have hope on Lewis, and hopefully he will post some better scores in the remaining of the heat.
What a way to celebrate your birthday. Macy Calhoun does win, and Minori Kawai out of Japan who do advance through in the girls under 16 as we continue with action here. This is really the most tense competition of the day. We start off with our under 18 repechage. We're looking at the big guns right now that have advanced through 2 heats. This third heat, though, they obviously lost in this early morning conditions, and now they're out here, and it's kind of sudden death, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But, we knew this is going to be the day. This is going to be the day where a lot of teams, lose half of the team or more. It's a critical day. The conditions are not as good as in the morning, but, we'll see what happens.
You know what? I was talking to Teresa Bombalá from Portugal, and she is from Carcavelos, and the other spot where she surfs is Guincho, which is known for the World Kiteboarding Championship.
Yes.
So it's known for wind and onshore. And I said, do you get to surf? Do you surf out there and train? She goes, yes. Do you know that most of the time you are in tough conditions a lot of times? So you just got to make the most of it. You can't surf perfect waves all the time. You've got to outdo your other 2 competitors.
And that's true. I think that we're blessed, but at the same time, we're cursed because a lot of these kids, just surf perfect point breaks all year long. And they don't really serve that much of beach breaks. Mexico's known for world-class point breaks, and I do believe that with our Portuguese friends, they have an advantage.
There is that catch-22, and Nicaragua in certain locations have offshore winds all the time. Yes, they are groomed with perfect conditions, and then you come here to compete a little different. Rip current going out there, load kite conditions, and it's one of those things that it's hard to suit up and go train in these conditions. You go, what? But this is where a lot of the heats are won and lost.
Absolutely. Most of the World Tour goes on conditions like this, so if you really want to succeed competitively, you have to get used to this waves and learn how to squeeze the most out of each one.
Let's give credit to your people that have assisted you in bringing up. Did you have fundraisers? How did you afford to come up here and spend in terms of flights, whether you drove or you flew in, and the accommodations and food for the team? How do you pull that together?
Well, we have a group of, companies that are sponsors from surfboard, manufacturers like Olea to different companies. A little bit of help from government here and there, but we also have had a lot of help from the United Athletes of Pacific Ocean, which is an organization that is part of the federation, and we held, that was a great maneuver. We held a camp in Baja prior to this event, so it's been good, and of course the father of every single team member that is here.
Yeah, a lot of family support, obviously, from day one for these surfers. Very rarely do you hear a surfer that didn't have the family support. We have a surfer out of South Africa who was actually an orphan. I don't know if you know his story. That is an amazing story.
Yes.
A young man that was living on the streets, and he has been blessed more times than not, and he is so appreciative. And he's here surfing a competition. But back to what you have on offer down there in Mexico. How much surfing takes place on the Gulf and on the Caribbean side, and is there any opportunities there? I've seen waves on the Yucatan, but tell me, do you have a surfing population on the Gulf?
Yeah, actually we have 3 states on the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean that are part of the Federation: Tamaulipas, Veracruz, and Quintana Roo. Of course, the waves of the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean don't compare at all with what we have in the Pacific. But, we have had some national champions coming out of that region. So it's like Kelly, comes out of Coco and we come out of Mexico.
There you go. Now, and you've got very special islands offshore in certain locations. Obviously, the most famous is about, 16 miles off Ensenada, Todos Santos and Killers. But are there any other surfing islands that you guys can surf?
Yeah,
secret spots.
Well, actually, no. It's just a place that you cannot go because there's a federal prison. Islas Marias in Mexico has some world-class waves, but it's off territory unless you want to.
Unless you're going to prison, it's not a good place to surf.
and they won't let you surf.
Okay, so where is the hotbed of surfing? Is it Puerto Escondido? Is it Mazatlan, Acapulco? Is it Baja California? Where are your good Pasquales? Where are your main surfers coming from?
Right now we have a very strong group of surfers coming out of Oaxaca, not just Puerto, but South Oaxaca. But we have also a very strong community in Guerrero, both Acapulco and Cihuatanejo, Mazatlan, Pasquales, and actually Baja. It's very difficult because it just depends on what you want. If you want a super powerful beach break, you go to Puerto, you go to Pasquales. If you want lone perfect point breaks, you go to Mazatlan up north. If you want lone perfect point breaks, you go to South Oaxaca. So it's just an endless, endless waves.
You've seen the gringo come down for years and years and years, a hotbed for the American surfers that say we want good waves. And now we're seeing the population of Central America really blossom with the advent of tourism, especially surf tourism. How's it going down there in Mexico? Some people are afraid of the border towns, and they're going deep into Mexico. How is the surf population and tourism going?
I think it's booming, and we're very happy for it. It's no secret that surfing in Mexico has been enhanced by the support of many American surfers that have gone to the country and love and be part of the developing of Mexico as a surfing nation. It started with a local promotion site here at Linden. It was an endless supplier of quality surfboards for Mexican surfers, but there's a lot of Americans that have had an important role on developing surfing in Mexico and helping the federation.
Big waves, small waves, you have a little bit of perfection. How important is this, and what is the plan for the Mexican Surf Federation? And is it all about competition and winning, or is it about bringing everybody and giving everybody a chance? As we're taking a look at Luis Ray Hernandez, he has now moved up into third, a 4, and a 3.27. He's a scholarship winner. Has that helped him out?
Absolutely, and we like competition, and of course we want to do great, and we want to be a medal and all of that. But it's more than just that, It's teaching the respect for the ocean, the respect for the ecology, making sure that we develop, kids that turn out to be men of good. It's just a very inclusive project that we have. We've been recently recognized by the Mexican Olympic Committee, and we're working very hard to have access to the federal funds for sports in Mexico. So it's a never-ending work, but we're happy.
Well, I would like you, habla español, and give an update on what's going on in Spanish with 55 seconds, and give us a full overview right now.
Bueno, con 51 segundos de este hit tenemos a Moiki Rajola de Tahiti en primer lugar, seguido muy de cerca por Felipe Rodríguez de Ecuador, y ahí está nuestro mexicano Luis Rey Hernández en tercero. Esperamos que agarre una olita de un 7 más o menos, 7.23 para que pase segundo, y luego en último lugar tenemos a Harrison Whiteside de Nueva Zelanda en un hit muy cerrado.
And those four that are in Mexico right now, tell them about the federation. If they're just learning about it, give a pitch on what you're doing.
Y todos los surfers de México que no saben acerca de la Federación Mexicana de Surfing, estamos trabajando mucho para hacer el surfing un deporte espectacular y ejemplar en todos los deportes de nuestro país. Acérquense a sus asociaciones estatales, afílense a ellas y hagamos de esto lo que todos queremos.
And finally, Fernando Aguirre, crazy man with a vision, and he makes things happen.
Absolutely. Not at all, and we thank him for the trust to, let us organize, I think, a historic SUP Games in Saulita, and we're looking forward to be getting that opportunity again. All the sub-athletes of the world, we're very happy. We will love to have you back soon in Saulita or somewhere else in Mexico.
Luis Guillen, the president of the Mexican Surf Federation. We're going to take a break. I want you to go console and congratulate the great surfing of Luis Ray Hernandez. We're going to wait for the official results, but he might have been knocked out. But you've got a great team and coaches and your enthusiasm. Let's do it. Mexico, Mexico, Viva Mexico. Yes, thank you very much. We'll be right back. Or we got a heat recap. We're taking a look at shadows, silhouettes. Yeah, and this is the DeBlanc recap. We're going to try to take a look at exactly. There you go. A nice big move for him. That might have been his 4.0. And flying down the line, thank you, DeBlanc, and thank you very much, Luis. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we continue with this sudden death surfing in our featured elite under 18 class. Stay with us.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are on the south side of the Oceanside Pier with the world's best junior surfers competing for gold. And we are in the repechage round of the boys 18 and under, heat number 2. So let's introduce our surfers. As we see coming out of the water, that was Harrison Whiteside from New Zealand. So our surfers in this heat from Brazil in the red jersey will be Theo Fressa. From Argentina in the white jersey, Lolo Pico. From Australia in the yellow jersey, Ethan Ewing. And from Peru in the blue jersey, Adrian Garcia. Now these heats, as David said in the last heat, these are fast turnover heats, 15-minute heats, and we already have 13 minutes and 9 seconds remaining underway in this heat.
Adrian Garcia's got to make things happen here, the Peruvian, and he does with a 1.50, gets on the board. I'll tell you, you need to test the waters real quick to see how fast and dumpy it is. For Ethan Ewing, wherever he found it, he found a 4.33, the 17-year-old out of Stradbroke Island, Queensland. And Stratty Island Point Lookout, boy, they know how to celebrate their surfing. They love their surfing. A lot of talent coming out of there. Former Pipe Master and Triple Crown champion, Bede Durbridge, coming out of Stratty. And I was shared some photos the other day. Bede's wife sent over some photos where he was actually chaired down the main street at Stradbroke Island. And whether I'm in Hawaii or not, Bo, I'm going to send them to you to put them on the internet and on the webcast because they're just real special. How surfing can gravitate and bring a community together, and everybody proud of the certain athletes that come out of that region.
That was 8 years ago he won his Triple Crown. It's hard to believe 8 years ago Bede Durbridge won the Triple Crown and the Pipe Masters.
And you know Ethan Ewing knows about him. Ethan checks in at 17 years of age. How about this a surfer wearing the red from Brazil, Theo Fressa.
Here we go, surfer in yellow. This is Ethan Ewing, as you were just talking about. Open up with a 4.33. Great shot from our camera side on the Oceanside Pier as it piers down south.
Bo, we were talking. Well, I guess I'm not. Am I still talking to you, Bo? Okay. Bo, we were talking to the president, Luis Guillen, about sometimes a lot of these surfers train in ideal conditions, and they're maybe not used to afternoon beach break conditions with a little bit of wind on it. So you're blessed with good conditions, and sometimes you are, well, you got to suffer because not every place is perfect. And for Southern California, well, you're used to it. We've seen this at the U.S. Open over the years. We're in October. We have been getting some decent swell. It is an El Nino season, but our spectacular 8 days of surfing were a little bit earlier. Now we're back to norm here.
Yeah, 2 surfers on this wave. This is deeper right now. As we see surfer in blue, I believe that was Lolo Pico.
Well, our president of the Mexican Federation was just saying, yeah, we do have some locations where it's always good. And when they come here and have to surf in competition, well, they got kind of spoiled. So they got to really adapt quickly to whatever condition around the world. The Peruvian team is pretty strong. A couple of great coaches and a full team the max you can have on a team. 4 surfers representing the boys under 18, 4 for the under 16. But how about the girls? How many can you have?
Only 2 on each side of the under 18 and under 16. So if you have a full flight of boys, there's 8, and 4 girls, there's 12. So that's just the athletes. Then you can have as many coaches and managers and trainers and team moms and team dads that can come over and help make the experience worthwhile.
Well, one of our smaller teams, we've got a couple of small teams, but one of our small teams that's very high profile is Leo Fioravanti out of Italy, doing his own thing on his own ticket. I don't think the federation is probably assisting him, but he's been doing it for so long, he loves it.
Yeah, I just learned today that he's been surfing in these events since he was about 8 or 9 years of age.
So some of them pay their own tickets, some have a federation for assisting. Some are already established in the professional ranks, or at least in that the WSL and qualifying series. But right now, it's so important for them to win an ISA medal.
Here we go, 9 minutes remaining. There's Lolo Pico from Argentina, finally getting on the board.
Well, Lolo, it's a great name, nickname, real name Lorenzo, but got to go by what everybody calls Lolo Pico. There is the glare, and a lot of people have moved. Some of them have moved up to the pier to look down and be able to get a better view and who's riding the wave. We do have a spotter, and we have a spotter saying that it is our surfer in red, Theo Freisa out of Brazil. It's amazing what the backlight can do. It's very artistic, but it's really difficult for the judges. So they put a spotter up on the pier with radios to the judges' tower and a radio for Bo and I.
Well, it's very helpful for us to communicate to you guys who's out in the water, because, you know, it is so glary out of here, as you just said. We want to give you the utmost information, as we can see. Surfer for the next heat, getting his stretching, getting himself ready for the next heat. 8 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Ethan Ewing in first. A couple of 4-point rides. Adrian Garcia from Peru is in second place. Lolo Pico has now moved into third with that 3.1 opening wave. And Theo Freisa from Brazil in fourth place with 7:57 remaining.
Canagalo Fragos is coming up, and I believe he is going to be representing Germany, although he surfs and is based out of Portugal. And I believe he was born in Lisbon, now living in Sintra, which is right there just north of Lisboa. So he knows about maybe a windy beach break like Praia do Guincho, and we'll see how he adapts to it. He's coming up next.
Here we go, a surfer in white. Okay, I tell you what, right now let's check out what is happening with our 7 days of 7 seas. Our first day was Craig McLuhan. Our second day was Kathy Hanley. Our third day was Stefan Schatzer. And our fourth day is Donald Kormeyer. And where is Donald from? He's from the United States, so USA the last 3 days in a row.
I want somebody from Greenland, Iceland, or the Falkland Islands to win. Donald, you won, though. Good job. Can I come over and borrow your wetsuit?
Hey, Donald Kromeyer, congratulations. It was just that easy. He is our latest winner of the 7 days of 7 seas. Now we only have 3 wetsuits left.
Donald, order a double XL because I've been putting on the weight eating this wonderful food here in Oceanside.
No, Donald is keeping it for himself, Dave. It is not for you.
Well, that's not the team spirit we need.
No.
Lolo Pico.
Where's the aloha? You got to share, David. Look, you got a beautiful VISSLA hat, a nice VISSLA shirt. Donald can have the wetsuit.
Eric told me I had to give back the hat.
Well, that was in your contract.
I tried to put a VISSLA sticker on my surfboard. They said, would you please take that off?
Are you not creative or you're not innovative? Which one?
I just can't surf with beans. Don't want to embarrass the brand. Yank them off. Remember when surfers had boards and they were glassed on stickers, and I mean they were glassed into the board. It's kind of touchy. You'd see somebody with a board with all these great sponsors, and you go, oh, this guy must be good. Well, not really. Just bought a nice board.
Here we go. Surfer in yellow. Nice.
Ewing.
Hitting it off the top, and Ethan Ewing showing why he is in the lead in this heat. Here we go. Our surfer in blue. This is Adrian Garcia from Peru. Up and down. Time remaining in this heat, 5 minutes, 18 seconds.
The question was asked to Ethan Ewing out of Stratty Island. He goes, when you're not surfing, what are you doing? He goes, on Instagram. Well, there you go. That's his second job. It's either surfing or Instagram. Two-time Queensland State champion, 17-year-old surfer out in front trying to better a 4.27. We'll see if that score helps him out. He definitely finds a quick drop, and he's very quick, gets to the bottom, and really can get one or two turns in the closeout conditions. Impressive stuff.
So here we go, surfer in red. This is Theo from Brazil, needing a 2.54. This battle for second place is being split by hairs between Adrian and Theo. Adrian from Peru holding down second of a two-wave count of a 5.86. Theo now needing a 2.54 to take second. So just 0.13 separating second and third. And this is the reprecharge round, so third and fourth are eliminated from the contest. Second place advances on in to the next round of the repo. There we go, Lolo Pico from Argentina.
It's just churning out there, Bo. Girls under 18 main rounds. We only have 8 surfers surviving the big guns. You'd like to read them off. Well, let's take a look at this wave. But we have some big guns that are still surviving, and they remain, we'll call it undefeated. First or second, all the way through, they stay in the upper bracket.
Tia Blanco for the United States. Teresa Bonavalat from Portugal. Mahina Maeda from Hawaii. Melanie Giauta from Peru. Kim Bateau from France, Carol Popke from Tahiti, Tessa Thesson from France, and Frankie Harr from the United States. So you know what that tells me right now?
That there's only 8 remaining.
USA and France have both of their competitors in the final 8. That's very important.
And the race continues. One thing I would like to say is I think I talked to her once time, and this Melanie says, I believe her name is Gunta.
Okay, Gunta.
Yeah.
Even though the I is there?
Yeah. Sometimes those certain...
They're silent.
Sometimes they're silent. Like a lot of people wish that I was silent on the mic. As we take a look at 2:55 on the clock, well, what we've seen is really challenging conditions, but how has Ethan Ewing has posted a 5.50?
Let's go back down to the beach, and we're going to check out where Shannon is. Shannon, where are you hanging out now? And with technical difficulties, we need Shannon. Check out the microphone. Ethan Ewing right now in the lead with a 5.5 and a 4.33. Don't look at that time ticker on there because there's 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, not 14:45. Here we go, red Theo. Valuable wave for Theo up and down. He needs a 2.54, not going to get it there.
Plenty of time to panic. 2:05 on the clock, the real clock.
Here we go, a surfer in blue holding down second, Adrian Garcia. And Adrian trying to improve on this low wave of a 2.73.
Well, the lone goofy footer out in the lineup. See if he has the advantage. So he's going on the offense, trying to better that 2.73 to hold off Theo and Lolo.
Here we go, a surfer in red, Theo from Brazil. One backhand snap, and then surrounded by walls of whitewater.
Well, they're on this little treadmill that's a really quick closeout left. Sometimes there's a right, but the bottom line is how you separate yourself or how do you score a 3-point ride. Lolo Pico needs a 2.77. Theo Fresa needs a 2.54. Adrian is trying to better a 2.73. We're talking about a 3-point score right here. It could really change things up. 3 surfers in the lineup looking for that 3-point ride. Bo, how much time left?
1 minute remaining. Crunch time now for Theo from Brazil in red, Lolo from Argentina in the white jersey. As we
and all of a sudden it goes calm.
Yeah, I know. I was just scanning out to the horizon here, Dave, and not too many opportunities are arise. So you see some of the surfers possibly may have to paddle in and catch the medium-sized wave.
Well, I think we surpassed the strongest of the wind. It might be backing off just a bit. It's still going to be a lot of little bumps. and cross chop and ripples on the waves, but it seems to be backing down just a bit.
20 seconds remaining on our timer. Here we go, surfer in white, Lolo Pico. And down the line, that looks like surfer in red, Theo Frisa. And here's the final countdown of this 15-minute repo heat and the sound of the horn. And what a close heat between second and third. And here's the DeBlanc heat recap. A couple of good carving waves opening up for our competitors in the beginning, but it was Ethan Ewing right here from Australia who pretty much dominated, and the battle was for second place. Garcia, Pico, and Friesa. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside. When we return, heat number 3, round number 3 of the repo. Stay tuned for exciting more action right after this.
Más lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo. Día a día más lejos del suelo, con vuelos, caídas, no importan, don't stop. Mis latinos marcando estilo, gravedad cero, tocando el cielo.
Welcome to the beautiful pier at Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are watching the world's best surfing juniors compete for gold, and currently we are in the boys under 18 repecharge round number 3 in the water right now. We have Colum Chutter from New Zealand in the red jersey, Dennis Picado from Costa Rica in white, Po'anaki Raioa from Tahiti in yellow, and in the blue jersey, Gonzalo from Germany. I'm Bo Hodge, and a special guest, a special friend of mine, Spike Kane from Liverpool, is going to be joining us on the webcast via Seattle. And Spike was one of our participants at the ISA inaugural World Adaptive Surfing Championships just about 2 weeks ago in La Jolla. Spike, welcome to Oceanside, and welcome to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Well, thank you, Bo. It's a pleasure to be here. And this is just amazing. What a week, hey, the waves. Come on, we could have done with some of them last week, couldn't we?
Yeah, that's a different story. We'll get into that. But, you know, what an exciting event down in La Jolla. Fernando Aguirre was amazing to put on your event. I tell you what, we're going to get into that. Let's go down to Shannon on the beach. She's got an interview. Take it away, Shannon.
Thanks, Bo. Yes, now that you can hear me, stoked. We are here with Jackson Obando. You know, ISA gives out thousands of dollars every year to students who are ambassadors of the sport, and Jackson Obando, an amazing surfer from Nicaragua. We wanted to talk to him as a recipient of one of the scholarships. Qué bueno para tener el apoyo de ISA, estar aquí y surfeando es tu sueño, ¿no?
Bueno, sí, es muy diferente porque el agua es helada, es una nueva experiencia, pero igual muy feliz de estar acá representando a mi país con todo el team y demasiado agradecido con todas las personas, Elisa que me apoya un montón y muy feliz, yeah.
Yeah, all good vibes. He's stoked to be here. He said the water's a little bit cold for him, but coming from Nicaragua, I don't blame him. And the support has been great, and he's just excited to represent Nicaragua. How is the team doing? You have a big crew here. ¿Cómo es el equipo y el vibe?
Pues el equipo es increíble. Yo llegué el 4 y la verdad me sentía como solo, pensé que no iban a venir, pero cuando ya llegaron me sentí como en casa, en familia, súper increíble.
So the team vibes are great, especially when everyone's here on the beach, and you know, being so far from home, it can be hard, but when you have your friends, no worries. And any words back home? I know a lot of people from Nicaragua are watching. Unas palabras para los amigos en Nicaragua.
Bueno, sí, que lo envíen buenas vibras y que siempre estén atentos al equipo de Nicaragua. Yeah, que viva Nicaragua.
Yeah, so stay tuned. Definitely keep watching. He appreciates all the support. All right, back to you guys. Good luck.
All right, thanks a lot, Shannon, and thank you for representing your junior team in Nicaragua. And he's a recipient of one of the ISA scholarships. You know, Fernando Aguirre has given out over $300,000 through the ISA to junior surfers from around the world, and that young man from Nicaragua was a recipient and helped him in his surfing endeavors to one day come here to Oceanside, and this is the week, and he's been planning this for all of his life.
That's amazing, and it's amazing what the ISA is doing for the athletes these days.
Now let's talk about what happened a couple of weeks ago down in La Jolla. The ISA and Fernando had their inaugural World Adaptive Surfing Championships, and how exciting it was for you to come compete and represent your native country of Great Britain.
It was incredible. First of all, to be able to represent the homeland was incredible. And then to get to know all the other adaptive athletes from all over the world who, you know, they've been isolated in their own countries because it's such a small community. And then to bring everybody together and the stoke that went on, those, you know, we were training together before the event. You know, we essentially became a family on the beach, and now we're all planning on visiting each other. You know, you're going to see me in Argentina, you're going to see me in Brazil, you're going to see me in Chile. You know, I've been to Australia before, and you know me from Hawaii. I am essentially part of the Hawaiian team.
So, you're making the statement. You're on tour now.
I've been on tour for like 2 years.
There you go. Of course, I met Spike over in Hawaii with Access Surf many years, and we've helped Spike with his campaign to help progress your surfing ability, and it is amazing. Access Surf Hawaii with the Duke Kahanamoku Foundation and the Duke's Ocean Fest. Each and every year we celebrated our 9th Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championships, and this year Fernando Aguirre had his first inaugural World Championship.
Right.
And, you know, our event in Hawaii is very unique, but nothing like a World Championship, isn't it?
Oh no, the World Championship in itself, that was just such an incredible experience for everybody involved. I think it was for the ISA, it was an eye-opener and a learning experience, because the caliber of the surfing is extremely high, and I don't think people really appreciate that these guys are out there surfing big waves in some really challenging conditions.
Christian Bailey from Santa Cruz, charging Mavericks, got towed into Mavericks.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, part of the inaugural ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships was a clinic to help educate those who haven't been in the water. But also what was amazing was in between the 2 days of competition, we had a symposium, a seminar, a speaking engagement of your peers, of people from around the world, about board designs, about contests, about classifications, about future adaptive programs, about where the adaptive world is now, about Paralympics and the Olympics. And Christian Bailey, who we just mentioned, who paralyzed athlete, towed into Maverick, was starstruck amongst his peers before we asked him a question. He says, I just want to thank Fernando and everybody for gathering all of us here at one time, because I've seen one or two of you at one time, but I've never seen 35 of you right here in front of me. And it was kind of chicken skin moment, as we say in Hawaii, where your hairs on your, your skin just start standing up behind you.
It was a pinch me moment, because a lot of us had heard about other guys in other countries. It's like, have you heard about this guy in Brazil who's charging these huge waves on a sit-down? You can roll that thing. And we're like, what? And then there's, this guy's done Mavericks. This guy's charging Bali. And then to get all of those people in the one room and share all our experiences, ideas, where you want the sport to go, how it's developing in different nations. It's just a massive boost for it internationally. And I think next year you're going to see the competition swell by more than double, I think.
And that sets up my next question, Spike. Where do you see adaptive surfing 5 years from now?
5 years from now, I see it possibly one of the most competitive aspects of the surfing world. You're going to see people doing stuff that when you see them on the beach in the wheelchairs or crawling around in the sand, and then you see them on the water, you're just going to go like, how is that even possible? And I can tell you, it is so possible. And anyone who's out there who's just wants to give it a go, you need to get in the water. You need to find a program. You've got Access Surf, you've got Life Rolls On, you got Wheels to Water, I believe is one on the East Coast.
Down in South America, Adapt Surf.
Adapt Surf in Brazil. You've got the French, I can't remember the name of the French one, but theirs is a really well-developed program in Europe. Australia's
Kelly Slater was there this week.
Is that where this post was from this morning?
Yes.
And look at that, you've got one of the biggest names in the world posting about adaptive surf. That's what's changed over the last month.
The 11-time world champion Kelly Slater was teamed up with Aritz Baru, a professional surfer from the Basque Country, a former WCT competitor, and he had a seminar over there in France, while the Quicksilver Pro was going on in Hossegor, and they had a clinic, and they invited Kelly, and Kelly gave his time.
Yeah, and Kelly's no stranger to adaptive surf, and you know that. You know as well as I do. Jesse Blower knows that for sure. And
world champion Jesse Ballar.
World champion, and how amazing was that? Like, good friend of mine, and to see him on the podium, that to me was the best result for the sport, because here's a guy who was, who was on the pro road, and I surfed with him last weekend, and he showed up, and he was frothing like a little grom.
Well, even locally here in California, Surfing America has taken in adaptive surfing in the WSA and their events, and usually in their national championships in the past years, had adaptive surfing as an expression session. But it's only been in the last couple of years. It's actually been a regional, a national sport, competitively surfed, and now adaptive surfers are being treated just like our juniors, just like our masters, just like our seniors, just like our longboarders, just like our subsurfer paddlers.
Right. And you know that I met all the guys that were competing in Hawaii, and then I've been surfing with them in the competitions in California. And the thing that's helped the sport a great deal is these guys are showing up at every event, and they're getting out there, and they're pushing, they're making inroads into it on the Southern California front. Last weekend, I competed in the first ever international paddle sport in the sit-down division up in Ventura. It was the first time. They had 2 heats. None of those athletes were even at the adaptive, the international competition. So there's so many more people out there that will show up next year. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, the sky is the limit. As you said, that you know about events internationally, nationally, that's going to be happening, and that's where we kind of see the sport changing into. As I was just checking our internet feed, we're getting scores from the last heat, so we can't update you with scores right now. Seems to be having a block on our computerized scoring screen, so I was just trying to get an update. The results are official from our last heat of the boys 18 and under repo. Ethan Ewing from Australia in first. Theo Friasa from Brazil takes second place. Lolo Pico from Argentina in third, and Adrian Garcia from Peru in fourth. So unfortunately for Lolo and Adrian, their competition is over, but for Ethan and Theo, their goals of achieving gold medals are still alive, and they'll be competing tomorrow. And how are you enjoying? Is this the first time you've been to another ISA event, the ISA World Juniors?
Yeah, absolutely, and it is. It's an eye-opener. What a massive event! There's so many people here.
Yeah, this is the largest gathering of juniors ever assembled. 322 athletes, 36 nations represented. Fernando Aguirre has 97 nations in the Federation of the International Surfing Association, and I think what Fernando was seeing with inclusion in the Olympics, possibly in Tokyo, he has to be prepared to have the Paralympics run right after the Summer Olympic Games in Tokyo. So thus, for the next 5 years, he is ready to put on an event for you and your peers, Spike, to prepare for possibly a Paralympic journey for you and your other athletes. I mean, right now you're competing nationally, locally. You're competing abroad. Sometimes you come to Hawaii for the Dukes Ocean Fest. Now you're competing internationally in the ISA events. And this event may travel for the adaptive surfers around the world. I'm sure Brazil wants it. I'm sure France wants it. I'm sure other places want it. Maybe Hawaii wants it. And then in Tokyo 2020, how exciting would it for you to be marching in the Olympic parade and competing for Great Britain in 2020?
Well, that would be the pinnacle of my entire surfing career. But you know, it's fingers crossed that's where it'll go. And Fernando is doing an absolutely amazing job of showcasing surfing as a sport that is worthy of it, and it really is.
Now, I heard a story that you and Elena Nichols were surfing with Fernando Aguirre just last week.
No, it was the week before the competition.
It was a week before the adaptive competition. Tell everybody about that story.
So we're at Bird's Surf Shed in San Diego, and we're just checking the place out because it's a mecca. You know, it's got all those amazing boards all over the ceiling. And we're talking to Bird, who owns the place, and he's like, "You must be here for the Adaptive Surfing Championships." And we're like, "Yeah." And he goes, "I know Fernando. He's a friend of mine." We're like, "Oh, yeah, we're really looking forward to meeting him. He's doing amazing things." The door swings open, and in walks the larger-than-life Fernando, and he's like, "Hey!" He sees us, and he's like, "Oh, no, wheelchairs, you guys must be in the competition." So we get chatting with him, and he's like, "Let's go surfing tomorrow." So we meet them down at the beach, him and his wife, and head out into the surf, and it's just like, it's a fantastic afternoon of surfing. And I think it's just a total eye-opener for everybody. It's like, all right, these guys are going to charge.
Well, how's that? Fernando Aguirre, not just the president of an association, but an actual surfer, and free surfing with you guys right before your competition, with yourself, with Elena Nichols, a two-time medalist in two different sports of the Paralympic Games in winter and summer. There has never been an individual regular athlete in the normal summer and winter games that has ever medaled. And here you are amongst these two people.
Yeah.
It must have been a moving moment.
It really was. I mean, that right there in itself is a moment in history, because we may possibly have been I'm pretty sure we were, the first adaptive athletes that Fernando had actually been on the water with. So it was a very educational moment for him. And you know, Elena is an incredible surfer. She's just an athlete. She's born athlete. She turns her hand to anything, she is going to crush it. But let's think about the whole adaptive program. There were so few women there, and that really needs the word needs to get out. And she is the best ambassador for that. As that, you know, there's so many opportunities to get involved in it, and she's just crushing it out there.
Well, she competed for the very first time in the sit-down surf ski division at the Duke's Ocean Fest 2 years ago, and she won it.
I know. Like, were you surprised?
Oh, no, no. When I learned of her background and then finally met her and bubbly, and now she's training for sprint kayak in the adaptive for the Summer Paralympic Games coming up in Rio.
Right, so she's coming home with the gold.
She's looking for 4 different individual gold medals. She has 2.
Yeah.
She wants to achieve it in sprint kayaking and one day in surfing.
Absolutely.
And you know what? Something tells me she's going to achieve her goals.
I know. That'll be another historical event.
Well, I just got a text from Kara Troy from Access Surf Hawaii.
Hey, Kara.
Aloha, Kara. Spike Kane and myself, we were just enjoying the moment and helping share the world what is involved with the International Surfing Association. And Spike and I went out and had a great dinner last night, and we thought, hey, let's bring you on. I wanted you to share to the world your experience of surfing, your love of surfing, your drive, and your experience at the inaugural. You know, people will go to all the future adaptive surfing events here at the ISA, but you can say you were at the inaugural when it all started on day one.
That will never happen again, and it will never be like it was. It was, you know, it's a moment in history that we will all look back and just say, we were there, and we were a family on that beach. I had the Danish flag on the beach, waving it, cheering Bruno on. And who ends up on the podium? Gold medal. We were helping each other out with equipment.
I mean, look on screen. You know, you got countries,
that.
cultures, politics are putting aside. I mean,
Argentina.
we had the Russian flag on the Oceanside Pier.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't have that back in the 80s of the Iron
No, you
Curtain.
wouldn't, would you?
You know?
But let's talk about Argentina. You know, that was the first team that I met, Nicolas Galegas, and we went out training, and I got him on my sit-down board. He'd never been on a sit-down before, and all of a sudden he went from just, you know, laying down paddling to all of a sudden sitting up and just charging the waves out of Cardiff, and they're formidable waves. And you know, then it's like we're training with the Chilean team, and all of a sudden we're all just like, yeah, let's meet at this beach tomorrow. And that's what it was like.
One of the amazing moments of our symposium down in La Jolla during the World Adaptive Surfing Championships was the symposium where we had professional doctors prescribing surfing as a healing therapy, PT, for wounded warriors here locally in San Diego.
Yeah, they can get a prescription.
A prescription to go surfing. A healing.
I want one.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, welcome to 2015. You know, welcome to the future. I mean, it's great to see, you know, what you're seeing here at Oceanside is possibly the athletes at the Tokyo Olympics in surfing.
It is absolutely those athletes.
And hopefully we get to see you, Spike, competing in the Paralympics right after that.
That would be the best.
So we're counting down the final seconds. I want to thank Spike Kane for joining us here. I just wanted to bring you, the listening audience, a little bit of what happened a couple of weeks ago at the World Adaptive Surfing Championships. It was the first time in history the ISA has ever held that event. It will not be the last time. San Diego is begging to rehost it again, but you never know. Countries bid on these events, and it could be anywhere around the world. We could be going back to Nuki.
Oh, yeah.
We could be going, you know, we could be going to the western shores of France.
Yeah.
Here we go. The heat recap. There's Team New Zealand welcoming back Colum back to the beach. And a very competitive heat here. And we apologize for not having the scores up. Our screen was frozen, but some exciting surfing was done in the boys 18. Look at the re-entries, the off the lips, the bashes that you're seeing out here. Thank you for joining us, Spike. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo.
And
It's been a
I know
pleasure.
we'll have many more talks, but more exciting surfing action coming up next. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Oceanside Pier. More men's, boys, under 18 repo up next.
You know, once the building was set, Skunkworks kind of fell into place. It's like, all right, this is going to be the spot and the only spot that will sell our boards in order to simplify my life.
Plan your Oceanside adventure today at visitoceanside.org.
California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're on the south side of the Oceanside Pier watching the world's best juniors compete for gold. Let's move into our next round. We are in round number 3 of the repechage of the boys 18 and under. Heat number 4, Jonas Bachmann of Austria will be in red. Charlie Rio from the United Kingdom will be in white. In the yellow jersey, Imai Kalani DeVault from Maui, from Hawaii. And in the blue jersey, it will be Ramon Barquea from Argentina. Another 15-minute heat. And the sound of the horn, and we are underway. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic. Welcome to the webcast. And we apologize for our frozen computer screen. We have not had scores in the final 2 heats here. But we're working on that, and we're going to try to get those to you. But we thought we'd bring in Spike Kane from Liverpool to share his experience, his excitement for adaptive surfing, just one of the series of events that we hold here at the International Surfing Association.
Yeah, that was super cool, man. Great mana on that, and thanks for organizing that, Bo Hodge.
Yeah, I've known Spike for many years. He comes out to Hawaii and competes at the Dukes Ocean Fest at the Access Surf Adaptive Surfing Championships. We've been holding that for 9 years in a row, celebrating the Duke and the life of Duke Hanamoku. Here we go. Here we go. Red out on the outside. Jonas Bachmann. And a nice re-entry there off the lip and pulls off that last maneuver. Jonas Bachmann from Austria in a World Junior Surfing event. That sounds so cool, man.
The glare is wreaking havoc on the colors. We're going to try our best to call this. I'm sure our technical crew is working to get those scores back up on screen. Definitely a big help for everyone trying to follow the action. Jonas Bachmann in the red jersey from Austria. Charlie Rio in the white jersey from the UK. Imai DeVault from Hawaii in the yellow jersey. And Ramon Barranca in the black jersey from Argentina.
This is Imai DeVault from Hawaii. Imai made the finals of this event last year in Ecuador in 4th place. Unfortunately, in the main round number 2, suffering a loss and delegated him to the repechage. Well, he got out of the repechage round 2. Now he's in repechage round number 3. So Imai's going to have a long journey to at least repeat or do better than he did last year. As we are trying to refresh our computer, and we are having the same situation as you guys are, so we apologize for not able to get you the scores and the screens, and our staff is working on that. But we do have our spotters up on the pier. Can tell you that there's 11:55 remaining.
Well, actually, Reds found himself a little corner. That's Jonas Bachmann from Austria, able to get 2 turns out of that little wave. And right now, that's kind of the order of the day. If you get 2 turns, you're pretty lucky right now.
How about Brisa Hennessy? An amazing heat, a 15.17, I believe. She had a high 8, a high 7, and she was throwing away another 7 and 2 other 6 rides. Here we go, surfer in blue. This is Ramon from Argentina. Good re-entry right there for the man on his backhand. Here we go, surfer in white, Charlie Rio from the United Kingdom. Up and down. Hey, we'd like to congratulate Donald Kromeyer for the United States, our 7 days and 7 seas winner today. So a total of 4 wetsuits. We only have 3 remaining, Mike. 3 more to give away. Thank you to VISSLA, creators and innovators, giving back to you, the viewing public. Our 7 days and 7 seas giveaway. Hey, here are the results in the last heat. Ponaki Raioa from Tahiti, the gold medal winner back in Nicaragua in 2014 at the ISA World SUP Subsurfing Champion, has won the last heat of the boys 18 and under heat number 3. Cullum Chutter from New Zealand takes 2nd place. So it was a South Pacific win for 1st and 2nd. In 3rd, Dennis Picado from Costa Rica is eliminated. And our German surfer, Goncalo, takes 4th place. So it's still another 4 heats of the day before we conclude competition. Here we go, surfer in white. This will be Charlie Rio. And Charlie able to maintain a couple of maneuvers there, Mike.
Yeah, he did a good job of negotiating that second section. There you see red on the screen. That's the colors of Team Hawaii, all in their red T-shirts. Watching Imai DeVault from Maui. He's in the yellow jersey. Wish we could give you guys some score updates, but at this stage it's all guesswork. The judges do have a handle on it. However, we are unable to deliver that information. I think it's a situation involving some kind of internet feed to our booth here. So please bear with us.
So a beautiful day here in Oceanside. We began our day with cloudy, overcast conditions. And the sun has broken right here in late afternoon, just about 4:30 Pacific Standard Time. And we welcome all those on the webcast, wherever you may be watching, whether it's back home where Mike and I are from the islands, the Hawaiian Islands, the 50th state, whether you're in Australia, New Zealand, Europe, Japan, here in the host country of the United States, Central, South America. A lot of feedback from Central and South America. Majority of our countries are from Central and South America. A very rich surfing culture in the Central and South Americas.
Yeah, and you know, I've noticed over the past decade that the South American countries and Central American countries have bloomed in not just population and number of surfers, but influence. You know, it was only last year, Team Peru emerged as one of the champions here in the ISA World Games back in the 50th anniversary in Punta Rocas, Peru. And, you know, there's a lot to be said for that. We've got all these star athletes from Australia, Hawaii, the Americas, and, you know, suddenly through the efforts of the ISA and the blossom of athletes down there, we're going to see a lot of changes here, I think, in the next few years, even on the pro ranks.
And I think Fernando is so right. If and when surfing gets in the Olympics, and it will get in the Olympics, whether it's 2020 or not, but that's our goal here at the ISA. The demographics, the youth movement is going to appeal just as snowboarding did for the Winter Olympics. Do you agree?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, the aesthetic of surfing is wonderful. Not everybody on the planet can do what Shaun White does on a snowboard. So similarly, you know, and going back, snowboarding's hugely popular to watch. So I think the same thing's going to happen for this sport.
And we'd like to congratulate Gabriel Mendita and Tyler Wright for their victories over in France on the WSL World Tour. Their wins over there at the Roxy Pro and the Quicksilver Pro. And both Gabriel Mendita and Tyler Wright, former world champions at the ISA World Junior Championship. In fact, Taylor Wright, a two-time world champion at this event, and Gabriel Mendita, no more than a handful few years ago, was at this event winning his first world title, and now he's progressed to last December winning his first WSL professional world title.
I actually got to see Gabriel Medina win. It was in Ecuador. I believe it was 2009, and it was at a lovely left-hander called La Fe. So, yeah, already raising eyebrows at that stage. And here's Imai DeVault from Hawaii. Did get one maneuver in before that, unable to hold on for that second closeout maneuver. You can see he's looking a little frustrated there, but he is not one to slouch. We'll see him up trying to bust something any minute now, like that maneuver there.
That was Jonas Bachmann from Austria in the red jersey, going for the full rotation 360. We can't tell you time remaining in this heat is 4 minutes 38 seconds. Here we go, surfer in white, Charlie Rio from the United Kingdom.
Well, Charlie Rio kind of lost it on the Rio there at the end. Had a nice little snap before that. But as you can see, it doesn't take too long to make it back out right now. Glare is wreaking havoc on...
Here we go, our surfer in yellow. This will be Imai DeVault with a big open face, blows the tail, hits off the lip, and that was a radical control maneuver that the judges are going to explode on.
Yeah, I think that's the order of the day right now. There's really no hope of getting a complete ride where you can do multiple maneuvers and try to get a bunch of varied different kinds of maneuvers. Right now, everything's happening so quick, so that one single powerful, strong maneuver is going to definitely appeal to the judges.
3 minutes, 28 seconds remaining. Heat number 4, round number 3, the repechage. Boys 18 and under. Team Hawaii in full force. Team Great Britain cheering on Charlie Rio.
Well, that time he was able to hold on to the second maneuver. Didn't quite ride out all the way in the whitewash, but we'll leave that one to the judges. And here's another quick one for yellow. He's back out there already, Imai DeVault. 2 maneuvers. Not very clean on the last maneuver. The judges are going to be picking this apart. This is really difficult for the judges because the surfing's happening so fast. There's, sometimes there's like 3 or 4 guys up within a minute's time. And I'm sure they're burning a hole in the replay machine trying to pick apart these scores.
There's the fans all up and down the beach, and of course, front and center is the man in yellow, Imai Kalani DeVault from Maui. It's amazing, all the islands being represented for the Hawaii team. So much great talent in Hawaii. People always ask, why is Hawaii and the United States separate surf teams? Well, because it all goes back to Duke Hanamoku and the start of surfing, where he came to Australia, he came to California, he came to introduce surfing to the world, and thus Hawaii is known as the Mecca of surfing. Some of the biggest professional contests in the world, the Billabong Pipe Masters, the Quicksilver, the Eddie Aikau Invitational. The World Cup of Surfing has been around since 1975. The true history, the Hawaii Surfing Association used to be the Hawaii Surfing Federation, the HSA, back in the 60s. I mean, there is so much true history in Hawaii that the ISA, the ASP, now the WSL, has sanctioned Hawaii as an independent surfing nation. And if and when surfing is in the Olympics, Hawaii will have to conform with the United States to form a super team, as will France and Tahiti, as of other territorial type. Puerto Rico will have to come in under, if there's a young Puerto Rican junior pro who can qualify for the U.S. Olympic team, let's say in 2020. I mean, that's going to have to conform because those are the Olympic rules. But these are the ISA rules.
Well, there was another critical maneuver by Imai DeVault out of Hawaii here in the yellow jersey. Was able to perform a miracle now as we've got scores and we can actually see Imai DeVault's got that 617, probably on strength of that good right-hander he had. But that backside waft to 360 reverse was pretty cool, so we'll see what the judges say about that. So, situation, Jonas Bakken from Austria leading this heat, 6.33 and a 5.23. Imai DeVault from Hawaii in the yellow jersey, a 6.1 and a 2.87. I have a feeling that 2.87 is going to go bye-bye. Charlie Rio from the UK in white was currently sitting in third at the sound of that horn. And Ramon Baraka from Argentina was sitting in fourth position in the blue jersey. So a couple of waves there at the last few moments of that heat. We'll see what the judges say. More than likely we'll get a replay. And
let's watch the block heat recap. And you're going to see a lot of one maneuver type scores. You may get 2 right here from our surfer in red, Jonas Bachman. And he was really aggressive here, Mike.
been kept really busy, and he did a series of pretty good turns as well. So
We'll be right back after this. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Oceanside Pier.
Alrighty, welcome back. This is the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are in Oceanside, California, obviously sunny Southern California, dealing with a little bit of glare, but plenty of waves on tap. Right now the tide is low, making for critically dumpy conditions on the sandbar. Surfers are dealing with it. We have some of the most talented surfers under 18 years old here on the planet, 322 to be exact, representing 36 different surfing federations from around the world. In this next heat, we've got in the red jersey from Ecuador, Esneda Perales. In the white jersey, Hugo Garajo from Chile, Sean Forstar from Canada in the yellow jersey, and Leonardo Calvo Arreta from Costa Rica in the blue jersey. Hugo Guajardo.
Official results from the last Arreta. In the yellow jersey from Hawaii in first position. 12.67 two-way total.
All right, well, you might be hearing some of the spotter information over the microphone here. We've been told that's actually a nice addition to the webcast, helping inform people of what's going on during the heat. We're trying our best here in the booth. Didn't anybody tell you it never rains in Southern California? Did they warn you? Sun is out.
Sun is out, and we are ready to go. Let's see if we can get this right. We got our Chilean production team in there at Chile, the Equipo Nacional de Surf, and this is a member of it, Hugo Guajardo. I don't know. I can't trill very well, so Guajardo. I mean, I'm getting that into my ear. Duao. How about Duao, Chile? Duao, Chile. And he's just 18 years of age and a talented goofy footer in the lineup. We know that our surfer in red is from Ecuador, another 18-year-old. And this is a real serious heat. I can tell you one thing there, Mike. I was just on the pier with 5 different coaches.
That's a spot to be.
It's a spot to be, and they are whistling what they think, and it is starting to glass off a bit, but from the pier it looks really nice, actually.
Oh, this is Mr. Perales in the red jersey. Gets a little bit of crack off the lip. I think that's the red jersey. I didn't hear the spotter, so. Okay, that must be because red's now paddling back out. And lo and behold, we're going to go down to the beach for Shannon Scott, the winner of the last heat.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here with Imai Kalani DeVault. You know, everyone was waiting for those final scores. You know, were you nervous at all?
No, I wasn't nervous. I knew I was in second, and then I think I felt like I bettered my score on my last wave, so I wasn't too nervous. But I wasn't sure what place I was really in, but I was positive I was making it, so I wasn't too nervous.
Well, it seems like the Hawaiian team is passing with flying colors. This means a lot to you guys, obviously, and you've been training very hard.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we won last year, so we kind of have a lot of pressure and targets on our backs, but we're just heat by heat, we're taking it. We're not really thinking about the overall yet, but yeah, it's on for sure.
What does it mean to you to represent the Hawaiian Islands?
Everything, you know. it's such an honor to be on the Hawaii team. And I mean, surfing's from Hawaii, so I feel like we represent it. We should represent it the most. So we're all really into it. So it's good.
And any words for your friends and family back home?
My mom watching. All my sponsors, Volcom, Dave Riddle, I know is watching, and my dad, and just everyone at home.
Shannon?
Well, congratulations. We have
Shannon?
one question.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah.
Does he know where Coach Reynos Hayes was, and could he hear his whistle?
Do you know where Coach Reynos was, and could you hear his whistle?
Yeah, he was on the pier, and I could hear him, and I was looking at him. He was kind of giving me hand signals throughout the heat, telling me what place I was in, because you can't really hear out there. So, yeah, he was up there, and I seen him.
There we go.
Obviously, a lot of strategy going on. They
Really
have it
good
dialed.
strategy. Hey, Shannon, there's at least 4 coaches up on the pier keeping an eye on their boys, and Reynos is up there. What a good-looking kid there, and he advances through, part of Team Hawaii. Thank you, Shannon, on the beach. Really working hard all day. A beautiful, multilingual, our host, Shannon, down there. And the coaches, I see South Africa up there. I saw Costa Rica, obviously Hawaii. I mean, they're up there, and they're keeping tabs. Joey Brand's up there right now. I don't know, just a lot of people keeping an eye. And I don't know if they're radioed down to the beach, but it seems to be the best communication spot with the way the wind's blowing and where the surfer can actually see a coach.
Yeah, well, what we can see here is black or blue. It's
black and blue.
Leonardo Calvo Arreta from Costa Rica. A little bit of a fumble there on that closing move, but able to actually get 2 maneuvers on that wave. So Imai claims he was getting messages from above.
Well, I was next to all the coaches and watching, and Reynos has got a pretty good whistle, and I didn't know if he could hear the whistle, but talking him through what was going on. So, yeah, communications is key, especially spotting set waves with opportunity.
Well, there is some camaraderie with Team Portugal. You got to love the...
Oh, really? I thought that was a rugby scrum.
Yeah, well, it's definitely some kind of huddle. And you see a lot of that here at the ISA events, a lot of camaraderie. We call it aloha in Hawaii. And I always like to point out that at these ISA events, of course, it's a competition. It's got its rigid guidelines and all kinds of rules and parameters. But there's an unspoken social system here. We're all gathering for the same things. It really represents that the world can agree on the most basic principles of happiness and stoke, and we're all here to share the wonderful sport of surfing. And
as Nader looking to better his 3-point, it's like 6.7 or 8.7 right there. Well, Hugo from Chile looking for a 5.72 or a combination. He just needs a second score.
And there's White up and riding. You can sort of hear the spotter in the background. That was Hugo Guajardo, not going to gain him much points right there. Interested to see what that last score for Red Ecuador's Esnader Perales. That was a pretty good ridden wave. 2 maneuvers, second maneuver really nice and crisp. So I'm certain he's going to throw away that 3.87 and replace it with something a little bit better. Meanwhile, there's a camera on Sean Forster from Canada. He is in need of a 6.38 to move into advancing position. And here is Black, deep bottom turn, but unable to hold on through the section. He goes down. That's not going to help his cause. 7 minutes and 35 seconds left. You can see a pretty big wave approaching. This looks like Red Perales is going to have a look at this closeout left. He might have time to do one big off the lip, and he does. Can he hold on? He does that as well. So another good, solid maneuver for the surfer from Ecuador.
Esnader Perales, 18 years of age, been surfing for about 10 years, so parents and family and friends had him in the water at the age of 8. Well, you hear it all the time, especially in Hawaii. They go, oh, I started when I was 2 years old. Well, I don't think you really wanted to start. I think your dad or mom took you out on the board. Would that be correct?
Oh, yeah. I think I frightened my boy when he was 3 years old. So, like 3-4 foot Sunset Point was a little too much.
Well, a couple more heats. These are flying through 15-minute heats. God, nice tail, kind of a waft move, but difficult landing. International Surfing Association sanctioning so many different events around the world. And they're back in Southern California for this VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. San Diego being a big part of it. Oceanside, a huge part to allow us to surf not only north but south side. And I was talking to Teresa Bombolo, and Teresa, I go, do you surf in these conditions? Well, she goes, yeah, I have to train in these conditions. Prior to Ginsho. If you're going to be a surfer and you're going to come up through the ranks of your national organization, you're going to be asked to surf a lot of times in less than ideal conditions. If you can't surf this, you probably never make it into the echelon of the upper ranks. If you can surf perfect waves, so can everybody else. You need to really perfect all aspects of surfing, and this is a start. Making it happen here. You say cream rises to the top? Well, this is how we're going to get to the cream.
All right, well, trying to get to the top is Esnader Perales from Ecuador in the red jersey, throwing a little flare into that tail slide there. Pretty much stomped it off the lip, went straight into a slide, and this is Black. Got a big section ahead, throws his board up, pretty vertical right there. Gets time for a second maneuver, so that's a very important ride for Arreta from Costa Rica. Likely to drop that 4.6 and replace it with something a bit better.
Well, we know Joey Brown's out on the pier. Keep an eye on Hugo, and here he is, the goofy footer. He is looking for a 5.88. And I believe Wayne is up on the pier for Costa Rica. Boy, you can see all the way down to Point Loma, a beautiful clear day, which usually means a little bit of wind. Kite surfing going on in the background. We're pretty lucky to be on this side. It is not as choppy as the north side, but still challenging conditions here. There you go. You can hear our spotter, our surfer, Sean Forrester out of Canada.
Nice crisp off the lip for Sean Forrester from Canada. That's all she wrote, but he is sitting on a 2.67. And I have a feeling the judges are going to appreciate that backside crack. My guess is he'll drop that 2.67. He needs a 6.84, and that's going to be a tall order on that wave, but we'll see what the judges say. You know, this is the repecharge round.
Well, this is the subtle elimination. If you're third and fourth, you're done. You might as well pack it up or grab a flag and wave for fellow members on the beach, because you will not be scoring any more points for the team, and your medal hopes have been dashed a bit. So you got to get through this, and it's panic time. 3:20 on the clock, and for Hugo and Sean, they're waiting on some scores, but they really need some solid scores in the 6-point range.
All right, here goes Perales from Ecuador. Nice float off the top and planned exit right there. Little throwing his weight into that one, making sure the leash grabs. Sort of prevents the surfer from getting dragged in further than he would if he rolled with the whitewash, that downward motion. But, you know, oftentimes it's so shallow at low tide on these sandbars, you can do that kind of jump, even though there might be a foot of water. You might land on the sand. Willing to risk bodily harm. These kids are definitely charged up and ready, and they've spent all year competing in their local, regional, national federations to be part of this international field. Okay, so Forrester unable to really come out of that whitewash section. That's not going to help. His last wave of 4.73. Two-minute warning, 2 minutes and counting down. If you've just joined us and you're staring at the ocean here, watching these kids fly through these sections, this is the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And we have about 1 minute, 35 seconds left to go in this, the second to last heat of the day.
Forrest is digging deep and trying to get back out in the lineup with 1:30 on the clock. That is not an official time, but it's as close as we can get it. And he is needing a score of a 5.62. Hugo looking for a 7:02. The Canadian and the Chilean are scrambling, and it's going to be now or never. Our surfer in blue has been sitting tight, waiting for the bombs from Punta Rita, Costa Rica. Is Leonardo Calvao. It looks like they've added his last name to it as well. Sometimes they drop the last name. Arita. So the 18-year-old has taken command of this and has been holding on for quite some time. And the glare from the beach, not a good thing. If you want to watch this, get up on the pier. You can see it pretty decent up there. Here we go, Forrester, last chance. Looking for a 5.62. Nope. Well, 30 seconds remaining. He looks at his watch. He knows that time's not on his side.
The right situation is 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left. Silver and yellow, you need a 5.62. Silver and white, you need a 7.02.
Well, these two guys are battling for that second spot, and Hugo probably doesn't get the 7:02 there, so unfortunately it looks like we might lose the Canadian and the Chilean. Here's your heat leader, and that's a victory lap for him, Leonardo Calvao. What do you think?
Well, I think these are very challenging conditions, but at least it's fair and equitable to all the athletes. They're all faced with what's in front of them. We saw better conditions this morning. This break does like a medium to high tide. It seems to be more conducive to longer, more strategic rides. And so we're going to have a little heat recap. The Blanc heat replay. Here we go. So started off with our surfers in black, doing quick work with that. A little unstuck on that one, but it was all about Snyder here from Ecuador. Doing some quick work on these waves, tail sliding off the lip. All these little subtleties are going to help score them some points. And this man in blue was our heat leader. And that's all she wrote.
Time to go for a commercial break. When we come back, yes, another 15-minute sudden death heat. Stay with us as we continue live from Oceanside. Under 18. It's now or never to make it through. Stay with us.
You know, once the building was set, Skunkworks kind of fell into place. It's like, all right, this is going to be the spot and the only spot that will sell our boards in order to simplify my life.
How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
Thank you, Surfers Village. Get their emails all the time. Great news across the board in the world of surfing. Everything you can imagine, Surfers Village. Right now, we have yet to start the heat. You ready to listen for the horn? And already we've gone through 4 seconds of a 15-minute heat. Time is of the essence. You want to be on top of it. Bo Hodge back in the booth. Bo, Guillermo Fonseca in red, Richard Kidd in white, Sheldon Simkus in yellow, and Daikai Tanaka, our surfer in blue from Japan. Well, how's this going to play out? It is a quick act.
Yeah, we've got 3 more heats. We're going to be here till about 5:50 this afternoon. We're running overtime. There we go. Daiki Tanaka up and riding on his first wave. 14:20 remaining, another 15-minute heat. This is the repecharge. 3rd and 4th are eliminated. So a very crucial heat. This is sudden death right now. Here we go. Surfer in yellow. This is our competitor, Sheldon Simkus from Australia.
Oh, he needed that so bad. That was one of the better rides, and he really throws the tail out the back, tweaks the issue. Simkus, the 18-year-old out of Tweed Heads, Australia, and he's the Australian team captain. Really nice kid. I got a chance to talk with him. Mom, you're probably watching. Joanne, again, He sends his love, and right now he is a little frustrated with that wave. In white, Richard Kidd, Ballito, Durban, South Africa area. Just getting underway with this. They need 2 waves in their scoreboard. They could win with 1. Not sure which direction he needs to go, but hang the flags. I believe there is possibly a coach on the pier as well that I did see. The World Governing Authority is recognized by the International Olympic Committee and doing an amazing job. Is this the largest junior contest in the history of surfing?
Yes. I know you got another question, so I'm ready.
Is this the first time we've seen a pro junior event with 2 podiums?
No.
Split by a pier?
Maybe.
For sure, the first time ever for Oceanside.
Well, we were at Huntington in 2005, so I bet there were split podiums at 2005. So.
I was there, and I don't think so.
Wow.
I think they were down the beach in the south end. There is no surfing on the north side of the pier. The only contest that they've ever allowed that I know of has been the Caton Pro-Am. Oh, and, yeah, the Caton Pro-Am. And then there was a reincarnation of the Caton Pro-Am a little bit later, and they allowed it in the winter months. Well, you look back at who won these events over the course of the years, and every year it changes where the location is. I wonder if Shannon's still working today.
Yeah, she sure is. Shannon, who are you talking to now?
Hey guys, we're here with Leo Calvo, the winner from the last heat from Costa Rica. A little more pressure now moving on, but you're that much closer to gold.
Yeah, conditions are kind of hard, but still got what I want, so pass it around. Yeah, so I'm happy.
Well, your coach has been busy to prepare you. What has he been telling you to get ready for Oceanside?
Yeah, right now the low is super tight, so it's closing out, so just pick the big ones and make big maneuvers, so this is where the scoring best, so yeah, pretty much that.
Tell me a little bit about your equipment that you decided to surf today.
Riding a Rusty 5.8, model is Bender. It's one of my favorite ones, so yeah, definitely I'm using that one for the heat.
Unas palabras para todos los ticos.
Sí, un saludo a todos los que están viendo, a mi papá, mi mamá, mis amigos, todos los que me han apoyado. Pasamos para mañana y no, ojalá seguir avanzando la ronda y todos ahí por vía.
All right, congratulations. Moving on, Leo Calvo. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Shannon.
Boy, when I see him with the braces, I flashed on my 10 years of braces. My teeth are like sharks, but a lot of pain there in the mouth.
Oh,
when
yeah,
they crank
yeah.
them up, ouch! Give me some pain medicine. My
I
teeth.
had braces also, but you know they're worth
You've got
it.
a beautiful smile.
Hey, well, it's worth it. Make sure you wear the retainer, otherwise they'll have to go back in there and do work.
Yeah, I had to return 6 times. I swallowed 1 retainer. That hurt.
David, you did not swallow a retainer. I know that for a fact.
But I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, you're so right about the retainer. All that money you blow on braces, then you don't wear your retainer. That is a bad mistake.
Oh, that's when the parents leave you.
Well, Eric's in here and says this one right here, and we got 2 more afterwards. They're 15 minutes, so we're talking about 40 minutes of surfing.
Did he say 2 more rounds or 2 more heats?
Well, 2 more heats.
Okay, I'm just checking, because 2 more rounds could be another 16 heats.
We got lights on the pier. We could do it. I would go home and watch you on the internet and see how you do, Bo.
Okay, thank you.
So the lineup here, Bo's pointing to a fishing boat out there.
Yeah, what is that?
I think possibly maybe lobster or crab.
Lobster, crab? I like lobster and crab.
No, those are the people piloting the boat. It's lobster and it's crab out there.
Oh.
Wow, what a move.
Oh. He was on fire. You can see yellow on the turnaround.
Well, I'm going to assume it's Richard Kidd because the South Africans are blowing their horns.
Yeah, that was Sheldon Simpkins in yellow on the last wave, but prior, it had to be Richard the Kid.
Speaking of Richard the Kid, did you watch the news at all?
Some.
There is a photograph that surfaced. A guy bought it at like a garage sale thing for $2. He had it appraised over the last 2 weeks and finally came out with it, and it's worth $5 million. If he could sell it for $5 million.
And
It's Billy the Kid playing croquet, of all things, the second ever known photograph. Well, we got Richard the Kid, and I know he's got a ton of photographs, and he's probably a much better surfer than Billy the Kid. All Billy could do is rob banks.
Yeah, but he had a cool name. Here we go, yellow. Sheldon taking a look here.
Ooh.
And possibly an indication there.
He's saying, don't do that to me again. Fonseca saying, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, that was Guilherme and Sheldon. You know, the judges can call paddling interferences. Paddling interferences is just like drop-in interference. So, you know, judges are going to review that. They have replay.
Well, they were pushing. He was pushing him deep. Guilherme was looking at the left as well, and kind of pushed him. But for the most part, there's been not a lot of interferences. No harm, no foul. You really have to draw blood.
Yeah, we even saw two surfers cross each other, and the judges, I went up to the judges' tower to find out what the call was, and they said it was a no call because it wasn't really a right, it wasn't really a left. Both waves shut down, and instead of penalizing both surfers for a double interference, we decided to go with the no call, and I thought that was the right call.
Boy, you got to look over your shoulder and you got to keep an eye on it. I don't think Guilherme Fonseca out of Peniche, Portugal is too happy right now. And Guilherme in that second spot. Simkis has got a 4.90, and he's trying to ditch a low score of a 2.5, so he's trying to overtake Fonseca. So is our Japanese competitor, Tanaka. So these guys just need 4-point rides, essentially, to overtake Fonseca. Now they're asking for a situation.
Yeah, just about 1 point separates second, third, and fourth from 8.43 to a 7.40. So that battle for second place is very close.
Is surfing a contact sport?
It was there. It's not supposed to be.
Australian team captain Simkis has had a pretty solid run and has posted a decent wave of a 4.90, which in fact is the third highest scoring wave, but he finds himself in third.
6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Our house pelican in the back?
Yeah, I was noticing it. We don't have those in Hawaii. What are they called?
It's a California brown pelican, and he bleached his hair blonde. He's kind of a punk pelican. You don't know about pelicans?
No.
Their beak can hold more than their belly can.
I do remember the surf punks from the 80s.
Surf punks out of Malibu.
Yeah.
What a bunch of characters. My wave, my beach. They just claimed it right there.
Yeah. They sung about lifeguards, and they sung about a certain girl. They said no. Well, we won't get into it.
Well, Richard the Kid.
Well, here's your heat leader looking to replace a 3.03, and look at that off-the-lip re-entry.
Simkis, here we go. The Aussie. Puts on the brakes. Love the way he got out. Not just a duck or anything. He just puts on the brakes, spins the board around, he's paddling.
Here we go. Daiki Tanaka racing across here. Boom, throws the tail right before the closeout section. Team Japan likes that. So 2 maneuvers there from Tanaka-san.
This is very entertaining. I mean, we kind of know what we get. They've got to make something happen in about 20 yards. And those that don't make it through, they're left. Well, you need to go home and pack your bags.
Well, I doubt guys are going to pack their bags today. This contest is so exciting. We're having drama all the way down to the final seconds of each and every heat.
All 4 of these surfers are in only one class. There's nobody surfing up a class. They're all 17 or 18 years of age, surfing in the boys under 18. And this is it. This is their last hurrah. 4:26 on the clock. 2 more heats to go.
Here we go, yellow up and riding. Sheldon Simpkins up and down over the falls. He'll regroup.
You just got to go for it on some, and if you make the tricky section, it just might be a score. Simkus is looking to replace a 2.50, but the computer says don't bother unless you get a 3.54. Anything better than a 3.54 will help him out, assuming that nobody else catches the waves. He wants to move up into a transfer spot, third and fourth eliminated. And I'm thinking there's definitely some communication from the pier. Some heavy whistling going on in the pier, up from the pier.
We still have 2 more heats remaining in this round before the end of day competition, so we're going to about 5:50 this afternoon. This is the men's repo, and there we go. We've got an advancement, and check out the score from Fonseca.
I can say Dos more.
There you go. Guillermo Fonseca now in first place with an 8.27 and a 6.93. Sheldon Simpkins now in second place with a 5.83 and a 4.9. Now on the bubble is Richard Kidd from South Africa, from Durban to be specific. He now needs a wave score of a 3.74. He is 0.4 of a point behind Sheldon Simpkins. Daiki Tanaka from Japan needs a 6.24 to move up into second.
Did we get a chance to see Guillermo's 8.27?
Here we go. This is yellow. This is the Aussie, Simpkins.
Sheldon trying to better that score. But he was lit up about maybe the paddle battle, but something lit his fuse, and he bolted with an 8.27 and then backed it up with a 6.93.
Well, I tell you that 5.2 is flirting to be the highest two-wave total of the day. And you know what happens with that, don't you?
You buy him dinner.
No, I do not buy him dinner. I give him a free pair of DeBlanc sunglasses.
Let's just say he didn't get the highest score and give them to me.
No, we can't do that. It's not in the contract.
I think it's Richard Kidd. Richard giving it his all. 1:30 on the clock. Our Japanese competitor, Tanaka, the 17-year-old, out of the Fukuoka Prefecture, an All-Japan Surfing Junior champion, looking for a score of an 8.21. And your heat leader. On his backhand, this guy just really is lighting it up. The beach breaks of Portugal, and he is from Peniche, which has some amazing beach breaks. The Portuguese are learning how to whistle really loud. They're sticking all their fingers in the mouth and making a lot of sound.
Yeah, usually in Europe, whistling is something negative, right?
Well, yeah, at the football matches there. But now it is time to cheer on Guillermo Fonseca, the 18-year-old from Peniche. Wow, what a show he's been putting on in these conditions. He's got a 15.20, Bo.
Yeah, and he's flirting on even boosting that score. So we'll be on standby for scores. 30 seconds remaining.
South African Richard Kidd needs a score. The RSA, the sounds of the South African contingent blow their horn, and you can see a little frustration right there. He was looking for a 5.71. Some of these surfers really know if they're close to the score or not. If they're close, they'll end with a kind of a macho stance, and they feel good about it. Others, you can just see by the body English saying that's not going to be enough. I've been in enough of these contests to know when I've got the boot.
Wow, what an exciting display of surfing there from the world's best juniors here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships presented by VISSLA. Let's watch the DeBlanc replay here of heat number 6, round number 3 of the boys 18 under repo. This is Richard Kidd. Here we go. This is Simkus from Australia. Watch this connection. Boom, banks it right off the crashing lip. Speed, power, and transition wraps it around on the crashing wave on behind. Here we go. What a good carving tune.
Wow, what a wave to end things up. Fonseca advances through pretty nice. So does Simkus. We're going to come right back with more. We got 2 more heats to go. It's getting excited. It is challenging. Stay with us from Oceanside. 2 to go.
2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. The world's best juniors chasing down their hunt for gold. We are currently in heat number 7, round number 3 of the boys 18 and under. And in this heat is Leon Gatzler from Germany in red, Jose Lopez from Venezuela in white, Julio Cesar from Brazil in yellow, and in the blue jersey, Michael Monk from South Africa. Let's go down to the beach and check out Mike Latronic. Okay, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with Mike Latronic's microphone, so we apologize for that. As we can see yellow on the outside, he is paddling. That is Julio Cesar.
Mike Latronics.
Yeah, Latronics aren't troning. So we apologize for that. Here we go. Julio Cesar. Time in this heat ticking down, 12 minutes 33 seconds. We'd like to thank our newest winner for the 7 days of 7 seas from the innovators and creators known as VISSLA. Donald Kromeyer from the United States has won a wetsuit today. Congratulations, Donald, for entering in, and you can do so too. Do it tomorrow morning when we get started here for day number 5 of the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We have 3 more wetsuits to give out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's going to be a great experience. Please stay tuned for more exciting, great giveaways. We've given away 3 sunglasses to the highest heat total of the day. On day 1, it was Logan Bedamal. On day 2, Leonardo Fierravante. And on day 3 yesterday, it was Macy Callahan. So who will it be today? I tell you, that last heat, Guilherme from Portugal was very flirting with the highest heat total of the day with a 15.2, and he may have even bettered it on that last wave count.
Well, Bo, looking at the characters in the lineup again, we got a youngster out there, Julio Cesar, 16 years of age, and he don't know if he is really surfing both division, but in this repecharge for our boys under 18, our penultimate heat for the day, I'm looking at what he likes to do, and he likes to surf, no surprise, but this second hobby is very interesting.
What is his second hobby?
He loves to sing.
I don't think we've ever had a singing surfer.
Well, let's see if he...
Oh, no. Reno Avalera.
Reno Avalera's a singer.
Oh, yeah. He'll sing.
Jack Johnson surfs and sings, too.
Yeah, Jack Johnson. He's another one.
Donovan Frankenreiter. Okay, now we got the list going.
Yeah, Jimmy Buffet.
Buffet.
Well, in Hawaii, it's a buffet, right?
Jackson Brown loves to surf and sing.
There you go. Eddie Vedder.
Eddie Vedder is a big surfer singer.
Yeah. Kelly Slater got him hooked on surfing.
Kelly's a surfer singer.
Tom Curran's a surfer singer.
And so is Julio Cesar, our surfer in the lineup that's 16 years of age with the yellow singlet. He's showing some interest in this, kicking and scratching. Who's going to try to take it away from him? There's not a lot of friends out there.
Leon Gatzler from Germany. Well, Leon opened up with a 3.83, but right now they're all chasing the surfer in the white jersey from Venezuela, Jose Lopez, with a 6.1 and a 4.5. Here we go, surfer in blue, Michael Monk from South Africa. Results now official from our last heat number 6, round number 3 of the repo. Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal with a 16.47, so he does do better. a couple of 8-point rides of an 8.27 and an 8.2. Second place, Sheldon Simkins from Australia. Third place, Richard Kidd from South Africa. And in fourth place, Daiki Tanaka from Japan. Okay, second try, Mike Latronic, take it away.
You know, there's nothing like second chances, so here we are. The winner of that last heat, Mr. Guillermo Fonseca from Portugal. Look, we've got the whole team here. I could ask him all about how he did these great maneuvers out there, which he did, but I want to be in the team cheer. Is that okay? Can we do a team cheer? I want to be right in the middle of this. Put me in the middle. Come on. Huddle up, huddle up. Oh, yeah, here we go, here we go. Wow, so if you're wondering what he did out there, you can only imagine the energy's high. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, you're getting a second chance, and you nailed that one there, Mike. Great job. And for the Portuguese team, oh my, they were battling right off the bat. I think it was the Aussie and the Portuguese surfer really lighting things up and kicking their adrenaline in. So our surfer representing Venezuela, actually, I believe, lives in Costa Rica. 16 years of age, wearing the white singlet, Jose Joaquim Lopez. Keep an eye on him, asking for a situation to surfer in the lineup. And this is Lopez.
Yeah, your heat leader right now, trying to improve on his low wave of a 4.5. And for Jose from Venezuela, leading the charge here in heat number 7.
Born in Venezuela. I guess we'll say from Venezuela, but a Costa Rican surfer. Well, you think that's kind of interesting. Leon Glatzker, representing Germany, born on Maui, living in Pavones, Costa Rica. Favorite country is France, but he surfs for Germany. Are you confused like I am?
No, I can do one better. You ready?
Do one better.
The winner of the prone division at the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships, Bruno Hansen, has a house in England, was born in South Africa, carries a Denmark passport, representing Denmark at the ISA Worlds, lives in a treehouse in Bali.
Well, that sounds really confusing, especially if you go through customs or TSA and they ask you questions. They go, what?
And he's wheelchair bound.
And he's a world traveler.
And he's a world champion.
But the treehouse thing I don't get.
He's developed a pulley system where he pulls himself up into his treehouse. I am dead serious.
Nature-made house. Let's find a good tree. Well, we've got some scores coming in, and it's Lopez that's posted the big score so far, that 6.10, and trying to improve on that. Lopez doing a really good job. And
frontside air reverse right there lands it for Jose Lopez. So flirting there with improving his score. And there's Team Wales. Aren't those guys having too much fun?
They're having fun. And I was talking to one of the coaches, and all is good. First of all, they say that the journey is half. Well, the journey to get here, it's a journey. But to get here, they're having the fun here. And they're surfing, they're enjoying Southern California and all the camaraderie on the beach with the other teams. And a lot of them, well, there wasn't really that much expectations. Just get out there and learn and have fun. And that's what it's all about. If you're not having fun, you don't need to be here.
So were you at the managers' meeting for Team Wales when they were at the bar?
I wasn't having that kind of fun.
Okay, just checking.
I'm going to assume you were.
No, I was here.
Well, I've got you a couple things to do in San Diego here.
You steered me to the Surfers Museum, and I had a wonderful time.
Okay, I've got you Hunt Live Zombies, San Diego Ghost Town Tours, relive the Titanic, and then I just think, when I saw this, I said a bow.
Free appetizer.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the deal to get the free appetizer?
You probably got to spend a lot of money.
Let's watch the DeBlanc replay. Frontside air reverse, lands on the nose. Possibly, could be breaking that board on that maneuver. But for Jose Lopez, he does not. So we're going to be on standby for scores last of Jose Lopez in white. So live zombie tours? Are you serious?
Yeah, I really want you to go see some of our local zombies. They're great people. They're really scary. You get $4 off with this coupon.
So this is not Rob Zombie of the zombies.
No, this is a full zombies. You can see them. Go get scared.
Not time of the season zombies, right? You're not taking me back to the 60s, are you?
No, we're under. There's so much to do in Oceanside. You need to go nowhere else. The skydiving is great. The kite boarding we've seen. Surfing, fishing, boating.
There we go, Jose Lopez.
Lopez on a lot of waves.
Yeah, he's really on fire in this heat, leading. There we go, surfer in red. This will be Leon Gatzler from Germany. So a 6.6 on that front side air reverse for Jose Lopez has his combination scores of a 12.70.
Well, Leon, if you remember back in 2013 in the under 16 class, 5th in Nicaragua. So a talented surfer. And Chicho coming here, the goofy footer representing Germany. And what I know of him, not necessarily his competition, but he is a kind of a freestyle surfer, and he knows how to get upside down and do the crop flips.
So just under 3 minutes to go. Lopez remaining our heat leader. So the battle for second place held by our German surfer, Leon Gatzler, with a 4.57 and a 3.83. Here we go. Michael Monk from South Africa now needing a 4.61. Goes off on that last wave. And don't count out our Brazilian, Julio Cesar. He now needs a 5.91. So a bit of a change there. Last wave from Leon has just upped the margin, and he is 3/100ths of a point ahead of Michael Monk for advancing and being eliminated. Here we go, yellow, Julio Cesar.
Well, from the base of the pier, you can see a little bit easier. That's why we've got spotters and a lot of coaches and spectators out on the pier. Well, our surfer in white, Jose Lopez, acts like he's in last spot. The way he paddles and searches around, looking to better a 6.10, a pair of sixes. And the German. Well, Leo Glatzer is charging pretty hard as well. He's looking to replace a 3.83. He's in the hot seat because Michael Monk just needs a 3.84 to overtake him. Cesar in yellow, the Brazilian, needs a 5.91. And they're telling him right now, as they sit and wait, you got under 1 minute. They go, what? Under 1 minute? What happened to the heat? 15-minute heats. Repecharge rounds where we're going to lose two surfers. They're out. No more points for the team. No chance for a medal. Unless, of course, the team wins a medal and they're part of it. Leon Glatzer, Chicho asking for situation, and now we're under 20 minutes. The South African team. Listen. Not easy.
Have you tried a vuvuzela?
I don't have the cheeks for it.
You got to have that Louis Armstrong thing.
Well, they were blowing the horn for Michael Monk. Don't know if he got any wave. What we see there is Cesar. We think it's wrapped up with a Venezuelan surfer that lives in Costa Rica, Jose Lopez, and Leon Glatzer. Leon, who spends a lot of time in Costa Rica as well, but representing Germany. So,
time for the DeBlanc replay, David. Here we go. And watch our man in blue. That is Michael Monk. Got all of us started, and here is our surfer in white, Jose Lopez. Watch his frontside air reverse. Punts it, lands it on the nose, spins it up, stands tall. Then our surfer in red, Leon Gatzler from Germany, taking down second place. You're watching the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Coming up next, our final heat of the day. Stay tuned for more exciting action.
I heard stories of a man who lived alone on a remote island. Then one day, the man began working on a new creation.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Live from the south side of the Oceanside Pier as we're watching the world's best surfers chase down their dream of gold. We're in our final heat of the day. It is heat number 8, round number 3 of the men's or the boys under 18 Reprecharge heat. Let's meet our surfers in the water. Elliot Nipus from Tahiti in the red jersey. In the white jersey, it'll be Jackson Obando from Nicaragua. A fellow Tahitian surfer, Maximine Lelu, will be in the yellow jersey. And in our blue jersey, it'll be Reese Barfield from Wales. Top 2 will advance, bottom 2 will be eliminated. And welcome to the ISA format of double elimination. I'm Bo Hodge along with Shannon Marie Quirk, giving you the final heat of the day.
Yeah, it's been a long day of busy activity. A lot going on here down in Oceanside. We are on the south side of the pier. You are looking at the South African team.
And poor Michael Monk missed out by 3/100ths of a point from not advancing.
And that's really what it comes down to, especially in these conditions. You really have to make sure to milk every section you're given. Challenging conditions in Oceanside right now. As you know, as you said, it's all or nothing. So these young surfers, the best of the best, Jackson Obando, fins free maneuver from Nicaragua. Jackson Obando in white. He was our scholarship winner, and we were talking to him earlier today about ISA support and his gratitude as all of Nicaragua is watching. It's huge surf culture in Nica. We hosted the ISA World Surfing Championships at Popoyo, super close to his hometown of Rivas.
Let's go down to the beach with Mike Latronic. Take it away, Mike.
All right, thank you, Bo. So this is a great moment because Jose Lopez, this is the first time I got to interview anyone from Venezuela, and with the team coach. Dude, the Air 360. It looked like you landed on the flats, but you just still pulled right there.
Sí, mira, la verdad las condiciones están bien difíciles. Es una ola que mucha lectura. Bueno, mi coach me estaba ayudando, localazo acá de la playa. También venezolano. Hemos estado varios venezolanos aquí. Muchos me han estado apoyando. Desde sus casas, desde la playa, sus teléfonos, de todos lados. La verdad, del apoyo de los venezolanos muy fuerte y bien unidos todos. Y mira, sí, la verdad fue unas condiciones bien difíciles. Logré sacar un par de olas buenas, ahí un aéreo del 360 y ahí dando lo mejor.
That is one stoked Grom, but we're going to defer to the coach here to translate all that for us, please.
So yeah, he pretty much said that the condition is kind of tricky out there, and he's trying to go for the big maneuver so he get a higher score, and then that's what we've been trying to work all morning. It's like trying to go for the airs. He's good doing the airs, and he said like you appreciate for all the support for all the locals, Venezuelan that live here, and then he's pretty happy to make the heat, and he said thank you for his family back home, and he's just happy to be surfing this really good wave right here.
All right, well, one more chink in the ladder here for Team Venezuela. And what? This is like the magic board. All right. Is there anything you want to say to the folks back home in Spanish?
Sí, un abrazo y muchos saludos a todas las personas que me han estado apoyando, los que me han estado siguiendo, a mi mamá, a mi papá desde casa, a mi novia que está acá conmigo y a mi coach.
I'm pretty sure to all the friends back home at his house, to his coach, to his family, he's pretty stoked. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you're right.
We go for more. You know what? That's all we're at. It's all about Stoke here at the Junior World Championships. Good luck in the next rounds. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mike. And you got to love Jose Lopez. I mean, he's got the fire, doesn't he, Shannon? He's got the fire in his eyes. He's got the fire in his surfing. He can go far.
Oh, yeah. Don't be fooled by the braces. He's definitely well above his years. But right now, we watched during that interview, Jackson Obando scalping. He's just ripping apart Oceanside, finding every corner he can. And Jackson Obando from Nicaragua in white leading the charge right now. He's sitting on a 5.17. Up and riding, red, Elliot Napias from Tahiti, able to complete that maneuver. It's really just offering like a one-hit section on these inside waves. So these guys are gonna wanna wait out the set, but with 8 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, Jackson Obando going to town.
Love the style, the flair, the little old school there. Kind of like a Buttons or Larry Bertleman layback hack. Jackson Obando, he's putting up some impressive scoring.
Well, and no doubt. I mean, I think that's why ISA was really excited to support him, because he's an awesome surfer, great role model for the country, for the sport. And hey, he's growing up with some of the best offshore conditions year-round. I mean, he just has so much great surf at his fingertips. Nicaragua being the host of our ISA World Championships, and also just an incredible surf culture down there, really booming. And ISA's mission to develop surfing around the world. Up and riding, blue, Rice Barfield from Wales.
Yeah, let's watch Mr. Barnfield here. 2 maneuvers before the wave shuts down. And going back to Obando, he's the 2013 Central American Junior Champion. So just showing you what he can do at the age of 16. Now at the age of 18, he's going to try to do even more. Banks one big turn. Surfer in red, that is Elliot Napias from Tahiti. As we have 2 Tahitian surfers here. Elliot and Maxime.
Yeah, his favorite wave is Chopu.
Yeah, why not?
Gosh, I can't even imagine having Chopu be your regular break. Not that it breaks all the time, but when it is big, it's gnarly. It's about as gnarly as it gets. And one of the most watched. You know, Tahitian waves are just a global phenomenon. Up and riding, Jackson again. Nice right-hander. Wow. Bo, I mean, this guy is surfing so well and so sharp. I mean, I think it's some of the best surfing I've seen all day.
Yeah, in the last couple of heats, you know, the wind has kind of clocked around a little bit. It's not as bad as it was when it was cloudy. It got really choppy, especially for the girls under 18, under 16 when they were out in the water. But when the sun broke and the marine layer moved on, the waves had a different shape. We were still dealing with the low tide conditions. But these juniors are performing outstanding. I mean, just a couple of heats ago, Guillermo Fonseca with a 16.47 with a couple of 8-point rides just showed you what he could do. We just saw Jose Lopez. Now we're watching Jackson Obando from Nicaragua. Here we go, yellow Maxime Lelu. Punting a frontside air reverse, pulls it around on his forehand for the goofy footer. So Maxime is threatening to get out of 4th place and possibly even take the lead.
Yeah, really interesting right now with 2 Tahitians in the water. They both want to make this, especially when repecharge means you will have to surf your heart out, and it's twice as hard to make it to the final. but with 2 Tahitians in the water right now, Maxim Leleo resides in Sydney, 17 years old. His favorite surf break at Matavai Bay. And he's the 3rd Tahitian under 18 champ.
Yeah, let's watch the DeBlanc replay. Front side air reverse, no hand grabs, kind of a little stumble on the end, but he held the maneuver. I say that's a successful pull. Unbelievable. Chance for Max Bean to go from 4th to 2nd, even to 1st on that one wave.
Yeah, great use of that air section, and he saw the vert ramp, went for it, and the judges are going to reward him. Elliott currently in the lead as we wait for that last score. Jackson Obando holding on to 2nd, but can he hold it for much longer? Tahitian fire. It's both Tahitian surfers. Looks like they're going for gold, but not on that ride.
So last of Red Elliott a 7.0, last of Max Bean a 5.3. So the Tahitians do move up from 2nd and 4th to 1st and 3rd. So Elliott now in 1st with a 7.0 and a 4.93. Jackson Obando now needs a 6.77 to go from 2nd place to 1st place. For Max Bean, he now needs to replace his 4.0 with a 4.61 or better to move up into 2nd place. And for Reese Barnfield from Wales, he now needs a wave score of a 6.91, excuse me.
Elliott is on a Kelly surfboard. He is looking for a major sponsor. So folks, if you're looking to invest in junior surfers, these are the best of the best. And up and riding, Rice Barfield from Wales, finding some scoring opportunity on that right-hander. Little chop hop, and he's out of there. Definitely want to be aware of these sets, though, because up and riding right now, Maxime Leleo from Tahiti. He's trying to take that spot away from Jackson Obando.
Red taking a look there. Elliott pulling back on that last wave. 3 minutes remaining. Is that Candelaria?
Valeria. Valentina, excuse me. No, you're right. That's Candy.
That's
Two
Candy.
sisters are so cute and similar. They're 9 and 11.
But I loved her fan club that you interviewed.
Oh my. Did that just melt your heart? I thought I might cry on live TV. I didn't want to.
Is that sunrise or sunset? We've been here so long, we don't know. Here we go. Nice bash off the top on the lip. There's Max Bean, needing a 4.61 to join his fellow Tahitian surfer in the top 2 advancing spots.
Up and riding, Jackson Obando. Super quick, but that last section just not working for him. Jackson Obando from Nicaragua in white. He's holding the 2nd place position with 2 minutes left on the clock. Can he hold it or maybe improve his score? Tahiti's trying to take those first 2 spots, and you know, Bo, when 2 team riders are in the water, how does the strategy go down? Is there any defense?
Well, you know, the playing field out here is so big and wide, you know, pretty much these guys are on their own, but, you know, of course they would always want to go 1 and 2, but you have to execute the maneuvers. It comes down to individual performance.
And red up and riding, Elliott Napias from Tahiti on his forehand. He's going to kick out of there.
Yeah, you look, he was trying to ramp up for another frontside air reverse, but he just didn't get the momentum. He didn't see the ramp, so he decided to kick out. Maybe I can get another one. 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining.
Wow. All of Nicaragua right now on the beach with their fingers crossed, waving the flags high in support for Jackson Obando, our scholarship winner. He's been an incredible role model for the whole Nicaraguan team, and they were nice enough to host us down in Popoyo. He said the water's a little cold for him today, which is funny for coming from California. I think it's so warm and unusually warm. We're like in bikinis, and Jackson's chilly. But yeah, the water down there is about 80 degree plus. So
Here we go, scratching with 30 seconds to go. You can see the surfers in the lineup, all 4 of them vying for a position. It'll be our leader in red. He was just holding off the surfers.
there's the Tahitian squad. You're looking at one of the podium finalists. And up and riding, blue, Rice Barfield, getting frustrated with only 6 seconds on the clock. That was his last chance.
Well, Max Mean right on or off the horn. And Tahiti's got to feel proud about their surfers out in the water. Let's check out the DeBlanc replay of heat number 8, round number 3 of the men's under 18 repo. A lot of exciting action. Here we go. We see Elliot Nipis. Boom. Front side. But this was the one that got him the 7-point ride. Spun it around. Here's his fellow countryman, Max Mean. And then Jackson Obando finishes up in second place. We're going to take a short break. You're watching the 2015 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. When we return, we'll have the day's recap and highlights from yesterday. Stay tuned.
Plan your Oceanside adventure today at visitoceanside.org.
Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. 322 of the world's best junior surfers have conveyed right here at Oceanside. 36 nations. There's Team Tahiti. They're coming back in. Both of their competitors. One made it, one did not. As Elliot in red, he made it. Max Mean got third, and unfortunately, he is out of the competition. But what a show these guys put on. It was amazing. Wow, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors, VISSLA, DeBlanc, Visit Oceanside, Surfing America, Fiat, Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Viva de Escape, also Surf Screen, Surfers Village, Grandad Zero, Waves Brazil, and from all of us at the webcast booth and all of the fine officials at the ISA, we'd like to say thank you for tuning in to day number 4. We still have day 5, 6, and 7. For David Stanfield, for Mike Electronic, for Shannon Marie Quirk, I'm Bo Hodge. We're going to show you a highlight package of yesterday's action from Oceanside. Until tomorrow, aloha.
Heard stories of a man who lived alone on a remote island. Then one day, the man began working on a new creation.
Third day at the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship in Oceanside, California. Today is the third day, as I said, and the third day is the first day where the tears come down. And the reason why they come down is very simple, because if you lose today on the repechage rounds, that's the end of your career. It's better than in most contests because you lose one and you're gone. Here you have to lose twice to go, but today in the rounds of the repechage, the third and the fourth get to watch the rest of the concert from the beach. Stay with us. This is the one and only VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. The #1 junior surfing championship in the world, where the stars of the 2020 Olympics might be in the water, and including the potential gold medalist. Stay with us.
Here we go. Nice carbon turn. Simple manual back to the bill. Look away to the left hand.
It's really nice. Like when you're surfing a normal event, it's not as a good of a feeling, because when you're representing your country, everybody at home is watching you. Everybody's cheering you on. Your team is on the beach to cheer you on. It feels really nice.
I'm Seth Muniz. We're here with Team Hawaii, and we're at the 2015 VISSLA ISA World Juniors. Today we had really good conditions in the morning. It's nice right and left, barrels in both rights and lefts, and yeah, it was a good day of surfing.
Out the back, it looks like Hawaiian with lots of power and speed.
Beautiful surfing from Kahanu Velodeo from Hawaii.
It's like the best bit about this competition is everyone coming together as teams and getting to know everyone, and yeah, it's just really good fun, yeah.
Gasani going off on the backhand, big bottom turn, nice snapping turn.
Finally, we are here. The first day, amazing day. We've been waiting a year for this. The first day of the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship in beautiful Oceanside. Today, the best of the best of the very best. 321 junior surfers, means under 18-year-old boys and girls, are here in California to figure out which are the best, which is gonna score one of the 4 gold medals. Only 4 gold medals. So the rest are gonna go with some medals, most are gonna go with no medals. But that's the way it is. All in the Olympic spirit.
Here is Nolan Raposa. He's on the pathway to a nice looking barrel there.
Active, beautiful bottom turn, up and down, absolutely phenomenal execution.
Drops to the bottom for the throat. What a hack. Another nice move. On point.
Personally, I've never surfed a competition before. But to surf with all these other, great nations, everybody is shredding so hard. And I'm sure all my teammates here, they're just in awe of, how amazing it is to compete with everybody across the nation or across the universe. And the unity between all of us, we're all just having a good time, sharing the aloha, and it's just great vibes.
Ward, nice bottom turn off the top, super strong. Like he's going to do a one big maneuver there, cracks it, gets a second one in.
Take a look at this runner.
my pleasure, my highest honor, my most exciting moment of the year to welcome you to the inauguration of the World Surfing Championships, but more importantly of the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in the city of Oceanside, and I declare it officially open!
You know, once the building was set, Skunkworks kind of fell into place. It's like, all right, this is going to be the spot and the only spot that will sell our boards in order to simplify my life.
Here in California for the ISA World Junior Surfing Games. Third time in the games for me. First time surfing in America though. Yeah, waves are fun, and yeah, looking forward to competing.
We're here to compete in Oceanside. The waves are fun. They're pretty good at the moment, as you can tell, and we're not really used to this stuff, but we're definitely having fun and we're utilizing our power, our flow, and everything. So, yeah, go Barbados.
I'm here in Oceanside with the Belgian team, and yeah, I'm just here to surf the ISA and try to make a couple of heats and do well.